Here, civilization is far advanced. It has brought forth a race of supermen, men and women like ourselves, but advanced to the absolute peak of human perfection. As we near Krypton, we see high walls and gleaming turrets. We approach the magnificent Temple of Wisdom. And there in a great hall, Jor-El, Krypton's foremost man of science, is about to address a meeting of the planet's governing council.
Attention! Attention, gentlemen! Jor-El speaks.
Members of the council, I have completed my solar calculation, and much as I dread uttering these words, I have come to the conclusion Krypton is doomed.
Did I hear him right?
Gentlemen! Gentlemen! Gentlemen, hear him out.
These internal quakes we've been experiencing, these volcanic eruptions, tidal waves, gas escaping from giant craters, all point to only one thing, gentlemen. Krypton is utterly and finally doomed.
Why, the man's mad. He's absolutely...
One moment, gentlemen. One moment. There is no cause for anxiety. I am certain Jor-El has made a mistake. True, we have had a few minor quakes and eruptions, but nothing very serious. There must be some error in your calculations, Jor-El.
No, there is no error, Roseanne. I only wish there were. The sun is gradually drawing Krypton closer to it. Within a month, possibly only a week, the gravitational pull will be so tremendous that Krypton will not be able to weather the strain. And then our planet will explode like a giant bubble, destroying every living thing on it.
Gentlemen, assuming for the moment, Jor-El, that what you say is true, how are we to avoid it? What can we do to stop it?
There is only one way. As you all know, I have been working on a spaceship designed for interplanetary travel. With time and united effort, we might transport the entire population of Krypton to another world.
Impossible. Where would we go?
To the Earth. My studies tell me the atmosphere of the Earth is very nearly the same as our own.
You have been working too hard, Jor-El. You need a rest. Believe me, we have the utmost respect for your knowledge and integrity. But this is carrying it too far. Planets as large as Krypton do not explode, Jor-El.
Wait! Do you hear that, gentlemen? It's the forewarning of doom. Every moment is precious now. Quakes like that are sounding the death knell of Krypton. It will happen, gentlemen, and happen soon. When the last great eruption comes...
When it comes, Jor-El, it shall find all of us ready. If Krypton is to die, we shall die with it. The parting would be much too severe.
Very well. Laugh if you like, Roseanne, and you members of the council. I have no time to laugh. My wife, Lara, and my infant son are dear to me. It is not my wish to stand by and see them destroyed. Laugh, all of you. But a time will come, and that time is perhaps very close at hand, when you will wish you had heeded the words of Jor-El. Now you think me a fool, but remember what I have said, gentlemen. When Krypton is shattered into 1,000 million stars, when the glorious civilization we have built is no more, when you and your families are swept from the face of Krypton like dust.
Order, gentlemen. Order. You have heard Jor-El speak. Is it your wish that we devote time and money to the building of spaceships or the transportation of Krypton's population to another planet?
No!
I'm sorry, Jor-El. The council has spoken.
Yes, and signed the death warrants of every living thing on Krypton. Well, I've done my best to convince you. Now all that remains for me is to proceed with my own means of salvation, my own spaceship, to save the lives of those near and dear to me. As for the rest of you, may the gods have mercy on your soul.
Jor-El is mad. He is absolutely mad.
Lara, I didn't see you.
I came out to take the air on the terrace. It's been terribly hot all day. Is that because we're being drawn to the sun, Jor-El?
Yes.
What did the council have to say about that?
I didn't mention it.
Is the model of your spaceship almost finished?
Yes, I just drove the last rivet. How does it look?
Splendid. But will it work?
That remains to be seen. If it does work, I shall immediately begin construction of another just like it, only much larger. One big enough to carry all three of us to another world.
Jor-El, when will that be? Every moment that we spend waiting and wondering.
Yes, I know, Lara. It's been hard on all of us, and particularly hard on you. How is the boy?
Sleeping, Jor-El. That quake this afternoon frightened him. But he's all right now. Can't you come in and look at him? You scarcely see him these days, what with working all hours on the spaceship model.
Can't be helped, dear. I'm racing against time. Right now, I'm anxious to know whether the model will behave as I hope.
How does it operate?
Very simply. When all is ready, I throw this switch. That closes the circuit, and electric energy builds up pressure in the atomic generators. Then, at the final moment, the pressure forces the ship from its carrier and speeds it on its way.
But where does it go?
Wherever it's pointed. This one I'm directing to the planet Earth.
Earth? What is that, Jor-El?
A planet smaller than our own, situated on the other side of the sun. It's inhabited by a race of people similar to ourselves.
Like ourselves?
Well, only partly, of course, my dear. They're about the same size, but nowhere nearly as developed. Very weak and helpless, and with all their faculties extremely limited.
How do you mean?
It's something like this. You know how far you step when you want to go somewhere?
Practically as far as I want. Why, one step takes me to Brata's house near the fountain.
Exactly. Well, down where I'm sending this spaceship, it's quite different. An Earthman steps only 3 feet at a time at most, and everything else is in proportion.
And that's where we're going? Oh, how dreadful.
My dear, which would you rather do? Go to Earth and live, or stay on Krypton and die?
I'll do anything you say, Jor-El, anything. It doesn't matter to me whether we live or die as long as we're together. It's only the boy I worry about.
Yes, I know. Oh, Lara, darling, don't worry. He'll be safe.
When are you testing the spaceship model?
In the morning. Just as dawn breaks, I'll send it on its way, watching its flight through a high-powered telescope to see whether it lands safely on Earth.
Is Earth the only planet place we can go to, Jor-El?
We couldn't breathe on any other planet but the Earth. It happens to have an atmosphere similar to Krypton's.
I suppose you know best, Jor-El. Are you coming in? It seems to have gotten oppressively hot.
Yes, it has. I wonder. Lara, do you hear that?
Yes, Jor-El. What is it?
Subterranean explosions. Do you feel the ground trembling?
Yes, I do. Jor-El, do you think?
Lara, I'm afraid it's come. Where is the boy, Kal-El?
What do you mean?
Get him quickly. This is the end.
Jor-El, what can we do?
Nothing. I'm not ready. Oh, what a fool I've been to delay.
It isn't your fault, Jor-El. You did all you could.
If only this model were large enough, we could take a chance.
Jor-El, would it carry one of us safely to Earth?
Oh, I think so, but... Lara, where are you going? Stay here with me.
I'm getting Kal-El. If one of us can be saved, Jor-El, it should be the boy.
No, Lara, come back. If one must go, it should be you. Lara, I said come back. Come back.
Here he is, Jor-El, still asleep. Goodbye, Kal-El.
Please, Lara.
No, Jor-El, listen to me. We both stay here. Kal-El goes in the spaceship. If there is a chance, Jor-El, one little chance, I want it for my son.
Maybe you're right, Lara.
Jor-El, look. The sky. It's fiery red. The mountains. Look, the mountains are falling in. Jor-El, what's happening?
The end of Krypton, Lara. Just as I foretold. This is the last great quake.
Jor-El, listen. Explosions.
Here, quick, give me the boy.
Kal-El. What are you doing, Jor-El?
Opening the door, putting him inside.
Jor-El! The house, it's swaying. It's breaking apart. Look, Jor-El.
There, he's safe inside. Now for the switch. Stand back, Lara.
Oh, Jor-El, will he reach the Earth?
Only the gods know. But there's a chance. The only chance. Stand back now, Lara. I'm going to throw the switch.
Jor-El, it's getting dark. I can't see. What happened?
Fire. Smoke from the center of the planet. Not much time now.
Hold me, Jor-El. Has the spaceship gone?
No, not yet. Waiting for pressure. We may have been too late. If it doesn't work up soon... Wait! Lara! It's off! It's on its way!
Jor-El! Where are you?
Here, beside you, Lara. Listen, can you hear me? Our boy, Kal-El. Our son, Lara. He's on his way. On his way to work.
So the tiny rocket ship roars into the uncharted heavens as the mighty planet of Krypton explodes into millions of glowing fragments, glittering stars to remain forever in the night sky. Jor-El and Lara, devoted parents of the tiny boy, perish in the giant quake that destroys Krypton. But what of the rocket ship? Does it reach the Earth? Does it find its mark in all the far-flung darkness of space? Remember, don't miss the next installment of Superman. Up in the sky, look, it's a giant bird.
It's a plane!
It's Superman! Superman is a copyrighted feature appearing in Action Comics magazine. Presenting Superman. Up in the sky, look, it's a bird.
It's a plane!
It's Superman! And now, Superman, eighth wonder of the modern world, visitor from a distant planet whose strength knows no limit, whose endurance is beyond anything humanity has ever known. We have seen how the child of Jor-El and Lara was placed in the rocket ship, sent on his way to Earth. During the long journey of the rocket ship to the Earth, the child has become a man. The rocket landed in a desert. Superman stepped forth full grown to explore this strange new world in which he found himself. Today, as our story continues, we find him hovering with his curious power above a quiet highway in Indiana. A trolley car is just pulling up the hill, and as Superman wheels and turns in curious flight, unseen below, a man and a boy come out of the shed that serves as waiting room.
Morning, Professor.
Good morning.
Going into town.
Yes, that's right, John. Taking Jimmy to the fair.
That is a great show, all right. Well, I reckon you're my only passengers. Make yourselves at home. I'm going to get me a drink of water.
All right.
Why, Dad, we've got the trolley all to ourselves.
Yes, regular private car.
Where'd the motorman go?
And just over to the spring for a drink. It's a mighty hot day.
Better hurry or we'll be late.
We can't start without the motorman.
But we are starting. Look, Dad. The doors have closed. We're moving.
Yes, what happened?
Dad, I want to get out.
The brakes. Something happened to the brakes.
Let's get out, quick. Open the doors.
They're jammed. They're tight shut.
Dad, we're going faster and faster. We're going downhill. Dad, what are we going to do?
Jimmy, come here.
The window. Out the window, Dad. Get it open. Smash it.
Oh, wait.
Jump, Dad. Jump.
No. It's too late. Going too fast.
We've got to, Dad. Look, there ahead, there's a tree.
Jimmy.
A tree's falling right in the tracks.
Look, there in the sky. It's a man.
Why, he's flying.
It can't be. It's not possible.
Dad, he's coming straight at us. He's moving down. He's staring off the roof. Dad!
Quick, grab hold of me.
No, put me down. Let me go.
Stop it!
One under each arm. Out through the top. Hold on. We're going to crash. Well, we just got out of that in time. Trolley car's a wreck. Smashed into a million pieces.
Where are you going? What are you doing to us?
What's happening? Put us down.
Don't be frightened. You're all right. Had to get you out of there in a hurry. Pulling off that roof was the only way. Now we're going down again. Down. Down. There you are. Safe and sound in the field.
Well, I don't know what to say.
Quite all right, Professor. Getting you and the boy out of that car was nothing.
I can't believe it.
Who are you, anyway? Where do you come from?
I have no name. I come from a world that no longer exists. Here in this world of yours, men would call me a Superman.
It's a dream. A wild, impossible dream.
But, Dad, it happened. We saw it. He flew down, took us under his arms.
And out of the car, that's all. Nothing so strange about that.
And you saved our lives, Jimmy's and mine. I don't understand even now, but I'm grateful.
Are you, Professor?
Doubt it?
Would you do something to prove it?
Would we? Anything at all.
Then make me a promise. Promise that you'll say nothing at all about what's happened.
What? Don't you want people to know?
Not just yet. I want no one to know, except those I help. Will you promise?
If you wish.
I do, believe me.
Then you have our word. Is that all?
No. You've given me your promise. Now I want your advice.
You want advice from us?
You know this world. I'm a stranger. You know the people in it. I have still to find them out.
You want to meet men, is that it?
Not meet them,
Professor. Observe them. Study them. See them at their best and their worst. Know which to help and when help is needed. If you can tell me that,
Dad, can we help him?
Well, I think so, Jimmy, if that's what he wants.
it would mean a great deal to me.
Well, my friend, if we can call you that,
I hope we can.
My first friends on this earth.
to mingle with people, to see men at the highest and lowest, if that's what you want, well, now let me think. Now, how about a newspaper, a great metropolitan daily?
A newspaper.
Well, yes, join their staff, be a reporter.
Oh, but you can't do it in those clothes. Not that blue costume with the cloak and shield on your breast. Gee, you couldn't.
Jimmy, these are the cloak and the shield of Superman. If I become as other men, I shall dress as other men.
Well, you'll have to assume some kind of a name. What do they call you?
I have no name.
Well, how about Clark Kent? That sounds all right.
Yes, why not? It's usual enough. Won't attract attention.
Clark Kent. Yes. And about joining a newspaper. That should give me an opportunity to learn the troubles of men, know whom to help, and when help is needed. I'll do it. Many thanks to both of you for your advice.
Well, no thanks are necessary. If there were only something more.
Just this. Remember your promise. Never to reveal my identity. And now, goodbye. I've stayed too long, and I'm off. Goodbye. 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 They're right. Superman must become a reporter. A reporter by the name of Clark Kent. Clark Kent. I'll do it.
Steady, Rome. White.
Listen, Chief. You better get somebody in that railroad story right away.
Anything break?
Looks bad. I don't know where your dope came from, but it sure was right.
Where are you now?
At the yards out of town. If I were you, I'd have somebody watch the man they call the Wolf.
The Wolf.
That's what I do, Chief. Watch him. Trail him. Follow him every minute. He's at the bottom of this as sure as you're born. Now, hey, I gotta beat it. Someone's coming. Oh.
Excuse me, Mr. White. That young man's still waiting.
What young man? Oh, the one who wants a job? Well, let him wait. Who have we got that's free?
Cam's on the coast. Grayson's down in Virginia. Most of the day men are full up.
I knew it. Confound it's always the way. Something breaks and nobody to handle it.
What is it, Mr. White?
Railroads. Sabotage. I didn't believe it, but there may be something in it after all. If there is,
Yes, sir.
if there is, Miss Smith, it'll be the biggest story since Lindbergh. And me short-handed. Oh, what's the use?
Yes, sir. About that man.
Oh, send him in. Send him in.
Yes, sir. Come in, Mr. Kent. Mr. White will see you now.
You want to see me? Close that door.
Yes. My name is Kent. Clark Kent.
What can I do for you, Mr. Kent?
Well, Mr. White, you can give me work, I hope.
Work? On the paper?
Yes, sir. I'd like to be a reporter.
Oh, you'd like to be a reporter. What papers have you worked on?
None, sir, but
Oh, you haven't. Do you think you'd be a whiz? Well, I'm afraid I can't use you, Kent.
You haven't any openings?
Not for greenhorns. I'm sorry if I'm blunt.
But, Mr. White, even if I am a greenhorn, suppose I brought you a good story.
And where would you get it? I'm afraid you'll have to excuse me, Mr. Kent.
A really good story?
Such as?
Such as the complete inside on the man called the Wolf on the Western Railroads?
What's that?
You heard me. Do you want that story?
Do I want it? Well, I should say I do. But look here.
I think I could get it for you, White.
What do you know about the Wolf? Where did you ever hear his name? Oh, stop beating around the bush. I only heard the beginning of that myself yesterday morning. Not a paper in the country's carried a line, and yet...
Yet I come in here and talk about it. I think I could do something with it, Mr. White.
Now, look here, Kent. Mysterious secret messages have threatened to tie up every railroad in the country, beginning with the Western. For a while, the road paid no attention. Then the cracked flyer on the P&R went off a bridge.
Yes, I read about that.
And naturally, you didn't read about the warnings because they weren't printed.
Weren't printed?
No, and they won't be. Not until we've checked all the angles. And then this man, the Wolf.
Oh, yes, the Wolf.
Now, where do you come in? How did you get to know the Wolf? Excuse me. Say your own, White.
My friend, tomorrow night, Silver Clipper leaves Denver for the west. It will not arrive, Salt Lake City.
Hey, what's that? Who's this?
I have been called the Wolf. Goodbye.
Hey, come back here. Come back here. Wait.
Yes, Mr. White?
Where did that call come from?
I'm sorry, sir. Pardon.
Nuts.
Beg your pardon, sir, but if that call did come from the Wolf, I should be inclined to believe it.
Huh? How do you know who that was?
If I were you, I'd warn the officials in charge of the Silver Clipper.
Look here. You couldn't hear that phone. What is this? How do you know who called me?
As I was saying, Mr. White, suppose I brought you a good story. The story of the Silver Clipper and the Wolf.
I take chances, Kent. I'm going to take a chance on you.
Thank you, White.
It's 2,000 miles. You'll have to hop a plane.
I'll get there, Mr. White, in spite of the weather.
Lord, I hadn't noticed the weather. Well, get to the airport anyway.
You rang, Mr. White?
Miss Smith, this is Clark Kent, temporarily attached to our staff. You'll note I said temporarily.
Yes.
Kent leaves for the west for the first plane. Get him tickets and a $200 advance.
Mr. White, all planes are grounded.
That's all right, sir. I'll get there.
Take him outside. Show him what he needs to know.
Mr. White, I'd like to thank you.
Oh, let it go, Kent. Let it go. You get a story and you get a job. You're either clairvoyant or the luckiest guesser alive. Either way, I can use you. But if you miss out, well...
This way, Mr. Kent.
Thank you, Miss Smith. Nice of you to show me around.
Pretty lucky, I'll say. 100 good newspaper men walking the streets, and you step right into a job.
I say, I am lucky.
You wait in here. It's the anteroom of the cashier's office.
Well, I really don't need an advance.
Oh, playboy in disguise, eh? Wait here.
What a rotten night.
Don't fall out that window. It's 20 stories down.
Beautiful view, even in the fog.
You wait right here till I get your money. Then I'll introduce you to a few real newspaper men.
Plane's grounded. 2,000 miles to go. Sorry, Miss Smith. Afraid I can't wait. Clark Kent may need a plane, but Superman doesn't. Up with the window. And out.
Get out. Hope I didn't keep you waiting too... What?
Miss Smith! Miss Smith!
What's wrong?
That man! Did he go out, that Clark Kent?
Nobody went through the city room.
He didn't go out. Well, I left him right here, the window. Oh, the open window. He went through it, and it's 20 stories down.
He went out through the window?
Out the open window, 20 stories above the ground. In the wink of an eye, Clark Kent, cub reporter for the Daily Planet, becomes Superman, eagle of the sky, winging his way west over city and plain, river and mountain, through the storm-swept night. But will he be in time? Can he checkmate the strange figure called the Wolf, discover the plot, save the Silver Clipper, roaring toward Denver at 90 miles an hour? And remember, don't miss the next installment of Superman.
Up in the sky. Look! It's a bird.
It's a plane.
It's Superman!
Superman is a copyrighted feature appearing in Action Comics magazine. Presenting Superman.
Up in the sky. Look! It's a bird.
It's a plane.
It's Superman!
And now, Superman. Amazing figure from another world with powers and abilities never before realized by mortal men. Given a chance to make good by Perry White, city editor of the Daily Planet, young Clark Kent, who was really Superman, leaped out a window 20 stories above the ground and vanished in a swirl of fog. Secret warnings had come to the newspaper of a vague and sinister plot against the railroads of the West. Mild-mannered Clark Kent had received orders to go west at once and investigate. Already danger is forming in the path of the Silver Clipper, cracked train of the West Coast Railroad, roaring over the prairie on her way to Denver and Salt Lake. All planes were grounded by fog and sleet. But today, as our story continues, a strange figure hurtles through space. Red cape streaming in the whistling wind. Superman speeds to his assignment.
24 hours to go. The Silver Clipper leaves Denver tomorrow night on her way to Salt Lake City. That man who calls himself the Wolf. Have to find out who he is, too. Said the train would never get there. We'll see, Wolf. We'll see. If you're up to something, look out. Because the other side has Superman.
And as Superman wings his way westward, following the faint steel ribbon of the railway line below him, two men sit waiting in a tiny shack in the Colorado foothills. One of them is Keno Carter, gunman, gambler, bad man of the Southwest. Keno waits nervously, waits for some word from the figure across the table, the dark, shadowy figure who calls himself the Wolf.
Hey, listen, boss. Will you please tell me what we're doing out here now? The Silver Clipper ain't due till tomorrow. Don't even leave Denver till tomorrow afternoon.
Very true, Keno. But the Western Limited is due in exactly 10 minutes.
Well, what are you going to do with the Limited?
I warned various people and newspapers that something would happen to the Silver Clipper tomorrow night. As it will. So far, they've chosen to ignore me. Very well. When they see what overtakes the Limited in slightly less than 10 minutes, they will pay more attention to me when I call again.
Now listen, boss. What is this, a game? What are you trying to do?
Why ask me, Kino? Do I know any more than you? We're told to paralyze the railroads. That's all. But it's enough. We obey orders.
Well, whose orders? Where did they come from?
Yours come from me. And you know what happens, Kino, if you disregard them. Shall I tell you again?
No, never mind.
Very well. Come outside. Not long to wait now. The limit is on time. We should begin to hear her.
I don't hear nothing.
She is on time. Have you done what I told you?
Yeah, I done it. But I don't see.
You will see, Kino, very shortly indeed.
Hey, what are you trying to do? Scare him to death?
Listen now to what I tell you.
I'm listening.
That train will be going over that trestle down there in another 7 or 8 minutes.
So what?
At the end of the trestle, as you can see, Kino, the track turns and runs along the cliff on the mountainside.
Yeah, I see.
The mountains to one side, very steep and abrupt, then the track, then the canyon, 300 feet deep.
Hey, listen. You gonna throw him down the canyon? The whole 10 cars?
As I said before, all you have to do is obey orders.
All right. What do I do?
You wait till the train has crossed the trestle, then you fire the charge.
Right away?
Count 10, if you like.
All right. Then what?
Then events will take their natural course. After which you will come back and join me in the cabin.
Hey, she's coming. Coming fast.
Keep moving, my friend. Let her cross the trestle. Then count 10.
Good. Still following the railway. Ought to be getting fairly close to Denver. Looks like a long trestle up ahead. I'd get aboard that train if it weren't so slow. I'll drop down a bit and look it over. Might do it anyway. Ride in as Clark Kent. What's that man on the side of the mountain doing? Looks like he's got a charging battery for dynamite blasting. Something queer about that. Seems to be waiting. He's waiting for the train. Gonna blast it right off the tracks. This looks like some of your dirty work, Wolf. Well, here's where Superman takes a hand. I've got to stop that train. I'll get aboard and they'll stop to put me off because I have no ticket. It's got to be fast. 90 miles an hour. Good speed for a train, but it can't leave Superman behind. There's the observation platform. What luck. Nobody on it. Now then. Grab the platform rail. There. Leap on board. Now to join the passengers is Clark Kent, cub reporter for the Daily Planet. Off with the cape, into ordinary clothes, and inside.
Tickets, please. All tickets. Tickets west of Pueblo. All tickets, please. Tickets, please. May I have your ticket, please?
Oh, I'm sorry, conductor, but I've lost it.
No, you've lost it. And I'm afraid that I'll have to ask you to pay the fare.
Now, you know, I'm terribly sorry, but I seem to have lost my money, too.
I thought so. You've been riding the blinds and figured you'd sneak in here where it's warm. Well, we know how to deal with bums like you.
Yes, that's right, conductor. Stop the train and put me off. I don't mind.
Huh?
Say, who are you?
Clark Kent, reporter for the Daily Planet. But that's all right. I ought to be more careful. Teach me a good lesson.
Well, I guess I'll take a chance if you're really a reporter. You're liable to write up a story about getting kicked off our train. You can stay where you are.
But look here.
I'll take care of you when we get to town.
And if you're not a reporter...
Good, I overplayed it. Great Scott, I've got to do something, and quick, too. We're on the trestle. Where's that emergency cord?
Hey, what's going on here? Who pulled that cord?
I did, conductor. I'm terribly sorry.
Sorry? Well, you better be sorry. Here, come back here. Come back here.
I can't stay, conductor. My conscience bothers me. I'll just jump off right where we are on the trestle.
You
here.
come back here.
No, I'll be all right. Don't worry about me.
I got you. No, you can't get away this time. Now, you stay right here.
I want to get off.
Well, you ain't getting off. You'll go to jail for this. You come back up them steps.
Look, up the mountain, conductor. That flash.
Hey, what the... What's going on up there?
It was a blast. An explosion up the mountain. Great Scott, conductor. Look what's coming.
Oh, Lord save us. It's a rock slide. Tons of rock coming down on the track.
Listen to it.
And right ahead of us, too. Took the tracks out like two pieces of string. Oh, Lord. And now they're all coming out to find out what happened. It's all right. It's all right, ladies and gentlemen. No danger. Just a rock slide up ahead. That's all. There may be a slight delay.
Delay? You don't think you can dig through that, do you?
Now get back in the train, please. Get back. It's dangerous out here. Back on board, please. We may be held up a little while. Back on board, everybody, please. We'll be pulling out directly.
Now then, conductor, I think you owe me a vote of thanks.
Oh, you do you? Well, what makes you think that?
Use your eyes, man. Where would you be now if I hadn't stopped the train?
Huh? Well, now, there may be something in what you say. I'm not denying if we'd been going our regular speed, we'd have got that rock slide right about the third car.
I'll say you would. You'd have been down in that canyon, too. And it's 300 feet deep. As a matter of fact, that's where you were intended to be.
Oh, is it? Well, what makes you think so?
Goodbye, conductor. I'll see you later.
Hey, you come back here. Catch that guy. Joe, Mike, don't let him get away from the dog. Where'd he go? Catch him. Catch him, man. Get a hold of the boy.
20 tons of rock. Why, that's nothing. Hardly a workout. Anything to put a crimp in the Wolf's plans. And Clark Kent, reporter, simply must be in Denver by morning. First of all, down into the canyon for the missing rails. There they are. Now, back to the roadbed. I never swept up a rock slide before, but there's nothing like trying. Here we go. Ha! Why, it's nothing. I'll have the line clear before that conductor knows I've gone. The Limited will be in Denver in an hour.
Well, all done? What happened?
Nothing happened.
Nothing happened. What do you mean?
One of them things, boss. Train stopped on the trestle.
Stopped? That train never stops.
Well, it stopped this time, and the guy got out, and I didn't know, so I shot the stuff.
Yes, I heard it.
Didn't you come out to look?
I thought I'd better stay hidden.
Well, there was a rock slide, and that's all. The train wasn't scratched. The line's blocked, but the train ain't hurt.
This man who got out, who was he?
After the slide, I snuck down and joined the mob, see? I heard him talking about a newspaper guy and looking for him. Name of Clark Kent.
Kent? I don't know him.
Well, you better, because he knows us.
What's that?
I don't know. All I can tell you is they're looking for him.
Clark Kent, a newspaper man, who knew enough to stop that train. Well, we shall look for him too, my friend.
We'll have lots of time. They won't get the line clear this side of Sunday.
We shall look for this Mr. Kent, and when we find him... the train. They've decided to go back to Pueblo. Let's look. Kino, that train.
What?
It's going west.
Why, it can't be. Hey, well, what the...
But it is. It's on its way to Denver.
Why, it can't be. Why, there was 20 tons of rock on the line.
Look for yourself, Kino. It's not possible. It's not human. But look. Well, very well. We go to Denver too, Kino, at once, to find out what goes on, and to take care of Mr. Kent, the newspaper man. Get the plane ready.
Less than 24 hours to solve the plot and save the Silver Clipper. But now the Wolf is hard on Clark Kent's trail. What happens in Denver when daylight comes? When Clark Kent breaks the story, and when the Wolf meets Superman. Tune in and don't miss it. And remember, be with us again for the next thrilling installment of Superman.
Up in the sky. Look, it's a bird.
It's a plane.
It's Superman.
Superman is a copyrighted feature appearing in Action Comics magazine. Presenting Superman.
Up in the sky. Look, it's a bird.
It's a plane.
It's Superman.
And now, Superman. When we last left Superman, he had arrived in Denver as Clark Kent, news reporter, to investigate a strange and deadly plot against the railroads of the West. He had been able to prevent the Continental Limited from being swept into a canyon by a rock slide. But now the unknown force is directed against the Silver Clipper, crack train of the West Coast Railway. Mysterious messages have warned that the Clipper, due to leave Denver at sundown, will never arrive in Salt Lake City. Morning newspapers have carried Kent's story of the rock slide. While railroad officials and government men search desperately for clues, Kent himself walks briskly toward the great central station for a conference with the division superintendent. But meanwhile, the plot moves on. In a secret hiding place overlooking the railroad yard, the man called the Wolf talks with his subordinate, Kino. Listen.
So, very fine. At last, the unbelieving fools begin to take me seriously. You have read the stories, Kino?
I read 'em.
Well, why so sullen?
Well, I don't understand it. I tell you, that track was blocked for 100 feet, and yet 5 minutes later, the Continental went right on through.
Next time, my friend, please to observe more accurately. Obviously, the track was not blocked for 100 feet. It was not blocked at all.
But I tell you it was.
You should join forces with the conductor of the train. He swears that a tremendous figure in blue tights and a red cape appeared from nowhere, replaced the missing rails, cleared away 20 tons of rock, and made a safe passage for the train, all in a matter of... Oh, yes, and he is now confined in the city hospital, that conductor, for observation.
Yeah. Well, I tell you, I seen the same thing myself.
That will do, my friend. We have no time for pipe dreams. You were deceived by shadows. Now listen, there's work to do.
I'm listening.
I note that the story is signed by that newspaper man, Clark Kent, the one who was on the train.
Well, I told you about him.
I should like to be better informed. That fellow seems to know a great deal. How he knows, I have no idea. But he does. Also, I have checked up on him. He was assigned to cover the story back east. Seems to have arrived out here incredibly soon.
Must have flown.
Undoubtedly. That's neither here nor there. Do you know where he is now?
I did what you told me. I trailed him. He left his hotel to go see the divisional superintendent of the railroad.
Did he? How lucky.
Lucky?
We'll kill 2 birds with 1 stone. We've got them on the run. They're worried, Kino, and frightened.
I hope you're right.
They don't know which way to turn or what to believe. They'd like to keep the Silver Clipper in Denver tonight, but they don't dare. They don't dare, Kino. They can't admit they're terrified. And wait till they get my telegram.
Telegram?
Can you dress up like a messenger, Kino?
Huh?
Uniform and so on?
Oh, sure.
Excellent, excellent. You will put on your fake uniform and take this wire, also fake, to the superintendent.
Now?
At once. If you have luck, you'll find him with Mr. Clark Kent. You will also find, I think, that he is trying to locate a missing engine, Kino.
Missing engine?
Just so. If he finds it, I'll eat it.
Huh?
Never mind. Put your uniform on, Kino. Deliver the telegram personally. And bring back as much of the conversation as you can. You understand? Now, where's that conductor's story? Quite the funniest reading I've seen. A Superman, huh? Appear out.
Hello? Yes, this is the superintendent speaking. What? Well, trace it again. Trace it from both ends of the line. Ah, nuts. Don't tell me you can't find it. Do you think a locomotive and tender could vanish into thin air? Check every station master and call me back. I'm sorry, Mr. Kent.
Oh, that's quite all right.
Stupid idiots. Look here, we sent a spare engine and tender down the line last night, and now they can't tell me where it is.
What? On the main line?
Certainly. Never mind. Let's get back to this business of the Continental.
Any more news of that conductor?
No, not so far. Poor fellow's out of his mind.
Suppose he thought he saw all that business about a Superman.
Yes, I only wish to heaven they'd never printed it.
I didn't report that, believe me.
No, I know. And now look here, Kent. I've checked with your paper back east, and they tell me that it's all right, that you're here to do what you can. Now, what do you want to know?
Well, first of all, have you any idea what's back of this trouble on the railroads?
Not the slightest. If you ask me, there's a lunatic at large.
Oh, don't you believe it?
What else can I believe? It's too senseless, utterly mad.
Had warnings.
Yes, which we ignored. We get them all the time from cranks and nuts.
But these warnings came true.
So what of it?
You still think they came from cranks and nuts?
All right, Kent. What do you think?
I think that one man or a group of men is trying to paralyze the country with fear.
Yes, but why?
Afraid we'll find that out later. Unless we can stop them.
Good Lord, we've got to stop them. This can't go on, Kent.
We'll do what we can.
What do you suggest?
I suggest that you don't let the Silver Clipper leave Denver tonight.
Kent, she's got to leave. Can you imagine what the reaction would be if she didn't?
You're taking a chance.
I can't help that. She's got to go.
Well, then we must work fast. We only have until this evening. I have one more idea.
Yes, what is it?
Well, if you read my story carefully, you'll see that I imply I know more than I printed.
Yes, I did notice that. Well, do you?
Not yet, but I expect to.
How?
The people back of this, particularly the man called the Wolf, will want to know just what I do know and where I got it.
Well?
I propose to show myself around until he catches up with me.
Will he?
I think so. I was shadowed this morning on my way here.
Good Lord. You were?
So I think he and his friends are just waiting their chance. I'm going to give it to them.
Oh, Kent, don't do it. Why, if they'd wreck a train, why, they wouldn't think twice about it.
About putting me out of the way?
Yes.
Don't worry.
But why? What's the idea?
While they're finding out how much I know, I may be finding out one or two little items about them.
Well, I only hope. Here. How long have you been standing there, messenger?
Oh, I just come, boss. You the divisional superintendent?
Telegram?
Yes, sir. For you personally. They told me to bring it right in. I seen the door was open, so
I
I walked.
hope they found that engine.
Well?
That's all, messenger. Get out.
Yes, sir.
No, wait. Hey, where'd you get this wire?
Huh? Why, the office give it to me. Said to bring it right over.
All right. Go on. Close the door behind you. Hey, Kent, listen to this.
Yes?
Where an engine is now, a train will be tomorrow. The Silver Clipper will vanish like smoke, never to be seen by the eyes of living men.
Well, sounds like black magic.
I don't believe it. Why, they'd never dare.
Oh, they dare, all right. Is that telegram signed?
Yes, it's signed The Wolf.
Wolf. Look here, Mr. Superintendent.
Yes?
That settles it. Have that wire checked. Find out who sent it, and when and from where, if you can. My guess is you'll discover it's faked. Wish we'd held that messenger.
Kent, what are you going to do?
Just what I said I'd do. Put myself in the hands of the Wolf and see who wins.
Superintendent speaking. What? What? Why, look here, that's not possible. It can't be. Man alive, think what you're saying. Now, look here, you tell that crew to report here in my office. That's right, at once. My God, Fritz, I bet I'll find out something.
Anything new?
Why, it's the silliest thing I ever heard. Wait, that telegram. Where an engine is now. I don't believe it. I don't believe it for a minute.
What is it?
Kent, that locomotive in tender. It passed through Kingston at 11:15.
Yes?
And it passed through Richville at 11:50.
Well?
It should have reached Lewisburg at 12:20, just 30 minutes later.
And it didn't? It wasn't on time?
On time? I had never got there at all.
Oh, that's easy. It left the rail somewhere in between.
Yes, you'd think so. But listen to this. A crew left Richville and a crew left Lewisburg. They met somewhere in between, just now in broad daylight. And neither crew had seen a sign of that engine anywhere.
That's not possible.
No, it isn't, is it? Black magic. Isn't that what you called it, Kent? I think I'm going mad like that conductor. Well, what are you going to do?
Do? I'm going out to hunt wolves. Anybody looking? No. Quick. Out of these clothes. Now, that window. Goodbye to Clark Kent temporarily. It's Superman's turn now to find out where those devils are hiding and to listen while they tell me what they know. Up, over the yards. Circle around a bit. Ah, there goes that messenger. Watch him. I'll land on that roof. Look down into the street. There he goes. The messenger. Into that house with the broken railing. Now then, I've become Clark Kent again. Respectable representative of the Daily Planet. Just walk casually down that street and see what happens. Down we go.
So, thinks you'll find out one or two little items about us, Akino?
Yeah, that's what he said before they saw me standing there.
I think I should like to question that young man on various angles of the so interesting story he wrote in this morning's paper. What are you doing by the window?
Hey, down there in the street, look.
Huh? What is it?
It's him, walking right up to the house.
What? Is that Clark Kent? How did he know where to find me? Who told him?
I don't know. Hey, don't look at me like that.
How did he know which way to take to get here?
Here, search me,
He
boss.
knows too much. How does he know? Quick, downstairs.
Hey, boss, what are you going to do with him?
There's a vault below us, Kino. Steel-lined and soundproof, with various devices to bring out information.
You going to take him there?
For a time, for a little conversation, my friend. Stop. The peephole. Is he coming?
Yeah, right this way. Hey, wait a minute.
Is anyone else in the alley?
No, it's empty. Here he comes. We'll jump out and grab him, huh?
All right, be ready with your blackjack.
Now. Hey, where you going?
Quick, Kino, let him have it.
Here, what's the big idea?
Hey, come on, jump, boss.
Inside with him, quick.
Come on, you. No hanging back.
Good work, Kino. Good work. Down the iron stairway. Quick. Someone may have heard us.
He's trying to hang back. I'll fix him.
There we are. Shove him inside. Now, close the door. Now then, Mr. Clark Kent, the time has come for a little talk. Kino, my friend, you may prepare the aids to conversation.
Clark Kent in the power of the wolf. Or is the wolf, all unknowing, in the power of Superman? And meanwhile, where is the missing engine? Excitement, thrills, suspense. Tune in and follow the story. And remember, be with us again for the next thrilling installment of Superman.
Up in the sky. Look! It's a bird. It's a plane.
It's Superman! Superman is a copyrighted feature appearing in Action Comics magazine. Presenting Superman.
Up in the sky. Look! It's a bird.
It's a plane.
It's Superman!
And now, Superman. Just a few hours to go before the crack train of the West Coast Railroad, the Silver Clipper, leaves Denver for Salt Lake City, where the mysterious power, through its agent, the Wolf, has sworn she will never arrive. And Superman, in his character of Clark Kent, news reporter for the Daily Planet, Superman was last seen being dragged down a flight of steel stairs and thrown into the soundproof room of the Wolf's hideout near the railroad yard. Late afternoon, verging toward sundown in the world above, and still the gangster Kino works on the unresisting form of Kent, bound and shackled to the wall before him.
Listen, you. I'm getting tired of this. How about talking?
I've already told you. There's nothing I care to talk about.
Wise guy, hey? Okay, we'll see how long you last at this.
Open the door, no?
Okay, here comes the boss. Wait till you see what happens now.
Well, what luck?
No luck at all so far. He ain't doing much talking. He's tough, boss. Still, I was just gonna...
Let it go, Kino. There's no more time. I did want to know where he got his information, but it won't matter.
That's what you think, Wolf.
That's what I know, my young friend.
What do you mean?
You'd like me to talk, huh? Very well, I don't mind in the least. In a few hours' time, Mr. Clark Kent, the Silver Clipper will leave Denver for Salt Lake. You recall what happened to the locomotive and tender last night?
Don't boast, Wolf. Didn't have anything to do with that. They'll find that engine.
Possibly. But they haven't found it yet. And let me tell you this, Mr. Kent. They won't find the Silver Clipper either. Kino,
Yeah, boss.
we're leaving at once.
Well, what about this guy?
He'll stay where he is, permanently.
What are you going to do, Wolf?
Nothing whatever. We shall leave you just where you are, for all time. Or until someone comes down here and finds you, which may take a month or two. Kino, the persuader.
Oh!
Out like a light. And when he comes to...
When he comes to, we'll be 20 miles on our way to San Joaquin.
Hey, wait, boss. He's plenty tough. What if he breaks out?
Breaks out. Don't be silly, Kino. The walls are solid sheet steel, 3 inches thick. Then 5 inches of concrete. Then more steel. If he breaks out of that, I'll put him in the circus.
Okay. Reckon he's safe.
Come, Kino. Goodbye, Mr. Clark Kent. Forgive me if I do not say, I hope we meet again.
But we will meet again, and very soon. Thanks for telling me where. On the road to San Joaquin, eh? Well, I'll give you a little while to get clear of town, and then I'll be seeing you, Wolf. Handcuffs, eh? It's a good thing for you I wasn't feeling playful.
All right, Kino. From now on, things will move.
Jump in, boss.
Take the lower road to the river, and then up toward the pass. Look, Kino. The sun's just going down over the railroad yards.
Hey, boss. There she is, the Silver Clipper. Just in from Shy. She'll lay over a while and then hit the line for Salt Lake.
And we'll be ready and waiting. Let's go.
"20 minutes. That ought to give me time enough to get out of earshot. What was that he said about sheet steel 3 inches thick? You're a liar, Wolf. 2.5 at the most. Look at those walls bend. Well, you might have kept Clark Kent in a vault like this, but not Superman. There goes the concrete, and still more steel. Well, I'll just put my foot through that. And that's that. Now, up the stairs. Won't go out in the street. Attract too much attention. Just up to the roof for an easy takeoff. Oh, what's this? A skylight. And padlocked. Here goes. Out into the night in the fresh air. One jump and we're up. Up. And away. Now then, all I have to do is follow his car on the San Joaquin Road. Oh, yes. And a fellow called the Wolf is going to put Clark Kent in the circus. Here I come, Wolf.
Hey, watch where you're going, will you, boss?
Take it easy, Kino. In a moment, we'll be at the crossing of the San Joaquin River. Do you know where that runs?
Sure, down through Schooner Canyon Lake to the dam at Wallkill.
And do you know how Schooner Canyon got its name?
Who cares?
Oh, it's interesting, Kino. The canyon took its name from an old mining camp, now at the bottom of the lake.
I still don't see
It
why...
was a roaring camp, Kino, until they built the dam and turned the canyon into a reservoir.
Must have been tough to get to, down in a hole like that.
They had a railroad, Kino. They broke a tunnel through the canyon wall, laid the tracks through the tunnel, and down the canyon wall to the camp.
Yeah?
Ah, now you're beginning to understand. Exactly, Kino. The camp is under 1,000 feet of water, but the branch line tracks still lead to the water's edge. Through the tunnel, down the wall.
Hey, now listen, you don't think that you
Wait,
can...
wait a minute. What was that?
I didn't hear nothing.
It sounded like a rushing of wind. Or wings. High over our heads.
Chicken hawk.
At night.
Well, I don't hear it now, whatever it was. Hey, what about the canyon?
Well, Kino, that's where that spare engine went last night.
Into the lake?
Right into it, Kino. It left the main line after my men had attended to the switch, shut down the grade, roared into the tunnel, and disappeared forever in the waters of Schooner Canyon Lake.
Couldn't they stop?
No time. And the rails of the branch line were thick with grease.
Oh, you can't do it again. It's wholesale murder.
What of it? Not losing your nerve, are you, Kino? Look, we're here.
Hey, you left the road.
Naturally. We're on the back road above the old junction. Come along, Kino.
Where are we going?
Down the tunnel, just a few yards ahead. I'll show you what's going to happen. What's the matter?
Hey, what's that guy doing over there?
One of my workmen, I suppose. I have several. Where? I don't see him.
He dodged off again. Listen, now, I don't like this. Someone's sure to catch on.
Who? Don't be a fool, Kino. The only outsiders are the 2 members of the train crew on the engine. They jumped off last night, just in time.
What, the engineer? Well, where is he?
He'll never jump again, nor will the firemen.
Well, where are they?
Up on the rocks above the tunnel, shackled down. Later, they'll be found lying dead beside the tracks. Sensation. Imagine the mystery, terror. Train crew dead on the tracks. No sign of an accident. No sign of a train.
Oh, there he is again. Look.
Be quiet, will you? What are you talking about?
I seen it. A long red cape. He was just flying.
Kino, you're out of your head.
The conductor. That's what the conductor saw. Clearing the line for the Continental.
The conductor was seeing things, and so are you, Kino. Come along. Here's the tunnel.
I don't want to go in there. Oh, yes, you do, Kino. I want you to. It's not far.
But I want you to see what happens to trains and people.
People? What do you mean?
You're weak, You see things in the dark. You might be tempted to forget who you're working for.
Oh, no, never, not me, boss.
Well, we'll just make sure of that. Keep going, Kino. I tell you to stop.
The devil. The cold, inhuman devil. He's given himself away this time. I'll find those two trainmen. They're just the evidence we need. Where are they? Quick. Above the tunnel. Good thing I can see in the dark. Through rocks. Ah, there they are. Chained down to die. But they won't die. Not this time. They'll be the witnesses that hang you, Wolf. It's all right. It's all right. I won't hurt you. Gotta break those chains. There. Now, one under each arm. I'll find a ranch house and drop them at the door. They won't know what's happened. Think they crawled there. Then back to get the police. Up! Up!
There. We're at the end of the tunnel. Look down the canyon. Gee, must be 1,000 feet across. And would you like to know how deep? 300 feet down to water, and 1,000 feet more after that. The Lake of Schooner Canyon. What's the time?
Flash of light.
7:15. 7:15. Kino, the Silver Clipper is 20 minutes out of Denver.
Minutes out of Denver, roaring up the Rockies to the crossing at San Joaquin. The cracked streamliner of the West Coast Railroad rushes through the dark at 80 miles an hour, destined for a watery grave at the bottom of Schooner Canyon Lake. Meanwhile, a strange figure hurtles through space, back the way he came. But will he be in time? Can he drop the injured men, warn the authorities, and get back to save the train without revealing who he is? Thrills, suspense, climax. Tune in and follow the story of Superman. Be with us again for the next thrilling installment of Superman.
Up in the sky. Look! It's a bird. It's a plane.
It's Superman!
Superman is a copyrighted feature appearing in Action Comics magazine. Presenting Superman.
Up in the sky. Look! It's a bird.
It's a plane.
It's Superman!
Now, Superman. Events on the main line of the West Coast Railroad are rapidly reaching a climax. Speeding west, the Silver Clipper roars up the slope of the Rockies, heading for San Joaquin Pass. Disaster, sudden and unseen, lies waiting for it in Schooner Canyon Lake, while Superman wings his way through space, searching desperately for the nearest mountain town. He finds it, drops down from the sky, and enters the office of the local chief of police in his character of Clark Kent, reporter. Listen.
Well, you talk good. I'll say that for you, Kent.
Well, if you don't believe me, telephone my paper and ask for verification. Or call the division superintendent of the West Coast Railroad at Denver.
The Silver Clipper's a West Coast train, ain't it?
It is now, but it won't be long. I tell you, if something isn't done in a hurry...
Then okay, but how are you going to prove it? Suppose I get up there to the San Joaquin and pull in a couple of guys. Why, how am I going to prove anything?
Well, I'll attend to that. You know the Circle Y Ranch?
Sure. What about it?
A couple of injured trainmen crawled in there a while ago. They were on that missing locomotive and tender.
They were, huh? You don't mean it.
I certainly do mean it. If you get those two men I told you about, the one who calls himself the Wolf and his henchman Kino, the mystery is solved.
Well, say, you begin to make sense, young fella. By gollies, I'll do it. What's your plan?
Get a fast car and head for the crossing at San Joaquin.
Yeah?
You know the old Schooner Canyon Junction?
Well, I reckon I can find it, even in the dark.
All right, get up there and hide. If we don't catch them red-handed, it's no good. That's what I'm waiting for.
Okay, Kent. Say, that is your name, ain't it? But, hey, where are you going?
I want to call my paper back east. Tell them to hold the presses for a big break. I'll pay for the call. Operator. I want Perry White, managing editor of the Daily Planet. Yes. Rush it, please. I'll hold the line.
Hello, White speaking.
Mr. White, this is Clark Kent.
Kent, good Lord, man, I thought you were dead. Where have you been all day?
Tied up in a cellar, but I broke out. Listen, Mr. White, how long before you go to press?
Now, wait a minute. Why, I'm going to press right now.
Well, hold it, will you?
Stop the press? Better be good, Kent.
Oh, don't worry, it will be. The big break on the Western Railroad story.
Kent, are you kidding?
You know the warnings on the Silver Clipper? It's coming off tonight.
Where are you now?
In a police station in a little town on the main line.
What's going to happen?
I don't know, Mr. White, but I know this much. Won't be long. I've got to go now. Will you hold the presses?
Okay, Kent.
You won't regret it. I'll call you the minute I have something.
Kent, wait. What's all this about a mysterious flying figure? Something called Superman.
Oh, forget it, Mr. White.
Somebody's pipe dream, huh? There's been a lot of talk.
Well, forget it. I'm in a position to know. So long, Mr. White.
Good luck, Kent. I'll be waiting. Hey, stop the press. Replay coming. Top column on the Western Railroad. Get a rewrite back.
Superman, eh? I should say I am in a position to know. Hup. Not much time with the wolf waiting there at the canyon. If I don't get back in time to fix that switch. 40 miles more. Faster.
Now, listen, boss. Let's get out of this tunnel. I don't like it. Not too long to wait now. What's the time, Kino?
5 minutes more. She's on time.
She was on time at Creeville.
Come on, boss. Let's beat it.
A very sound idea, Kino. 5 minutes or something less, this tunnel will be a most unhealthy place.
What do you think will happen?
Something resembling the end of the world, Kino. Screaming brakes, rending steel, billows of steam. Yes, decidedly we should move, my friend. Come.
Where to?
Down to the tracks where we can observe the switch. Close to the scene of action, but not too close.
Listen, are you sure they can't stop in time?
Downhill at 90 miles an hour? Impossible, Kino.
What if she leaves the rails at the switch? What if she can't take the curve?
A chance, but not likely. Come on, man. Get moving.
Hey, someone's coming.
Hey, boss. You better be getting out of there. She's whistling for the highway.
Quick, Kino. Minutes count now.
There's the train. Traveling fast, all right. Ah, there's the junction. Got a minute, maybe less. Now then, what have those devils done to the tracks? Broken the seals and thrown the switch, eh? Well, it won't take long to fix that. And I'll just rip up a few of the old branch line rails. Just to make sure. There, that ought to settle things. Well, look who's coming.
Hey, boss. Who's that guy down by the switch? Look, he's tearing up the track.
Well, what are you doing? Where's your gun? Shoot.
Don't worry, boss. I'll get him. I never missed yet. Got him, boss.
No, you didn't. There he is. You missed him, you fool.
Never mind, boss. I won't miss him this time. Hey, you.
Kino, what's the matter with you? All right, then, rush him.
The train. Here comes the train.
Get that man away from there, Kino.
Boss, beat it. It's him. Now, it's the man with the red cape.
The train. Run, Kino, run. Make for the car.
Made it. Threw the switch just in time. Go on, Silver Clipper. High ball for Salt Lake City in the west. Now then, after those lads in the car. Watch it, you two. Here I come.
I tell you, it was him. The guy in the red cape, the Superman.
Shut up, Kino. Whoever it was, I'll settle with him. He threw the switch back and saved the train.
Faster, boss, faster. Get away from here.
Keep your head, Kino. Something about this I don't understand.
Boss, look out. He's right behind us. He's over our heads. Look.
What is that thing?
He's down there in the road ahead. He's standing there. Look out. We're going to crash.
Sorry to disturb you, gentlemen. Don't try to get away.
Why, you put me down.
Let me go.
In one moment. Just now, while I hold both of you with one hand, I've got something else to do. That car, for instance. You won't need it again. Where you're going, got to make this accident look convincing.
The car. Look what he's doing to the car, boss.
He's wrecking it.
There. No one will ever ride in that again. Oh, here comes a car. Heard the crash. Must be the police. Well, so long, gentlemen. I'm leaving you now, and if you ever wreck another train or try to, think what you've missed this time. Goodbye.
Hey, here's where that crash was. There's a couple of guys lying on the road. Hey, grab them, boys. I wouldn't wonder if they were the fellas that newspaper man was talking about. They tried to make a getaway and cracked up. Well, look where their car got to.
Looks like a cyclone hit it.
Yes, doesn't it? Or that Superman they keep talking about. Good evening, Chief.
Say, there you are. Why, it's the reporter. Well, howdy, Mr. Kent.
Well, I see you got them all right.
Yes, but there wasn't no train wreck. I guess we scared them off.
Keep 'em off. Keep 'em off. We done it. Put me in jail. Put me anywhere. But don't let that guy touch me again. He just came flying through the air.
Hey, he's nuts. Off his head. But that was a confession if I ever heard one.
Yes. And if you'll drag the bottom of Schooner Canyon Lake, you'll find that missing engine and tender.
What?
And don't forget those 2 trainmen at the Circle Y Ranch. They'll be your star witnesses. Well, congratulations, Chief. You've caught the train wreckers all right.
Thanks to you, Mr. Kent. Well, hey, where are you going?
I've got to get back to town. My paper's waiting for the story. See you later, Chief.
Well, Kent, come on in. Well, it's fine to see you back. You've certainly made good in a big way.
Thanks, Mr. White.
And to show you what I think of you, I'm going to start you right out on another assignment.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Best news I could possibly hear.
Wait till you do hear it, my boy. There are 1 or 2 things I want to ask you about first.
Yes, sir.
I know it sounds foolish, but all these rumors about a mysterious flying figure clad in a red cape and all that. You know anything about this Superman?
I know anything about this Superman. Why, Chief, what a silly question.
All right, let it go. Now, I want to talk to you about your next assignment. Just pull up your chair.
Yes, sir.
Oh, confound it, I told him not to disturb me. Steady, room. White.
You caught the wolf, my friend, for all the good it'll do. The wolf has a master, and the master speaks to you now.
Here, what the... Say, who is this? Kent, get over here.
My compliments, Mr. Kent, on your first and last performance.
See me?
You and your newspaper have interfered with my plan. Very well, my friend. In exactly 24 hours at this time tomorrow, you and your newspaper will close $1,000 francs. This is the Yellow Mask. Goodbye.
Hey, you! Wait! Come back here! Operator, who was that man? Find him and trace him! Find him!
Whose was the eerie voice calling Editor White on the phone? Who or what is the Yellow Mask? And can Clark Kent, without revealing his identity as Superman, solve the mystery in the newspaper office? Terrible, deadly danger threatens the Daily Planet. Superman has 24 hours' time. Tune in and follow the story. Now, don't forget, next time, the beginning of Superman's latest adventure. Tune in and don't miss it.
Up in the sky! Look! It's a bird! It's a plane!
It's Superman!
Superman is a copyrighted in Action Comics magazine, presenting Superman.
Up in the sky! Look! It's a bird!
It's a plane!
It's Superman!
And now, Superman. Amazing figure from another world with powers and abilities never before realized by mortal men. When we last saw Superman, in his disguise as young Clark Kent, reporter for the Daily Planet, he and his editor, Perry White, had just received a warning telephone message from a mysterious voice, which identified itself as the Yellow Mask. In exactly 24 hours, said the mask, the Daily Planet would be blown to 1,000 fragments. Horror-stricken, Kent and his chief stared at each other in the humming office. Then pandemonium. Sirens wailed in the streets. Police searched the building for bombs. Today, as our story opens, we find ourselves far from the doomed offices of the Daily Planet. Dr. Sven Dahlgren shows an unexpected visitor about his laboratory, explaining its wonders, also explaining his latest invention. Listen.
Please do not touch that window frame.
So? It is not clean, perhaps. It looks clean.
Oh, yes, quite clean, but it is wired. It carries a powerful electric charge.
Most interesting. Are you also experimenting in electricity, Dr. Dahlgren?
You have come to see my latest discovery, have you not, Professor Schmidt?
Indeed.
And so have others. You are not the first. Others would not only like to see it, but gain possession of it.
No, I cannot believe it.
Oh, it's quite true, I assure you. For weeks past, ever since word got out of what I was doing, I've been annoyed, even threatened.
Threatened, Dr. Dahlgren? By whom?
I don't know. Queer voices over the telephone, mysterious visitors in the dead of night. Yes, that is why I had the laboratory wired.
But what do they want?
They want my invention. They realize that whoever owns it controls a practically unlimited power.
Unlimited power? Is that true?
Certainly, Professor Schmidt. Unlimited power for destruction. Which is why I'm determined to keep the discovery a closely guarded secret. In the world today, my friend, there is destruction enough. Men are at one another's throats like dogs gone mad. No, I will never be a party to war and bloodshed. Ah, but come, I waste time. Into this room. Professor, don't brush against the metalwork. There it is, on the table, Professor.
That is the machine. So small.
My latest development. Small, light, compact, but deadly. Now then, please stand exactly where you are. Watch closely what happens to that glass on the edge of the table. Watch.
It's amazing. The glass was shattered.
Now, watch that small steel ball.
Why, it's gone.
Vanished. Blown into atomic dust.
Then it's true. I didn't believe, but it's true.
Certainly it's true. Based on the power of atomic force. Everything in the universe has a certain vibration point, Professor Schmidt. My machine focuses a beam of vibrating infragamma rays wherever I choose to direct it.
And then?
Any object in the path of the beam begins to vibrate. At a certain point, depending on the object, atomic force is overcome, and the object simply disappears, explodes, if you like, into nothing.
Doctor, you say any object?
Any object whatsoever, at distances up to a mile.
Unbelievable, my dear doctor. Let me be the first to congratulate you.
Thank you, thank you.
You have done me a great service, doctor. You have placed in my hands an instrument of destruction that will at last give me what I have been seeking. Absolute control of the world and every living thing in it.
What? What do you mean?
You have been horribly misled, Dr. Dahlgren. I am not Professor Schmidt of Hawthorne University. Mere men who work under me know me by quite another name. I am destined to become supreme ruler of the universe, and with this deadly machine.
Get out of my laboratory! Get out before I...
You won't do anything, Doctor. Not if you value your life. This gun I hold in my hand is fully loaded. Take care.
You're mad, utterly mad. How far do you think you'll get with that machine? The police will...
Beyond the reach of the police, I assure you. I have laid my plans with great care, Doctor. First, I shall destroy the building which houses one of your great newspapers, because a reporter on that paper foiled my plans in the West and succeeded in jailing 2 of my men. When that is done, I will go about the task of creating for myself the position I rightfully deserve. Emperor of the world. And now I must go.
Put that machine down! Put it down, I tell you! Michael, stop him!
No. No living thing can stop me now. Goodbye, Doctor.
Don't let him get away! Michael!
Doctor, what's happened?
Catch him, Michael, catch him!
Doctor, what's the matter? You're pale.
He got away with the atomic beam, Michael. Do you know what this means? That lunatic, he has in his hands the power of life and death. He is a walking symbol of death.
Where is Clark Kent? The minute he gets back, send him in.
Here I am, Mr. White.
Oh, Kent, where have you been?
Down in the cellar helping the police.
Turn up anything? Any sign of a bomb?
Not a thing, Mr. White. We combed the building from top to bottom. Anything turn up here?
Not so far. What's the time?
It's 4 o'clock. If that fellow really meant business, we've only got about 2 hours to go.
Call in your office, Mr. White.
Oh, thanks, Lois. Oh, by the way, Kent, I don't think you know Miss Lane. Lois, this is Clark Kent.
Oh, how do you do?
You wait here till I get back, Kent. I won't be a minute.
Oh, the boy wonder, huh?
Why, Miss Lane, what do you mean?
They told me you talked yourself into a job, went out west, and came back with the biggest story of the month, all in less than a week.
Well, I guess I was pretty lucky.
I'll say you were lucky. Are you the white-haired boy, eh?
I'm afraid I don't quite understand.
Got the old man hypnotized. He thinks you're Horace Greeley.
I'm afraid I don't.
Oh, don't act so dumb. All this nonsense about a time bomb in the cellar. What's the big idea?
Miss Lane, I only wish I knew.
You mean to tell me you didn't make it up out of your head?
I certainly did not.
I don't believe it. Well, now what's the matter?
Listen. Don't you hear something?
I hear the presses in the basement.
No, outside. Pardon me a minute. Come to the window. Now, don't you hear anything?
What do you think you hear?
A plane. There's a plane out there flying low.
Well, I'll be... Now, look, Mr. Kent, this is a big town. You'll find quite a few planes flying around here all day and all night. If it bothers you, you better go back to the farm.
No, really, I
Yes,
mean it.
really, I mean it, too. Tell the old man about your big discovery. Here he comes now.
Well, anything new?
Yes, you're a star reporter. Heard a plane.
It was flying pretty low, Mr. White.
Well, what of it? Oh, I got a job for you, Lois.
Yeah, good job.
No. Go out and interview a scientist. Human interest stuff.
Who is he and where?
Dr. Sven Dahlgren. Got his own laboratory out on Haven Avenue. Look the number up in the book.
Who is he, Mr. White?
What's on his mind?
Leading American investigator in the field of atomic energy.
Must we, Chief?
Yeah, come on, get going, Lois. Get going. This paper's always been tied in with science. We've been after Dahlgren for a long time, and now he comes to us.
Why?
Well, he said somebody stole a new machine he invented. I couldn't make much sense out of it, but he seemed pretty worried. Wanted me to rush a story into print.
What's the matter with the police?
I suggested that, but he said he needed more than the police. Sounds cracked, but it may make a yarn. On your way, Garley.
All right, if you say so, Mr. White. I'll get right out there. So long, Mr. Star Reporter.
You come with me, Kent, into the office. I can't stand much more of this.
No, Mr. White. It's nerve-wracking, this yellow mask business.
Worse than that. I don't know whether to believe it or not.
If we could only get a lead.
Ordinarily, I wouldn't give it a second thought. Just another crank. But I don't know, Kent. I swear I don't know. Well, what's the time now?
4:05. Don't keep thinking about the time, Mr. White.
Confound it, what else can I think of? 2 hours more, and we may get blown to glory. What do you think?
About the yellow mask?
Can he do what he says?
Let's hope he can't, Mr. White.
But you're afraid he can. And the devil if it is, so am I. Now, if it hadn't been for that business out west...
Well, maybe you ought to empty the building.
No. Want us to be the laughingstock of the city? Suppose nothing happens.
On the other hand, suppose something does.
Well, they can't intimidate me. If the yellow mask means business, he'll find us right here at 6 o'clock. City room. White.
Mr. White, this is Dr. Dahlgren.
Yes, Dr. Dahlgren. One of our best people is on the way to your laboratory right this minute.
No, that is not why I call. I wanted to tell you.
Yes?
The man who stole my atomic beam machine mentioned a newspaper. He said...
Yes? What did he say?
Something about destroying a newspaper.
What's that again? Listen, Doctor! Hello, Dahlgren! Hello!
Yes, Mr. White.
I was cut off. Get me Dr. Dahlgren at his laboratory, quick!
Sorry, Mr. White. I'll call you.
We were cut off.
No, he was cut off. I'm sure of it.
You heard all that?
Mr. White, that scientist, what was he working on?
I don't know. Some kind of a gadget to release atomic force.
A machine?
I imagine so. Why?
Don't you see, Mr. White? There's our lead. The man who broke in and robbed him was the Yellow Mask.
Kent, I think you're right. Dahlgren just said the burglar mentioned destroying a newspaper.
I must be right. Now, look here. We've searched the building and haven't found a thing. No packages, no wires. If the Daily Planet is going to be blown up, it's got to be done outside. Maybe up above. That airplane.
Airplane?
It was flying too low for a transport. Mr. White, that plane was spying out the lay of the land. And at 6 o'clock, with Dr. Dahlgren's machine, they'll come back again and...
Hello, Dahlgren?
I'm sorry, Mr. White. Dr. Dahlgren's telephone is out of order.
Kent, you hear that? Dahlgren's line is dead.
Cut. That settles it, Chief. I'll be seeing you later.
Kent, where are you going?
After Miss Lane. Something's wrong at Dahlgren's. If it's the mask, well, there's not much time to stop him. So long.
Hey, kid, where'd you hurry?
Yeah, got another front page scoop, Kent? Oh, thank heaven. Locker room's empty. Quickly now. Out of these clothes. It's Superman's turn now. Oh, someone's coming. The window. Out. And up. Up. Not much time left. Got to find Miss Lane, find out what's happened at Dahlgren's, and stop the Yellow Mask. Higher we go. Higher. And faster. Faster. Faster.
Deadly peril hangs over the offices of the Daily Planet. Already the Yellow Mask is in possession of a mighty and terrible weapon. Time is growing short. But Superman is on the way. Powerful form streaking through the night sky, red cape whistling in the wind. Can he arrive in time? And what new unforeseen danger is already creeping in on the laboratory of Dr. Dahlgren, with Lois Lane about to enter, all unknowing? Tune in next time and follow the story. Remember, be with us again for the next startling transcribed installment of Superman.
Up in the sky. Look! It's a bird. It's a plane.
It's Superman!
Superman is a copyrighted feature appearing in Action Comics magazine. Presenting Superman.
Up in the sky. Look! It's a bird.
It's a plane.
It's Superman!
Superman, amazing, mysterious figure in blue costume and red cape who has appeared on Earth as the champion of the weak and the oppressed. Last saw Superman streaking through the evening sky toward the laboratory of Dr. Sven Dahlgren in an effort to foil the plans of the Yellow Mask. Sometime after 4, on the stroke of 6, the Daily Planet, its building, its presses, and its staff will be blown to fragments unless Superman can solve the plot in the short time that remains. As Superman wings his way over the dimly glowing city, Lois Lane, the Daily Planet's girl reporter, is already at Dr. Dahlgren's laboratory, interviewing the scientist on the loss of his newly invented atomic beam, which the Yellow Mask has stolen. But even as the scientist and the girl sit talking, hidden eyes are watching them, and unheard voices pass and repass on an unseen secret reel. Listen.
Yes, this is the Yellow Mask. This is Michael, reporting from the laboratory. The girl has arrived and is talking with the doctor. We are ready. When the signal comes, close the sliding doors and leave the rest to me. Then join us at the airport. You understand? Yeah, I understand. There won't be no mistake this time. That's good. I have sworn to blow up the newspaper as the clock strikes 6. Yellow Mask does not fade.
After calling your newspaper, I discovered that this demented individual who had stolen my atomic beam machine had stolen nothing but a box of wires and rheostats, utterly useless to him.
What do you mean?
Well, the machine cannot operate unless it is loaded with atomic cylinders, small steel capsules containing the energy necessary to work the beam. I recalled that I had placed only 2 of the cylinders in the machine to demonstrate it, and both were fired.
But you have other cylinders, haven't you?
Oh, yes, but they're well protected. Look in there. What do you see?
It'd be a sort of inner room.
And what is at the extreme end?
Why, it's a safe. A huge safe built into the wall.
In that safe are a dozen atomic cylinders, a duplicate of the stolen machine.
You had 2 machines?
Yes, a new one and an old one. That madman stole the new one. But never mind. Keep looking, Miss Lane. What do you see now?
Why, there are 2 doors rolling right out of the wall.
Exactly. Massive steel doors, Miss Lane, which cut off every part of the laboratory. The pair that you're looking at cut off the strong room. Now they roll back again.
What made them open?
Ah, I did something. You didn't see what, eh? Good, that's part of the secret.
Dr. Dahlgren, this will certainly make a story. Now, tell me about the machine, the atomic beam. Why do you think it was stolen?
Miss Lane, if I were a man gone mad with lust for power, determined to dominate the entire world, I could ask for no greater weapon than the Dahlgren atomic beam.
Good heavens, do you really mean that?
I do. That is why my secret will never be published unless I am assured the atomic beam can be used to benefit humanity and not destroy it.
Can you tell me how the machine works, Dr. Dahlgren?
Why, yes. The Dahlgren atomic beam, Miss Lane, is based on the almost limitless power of atomic energy. In the first place...
Ought to be getting there now. Deserted part of town, all right. Oh, I think I see a car. That's it. Lois's car, parked at the curb. I'll drop down on the roof, slip downstairs, and enter Dahlgren's house as Clark Kent, reporter. Down! Down! Now then, down below. Wait a minute. That. Through the wall. Nobody else could hear it, but I can. Voice. A voice traveling on a radio relay.
Yes, this is the Yellow Mask. What now? This is Michael, reporting from the laboratory. No change. We are almost ready. Remember, when I give the signal, close the doors. No more now.
Yellow Mask. Somewhere near here. Michael. If I have any luck, I may find out from Dahlgren.
Yes?
Dr. Dahlgren, I'm Clark Kent of the Daily Planet.
Oh, yes. Come in, Mr. Kent. My man must be busy.
Thanks. You were talking to Mr. White, my editor, and something happened to the line.
We were cut off.
So I came right down to find out what you wanted to say. It may be important. Oh, hi, Miss Lane.
Well, Mr. Star Reporter, couldn't you find anything to do but come and horn in on my story?
Well, I see your old friend.
Sorry, Miss Lane. This came up just after you left. Dr. Dahlgren, the Daily Planet has received a very dangerous threat from an unknown source.
Threat, Mr. Kent? What kind of a threat?
An escaped lunatic, Doctor. Someone who threatens to blow up the entire works at 6 o'clock tonight.
Doctor, the man who broke in here and made off with your invention. You told my editor he said something about destroying a newspaper. Do you remember what it was?
I remember quite well, Mr. Kent. He had picked up the machine, my new model of the atomic beam, and as he held me under his gun, he said, "First, I shall destroy the building which houses one of your great newspapers."
Dr. Dahlgren, did he mean the planet?
Well, my dear Miss Lane, I haven't any idea which...
Tell me, Doctor, could he make good that threat against the newspaper?
Mr. Kent, he could make good that threat against the world.
We have 1 hour or less to run him down.
I wouldn't worry, Mr. Kent.
Not worry?
Fortunately, as I have already explained to Miss Lane, and as I tried to tell your editor before we were cut off, the model which was stolen will not work.
Dr. Dahlgren, what do you mean?
Just this. By a lucky chance, the stolen machine was not loaded with the cylinders necessary to make it work.
Well, then you mean the newspaper's safe. It won't be blown up.
Not by the Dahlgren atomic beam. Wait, I will point out what I mean.
Just a second, Dr. Dahlgren. I'd like to ask you a question.
Certainly.
Is your name Michael? Or is there anyone in this house whose name is Michael?
Why, yes. Why do you ask that?
Don't you like the name Michael?
Who is it, Doctor?
Michael is the name of my servant. Why, Mr. Kent?
Nothing. I merely wondered. You were going to show us your invention, Dr. Dahlgren.
Oh, yes, to be sure. If you'll excuse me for a moment. No, stay right where you are. I'll get it out of the safe and bring it here.
Well, are your worries about being blown sky high quite laid to rest, Mr. Kent? Thought the paper would be blown up tonight, didn't you?
You know I did.
And yet you take the first chance you get to run out like a rat and leave the rest of them there to face whatever happens.
Oh, now look here. Mr. White sent me out on this assignment.
Yeah, I bet he didn't have to urge you much.
Oh, don't think that about me, Lois, please.
I can stand freshness and amazing luck and even boasting, but not cowardice, Mr. Kent. What are you doing?
I'm telephoning the office. Hello, operator. Operator!
Have you forgotten the phone's out of order?
Thought they might have fixed it. They haven't.
Well?
That wire. It goes through a conduit into the next room, and it's slack, loose. It comes away in my hand. Look!
What?
Lois, that wire was cut off clean by someone in this house, while Dr. Dahlgren was talking to Mr. White. By someone who didn't want Dahlgren to reveal any information.
Well, don't stand there like that. What do you think it means?
It means the thief knows that model won't work. He's found it out. Oh, where is Dr. Dahlgren? What's taking him so long?
Kent, the doors! The doors!
What doors? What are they doing?
The doors, they lead into the other rooms, and Dr. Dahlgren's inside.
What of it? Maybe he did it himself.
Doctor Dahlgren, are you all right? Dr.
doing? Let go of me! Get away from that safe! Michael! Michael!
Oh, Kent! Someone's in there with him. Something's wrong. Oh, Kent, do something. Don't just stand there.
Well, I can't. There's nothing I can do.
Look out! Look out!
Explosion inside that room. Dynamite or nitroglycerin. Lois! Lois, are you all right?
I'm all right. Done.
Now, Lois, run down and bring the police. Phone the paper, quick.
What are you going to do?
I'll stay here. Maybe I can get in there. Go on, now run.
I'll be back, Kent. Wait for me.
Huh. I think it's time Superman took a hand. Clark Kent could never get through those steel doors. I had to get Lois out first, though. Now then. There they go. Almost through. They're springing out at the sides. I'll just grab hold of the edges and pull them out of the walls. Now! Dr. Dahlgren. Conscious. When he comes to, we'll see Clark Kent.
But you... Safe. Look at the safe. Wall.
They blew the safe and got out through a hole in the wall. Dr. Dahlgren, who was it? Could you see?
Don't know. When I came in, they threw a cloth over my head. Kent, look. They came back. They found the machine wouldn't work. The cylinders were in the safe.
Doctor, the safe. It's empty.
Quite empty, gentlemen. The Dahlgren atomic beam will now be put to work.
That voice. Who is it? Where is it coming from?
It's a dictaphone outlet. Somewhere in the wall. I'll track it down.
Save yourself the trouble, Mr. Kent. We are leaving immediately. It's 5:30. You will remember what happened at 6. The yellow mask does not break his...
Half an hour to go. 30 flying minutes while mysterious planes drone high in the air over the office of the newspaper. Can Clark Kent or Superman find the yellow mask, recover the Dahlgren invention, save the Daily Planet? Meanwhile, what of Lois Lane? Tune in the next installment and follow the story. Remember, be with us again for the next thrilling transcribed installment of Superman.
Up in the sky, look!
It's a bird! It's a plane! It's Superman!
Superman is a copyrighted feature appearing in Action Comics magazine. Presenting Superman.
Up in the sky. Look! It's a bird.
It's a plane.
It's Superman!
And now, Superman. Strange and amazing figure from another world who has come to Earth as the champion of the weak and the oppressed. As our story opens today, Superman, in his character of Clark Kent, reporter, is just where we left him, in the laboratory of Dr. Dahlgren, bending over the reviving form of the scientist who has been stunned by the blowing open of his safe. Outside, a distant clock has just struck 5:30. Inside, Kent and the doctor stare at the empty safe, realizing that the steel cylinders necessary to operate the Dahlgren atomic beam have been stolen, that the yellow mask can now make good his threat to blow the Daily Planet building to fragments on the dot of 6. Lois Lane has been sent to bring the police and warn the paper. Sirens wail as squad cars race toward the scene of the explosion. Meanwhile, the Yellow Mask himself watches grimly from a secret hiding place, waiting for the uproar to die down. Listen.
So the sound of the explosion has brought the police like bees to a honeypot. Very well, I shall wait until I am ready to leave, and then all of the police in the city will not stop me. Are both cars waiting?
All ready when you give the word, Chief.
Good. Who's this, Michael? Who's that with you?
I got a visitor for you, Chief.
You let me go. Put me down.
That girl, where did she come from?
She belongs to the fella from the newspaper. After the explosion, she went for the cops. I seen her coming down the stairs, and I thought maybe we'd better hang on to her.
You beast. Let me go.
Excellent, Michael. Well done indeed. Put her in the second car with the machine.
I won't go.
Bring her to the airport, Michael. Put her in the plane.
You heard what he said. Come along. Take it, Joe.
I won't. Stop. Put me down.
What'll you do with it, Chief?
That young man Kent has annoyed us before. I shall take no chances this time. If he hinders my plans in the next half hour, he signs this girl's death warrant. Start up the car.
And meanwhile, back in the laboratory of Dr. Dahlgren.
Kent, how did they know? Who told them when to come?
To steal the cylinders?
Yes.
Dr. Dahlgren, you remember I asked you if there was anyone named Michael hereabouts?
Yes, my servant. I've had him for years.
Well, Michael betrayed you to the Yellow Mask. He had a dictaphone in every room of the laboratory and told them of every move you made.
Michael did that? Where is he?
I don't know, probably following the mask. And that's where I'm going, too.
No, Kent, don't leave me. Come back.
Doctor, you'll be all right. The police are on the stairs right now. Sorry, I can't wait.
Hey, what goes on in here?
What's the trouble?
Can't go down. It's got to be up. Maybe the next landing. This'll do it. Out of these clothes. There. Up for the window. What's the time? Where's that clock? Good thing I can see in the dark. 25 minutes to 6. 25 minutes to find the Yellow Mask, or else... I don't know. Not much time, but here we go. Up! Up! One of two things. He's either going back to town or out to an airport. But first, I must warn White to clear the building just in case. Faster! Faster! 25 minutes!
Quarter to 6. Oh, Lord, Lord. Where is Miss Lane? Where's Kent? City room. White.
My friend, this is the Yellow Mask.
Mike. Miss Smith. Trace this call.
Don't trouble yourself, Mr. White. You cannot stop me now, nor can Mr. Clark Kent. If he is there, tell him that Miss Lois Lane is with me.
What? Lois Lane? You've got Lois?
Miss Lane is my hostage in my plane. If you or Kent or anyone else interferes with me now, Miss Lane will leave my company without a parachute. Goodbye.
Yes, Mr. White. We're taking the call. I will let you know where.
Oh, Lord, that devil means to drop Lois out of an airplane. Oh, Kent, is that you? Where have you been, man?
Never mind where I've been, Mr. White. Is Miss Lane here?
Kent, just this second, the call came from the mask. He's got an airplane, and he's got Lois.
What?
It's true. What did you find out at Dahlgren's?
Mr. White, it's bad. Mask got away with the atomic beam machine. He could wipe us out in a second.
What? Where are you going?
Call the nearest flying field, the one on the point. I can be there in 8 minutes. Have them warm up a plane.
You can't fly. What are you going to do?
Yes, I can, and I will. So long, Mr. White. I'm not running out on you.
Kent, wait!
It's our
wait.
only chance, and I'm taking it. If you don't hear from me by 2 minutes of, there's nothing we can do. All alone in the hall. Out of these clothes. No time for opening windows. Last chance, Mask. But Superman still has time. If you can fly, so can I. I'll get to the field and take a plane myself. Faster! Faster!
What are you going to do with me?
Just sit where you are, my dear Miss Lane, for the time being. What's the clock say, Michael?
5 to 6.
Remove the cover from the atomic beam. Wait a minute. What's that behind us?
Too dark to say for sure. Looks like another plane.
Fools. Didn't believe me, eh? Well, they soon will. Look down, Michael, and tell me where we are.
Over the Daily Planet building.
Watch it, Michael. It will not be there long.
You beast! Fiend, what are you going to do?
Pay off a few scores, Miss Lane. All right, Michael. It works. The machine works. Now then, Michael, back over the planet building.
Any news from Kent? What's the time?
Kent hasn't called in so far, Mr. White. Wait a minute. Hey, anybody got a call from Kent?
No, nothing here.
Not so far, Mr. White.
All right, never mind that. What's the time?
Well, you asked me that just a minute ago.
I know I did. What's the time now? Miss Smith, what's the time?
3 minutes to 6, Mr. White.
3 minutes of 6. No time left now. There they are. Got to scare them off. All right, Mask. Here I come.
Hey, Chief, that other plane's right behind us.
Never mind the other plane. It's 2 minutes of 6. Swing down over the Daily Planet building.
All right. I got to bank and head back again. Here we go.
Please observe, Miss Lane. Once again, the whine of the atomic generators.
Oh, stop. You can't mean to do it. You won't.
Hey, look, Chief. The other plane's right on our tail.
I'll take care of that. Come here, Miss Lane.
Oh, let me go.
I told your friends what would happen if they got in my way now. Michael, release the door.
It's open. Just throw the cat.
Stop! Stop!
I said if they came too close, I warned them. Come here, girl.
No! No!
Hey, Chief, watch out. He's going to crash.
Too late. Out you go, Miss Lane. Out that door. There.
Look out! Look out!
Michael, down. Dive on the building. I'm throwing the switch of the atomic beam.
Look out! Look out! He's right on top of us! Here we come!
There. I crashed the planes. Jump clear. That'll take care of the Mask. Lois, she's falling. Plunging down 2,000 feet. Got to catch her. Down. 1,500. 1,000. 800. 500. 200. There she is. Now. Got her. She's safe. Now up. Right away.
Whooping down, Superman saves Lois in the nick of time and bears her away to safety. Next morning, in the offices of the Daily Planet.
Well, Lois. Come in, sit down. That was quite an experience you had last night.
I tell you, Mr. White, I don't understand it. They threw me out of the plane, and I remember falling. That's all I do remember, clearly.
Well, that's almost enough. I imagine we all owe our lives to your friend, Clark Kent.
Clark Kent? What did he do?
Most amazing. Very last minute, he went up in a plane, rammed the Mask just as he was about to touch off that infernal machine, and came down by parachute, just as you did.
As I did? I don't remember any parachute.
You don't think you swam down, do you?
I don't know. I'm not sure. It's all very hazy, but at the last minute, I seem to recall that a man appeared out of nowhere, just flying in the air.
You probably saw the Mask falling out of his plane.
Oh, no, this wasn't that kind of a man. Wore a long red cape, and he just took me in his arms and carried me away.
Oh, you're dreaming, Lois. Well, look who's here. Come in, Kent.
Good morning, Mr. White. Good morning, Miss Lane.
Oh, good morning. If you'll excuse me, Mr. White.
Well, what Miss Lane has against me...
Oh, you mustn't mind her. Kent, I can't thank you enough for what you did. You saved all our lives.
Oh, I was just lucky, Mr. White. Crashed the planes and came down by parachute. Oh, by the way, was anything left of the Mask's plane?
Nothing left of either the plane or the Mask. Dr. Dahlgren's machine was ruined, too. Incidentally, he called earlier this morning to thank you. Tell you that he's destroyed the duplicate of that machine and the plans for building it. He thought you'd approve.
I do. Much too dangerous a device in the hands of the wrong person.
Oh, say, Kent, there's something been bothering me.
Yes?
Lois seems to think she was rescued by a man in a red cape, a Superman, who flew through the air. Now, you remember that Western story you covered? There were rumors about such a man, red cape, flying through the air. Now, do you think...
It's too silly to talk about, Mr. White.
I know, but...
Hey, Mr. White, about that fire in the Sterling building.
Yeah, what about it? Don't go, Kent.
Just got a phone call. They think there's a girl trapped on the 20th floor.
What? A girl trapped? Can't they get her out?
Can't reach her.
Mr. White, let me cover that story. Maybe...
Maybe what?
Well, maybe I can do something. Can I cover it?
Sure, but if the fire department can't reach her, what do you think you can do?
What does Clark Kent mean to do? Does he intend to assume the blue costume and red cape of Superman and attempt a daring rescue of the trapped girl in broad daylight? Does he dare reveal himself as Superman before the thousands of people watching the fire in the street below? What will happen? Tune in next time and find out. And remember, don't miss the next installment of Superman.
Up in the sky. Look, it's a bird.
It's a plane.
It's Superman.
Superman is a copyrighted feature appearing in Action Comics magazine.
the challenge of the Yukon.
On King! On you Husky!
The Wonder Dog King, swiftest and strongest of Eskimo lead dogs, blazes the trail through storm and snow for Sergeant Preston as he meets the challenge of the Yukon. Sergeant Preston was typical of the small band of Northwest Mounted Police who preserved law and order in a new Northwest country where the greed for wealth and power led to frequent violence and bloodshed. But in spite of the odds against him, Sergeant Preston and his Wonder Dog King met that challenge, and justice ruled triumphant. Father Donovan had just arrived in Selkirk. He was a big man with merry blue eyes that twinkled a bit as he talked to Dan Riley in the lobby of the Gold Nugget Hotel.
Don't worry, Riley. We men of the church are used to rough living. We aren't made of glass.
Well, I thought a word of warning to you wouldn't hurt. The average prospector ain't exactly a plaster saint.
Well, even though a man may forget the church for a while, he may sometimes feel the need of God. John O'Rourke must have felt it, leaving $30,000 to establish a mission in Dawson.
He owned the Horseshoe Bar. Religion was the last thing you'd have connected him with. And then he leaves the church $30,000.
Mercy on us, what's that?
Oh, probably just a fight. There's a saloon just 2 doors down. It ain't unusual. Come on, let's see what happened.
Shot Jake West. Where does Buck go? I don't know.
What happened, boys?
Jake West has been shot. Look out, everybody. Get away from Jake. That's his lead dog.
Be careful of that husky. He's vicious.
He's standing over Jake. We're going to have to shoot him if we want to get Jake out of there.
He won't let nobody near him. Jake's unconscious. Might as well shoot Jake if you shoot Lobo. Jake thinks more of the animal than he does himself.
Makes no difference. If we don't shoot that dog, we can't get near Jake. He'll bleed to death if he don't freeze first. I'm going to plug him.
Wait a moment. Maybe I can help.
Who are you?
This is Father Donovan. He just came to Selkirk.
Oh, I'm sorry, Father.
I know how to handle dogs. Perhaps I can get him away.
But Lobo's a vicious husky, Father. You tear him to pieces.
Don't take a chance, Father. I'll shoot him.
Let me try first.
Father Donovan, no.
I'm not afraid. Steady, Lobo. We can't let your master lie here in the snow. Come now, boy. We're not going to hurt him.
That dog will take his hand off.
All right, Lobo. You see, here's my hand open to you. Now, you see, I'm not hurting you. I won't hurt your master. Come, boy. Get off him. Let me take hold of your collar. Now, boy. Steady. Come on, this way, fella.
He's getting him off.
Well, I never seen anything like that.
Only one other man could do that. Sergeant Preston.
Come on, Lobo. Come along. We'll let you get back to him when it's time. All right, boys. Carry the man into the hotel. I'll hold this dog.
All right, Father.
Jake's hurt bad, ain't he?
Bad enough. Buck James better not show his face around this part of the country after doing that.
Buck James had headed north. His goal, a small cabin isolated well off the trail near Dawson. His provisions were running low, and he paced the floor nervously on the third night of his hiding out.
What the...
Yes, Buck. Let me in.
Let me in, Buck.
Pierce, how'd you know I was here?
Where else could you be? That's where you always head after any trouble. I brought some grub.
How's Jake West? Is he... Did I...
You didn't kill him, but it was close.
Yeah, it's too bad I didn't finish him.
Well, you would have, but it hadn't been for an old padre who happened to be there. He saved Jake's life. Doc was out of town.
Padre?
Yeah, he's going to Dawson. Some prospector up there left him $30,000 to start a mission.
$30,000?
Yeah, can you imagine that?
When's he starting to Dawson?
He was leaving the day after I left. He'll be coming by in a day or so.
With $30,000, we could head for the border.
Well, of course, Buck, he is a priest.
What's the difference? We're watching that trail, starting tomorrow.
Father Donovan, a gun held on him, faced Buck James and Pierce Reed quietly in the small cabin.
I told you I have no money on me outside what's in this purse.
Sure he ain't wearing a money belt, Pierce?
Sure, I searched him. He ain't got it on him.
All right, Padre. How about the money to start the mission in Dawson? Where is it?
So that's why you've done this. Well, boys, I have lots of faith in human nature, and I'm not a timid man. But I know better than to go around this country carrying that much money. It's waiting for me in Dawson.
Dawson?
Yes, we ordered it held there. So now if you let me deal
Oh,
with
no,
my
you don't. Sit down. We ain't through with you. But, Buck, I ain't letting him go and have him squeal on us the minute he gets to Dawson.
But I don't know who you are. There are many men in the Yukon with black beards and blue eyes like yours.
We shouldn't have done this, Buck. My beard. Nobody gets if I shaved it off. What are you talking about? Nobody knows the Padre here. Nobody in Dawson knows me. I'm changing clothes with him, Pierce, shaving off my beard. With the papers he's carrying, my collar turned around like his, I can still get my hands on that $30,000.
Buck, are you loco?
With the same size, his clothes will fit me. You're staying here to guard him, Pierce. I'm going to Dawson. After I get my hands on the money, I'll come back and we'll finish him off.
As Sergeant Preston talked to Dan Riley in Selkirk, his big lead dog King sat beside him, his head on the Mounties' knee.
I wish you could have got here in time to meet Father Donovan, Sergeant. You and him would have had a lot in common with your love for dogs.
He must know a lot about them, Dan, to handle Lobo the way he did.
He told me afterwards that a dog can sense fear in a man. You're afraid he can smell it.
That's true. A dog knows the scent of fear. King hates it. I've seen him growl and bristle at strangers for that reason alone.
Father Donovan loves dogs, and they seem to know it.
Oh?
He has a grand sense of humor. He said he was as much veterinarian in his last parish as he was a priest. All the kids used to bring their dogs to him for repairs, and he mended as many animals as he did souls.
Too bad I didn't get here a day earlier. I have to go up to Dawson. I could have taken him with me.
Now, you be sure and look him up when you get there. He's the kind of man you'd like, broad-minded, kind, and understanding. Ideal for the job he's planning to do.
I'm leaving for Dawson tomorrow. I'll make it a point to meet him. I'd like to see what he thinks of King. Hello, Jane.
Sergeant Preston, welcome to Dawson. We have not seen you for a long time. Hello, King.
How's business, Jane?
Oh, there is always too much at these trading posts.
I heard Dawson's going to have a mission. Did Father Donovan get here all right?
He is here. You know him?
No, but I hear he's a fine man.
Oh?
You don't sound too enthusiastic. Don't you like him?
Well, me, I don't like to say nothing bad about man of God, but, well, everybody is, disappointed.
Disappointed?
He is silent man. Solemn. I never see him smile.
Is he planning to build the mission right away?
He asked me to give him the $30,000 John O'Rourke has left. Tomorrow he will move from the hotel to his cabin. Then he will take it.
I'd like to meet him. I think I'll go over to the hotel. Come on, King. I'll be back later, Pierre.
Yes?
Father Donovan?
Yes.
I'm Sergeant Preston, Northwest Mounted.
What do you want?
Why, Dan Riley and Selkirk told me to look you up here in Dawson.
Oh. Oh, yes. Come in.
Come on, King. King, what's the matter with you? Quiet, King. Well, I hope you'll excuse him, Father Donovan. I don't know what ails him.
Well, would you mind putting him out, Sergeant? I'm not used to these huskies you have here in the Yukon.
But I thought... Oh, of course. Come on, King. You wait out here in the hall, fellow.
I hope you don't mind.
No, not at all, Father. I suppose being a priest, you're not used to dogs.
That's right. We're too busy with our church duties to have time for pets.
I see.
Sit down, Sergeant.
Thank you. I can't stay. I just dropped in to say hello.
You, going to be in town long?
No, just passing through.
Oh, I see.
Guess you'll have quite a big job here in Dawson, Father.
Yes, it will be hard. Trying to close the saloons and stop gambling won't be easy.
And it will be dangerous. Perhaps I'd better stay around for a while.
That won't be necessary. I don't intend to start until after the mission is completed. How often do you make this patrol?
I'll be back in about a month, Father. Well, I'd better get going. Have to get some sleep. I want to pull out in the morning.
Well, it was nice meeting you, Sergeant, and stop and see me the next time you come to Dawson.
I'm sure we'll meet again, Father Donovan.
You are back so soon, Sergeant? You did not make very long visits.
No, I had a little trouble with King. He didn't seem to like the new padre.
Oh? And you, what did you think of him?
Well, like you, Gene, I was disappointed. You say he's moving into a cabin tomorrow?
Wait, it belonged to Tom Jacobs at the edge of town.
Oh, yes, I know where that is.
Sergeant, maybe you can tell him that is a lonely place. Better he should leave this money here in safe.
No, Gene, I think you'd better give him the money. After all, he has the right to do what he pleases with it.
Well, maybe with you here in town, it is safe.
I'm leaving, Gene.
But, Sergeant, you are leaving?
Or something rather urgent's come up. I'll see you in a few days. Come on, King.
Sergeant Preston, his lead dog King at his side, lay concealed in a thicket that topped a small knoll overlooking the cabin that had been rented by the man thought to be Father Donovan. The early darkness had fallen, but a bright moon lighted up the clearing. Suddenly, King's ears pricked forward, and a low growl rumbled in his throat as a figure stole out of the cabin door.
Quiet, boy. Not a sound. There he goes. No, King, down. We're following later. Steady. Let him get ahead.
Pierce yawned as he watched Father Donovan, who sat near the stove, deep in thought.
It's way past bedtime, Father Donovan. Now put your hands behind you. I'm tying you up.
It was nice of you, Pierce, to free my hands for a while. They were getting numb.
Where'd I put that rope? Buck! I didn't hear you coming. Did you get the money?
Yeah. Start packing right away. We're leaving.
What about the Padre?
There's only one thing to do.
I don't like murder, Buck.
It ain't a question of what you like. Well, Father, I guess it's the end. You want to take it standing up or sitting down?
Standing up. And looking right at you.
Think that'll make it tough for me, do you? Nah, it'll just make it easier to hit you between the eyes.
Drop that gun. Get him, King.
Hey, what the...
No, get that door. Oh, you don't. Oh, get him off of me. My arm. Get away, you dirty...
All right, King, back, fella. I've got his gun. Now get up, you. Watch him, boy.
You're a Murphy.
Yes. And you must be Father Donovan.
I am.
I wasn't sure, Father. That wallop you gave Pierce. I didn't think a priest could hit like
He
that.
was about to shoot your dog. Sometimes even the church finds force necessary.
Well, if you hadn't hit Pierce, I'd have had to shoot him. You saved his life.
And you saved mine. You and that dog.
That dirty cur.
Quiet, you. It was because of King, Father Donovan, that I knew this man to be a fraud. I hoped, by following him, that he'd lead me to you. King had no trouble in trailing him.
He looks like a wonderful animal.
You'll find that he is, Father, when you know him better. All right, boy, I'll take charge of the prisoner. You go on over and get acquainted with Father Donovan.
These copyrighted dramas originate in the studios of WXYZ Detroit, and all characters, names, places, and incidents used are fictitious. They are sent to you each week at the same time and reach you from our transcription studios. Hal Neal speaking. This is the Michigan Radio Network.
Here they are, the Quiz Kids, presented by the makers of Alka-Seltzer. We're on the air with the School Kids Questionnaire. The Quiz Kids, 5 bright, lovable youngsters ready for another difficult examination in the Alka-Seltzer schoolroom of the air. The examination tonight will be conducted in exactly the same manner as all our regular Wednesday night Quiz Kid programs. And as usual, none of the children has seen or heard any of the questions in advance.
I'll say we haven't. Let's get going.
All questions were sent in by you listeners and were selected by Sidney L. James of the editorial staffs of Time and Life magazine.
I don't care who sent them in. Let's get going. That's all right.
A new Zenith portable radio will be awarded the sender of each question used on this program tonight. And now our chief quizzer himself, Joe Kelly.
Thank you, Ken Carpenter, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Well, we'll proceed directly to the roll call. Richard?
I'm Richard Williams. I'm 11 years old, and I'm in the 6th grade at Harrison School, East Chicago, Indiana.
Jack Lucal?
I'm Jack Lucal. I'm 14 years old, and I'm a freshman at the Oak Park and River Forest Township High School.
Joan?
I'm Joan Bishop. I'm 14 years old, and I go to the Chicago School for Adults.
Claude?
I'm Claude Brenner. I'm 12 years old, and I'm a sophomore at Senn High School in Chicago.
Gerard?
I'm Gerard Darrow. I'm 8 years old, and I go to the Bradwell School on Burnham.
And Jackie?
I am Jackie Benny. I am 6 years old. Now, I didn't have a chance to go to school at all. I was just a poor boy, and I used to stand on the corner selling papers, barefooted in the winter. And I used to say, extra, extra, paper here. Get your paper.
Quiet, please.
Fine chance I'm going to have here, I can see that. You know.
Now, Jackie,
I know
please.
just as much as the kids, you know. You just ask the questions, that's all.
Jackie, please. And incidentally, where are your curls?
What?
Where are your curls?
On my lap. They got hot.
Well, while we're getting ready for our first question, just a word or two from Ken Carpenter.
Here's a word of friendly advice to all you parents and older folks. Alkalize with Alka-Seltzer. Yes, the next time you eat too much or too fast or eat while under stress and strain, alkalize with Alka-Seltzer. Alka-Seltzer is just the thing to relieve the misery of acid indigestion and distress after meals. It helps to neutralize excess stomach acid, so often the immediate cause of the distress of an upset stomach. That isn't all. You see, Alka-Seltzer is a pain reliever also. And if you have a sickish headache along with the stomach upset, Alka-Seltzer can bring you mighty comforting relief in both of these disturbances. Be wise. Take Alka-Seltzer. You'll feel better fast.
You said it.
Quiet, please. We will now start with the questions. All right, quiz kids. R.S. Hart of Seattle, Washington says that he was in the desert and after taking an analysis of the only water available, found that it was 100% aqua fontis. Would you drink such water? Joan?
Yes, I would.
Well, can you give us anything further?
Well, aqua fontis is fountain water.
That's right. It's, it's really spring water, Joan.
Oh, yeah, spring water,
yeah.
Joan. That's right, Mr. Kelly. It's spring water.
Yes, I know. It says so on my card here.
I know. That's where I saw it before.
All right, the next question. Pete McDonald of Vernonia, Oregon, a schoolboy who says that he never enjoyed anything in school but recess until he began listening to the quiz kids, sends in this one. Incidentally, he adds that his grades are improving. Here it is. If you had something that contained a prothorax, a mesothorax, and a metathorax...
A meso what?
What did you say?
A meso what?
A mesothorax.
Oh, a mesothorax.
That's right. And a metathorax, what would you have? Gerard?
Gerard, you answer. You had your hand up first.
Now, Mr. Benny, don't butt in, please.
Well, I just thought... I can see I'm certainly going to have a fine chance
Kelly,
here today.
The
all right, Gerard.
mesothorax and the metathorax and the prothorax are all part of the thorax, which is part of the of an insect. On the thorax is the part between the abdomen and the head, and an insect.
Well, good for you, Gerard. That was marvelous. That's very good.
I used to know that when I went to school, but, you know, when you get older, you forget those things. That's really good. Can't remember everything.
Now, our next question.
I used to know algebra, too, when I went to school.
Quiet, please.
Oh.
Mrs. Burdette E. Truesdon of New York City says you can prove you have a good background by naming at least 3 persons whose names will live forever because their names have been used to identify their chief contribution to humanity. For example, the name of Roentgen is perpetuated in the word Roentgenology. Claude?
Nobel. He was a Swiss scientist who discovered dynamite, and he gives out prizes to people who do something great for the world.
That's fine, Claude. Let's see what Joan has to offer.
Well, there's Calvinism. That's a doctrine as to the downfall of man. And Darwinism, the theory of anthropology.
Very good, Joan. Jack Lucal?
Well, there's Alessandro Volta. His name is perpetuated in the volt, by which we measure electricity. And James Watt, they use his name, too, for the watt. That's really
Nice going, Jack Lucal. Let's see, Richard?
Well, Martin Luther in the word Lutheran, which is a church, and Dr. Rontgen, who discovered the Rontgen rays.
That's very, very good, Richard. Jackie has his hand up. What?
Well, there's a fellow named Max. He had something to do with the Maxwell. Maxwell.
Now, wait a minute, Jackie. There's no connection there.
There is, too. A fellow named Max sold me my car. There it is. Max Maxwell. Name was Max Miller. Certainly got a fine chance on this program, believe me. Should have stayed on my own Jell-O show.
It's beside the point, but we'll accept it as half right.
Well, about time.
Claude?
Also, there's Jean-Francois Ampere. He had something to do with electricity, and his name lives in the ampere.
Oh, the ampere,
That's
the
right,
ampere.
Claude. Jack Lucal.
Well, there's Cadillac and LaSalle were French explorers, and their names are names of automobiles.
Very good, Jack Lucal. I guess that will hold Jackie for a while. All right, our next question.
Of course, if everybody's going to get laughs on this program, I'm going home.
Gerard?
Well, there's also DeSoto, who was named after and he was a Spanish explorer that found the Mississippi.
That's right, Gerard. I'm glad you brought that up. Now then...
What about Johnny Chev that made the Chevrolet? For heaven's sake. You're going to go into that kind of stuff, you know. Johnny Chev. What about Harry Stood? The Studebaker. You're going into that stuff.
Well,
I can answer a million of them, you know. Just ask me the questions, that's all.
We'll all withdraw from the garage right now and get into our next question. Miss Margaret Faith of Camden, New Jersey, poses this mountain climbing and mathematics problem. A mountain climber was making his way along a mountainside ledge.
Wait, pardon me. Who was it asked the question, you say?
Miss Margaret Faith of Camden, New Jersey.
Oh, Camden, New
Yes.
Jersey, I see. Important question.
Let's see, where I... Oh, yeah, here I am, right here. A mountain climber was making his way along a mountainside ledge at an altitude of 6,440 feet. While edging his way, he accidentally kicked a rock which went flying toward the bottom of the mountain at some animals who had to scurry for shelter. Ignoring the friction of the air, how long did the animals have to reach safety before the rock hit? Now, you've got to do this in your heads, kids. No pencil and paper.
What is the last question again, please? How long did it take what?
Well, that is the question. How long did it take?
1 minute and 43 seconds.
That's wrong.
Certainly got a fine chance here.
Richard?
20 seconds.
20 seconds is correct.
Well, no wonder. He squared the root. I tripled it.
Well, nice going, kids, and though I don't think you need it, you can rest a moment now. It's recess time.
We've been telling you over and over again about Alka-Seltzer. We've told you how good it is, how convenient and economical, and how fast it can bring relief in the distress of so many common ailments. And now suppose we let Alka-Seltzer speak for itself. All right, first of all, we take 2 Alka-Seltzer tablets from the package and drop them into a glass of water. Listen. You hear that fizzing, sparkling sound? Sounds good, doesn't it? Well, it is good. It looks good, tastes good, and is so good for relief in so many common ailments. That's Alka-Seltzer, all right, the 2-in-1 remedy. 2 kinds of relief in one glass. First, Alka-Seltzer is a pain reliever, just what you want for relief of headache or sore aching muscles. And second, Alka-Seltzer is an alkalizer, just what you need when excess acid upsets your stomach and causes distress. Be sure to try a sparkling glass of Alka-Seltzer the next time any of these annoying ailments cause you trouble. See for yourself how good it is, how fast it can make you feel better. Ask your druggist for Alka-Seltzer. Ladies and gentlemen, you are listening to the Quiz Kids, presented every Wednesday night at this time by the makers of Alka-Seltzer. Now, just a word about the questions. You can win a new Zenith portable radio with patented built-in wave magnet if you send us a question which our question editor finds suitable for use on the air. Yes, Alka-Seltzer awards a famous Zenith portable radio for each question used on this program. Just mail your questions by postcard or letter to Quiz Kids, National Broadcasting Company, Chicago. That's Quiz Kids, National Broadcasting Company, Chicago. We reserve the right to reword questions, and if like questions are submitted, the first received will be used. All questions become the property of Quiz Kids. So send in your question and win a radio.
You better
right,
see
Joe,
that I get that $100
the...
bond, too. That's all I worried about.
All right, Joe, you ready with the scores at the halfway point?
Yes, Ken, but in deference to our guest contestant, I hesitate to read them. I think I'll just let them go until after the second question session. Maybe a miracle will happen. By the way, Richard, that last question we had before the bell, can you tell us how you worked that out?
Well, Mr. Kelly, anybody falling through space, disregarding the friction of the air, accelerates at the rate of 32 2/10 feet per second. And the rule is the distance equals the time in seconds squared times half of the acceleration per second. And in this case, it was 6,440 feet equals 16 1/10 times the time squared. So I divided 6,440 by 16 1/10 and got 400, which is the square of the time in seconds. And I extracted the square root, and that gave me 20. And so the answer is 20 seconds.
Good for you, Richard, my boy.
You see, where I made my mistake there, you see, I took the least common multiple there. That's where I got wrong. That's where I got the minute 43 seconds in there, you see. I sort of square-rooted it there in the thing.
Yes, that's what I say.
Yeah.
Well, let's get along here now. Here's a question from Mrs. Daniel Stormont of Evanston, Illinois.
5,280 feet is 1 mile.
What? What
I
did you
said
say?
5,280 feet is 1 mile.
Well, nobody asked that one.
Well, if they do, I'm ready. Watch out.
All right, we'll continue.
All right.
If you told the election board you were a mugwump, would you be listed as a Republican, Democrat, Socialist, or Independent? Now, there is a tough one. If you told the election board you were a mugwump, would you be listed as a Republican, Democrat, Socialist, or Independent?
I wouldn't tell anybody I was a mugwump. So ridiculous. Huh, Claude?
Well, Claude?
I'll take a guess. I say an independent.
That's right, but how did you guess it?
I just guessed.
Oh, you just guessed. That's right. You see, the political name of mugwump, well, let's see what Joan has to say.
Well, I rather thought it was independent, too, because there's a column in one of our Chicago papers called Mugwump.
That's true.
Politics.
But you see, the political name of mugwump started in 1884 when it was applied to supporters of James G. Blaine, who switched to Cleveland because of his civil service views. Blaine was Republican candidate for president. Jackie?
I know what a mugwump is.
Oh.
You do?
You see, a
All right.
mugwump is a bird that sits on the fence with its mug on one end and its wump on the other.
Let's have a little more discipline, please.
Well,
Getting back to the political situation, Jackie Benny, who was president of the United States in 1901?
Grover Cleveland.
That's wrong.
Well, I ought to know. I voted for him. It was Grover Cleveland.
You're wrong. It was William McKinley.
Just wish I had a history book, brother. That's all.
I've got one.
Well, give it to me. I got a low chair here. Grover Cleveland, that's who it was.
Let's continue with the next question. Pauline Salzman of Grand Rapids, Michigan, found these ads in the paper.
Cleveland, you know. I know Grover Cleveland because...
Quiet, please. I'd like to present this question. Pauline Salzman of Grand Rapids, Michigan, found these ads in the paper. She would like you to tell her just what is advertised. Here's the first item. For rent. Colonial estate near Charlottesville, Virginia. Designed by owner. Adjoining buildings make estate virtually a community. Right owner, T.J., Charlottesville, Virginia. Jackie Benny, you're holding your hand up.
I'm waving at some friends in the audience. I can have friends in the audience, can't I? Hello, Mamie.
Well, let's complete this question. Richard?
Monticello.
Monticello, the home of...
Thomas Jefferson.
That's right,
That's
Richard.
right.
Good for you. Here's the next item. For
Can't
sale.
have friends in the audience, you know. What the devil? I mean, I didn't know you're superior.
Quiet, quiet, please. Here's the second part of this question. For sale, sacrifice, $10 million marble building in the land of Veda. Stands on 313-foot square marble terrace, absolutely unique as architect's eyes poked out after construction completed. Claude?
That's the Taj Mahal.
The Taj Mahal in India. Good for you.
And it took 22,000 men 22 years to build it. And I'm right about Grover Cleveland, too. Only about Grover Cleveland, you know.
We'll continue. Frank O. Estes of Towson, Maryland, sends in this one. Last week, his wife went shopping to get her girlfriend's gifts. She bought Sue a green umbrella for $2.95. Ellen a blue scarf for $2.50. Joanne a brown leather pocketbook for $2.99. And Priscilla a yellow sports skirt for $3. What was the color of the scarf for Ellen? Joan?
Blue.
Blue is right. Good for you.
1901 was Grover Cleveland, too. I know because I won a pair of cloth-top shoes on the election. Remember that.
We'll forget about Grover Cleveland.
I won't forget about it.
Well, this next question here...
Burns me up, you know. You come over here... You
quiet, please.
Do the best you can.
Tommy Haycomb.
Tommy Haycomb.
Jackie.
About Tommy Haycomb.
I'm reading a name.
All right. Read the name.
All right. Quiet. Tommy Haycomb.
I'm not getting paid for this, you know. I just came over. I'm a guest. That's what burns me up, you know.
Connie Haycomb. Listen, Jackie.
Yes.
I'm beginning to think that you're getting into what little hair I've got left.
Well, I can always tell you where to get a toupee, you know.
Quiet. Connie Haycomb of Minneapolis, Minnesota wants you to sing or hum these notes as I give them to you, and stop me as soon as you recognize the scales you are singing. All right, here's the first one. C.
Oh. That was Joan.
All right, Joan. D.
Oh.
E flat.
Oh.
F.
Oh.
G.
Oh.
A flat.
Oh.
B.
Oh.
C. Do you recognize the scale?
That's the harmonic minor.
That's very good. All right. Here's
If
the
I
next
had my
one.
violin here, I'd have gotten it.
Here's the next one. C. C sharp. D. D sharp. E. F. I'll tell you what we're going to do. We've got some other hands up. I'm going to give this one to Claude.
That's a chromatic.
Chromatic is correct. Good for you, Claude. And here is the last one. C, D, E flat, F, G, A, B, C, B flat. Richard?
That's the melodic.
Melodic is good. Good for you, kids.
One of the silliest questions I've ever heard. Gives me something once in a while.
Now, quiz kids, you'll need
Waving my
mythology.
hand all the time. Nobody even calls on you. You're standing like a big dope.
You'll need mythology as well as ornithology to answer this one. Ethel Baker of St. Louis, Missouri, wants to know why peacock
Is that
feathers...
Paul Baker's sister, Ethel? That isn't Paul Baker's sister, is it?
When you want to talk, Jackie, will you please hold up your hand?
Because I know an Ethel Baker, you know.
I
That was
see.
Paul Baker's sister.
Well, remember to hold up your hand when you want to say something.
All right, I'll hold up my hand. For heaven's sake, you sit there. What are you, the boss or something?
Quiet, please.
Last time I'll come on this show.
You're telling us. Now let's see, where am I? Oh, yes, here I am right
But
here.
I care, but it just...
Ethel Baker of St. Louis, Missouri wants to know why peacock feathers are spotted. Gerard?
The peacock has eyes in his tail feathers because of a mere myth. You see, when a long time ago, when Jupiter married Juno, after a few years, he became jealous of her, and he turned her into a calf, and he sent Argus to watch her. But Juno turned herself right back into her regular form, and Argus was the one that had 100 eyes in his head, and Juno killed Argus and put the eyes in the peacock's tail.
Well, thank you very much, Gerard. That was a very fine description. Jackie, I see you've got your hand up.
I'm wiping my forehead. It's hot here. Even raise his hand.
Fine, we'll continue.
Ridiculous questions I ever heard.
James Wilson, Jr. of Toledo, Ohio, wants you to compose a second line to his one-line verse. Here it is. Fred Allen has a funny show.
I'm going home.
Now, you keep your seat. All right, Fred Allen has a funny show. Let's hear a second line to that. Joan?
Fred Allen has a funny show, but there's not a thing he doesn't know.
Very good, Joan. All right, let's have another one.
Funny about that show, boy.
Gerard?
When Mr. Benny hears that, he'll surely blow.
All right, Jackie, what have you got to offer?
Fred Allen has a funny show. How he does it, I don't know. His jokes are old, his gags ain't funny. He ought to be paid in Confederate money. The end.
Now then, here is really one for you, Jackie Benny. Listen to this.
My father's listening in.
Yeah. All right, tell me, how many strings on a violin?
5. 4.
Yeah.
4.
Very good. How do you spell rosin?
R-O-S-O-N. Rosin.
That's wrong. It's R-O-S-I-N.
Can't understand it. I've been using it for years. Question.
Well, there's the bell, kids. I'll have your scores in just a moment.
Have you had your vitamins today? Well, here's the answer to your daily vitamin A and D problem. Take one-a-day brand vitamin A and D tablets, now offered and guaranteed by the makers of Alka-Seltzer. Each one-a-day tablet is equal in vitamin A and D content to 2 whole teaspoonfuls of cod liver oil, meeting minimum United States pharmacopoeia standards. One a day is all you take, one a day is all you need, and a penny a day is all it costs. Listen to these low prices. 30 tablets, 35 cents, 90 tablets, only 85 cents, and 180 tablets, only $1.50. One a day is all you take, and 1 penny a day is all it costs. Remember, one-a-day brand vitamin A and D tablets have been developed and are guaranteed by the makers of Alka-Seltzer, tested and approved by Good Housekeeping Bureau, and commended by Consumer Service Bureau of Parents Magazine. Every member of your family should take one-a-day tablets every day. Ask your druggist for one-a-day tablets. That's the name, one-a-day brand. Look for the big 1 on the package.
Just when I got rolling, the show had to be over.
Well, kids, as a group, you missed only one question tonight, and the individual winners are Richard first, Joan second, and Claude third.
Of course, I knew I wouldn't be in it.
I congratulate you. I congratulate you, as I said before. I congratulate all you quiz kids and take pleasure in presenting to each of you, in behalf of the makers of Alka-Seltzer, a $100 denomination United States savings bond. And, Jackie Benny, I don't have one for you. You see, these bonds are to help the children pay for their future education, and we didn't think you'd spend your money in going to college. But here's a Zenith portable radio. Maybe you can learn something listening to the Quiz Kids every Wednesday night.
Well, at least I can hawk the radio. I can get something.
Friends, we'll be back in Chicago next week, and we'll resume competition with only the 3 highest scorers remaining for the succeeding examination. The 3 winners on our last competitive program were Claude, Richard, and Jack. Completing the board will be Gerard and Joan, the same children on the program tonight. Meanwhile, this is Joe Kelly dismissing the Quiz Kids class until next Wednesday at this same time. Good night, kids.
Come on, ask me more questions. Let's get going here. Come on.
Listen again next Wednesday night to the Quiz Kids. The makers of Alka-Seltzer present 3 programs each week, all of them on NBC networks. On Friday night, Alec Templeton Time. On Saturday night, the famous Alka-Seltzer National Barn Dance. And next Wednesday night again, the Quiz Kids. For interesting variety and entertainment, listen to the Alka-Seltzer shows. Ken Carpenter speaking. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Silver! Hooray!
A fiery horse with the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo, Silver, the Lone Ranger. During the years of unrest that followed the Civil War, a powerful secret organization called the Legion of the Black Arrow sprang up in the western United States. Its members were to be found everywhere, defying the law or using the law for their own purposes, working toward the ultimate goal of revolt and the foundation of a despotic empire. It was the masked rider of the plains who led the fight against this band of outlaws and traitors. And for once, his great strength and courage, his daring and resourcefulness were taxed to the utmost in the cause of democracy. Return with us now to those thrilling days when the West was young. From out of the past come the thundering hoofbeats of a great horse, Silver. The Lone Ranger rides again.
Come on, Silver. Run the trail of the Black Arrow. Hail, Silver! Hi!
When the Lone Ranger and Tonto learned that the mysterious girl who had given them so much information had ridden north in the direction of Tamarack, they hit the trail at once.
Tamarack, plenty far from here. Yes, Tonto. It's in the foothills. What we do there? All we know is what the girl said. The town's in danger. Oh, big gold mine there. It may be Indians, may be outlaws. It may be the Black Arrow. Not bad. Whatever it is, we've got to hurry. Come on, Silver. Hit 'em up, Scout. Faster, boy, faster.
As the Lone Ranger and Tonto were racing along the trail, a well-dressed stranger walked into the cafe at Tamarack. It was early afternoon, and there were only a few customers. The bartender was sitting at the end of the bar reading a month-old newspaper. He raised his head, looked at the stranger, and then went on with his reading.
Well, I don't like to bother you, but how about a drink?
Nope.
You mean you won't serve me?
That's right.
Why?
There's no place for your kind in Tamarack, mister. You better get out of here while the getting's good, before Tom Conlon sees you.
Tom Conlon, huh? Isn't he the one who owns the Rainbow Mine?
That's him.
Is he the sheriff, too?
Nope, just the owner of the Rainbow. That's enough around here. What he says goes.
Well, I didn't realize we'd ever met. What's he say about me?
No professional gamblers in Tamarack.
So that's it. And why do you think I'm a professional gambler?
Sure got all the earmarks.
Well, don't let these clothes fool you. I'm an engineer, a mining engineer. I'm here to ask Tom Conlon for a job.
Yeah?
Yeah. Now, how about a drink?
Coming right up.
I'd like you to tell me a little more about Tom, if you don't mind.
What do you want to know?
Well, how long has he been here?
There you are. 4 bits.
Here, keep the change.
Thanks. I'd say Tom came here about 5 years ago. It was him that prospected the Rainbow. He worked it all by himself at first, and he started hiring men. Now it's one of the biggest mines in the West. Everybody in Tamarack gets their living from it in some way.
And that's why everybody takes orders from town.
That's one of the reasons, but it isn't the only one.
What are the others?
We just like the way he runs things, that's all. There's never any trouble here. The boys all make good money, and most of them are married and settled down.
Well, it's unusual for a mining camp.
Tamarack isn't just a camp anymore. It's one of the nicest towns in the whole of the West. Think Tom would have brought his little girl out here if it weren't?
Oh, he's got a little girl?
Just 10 years old. Blue eyes and curly hair that's got more gold in it than her pa's mine. Name's Mary Ann, after her ma. I guess if his wife hadn't died, Tom wouldn't have come out west. He don't ever talk about it, but it must have hit him pretty hard.
I noticed a big house up on the mountain near the mine. Is that where he lives?
Yeah.
Just him and the little girl?
Nope, there's a sister, Aggie. She's a spinster lady, mighty set in her ways. If Tom runs the town, then Aggie runs Tom.
What's so funny?
Nothing. That little blue-eyed Mary Ann runs them both.
Well, I think I'll go up and have a talk with Mr. Conlon. Do you figure there's any chance of my getting a job?
If you know your business.
I know my business. Don't you worry about that.
Whoa. Whoa, Ginger.
Marianne.
Oh, gosh.
Young lady, do you realize it's after dark? Where have you been and what have you been doing?
I'll tell you all about it in just a minute, Auntie. But now I've got to unsaddle Ginger.
You just leave him for Sam. You're coming right inside the house with me. Come along.
Yes, ma'am.
Well, I'm waiting.
I rode up the mountain a little into the woods. That isn't against the rules. Pa said I could.
That isn't all he said.
Well, I didn't know it was getting so late. All of a sudden, the sun had gone down and it was dark.
There's nothing strange about that. Inside.
Yes, ma'am.
I ought to spank you.
Yes, ma'am.
I would, too, if supper went on the table.
Where's Pa?
He's in his office.
Is he waiting for me?
No, there's a gentleman with him. As a matter of fact, I didn't tell him you weren't here.
Oh, thank you, Auntie. You're the sweetest aunt in the whole world.
No such thing. Now, you sit down and eat your victuals.
Isn't Pa coming to supper?
He'll be out as soon as he's finished with his business. What were you doing up there, child?
I can't tell you.
You what?
It's a secret, and I promised.
Well, now, I think maybe we'll forget all about supper and...
Oh, please. You wouldn't want me to break a promise, would you?
Who were you talking to?
I didn't say I was talking to anybody.
But you must have been Mary Ann. Now, don't make me lose my patience. I want to know who was up there with you.
It was a lady. She was the beautifulest lady I ever saw. She was beautifuler than the fairy princess in my book, and she gave me a secret message.
Fairy princess. Secret message. Stuff and nonsense. Mary Ann, when you make up stories like that, it's just the same as telling a fib.
But I'm not making it up. Well, she looked just as real as you do.
You were dreaming.
Well, I don't think so.
You must tell me the truth. Did you fall asleep at all?
Yes, Auntie. That's why I was so late. The pine needles look so soft, and they smell so good. I was just going to lie down for a minute, but I didn't see her when I was asleep. She rode up on a beautiful black horse with a white star on his forehead. I was awake.
You drink your milk and forget about it. It was a dream.
All right.
Land's sakes, I guess I can't blame you for imagining things. I used to do the same thing myself when I was your age. Only you shouldn't.
Well, I guess that's...
Oh, here's your paw, Mr. Crawford, now.
Well, let's hope they've left some food for us.
Oh, there's a plenty, Tom. Sit down, Mr. Crawford.
Rance, this is my daughter, Mary Ann.
Well, howdy. I've heard a lot about you, young lady.
Have you?
Ah, but you're twice as pretty as they said you were.
What's your name?
Rance Crawford.
Oh.
Well, what's the matter? Don't you like me?
Of course she does. It isn't often she sees a stranger around here, though. She's a little shy. Aggie, Rance is going to work for me.
Oh, I'm glad to hear it.
He's going to help me in the office.
Oh, well, that's fine. Paperwork always gives Tom a headache, Mr. Crawford.
Would you mind making that Rance, Miss Conlon?
Oh, not a bit. Pass the biscuits to Rance, Mary Ann.
I won't.
Child.
I won't do it. I won't.
Well, what on earth?
Oh, it's all right, Tom. The child's nervous. She had a bad dream this afternoon. I'll go up to her room with her.
That was the front door, Aggie.
Good heavens.
What's got into the child?
Oh, now, don't worry. Mary Ann!
That's her pony all saddled. She's mounting.
Mary Ann!
I'm going after her.
Hurry, Tom, hurry.
Eddie, you were right, Tonto. You can see both the town and the mine from this ridge.
Ah.
Doesn't look as if anything's wrong.
Tonto not see anything.
That girl wouldn't have come here if there weren't going to be trouble.
That right.
We'll make our camp back in the trees, then we'll... Someone riding this way, Tonto.
Ah. Their trail over that way.
We'll see who it is. Come on, Silver.
Get him up, Scout.
Yeah, this is far enough. We'll keep back in the trees.
Ah. Their horse come now.
It's a little girl, Tonto.
Ah.
Whoa! Whoa there, Ginger! Lady? Are you still here? Lady?
Whom can she be calling to?
Her get down from pony.
We don't want to frighten her. I think we better stay here.
Little girl walk this way. Lead pony.
Yes.
Lady?
She'll see us in a moment. We'll startle her even more if we try to get away.
Oh.
It's all right. We won't hurt you. Please don't be afraid.
Oh, I'm not afraid. I know who you are. The lady told me all about your horse and your mask and Tonto and everything. You're the Lone Ranger.
What lady are you talking about?
Well, she was here this afternoon. She rode through the trees from over there.
The ridge we came from, Tonto.
Oh, she was beautiful. But Andy says it was a dream, and I came back here to find out. Do you think it was a dream?
No, I don't.
She knew my name. She called me Mary Ann, and she knew my pa was Tom Conlon.
Your father owns the Rainbow Mine?
Uh-huh.
What else did the lady say?
Well, she said it was too late for me to be up here by myself, and I must go straight home.
Was that all?
Oh, no. She said that Pa mustn't trust a man named Rance Crawford. But when I got home, he was trusting him. He gave him a job, and he had supper with us.
Rance Crawford is at your house now?
Mm-hmm. I wouldn't pass on the biscuits.
Well, Did the lady say why Rance wasn't to be trusted?
No, but she said you'd be here before long and you wouldn't let him hurt us.
Is that all, Marianne?
There was something about Horseshoe Valley. I forget.
Kimosabe?
How to know where Valley is?
Wait, that was my secret message for Pa. He's to go there and look, but he mustn't let anybody see him.
Why not? Well, isn't there any more, Marianne?
He's got to be careful.
We'll do it for him. We'll go to Horseshoe Valley. But you'd better give your father the message about Rance Crawford.
All right.
Make sure you do it when you're alone. Tell him to watch Crawford closely.
Like a hawk.
Yes, but he mustn't say anything until Tonto and I come back.
I hope I remember.
Now, let's see if you do now.
He mustn't trust Rance Crawford. He's got to watch him like a hawk, and he mustn't say anything until you and Tonto come back.
That's right.
Will he believe me, Masked Man? Won't he say it was all a dream like Auntie did?
Here, you can give him this.
Oh, it's silver.
That silver bullet.
Oh, it's pretty.
You give it to your father, and he'll believe you. Someone coming up the trail.
It's Pa, I bet.
One man.
Can you tell from here who it is, Marianne?
Uh-huh, it's Pa.
Then tell him everything before you forget. Tonto and I are going along. Come on, Silver.
Get him up, Scout.
Hurry back.
Silver!
The trail to Horseshoe Valley led the Lone Ranger and Tonto higher into the mountains. But after an hour of climbing, it leveled off, and the great horse Silver and Scout increased their speed.
It's not long now. Trail stuck down.
The girl warned Conlon to be careful. She may have been afraid of an ambush.
Tonto, keep watch.
Wonder what we'll find.
Round this turn, you see Valley.
Rein up, Tonto. Steady,
Scout.
Silver, steady.
Fella.
Look at those campfires.
Plenty men down there.
Hundreds of them. That's almost an army. They aren't Indians.
No.
They aren't soldiers either. They aren't wearing uniforms.
What do you think, Kimosabe?
What can I think? It's an outlaw army. An army of the Black Arrow.
The curtain falls on the first act of our Lone Ranger story. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments. Now to continue our story. It was 3 hours after Tom Conlon had returned home with his daughter that he heard two horses stop out in front. His sister was on her feet as quickly as Tom was.
There they are, Aggie. He kept his promise.
Just like he always does. But what can it mean?
A masked man and an Injun.
You're Tom Conlon, aren't you?
Yeah, and you're the Lone Ranger. Mary Ann told me. This is my sister.
Good evening.
How do?
Come in, won't you?
You're welcome, masked man, but we've been wondering what this is all about.
Did Marianne tell you that Tonto and I were going to Horseshoe Valley?
Sure.
Well, we're back. We have some bad news, Conlon.
What is it?
There's an army of outlaws camped there.
An army of outlaws?
What do you want me to do, masked man? Round up all the boys in town and go after them?
Even if all your men were experts with a rifle, there wouldn't be enough of them.
You didn't really mean that when you said an army.
There are hundreds of them.
Hundreds?
That's right.
But what are they there for? Is the town in danger? Are they going to attack us?
Yes, Conlon.
Land of Goshen.
Tonto and I got as close as we could, and we managed to hear some of the men talking.
Are they going to attack soon?
We weren't able to find that out.
What are they after? If they were just going to break into my office here and take the gold, they wouldn't need hundreds of men.
We believe they're out to take possession of the mine.
Oh, that's impossible.
I wish you were right.
But they couldn't get away with it. Not for long. And what good would the mine do them? My boys wouldn't work for outlaws. They couldn't get any gold out.
They're bringing their own men to work the mine.
What about Fort Cameron? The soldiers aren't so far away.
If this town were wiped out, the soldiers wouldn't hear about it for a long time. And then when they did come here, they'd find a fort instead of a town.
The outlaws would build one?
They wouldn't have the nerve.
You don't know what you're up against, and I can't tell you. Yeah, but at least we have a warning from the girl. We can try and get the soldiers here in town. Tonto's riding onto the fort. You better get started at once, Kimosabe.
Scout travel plenty fast.
He won't get to Cameron before morning, no matter how fast he travels.
He may not have to go all the way. That's what I'm counting on.
What?
The girl left here at sunset. She knew then everything we know now. Where else would she go but the fort? The soldiers may be on their way.
Well, if they are, what's the sense of the Indian going to meet them?
There's a shortcut through the pass. He can show it to them. And if the attack holds off until dawn, we'll have a chance.
And if it doesn't?
We have plenty of work tonight, no matter what happens.
Well, I'm with you. Where do we start?
Rance Crawford. We're taking the girl's word. He's one of the outlaws. There may be others in town. Find Rance and we'll find them.
Keno.
When did he leave here?
Well, it was before Tom come back with Mary Ann. He finished his supper, and then he said he might ride down into town, find a place to board. I told him the Murphys might take him in, or maybe the Chalmers. They both have lots of room.
We can be pretty sure he isn't at either one of those places. You can look in at the cafe first, Tom.
Aren't you coming with me?
Not in there. Don't forget I'm wearing a mask.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
I don't believe he'll be at the cafe. Before you leave here, I want you to make a list of the men who started to work at the mine during the past month.
Come on, into my office.
We'll try their cabins one by one. Shouldn't take us long to find Rance.
Quiet down, boys. Is everybody here, Vic? Yeah, Rance. Where are your rifles? I got them cached outside of town. Good. You can pick them up on your way to the mine. What are we going there for? You're going to take it over tonight. Are there any guards? One or two. Be careful. Knock them out. Don't use your guns. Yeah, but why the mine? Why can't we leave that till Bart gets here? Because it's the one place they can defend around here. It's got big rocks to protect it from anyone coming down the mountain. And if Mac hits the plain north of here and circles around to attack the town from the east, the mine's on higher ground, don't you see? Yeah. We gotta take it over tonight. Tom Conlon's place isn't far away. Just make sure those guards don't make any noise and you won't have any trouble.
Up with your hands, all of you.
Hey, a masked man, Tom Conlon.
That isn't all. The sheriff's here and 20 men.
What's the idea?
You can take them prisoners, Sheriff, the whole lot of them. Put them in jail where they won't make any trouble.
You can't arrest us. We haven't done anything.
You ain't going to either.
Well, now, listen, I'm an engineer. I just got here today, and I just met these boys. We're going to have a little card game.
It won't do, Rance.
Why, you haven't got anything against me?
Too bad you forgot to close that window. We heard plenty.
No. Now, listen,
There's no time for that.
Move them along, boys. They're heading for jail. Go on. Aggie.
Yes, Tom. Did you find him?
Him and his henchmen. They're in jail.
Good. How many others were there?
About a half a dozen.
Where's the masked man now?
Well, he's got all the rifles in town, and he's given them out to the men who can use them best. He's got the others building earthworks in front of the mine.
Earthworks?
That's where you're going, Aggie. You and all the rest of the women folks. Into the mine. Get Mary Ann dressed right away.
You figure it's going to be bad?
You can judge as well as me. We'll be ready to give them the best fight we can, that's all.
That'll be good enough with the masked man to lead us.
Well, maybe. Hurry up with Mary Ann.
The women and the few children in the town took their places inside the mine. The men toiled away at the earthworks, and when the first fringe of gray rimmed the sky to the east, the rainbow had become a fort. The Lone Ranger and Tom Conlon stood on the rocks above the mine and watched both the mountain and the plain below.
What do you think, masked man? Which way will they come?
We'll have to wait and see.
You'd think it'd be down the mountain. That'd give them the advantage of the higher ground.
Yes, but if they take the north draw down to the plain and circle through the town, they'll have the sun behind them.
We'll get them whichever way it is.
Do you remember one of those crooks mentioning a name? He said, when Bart gets here.
That'd be Black Bart.
You know him?
He's the worst cutthroat this part of the country ever knew. Oh, if only they'd said when it was going to be, masked man.
It's getting lighter.
No sign of the soldiers.
Wait. Out there beyond the town, that long black column.
Not that...
No, not the army. It's coming from the wrong direction. Too much to the north. Come on, we've got back to the men.
Quiet, boys. The masked man wants to tell you something.
Well, there isn't much to say, but there's something you should know. Those men riding into town are worse than outlaws. They're enemies of our country. Well, we're raising the flag, and you're fighting under it.
Look at her, boys. Old Glory.
Hey! One thing more. There can be no surrender because we can expect no mercy. I want you to remember a little band of men 40 years ago who fought as you must fight, for their wives and children, for their homes, for freedom. We're all Americans. Our fathers were heroes, and now we have a chance to prove ourselves worthy of our heritage. The rainbow or the Alamo, There's no difference. We're fighting for freedom. They've reached the town. Your postmen.
The column of outlaws raced into the town. Some of them carried torches, and the buildings that lined the main street burst into flames. It was not long before they realized not a man, woman, or child were left in Tamarack, and the sight of the earthworks and the slope of the mountain showed them where the townspeople had chosen to make their stand. Black Bart rallied the men to his charge. The men at the mine waited quietly, their guns ready, their faces grim with determination. On the outlaw column swept, and then a command from the Lone Ranger.
Open fire!
The first charge was broken, but a second followed almost at once, and then a third. The outlaws paid for each attack, but so did the defenders. At first, there were more men than rifles, and when one of them fell, another would grab the rifle from his nerveless hands. Then came a time when the rifles lay with the men who had held them. Another charge. The outlaws attacked on three sides, and the Lone Ranger rallied the men at the weakest point.
Drive them back, boys. Drive them back. Remember what you're fighting for.
Black Bart turned aside. His men followed him. Once more the fort had been held, and then...
That's enough, men. Cease fire.
You're wounded, masked man.
There's nothing. We'll have a few minutes now. You can take some of these boys into the mine and have their wounds dressed. It's all right, soldier. We'll get you fixed up.
Jerry, give me a hand with Bill.
Yeah.
How much longer can we hold out, masked man?
As long as we have to.
There isn't many of us left to fight.
Don't try to talk.
Just promise something. Keep that flag flying.
It's a promise, soldier.
You can put him right down here, masked man.
Howdy, Miss Conlon.
Howdy. Now, you keep quiet. This is no time for conversation.
Masked man, please, won't you let me bandage your arm?
It's only a scratch, Mary Ann. I have to get back outside.
Please.
All right.
Yeah?
Call me if they start back.
It's more than a scratch. I'm not wrapping it too tight, am I?
No, that's fine.
Hold it there.
Masked man.
I'm coming.
Oh, dear, again.
There.
Thank you, Mary Ann.
They haven't started yet, but it looks like they're getting ready. There's Bart by the big tree.
Good news, Tom.
Good news?
Look, beyond the town.
More men. They got reinforcements.
Those aren't outlaws. Look in front. You can see the colors.
The flag.
Get your horses, men.
What's that?
Bart and his men will turn to meet the soldiers. There aren't many of us here, but if we charge at the right minute, we'll catch them between two fires and cut off their retreat. Are you with me? Then come on! Down the mountain, boys! Faster, Silver, faster!
Tonto rode beside the colonel, and as the troops flashed into town from the east, the Lone Ranger and the men from the Rainbow headed down the mountain. Now the odds were even, and the masked man's sudden charge gave the advantage of position to the soldiers and the miners. The outlaws, suddenly put on the defensive, tried to organize themselves. They fought on for half an hour. Then a bullet in the shoulder knocked Black Bart from his horse. Suddenly, the renegades lost heart. Unable to break through without any chance of escape, they threw down their guns and shouted their surrender.
They're giving up! Cease fire! Close in now! Take them prisoner!
The battle was over. The town would carry its scars for months, but the cause of justice, of freedom, had triumphed. That night, the Lone Ranger talked with the colonel.
You're leaving now?
Yes, Colonel.
Take care of that arm.
Hunter bandage, plenty good.
I was proud of my men today, but I'm even prouder of the men who fought with you up at the mine.
They're Americans, Colonel. All I had to do was tell them they were fighting for their country.
You told them about the Black Arrow.
No, they didn't need any explanations.
Do you realize that nearly every one of our prisoners belonged to it?
Yes, Colonel.
It's the greatest blow we've ever struck against them.
The fact they can raise so many men only proves their strength. The fight's only beginning.
We'll carry on, masked man.
We'll wipe them out. Hip! Come on, Silver!
Get him up, Scout! Get him up!
Well, Silver! Hoy!
presenting the transcription feature, Superman.
Up in the sky. Look, it's a bird.
It's a plane.
It's Superman.
And now, Superman, who has appeared on Earth as the champion of the weak and the oppressed. In his disguise of Clark Kent, news reporter for the Daily Planet, Superman has foiled the diabolical plans of the Yellow Mask, a maniac who thought himself emperor of the world. And now, a new adventure comes to the mild, spectacled reporter, who is known to the city room as Clark Kent. Not knowing what strange and exciting days are directly ahead, Kent listens eagerly as a photographer brings word of a fire in one of the city's largest buildings. Listen.
Hey, Mr. White, what about that fire in the Sterling Tower?
Yeah? What about it? Don't go, Kent.
Just got a phone call. They think there's a girl trapped on the 20th floor.
What? A girl trapped? Can't they get her out?
Can't reach her.
Mr. White, let me cover that story. Maybe
what, Kent?
maybe I can do something. Can I cover it?
Go ahead. But if the fire department can't reach her, why do you think you can?
Listen, you ain't heard of half of it, Chief. Hello, Miss Lane.
What's all the excitement, Mike?
Go on, Mike. Wait. What about photographs? Who's up there?
I'm going myself right away. But get this, will you? There's something phony about this fire.
Phony?
Yeah. Well, that's the dope I got. The fire marshal thinks maybe it's incendiary. Somebody set it on purpose. A fire bomb.
What?
Who did it?
Whereabouts in the building is it?
Did I hear you say something about a girl? Did she do it?
Listen, give me a chance, will you? There's a mining company got offices up in the tower. North Star Mining Company. That's where the fire started, and they think that's where the girl is.
They think?
Mr. White, we're wasting time. Mike and I can grab a cab and be up there in 5 minutes.
What's this, the star reporter turning fireman?
Maybe he thinks he can save the girl. Come on, Galahad.
Yes, do hurry. When you get back, we'll have a special medal for you. Clark Kent, scoops and life.
Quit that, Lois. No time for fooling. On your way, Kent. Call back the minute you have anything.
Say, there's a hook and ladder on the street right now. Must have turned the another alarm. What do you say, Kent? Wait till I grab my camera. We'll have a cab. Come on. Boy, did we turn that corner on two wheels. How you doing, Kent?
I'm all right, Mike. Hey, look. I can see smoke in the sky up ahead.
Oh, this is a fire, all right. Want to get some swell shots. Tough if that dame really is trapped. Say, speaking of dames, what's Lois Lane got against you? Huh?
Oh, almost hit that traffic officer.
Hey, Eddie, you got to knock somebody off. Don't pick on cops. Why does she cold shoulder you, Kent?
I don't know. Just seems to have taken a dislike to me.
Oh, boy, I'll say she has. And I can tell you why, too. You ain't got a chance with her, Kent.
No?
No. Ain't you heard? About that guy she says comes down from the clouds in a red cape and pulled her out of the wrecked airplane?
Oh, listen, Mike, there's nothing to that.
No, that's what you think, kid. You just ask her. She's got a real steady now. She's that way about Superman. What's the matter, Kent? Why don't you laugh? Ain't you got no sense of humor? Oh, boy, I think it's rich. Hey, here we are. This'll do it, Eddie. Find a place to park and stand by the rushback plates.
Hey, Mike, there's the fire chief.
Oh, gee, look at that blaze, will you? Grab your hat, Kent. Here we go.
Yeah.
All right. Stretch a line up there at the south corner. Get a hose crew under that east wall.
That wall is looking mighty bad, Chief. To the topple any minute now.
Keep your eye on it, Grogan. See if you can run a ladder up the ledge where that girl was.
She's gone, Chief. Reckon she couldn't stand the heat. Hey, here comes the press.
I'm Clark Kent of the Daily Planet.
Don't bother me now, boys. We got our hands full. Lieutenant, don't let your men get too close in there. Now just watch it.
Okay.
Yeah, Chief. About that trapped girl. Is she still up there?
I don't know. I haven't seen her. She must be a goner. Where are you going with that camera?
Oh, just getting a couple of shots, Chief.
Get back out of there. See me later, will you, Kent?
All right, Chief. Just one thing. What about the fire being incendiary?
See the fire marshal. He's the one to do the talking about that. Hey, Sanders, bring that water tower to the third story. Take it back. Take it another alarm.
Hey, listen, Kent. What do you say? We could get up in that building across the street. We'd have a strong angle, see?
Good idea, Mike. There's a balcony up there. I'm afraid the chief won't like it.
Ah, who cares? What he don't know won't hurt him. Come on, kid. This is going to be good.
Mike, you go ahead up there. I'm going to call the office. Didn't I hear the chief say to send in another alarm?
Yeah, that makes 4. Mighty big fire that takes 4 alarms in this man's town. Okay, kid. When you come back, look for me where you see the most smoke.
Right.
City room. White.
Mr. White, this is Kent. Listen, the
alarms.
4 alarms, eh? What's the chief say?
Won't say anything. Too busy to talk.
What about the fires being incendiary?
Well, I haven't found the marshal yet. Mike and I just got here. I thought I'd better phone you and tell you about the 4 alarms.
Right. Now listen, Kent. Keep phoning me whenever anything happens.
Mr. White, they expect the east wall to go down any second. Mike's got his camera set to watch it.
You tell him not to take too big a chance. And that goes for you too, Kent.
Don't worry. I don't take many chances. So long, Mr. White.
Oh, Kent. Wait, what about the girl? The one they said was trapped on the 20th floor.
Mr. White, I don't know. She was in the offices of the North Star Mining Company, but where she is now, look, I'd better get back.
Well, go ahead. I'll wait for your call. Hey, get ready for plates on the Sterling Tower fire. Slug it, wall goes out in mammoth blaze.
Hey, right here, Kent. Out on the balcony. Come on, watch your step.
Mighty thick smoke here. Can't see a thing.
Well, it's a tough spot, all right. But every once in a while it clears, and boy, do I get a shot.
How about the wall?
All set to go. I better get that hose line out of there. Hey, look. Look over there at the wall. Ain't that a crack? Look up there.
Mike, you're right. I can see flames right through it.
Look at the chief down there in the street. He sees it.
He's calling his men back. Mike, what if it falls this way?
It won't. What's the matter?
Mike, look. High up. Up there above the ledge.
Hey, gee, Kent. It's her.
It's that girl. Up there on the 20th floor. Mike, she's managed to get to a window. What's she gonna do?
She can't do nothing. Wait till I get her focused.
Oh, never mind your camera. Call them down on the street.
They can't see her. They don't know she's there.
Hey, Chief! Hey! There, the girl at the window!
It's no use, Kent. They don't hear you. You can't do nothing.
Mike, look at her. You can see her at the window. She's trying to break the glass.
That won't help her. Look, in there behind her. Flames. Watch it, Kent. Here comes the smoke. Can't see. Where are you, Kent? Kent!
Back on the balcony. Good thing that smoke came when it did. Maybe I waited too long. Too long even for Superman. I'll try anyway. Up into the smoke.
Hidden from the crowd by billows of dense white smoke pouring out of the burning building, Superman wings his way through the air to attempt a daring rescue of the girl trapped on the 20th floor. Flames crackle and spit like things alive as he reaches the window. One blow smashes the glass. Superman drops into the room, now a roaring inferno. Sheets of orange flame envelop him. His keen eyes search the fire-gutted office. The girl is nowhere to be seen.
Flames. Hotter than a blast furnace. Hope she got back out of this. Must be inside. Where's that door? There we are. Cooler in here. Not for long. Fire's following me in. There she is, hiding in the closet. I can see her right through the door. I wrap her in my cape. The heat won't get to her. Quick. There we are.
I can't stand this.
Quick, you'll be all right. That's it. Hold on. Now then, back. Back out of this. Not the way we came in. Through the flames and out and back. The tower. We'll just make it. Out the window. Onto the ledge. That crowd in the street. The wind's cleared the smoke. They'll surely see me this time. But it can't be helped. The wall, it's going. It's splitting. Not with us. We're away. Just in time.
Watch that wall, Grogan! Get those men back! It's going any second!
Hey, Chief, what about that girl on the 20th floor? Anybody seen her?
We can't get her, even the extension ladders won't reach! We've tried everything! Chief! Look! Up in the sky! It's a man! Flying! No, it can't be!
It is, or we're both crazy.
Look! Look at him! The wall's going! Watch it! Back! Back! Everybody back! Back! Back!
As one wall of the burning building collapses into the street, Superman, like a bird in flight, carries the rescued girl to safety, drops down in an alley near the fire. There, he once again assumes the guise of Clark Kent reporter. Leaving the girl for a moment, he hurries in search of an ambulance doctor. Mike, the Daily Planet photographer, spots him. Together, they return to the alley with the doctor and the battalion chief.
Here she is, Doctor. I don't think she's badly hurt.
Unconscious. She may be burned. We'll see.
Aren't you a reporter, Kent?
Yes, Chief. Daily Planet. I'm with Mike.
That's right, Chief.
I know, but how did you happen to find this girl?
I was running to call my paper, and then I happened to see her staggering out of the rear of the building. How in the world she ever got down from the 20th floor is a mystery.
More than that, Kent. It's a miracle. I saw a man up there. I saw a man fly out of that window.
Oh, that can't be.
And me not there with my camera?
Well, I'm not crazy, Kent. Neither is Captain Grogan. We both saw him. Is she all right, Doc?
Probably won't come to for a while. Badly shocked. Wait. Coming around.
Oh, don't let them. They'll get away. Catch them. Stop them.
Can't get this.
Quiet.
Stop, you don't dare. Catch them. Catch them.
She's out again. Here, quick. Get her in the ambulance. She's suffering from shock. Smoke poisoning.
Wait, Doctor. What was she talking about?
How should I know? You heard her, didn't you? Sounded like hysterical babbling to me. Okay, there. Coming through with the stretcher. Gangway, please.
Was it hysterical babbling, or has sudden, unexplained mystery risen from the ashes of the Sterling Tower building? Who is this girl, and how did she happen to be trapped in the 20th floor office of the North Star Mining Company? Who did she want stopped and caught? Clark Kent is suspicious. Don't forget to tune in next time and follow the story of one of Superman's most exciting adventures. And remember, tune in with us next time and follow the exciting transcription, Superman.
Up in the sky. Look, it's a bird. It's Aid. It's Superman.
Superman is a copyrighted feature appearing in Action Comics magazine. Presenting the transcription feature, Superman.
Up in the sky. Look, it's a bird. It's a plane. It's Superman.
And now, Superman, champion of the weak and the oppressed, strange visitor from interplanetary space who has arrived on Earth to fight for the cause of justice, and in his disguise as Clark Kent news reporter to investigate the ways and lives of men. When we last saw him, Kent was one of a small group made up of the ambulance surgeon, the fire chief, a photographer from the Daily Planet, and the half-hysterical unknown girl whom Kent, as Superman, had just rescued from the blazing inferno of the Sterling Tower. She was borne off to the ambulance. The girl broke into wild, delirious cries of, "Stop them! Catch them! Catch them!" Then lapsed again into unconsciousness. Today, as our story continues, Kent is waiting in a reception room of the hospital, hoping that the girl, whose identity is still unknown, will recover enough to tell who she is and throw light on the mysterious origin of the fire, which authorities are convinced was purposely set. Meanwhile, as Kent waits in the reception room, a powerful black sedan speeds through the night, far out of town on a highway for the west. Two men are tense in the front seat. One holds the wheel, while the other nervously turns the dials of the car's radio. Listen.
Watch it, Bart. Curve coming up.
Strange visitor from interplanetary space who has arrived on Earth to fight for the cause of justice. And in his
The more miles we put between us and the Sterling Tower, the better. And the quicker, the better, too.
You think it's all over?
Certainly it's all over. They'll never even find her, let alone catch on about us. What are you doing with that radio?
Picking up the late news.
Oh, what's the matter? Worried about your investment?
We might hear something.
Well, I can tell you one thing. North Star Mining went down. About 20 floors down.
Don't be so funny.
And if that girl had ever got out with her story, it'd be lower than that. And us along with it.
And at the moment, on all fronts, there are no further developments. Locally, interest still centers on the mysterious fire which destroyed the Sterling Tower early today.
This is it. Listen.
Fire department officials are waiting to explore the ruins. To confirm suspicions, the fire was of incendiary origin.
What's that? Stop the car. Pull up.
Unfortunately, the only victim of the fire who can throw light on this angle is a former secretary employed by the North Star Mining Company.
What?
Company offices of the North Star Mining Company were on the 20th floor of the tower where the fire started, but the girl escaped under mysterious circumstances. He is now in a critical condition at the city hospital.
Escape? She couldn't have. It's not possible.
Representatives of the district attorney's office are waiting to question the young secretary if and when her condition makes it possible.
Question? Why? You hear that?
Meanwhile, Metropolitan Police are searching for two of the mining company's chief executives who have mysteriously disappeared. Bartley Pemberton, company's president, and Joseph Deneen, treasurer and vice president in charge of operations, both of whom are wanted for questioning. If they...
Come on, why don't you shut it off? I want to hear the rest of it.
I heard enough, Joe. More than enough.
Hey, Bart, where are you going? What are you turning around for?
Where am I going? Where do you think I'm going, you fool?
But you're turning back.
You bet I'm turning back. Right back where we came from.
Bart, you're crazy. We gotta get away.
We can't get away. Not now. Not till we fix that girl so she can't squeal. Where did the guy say? City hospital?
What are you gonna do?
Now listen, Joe. Pull yourself together. You're in this just as much as I am.
I know, but...
A couple of that girl's relatives, her cousin and her old uncle, that's you and me, are going to call on her the minute she's well enough and see her alone.
We can't. They'll get us. Wait, Bart.
Wait, nothing. We've got to get to her before she sees the DA. Now, hang on.
Dr. Palmer wanted in surgery. Dr. Palmer wanted in surgery. Dr. Burns, report to 804. Dr. Burns, report to 804.
Boy, a hospital sure does a rushing business in doctors. Hello there, nurse.
Hello, Mr. Kent. Still waiting around?
Oh, sure. I haven't anything else to do.
Well, you're all alone now.
Huh? What do you mean?
Well, the man from the district attorney's office gave it up.
Oh?
He said to call him when the girl wakes up.
How is she, nurse? Think she'll pull through all right?
She's pulled through already. He was just shocked and smoke.
Well, then why can't I see her?
Well, she's still a little upset. She woke up a while ago and said something about a car and some men.
Car?
Yes, I think that's what it was. I'd have called you, but she dropped off again. I thought she needed her rest more than you did your interview.
Thanks, nurse. My pal. So she talked about a car, eh?
Yes, and two men. Say, where are you going?
Oh, just out on that sun porch. Get a little air.
Now, listen, that sun porch is open. You'll catch your death of cold.
Oh, no. I like the cold.
All right, suit yourself. Probably got at least whatever you do. Don't leave that door open.
I won't. She's right. It is cold. What's a little thing like cold to Superman? Knew I'd find out something if I hung around here long enough. 2 men in a car, eh? Not much to go on, but I've an hour or so to look. 2 men in a car. If they had anything to do with that fire, they're heading away from town. Wonder if they're the officers of that North Star Mining Company, Pemberton and Deneen. Well, if I catch up with them, I'll soon find out. Here we go.
Bart, what's the red lights? Don't want to get us picked up now, do you?
Shut up and keep your head. We're turning in at this parking lot.
Where's the hospital?
It's right around the corner. I'll ask the attendant to make sure.
Here he comes.
Evening, gentlemen.
Okay, Mac. How much to park?
50 cents for the first hour, dime for every hour extra.
We won't be over an hour. Oh, where's the city hospital?
Straight down the avenue. First block to the right. Can't miss it.
Don't worry, we won't miss it. And we won't miss her either. Come on, Joe. It's later than I thought. We better step on it.
What if the DA got there first?
We'll worry about that when we have to. Remember now, I am her uncle and you're her cousin she hasn't seen for days. All set?
Listen, are you sure
Come on, don't get chicken-hearted. Make it good. Short and snappy.
Okay.
No luck. Looked into 500 cars and haven't found a thing. Either that girl was raving or they slipped by me in the dark. Huh. Wait. There's a car coming up the road with 2 men in it. I'll drop down. No time to become Clark Kent. Here they come. I'll stand in the middle of the road. Oh, they're not going to stop. They're swerving, but I'll stop them.
Hey, what?
It's a police car. The last people in the world I want to meet right now.
Hey, you, what's the big idea? You're trying to wreck us? Hey, come back! Back, he's flying! Up in the air! Plug him! Plug him!
Nice shooting, officer. One of those bullets bounced off my chest. Sorry, I can't wait to explain. Got to get back to that hospital. Wasted enough time. Girl's probably ready to talk now. So long. Back to the city.
Wanted an emergency. Calling, Dr. Winter.
Mr. Kent, are you still waiting? Goodness, where is he?
Me, nurse?
My land, don't tell me you've been out on that porch all this time.
Oh, why not?
Why, it's over an hour. Aren't you frozen?
Oh, not me. I like it. What about the patient? Is she awake?
Oh, yes. She even has some visitors.
Visitors? From the district attorney's office?
No, a couple of relatives.
Relatives? I didn't know she had any.
Well, evidently she has. An uncle and a cousin.
They're with her now?
Well, they really shouldn't be, of course, but they were so anxious and they wanted to see her so badly that I stretched a point and let them in.
How long have they been with her?
Just went in. What's the matter?
Nurse, let me go in and talk to them.
You? I should say not.
Please, nurse.
Not until the doctor says it's all right.
Now, look, nurse. I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll put your picture in the paper. How's that?
You can't do that.
I will, I promise. A picture and a nice little story. How about it?
Well, you stay here till I call you. I'll see how
Two relatives. This is the first time they show up. The girl's been here over 12 hours, and every paper in town's full of the story. Mighty queer about this. What the? Somebody screamed.
The supervisor! Where's the supervisor? Call Dr. Peters, quick! Orderly! Orderly!
Which way did they go, Miss King?
Dr. Peters, where is he? Call him somebody!
Hey, what's going on? What happened?
Say, mister, two men. They were in one of the rooms. Anybody get through here?
No, I haven't seen a sign of them. Hey, wait. What did they do?
Nurse says they stabbed a girl. Hey there!
Stabbed a girl? Nurse! Nurse, where are you?
Oh, Mr. Kent, those men. They weren't her relatives. They went into a room and stabbed her.
Stabbed her?
The doctor. Miss Gray, where's Dr. Peters?
Nurse, how badly is she hurt? Is she dead?
I don't know. She's unconscious. Miss Gray, come in here and help quickly. Oh, thank heavens, Dr. Peters.
Yes.
It's here, doctor.
Yes, right away, nurse.
Daily Planet, rewrite desk.
Listen, this is Clark Kent calling from City Hospital. Now get this, Mac.
Okay, Kent, shoot.
It's about that girl they rescued from the Sterling Tower fire. She's in the City Hospital accident ward, and a couple of alleged relatives got by the nurse and into her room.
Relatives, okay.
Only they weren't relatives. Nobody knows who they are, but they got into the girl's room and stabbed her. So far, the extent of her injuries is not known.
Not known. Listen, is she dead or isn't she?
Well, Mac, I don't know.
Well, find out, Kent. Find out and call back as soon as you can. I'll wait right here by the phone and hurry, will you? It sounds like...
Have Deneen and Pemberton, the two crooked owners of the North Star Mining Company, sealed their former secretary's lips forever? And why were they willing to risk arrest in order to get her out of the way? There are startling developments yet to come. Thrilling adventures in which Clark Kent and Superman play a major part. Don't miss the next sensation of Superman. Tune in with us next time and follow the exciting transcription, Superman.
Up in the sky! Look! It's a bird! It's a plane! It's Superman!
Superman is a copyrighted feature appearing in Action Comics magazine. Presenting the transcription feature, Superman.
Up in the sky! Look! It's a bird! It's a plane! It's Superman!
And now, Superman. When we last saw Clark Kent, he was in the midst of a baffling mystery. Waiting at the hospital to interview the girl he had saved in the nick of time from a burning building, he had heard a scream. Two men, posing as the girl's relatives, had visited her room, stabbed her, and suddenly vanished. Today, as our story continues, some time has passed. The girl's injury proved not to be serious. She is now well enough to give Clark Kent his interview, though nervous and upset. As her story approaches its climax, she becomes more and more excited. Listen.
Mr. Kent, when I woke up here in the hospital, first thing I saw, the very first thing, were those two faces bending over my bed. Bartley Pemberton and Joseph Deneen.
They're the ones who tried to kill you? But they're the head officers of the North Star Mining Company.
Of course they are. Don't you understand? Mr. Kent, I was their office secretary. About 2 months ago, I found out what they were doing. Mr. Kent, they weren't honest. They were swindlers. They sold people stock in a mine out west, A mine with no gold in it.
Go on, Miss Anderson. If you're not too tired.
I want you to know what happened. I found some letters and some secret diagrams and maps. And then came the morning of the fire.
Yes? Go on.
I got down to the office early that morning and began going through his desk. I was in his office all alone. I knew I had at least an hour before he got in. I stood there, opening and shutting drawers. All the time, I didn't have any idea that there was
Have you, by any chance, been investigating the activities of the North Star mine, Miss Anderson? Have you?
Right. Since you've caught me, yes, I have. You've caught me, and I've caught you, you swindlers.
Why, you
Hold
little...
it, Joe. Now, look here, girl. What do you mean by calling us swindlers? You realize you can go to jail for that?
Jail? You're a fine pair to be talking about jail. That's where you're going. I've got written proof.
No, that's a lie, Miss Anderson. You have no proof.
No? What about that letter you wrote a month ago to Barker out west? What about the crooked figures? What about those records you were looking for just last week?
Well, what about them?
I have them, that's all.
Uh-huh.
Every single one of them.
Where are they?
Where you'll never find them, Josephine. Never in the world. Not you or anybody else.
Are you sure of that, Miss Anderson? Mr. Deneen and I are very clever at finding things.
You'll never find these papers. I'm the only one in the world who knows where they are.
The only one, huh? Well, how fortunate. All right, grab it, Joe. She's told us all we need to know.
Get away. Don't you dare. Help!
Go on, yell. There's nobody here. It won't be for another half hour. And by that time, Miss Anderson, we'll be gone. Gone for good, and you'll still be here. Go on, Joe. Catch her. Tie her up.
I guess I was a fool, all right. I just didn't stop to think. I shouldn't have told him I was the only person who knew.
Miss Anderson, those papers. Why were they so anxious to keep anyone from finding them?
Mr. Kent, I don't know.
Must be something more than just proof of the swindle. Miss Anderson, where did you hide them? What did you do with those maps and diagrams?
My brother. He's the captain of a freight steamer, the Madison.
Yes?
I gave him all the papers in a package, told him to put them in the ship's safe.
And that's where they are now? Does your brother know what they are?
No, I didn't tell him. Oh, Mr. Kent, I can just see those two faces bending over me. I can't stand
Now,
it.
here, please, Miss Anderson, don't. Look, here comes the nurse.
Mr. Kent, I just heard from an orderly. Those men came in a car.
A car? What kind of a car?
A big black sedan,
Yes?
license 2406.
2406. So long, Miss Anderson.
Where are you going?
To find that car. Thanks, nurse.
Mr. Kent, it's still at the parking lot. They left it there.
Fine, that makes it easier. See you later.
2406. Well, if that isn't a break, I never heard one. Ah, here's the parking lot. There's the car. Down. Down. Now to see what I can find. Maybe an address, records, something to tell where they are. Locked. I've got to get in. Nobody's looking. Now then, just take a door off. That'll be quickest. Once more. Now into the glove compartment. Nothing. Nothing but guns. 2 pistols. Well, Superman can take care of those.
Hey, what's that guy doing? Look,
They've seen me. Gotta get out of here.
he's wrecked the car. He's torn the door off. Get him! Catch him!
Yeah, come on.
Sorry, boys. Can't stay. Gotta get back to my paper and write up this story as Clark Kent.
In a hideout near the waterfront, Bartley Pemberton and Joseph Deneen stare grimly at the black type that tells so much and is so silent on the one thing they want most to know, whether their ex-secretary June Anderson has turned the incriminating papers over to the police. Pemberton decides to visit the Daily Planet office and learn what he can. Guised as Dr. Ambrose, an investor in the North Star Mining Company, he pays a call on Clark Kent.
Hey there, Kent. Somebody wants to see you.
Huh? All right, who is he?
Right this way. That's Mr. Kent. Oh, thank you. Thank you so much. Mr. Kent, Mr. Clark Kent, who wrote the story on the North Star
Yes,
mine?
I'm Clark Kent. What can I do for you? Won't you sit down?
Thanks. Mr. Kent, I'm a medical man, Dr. Ambrose, and every
Ambrose?
penny I possess is invested in the North Star Mining Company.
Say, I'm terribly sorry, Doctor.
Oh, Mr. Kent, you don't mean
I'm
that.
afraid I do. Those fellows, Pemberton and Deneen, were out-and-out confidence men. Swindlers.
What? They were? Why, the crooks, the rascals.
I'm sorry about your savings, Doctor.
Mr. Kent, my loss is not half so serious as the fact that men like that are still at large.
Well, don't worry. They won't be long.
Oh, you'll catch them? You have the proof?
Not yet, but we will have.
Not yet. I don't understand. If you haven't the proof now, where is it?
Kent, man, I've been looking for you everywhere. Oh, I'm sorry I didn't see you were busy.
Oh, Mr. White, I just got in. This is Dr. Ambrose. He invested in the North Star Mine.
Yes.
Mr. White, Doctor.
How do you do,
How
Doctor?
do you do? Yes, I should say I did invest.
It was great work on your part, Kent. Just got a call from the district attorney's office.
What did they say?
They checked the girl's story, and it's true. She has got a brother who's the captain of a tramp steamer, and she did give him the package of papers just before he sailed.
Well, bless me, you don't mean it.
Yes, isn't that something, Doctor? Where's the tramp steamer heading for, Mr. White?
Well, they asked us not to print it, but she's the Madison, running south from here to Charleston.
The Madison, eh?
When will it arrive in Charleston?
The day after tomorrow. The minute she docks, one of the DA's men will step aboard and pick up the package. I guess that'll put those crooks behind the bars all right when they're caught.
Yes, indeed, Mr. Editor, when they're caught. Well, I'll not keep on disturbing you, gentlemen.
Don't say now. I didn't mean to interrupt you and Kent.
If there's anything you want to know, Dr. Ambrose...
Not a
why
thing,
just...
Mr. Kent. I'll just run along. My business, you know. It's been a pleasure, a real pleasure.
Well, if you're sure there's nothing I can tell you...
No, nothing whatever. You told me all there is to tell. Well, good day, gentlemen. Good day. Real pleasure.
Well, what do you make of him, Kent?
I can't imagine, Mr. White. He's probably worried stiff over his money.
You can't blame him for that. No. Now, where are you going?
Back up to the hospital. There's a whole lot more of that story. I want to talk to that Anderson girl again. See you later, Mr. White. And you say you've heard from your brother?
I had a wireless message.
Uh-huh.
The papers are all right, and he'll turn them over to the police when he docks at Charleston.
Well, now all we have to do is find Deneen and Pemberton.
I'll feel safer when they're caught.
You and an old doctor that called on me a while ago said he'd invested heavily in the North Star Mining Company.
One man. What was his name?
Why, Ambrose, Dr. Ambrose.
I don't recall any investor by that name.
All the time I was talking to Mr. White about the Madison, the doctor just stood there biting his lips and tapping his index finger on the desk as though... What? What's the matter, Miss Anderson?
What did you say he did? Bit his lips and tapped with his finger?
Yes. What's so odd about that?
Nothing. Mr. Kent, this old doctor, do you remember how tall he was?
Sure, about half a head shorter than I am.
And did his eyebrows meet in front in a straight line?
Yes, they did.
Mr. Kent, the finger that he tapped with, was there a scar on the knuckle? Did you notice that?
Miss Anderson, you know him? Who was he?
Oh, can't you guess, Mr. Kent? It was Bartley Pemberton, president of the North Star Mining Company, and now he knows.
Bartley Pemberton? Well, Miss Anderson, what if he does know?
Oh, don't you see? Don't you understand? He wants those papers. He'll do anything to get them. He'll take a plane or a fast boat. He'll catch a steamer. He'll kill my brother.
Now we're really getting somewhere. Take a boat, will he? And catch the steamer and kill the captain. I think not, Pemberton. Not this time, and not while Superman is around. Ah, there's Sandy Hook. You've got a good start, Pemberton, but you'll need it. Faster, faster!
Is that the Madison? That big hulk up there ahead?
That's her, boss. Go on up with her in good shape. Watch out for this wave.
Bart, what are you going to do?
Hoist distress signals. Shoot off a rocket. Get that captain to take us aboard.
And what?
Well, then we'll see. But whatever happens, we've got to have those papers. So make sure nobody else does. Stand by, Joe. Here comes more water. All right, sailor. Let go of the rockets. Signal that freighter to heave to. Give her the whistle.
Aye, aye, sir.
What will happen on board the Madison when Pemberton and Deneen demand the papers from Captain Anderson's safe? And when Superman comes streaking down from the northern sky in hot pursuit? Tune in next time and follow the story. Tune in with us next time and follow the exciting transcription, Superman.
Up in the sky! Look! It's a bird! It's a plane!
It's Superman! Superman is a copyrighted feature appearing in Action Comics magazine, presenting the transcription feature, Superman!
Up in the sky! Look! It's a bird! It's a plane!
It's Superman! Mysterious visitor from another world who has appeared on Earth as the champion of the weak and the oppressed. When we last saw Superman in his character of Clark Kent, news reporter for the Daily Planet, he had just learned that the two swindlers, Bartley Pemberton and Joseph Deneen, were heading south in a high-speed cruiser in order to catch up with the freight steamer Medicine on her way to Charleston. As our story continues today, Superman is winging his way down the coast, straining his eyes for the first glimpse of the powerboat or the freighter. But Pemberton and Deneen have caught up with the Madison. 4 sharp blasts of their whistle, red rockets, distress signals. The freighter is motionless in the black water, waiting for the smaller boat to come alongside. On the deck of the cruiser, Bartley Pemberton gives a last quick order to the man at the wheel. Listen.
Pay attention, sailor.
Okay, Cap. Make it fast, Bart. We're dropping a ladder over the side.
Head her in there, sailor. And get this.
I'm listening.
We're going on board that freighter to get something, you understand? If we don't get it, there may be trouble. Big trouble.
So what?
So stick around to pick us up. We'll want to make a fast getaway, so stay close. Ready to beat it.
Get set, Bart. What do we do now?
Stand by to grab that ladder, Joe. All right, sailor.
Ahoy on that cruiser. We're waiting for you.
Don't worry. You won't wait long. Go ahead, sailor. Edge in toward that ladder. All right, Mr. Burns. Hold her under a dead slow bell and we see what's wrong with those fellows.
Aye, aye, Captain Anderson.
Ahoy down there. What about the cruiser? What's wrong with it?
Captain, sir, 2 men are coming up the ladder. They want to see you.
They want to see me. Ask them what they mean by sounding distress signals.
There they are, Captain. Coming over the rail now. What do you want done with them?
They better have a mighty good reason for stopping us, Mr. Burns. If they haven't, I'll put them in irons.
Ahoy there. Bring those 2 men up to my cabin. Anybody else coming aboard?
No, sir, they say that's all.
Mr. Burns, hold it steady.
Steady she is, sir.
Keep an eye on the weather, Mr. Burns. It's thickening up.
Very good, sir.
Sound your foghorn while we're hove to. Have Mr. Olson bring those men to my cabin.
And a few moments later, Pemberton and Deneen are ushered to Captain Anderson's cabin.
Come in.
Here they are, sir, the 2 men off the cruiser.
Come in, gentlemen.
Oh, Captain. Am I addressing Captain Vincent Anderson?
Yes, sir, you are.
Captain, my friend and I have followed your ship, the Madison, all the way down the coast, hoping to catch up with you.
You know you stopped a vessel on government service?
Government service? I thought this was a freighter, a tramp.
Thank you for your description of it, sir. As it happens, we're carrying munitions.
Munitions? Well, isn't that a bit dangerous, Captain?
Don't worry. Transporting gun cotton and TNT isn't half as dangerous as giving false signals of distress, as you'll find out.
Just let us explain, Captain.
Captain Anderson, we've been sent by your sister, June. Before you sailed, she gave you a certain package of papers, didn't she? Sealed in oilskin?
What of it?
Are they in that safe there in the wall?
What business is it of yours?
Your sister told us to get them. So if it isn't too much trouble, Captain...
One moment, mister. I suppose my sister gave you written instructions. A letter? Well?
No, as a matter of fact, she didn't.
She didn't have time.
Oh, she didn't have time. Well, I'm sorry, gentlemen, but I don't believe you.
No, look here, Captain.
Say, listen.
I say I don't believe you. If this thing was so all-fired important, you follow me down the coast, make use of fake distress signals to get me to pick you up. You ought to be able to prove what you say.
Listen, Captain. We've got to have those papers.
You'll get them when we land at Charleston. And I've talked with my sister by phone, but not until then.
That's so, Captain Anderson. Stand where you are, please.
Why, you... What do you mean, pulling a gun
I
on me?
mean business, Captain. Keep your hands up. All right, Joe. Get after that safe.
You'll land in prison for this.
Quiet, please. Well, what about it, Joe?
Nothing doing, Bart. Have to blow it. Didn't he say there was soup in the hold?
That's right. Carrying munitions, aren't you, Captain? Show us how to get to the hold.
Find out for yourself.
I said take us to the hold, Captain. I'm not fooling. Open the door, Joe. Now listen to me, Captain Anderson. You're going to take us down along the deck and into the hold.
No, I'll be shot if I will.
You'll be shot if you don't. Come a long way, Captain, and done a good deal to make sure of those papers, and we won't stop now. Not even at murder. Get going.
Go on. Keep moving.
I'm right behind you, Captain, with this pistol in my pocket. If we meet any of your crew, keep quiet. All right, now move.
Out of the captain's cabin, along the deck, and into the echoing stillness of the hold.
All right, this will do nicely. Just sit down now and take it easy, Captain, while Mr. Deneen makes you comfortable. Tie him up, Joe.
What are you going to do, Bart?
Carry some stuff back up to the cabin and blow the safe?
No, it'll take too much time. As long as those papers are destroyed, as long as they're lost, we're all right.
If you don't get them out of the safe.
They'll remain in the safe, and the safe will remain on the ship, and the ship will be blown to pieces.
Blown up?
What do you mean to do, you murdering pirate? What I mean to do, Captain Anderson, is to remove every trace of you and your ship. Why, you'd never dare. You're out of your mind. You're a plain man to them. Help! Help! Joe! Go on and shoot him! Help! Hit him over the head! Help!
Just shoot him, Bob.
Too noisy. Might hear it.
Listen, are you really going to blow up the whole boat?
Why not? Quick, we'll set a fire right down here. Far enough off to give us time to get away ourselves. And then we'll beat it. Nobody will ever know. Here, help me break into this cage. It's marked dangerous. Keep away from fire.
This is it, all right.
All right. Now rip open these sacks. Spread it all around the floor. That's the way. All right, now make a little trail over to the door where we came in. I'll help.
Where are you going to build the fire? If we started here, we'd be caught ourselves.
Oh, yeah. How's our friend?
Out like a light. But he won't stay that way.
He won't have to. 5 minutes is all we need. All right, now give me a hand. We're going to build a fire. Work fast.
A flickering glow in the darkness of the hold. A thin spiral of smoke creeping up the companionway and curling out above the hatch covers on deck. Then sudden alarm, shouting and confusion. Wild ringing of alarm bells and frantic orders.
Hey, where's the captain? Where's the mate? Jump! Jump! She's full of gunpowder. We haven't got a chance.
Fire! There's fire coming up under the hatch. Mr. Burns, what do we do? All away to starboard boats. Where's Captain Anderson? All away and stand by to abandon ship.
There, all right. All right, Joe, that does it.
Listen, Bart, we better be getting out of here. That's your life preserver?
Yeah. Look, there's the cruiser cutting through the fog. Come on, Joe, over the rail. Jump for it and swim. Come on.
Fire aboard the steamer Madison, loaded with high explosive shells and TNT. Boats go over the side, pull frantically for safety. And meanwhile, high up in the night sky, Superman sees a glow on the sea and heads swiftly downward.
What's that? Looks like a fire on the water. And it looks like the Madison, too. Down we go. Down, down. It is the Madison. She's afire, and the men have taken to the boats. I'll swing down and make sure they're all right. They won't see me in the fog. Come on, pull. Pull hard.
Mr. Burns, the captain. Where's Captain Anderson?
Oh, hi there, Mr. Olson. The captain in your boat?
No, I thought he was with you.
With me? He's still on board. We've got to go back. Back?
You can't do that, sir. Look at it. She'll go up any second. We can't go back now.
Captain's still on board. Have to get him quick. Down along the hull. If he'd been on deck, they'd have seen him. Must be down below. I'll hang on to this porthole and listen.
Clinging to the steep, slippery side of the Madison, Superman's keen hearing picks up sounds inside the hull.
Pounding. Someone's pounding inside the hull. No time to go up on deck and down the hatchway. I'll drive my way in from here, through the side. Wonder why they left the ship, why they didn't fight the fire. There, almost in. Once more. Hey there! Who was pounding?
Here in the after hold. Get me out quick. Break down the door.
There he is. Looks like the captain.
Fire. Nitro board. Get out. Get out.
Here, hold up. You'll be all right. Oh, he's fainted. TNT, huh? No wonder they abandoned ship. Hey, that fire's getting mighty close. Come along, Captain. Good thing you can't see me. You'll be found floating in the water with a life preserver, and nobody'll ever know who saved you. Out we go. Quick!
Superman carries the unconscious form of Captain Anderson, wraps him in a life preserver, drops him in the sea near the lifeboat, and streaks again for the doomed ship.
Touch and go now. That stuff will explode any second. But I've got to find the safe and get those papers. There's the bridge. Down, down. Here we are. This is the captain's cabin, all right. There's the safe. Well, one smash will open that up. There's the package. Must be. Wrapped in oilskin, marked June Anderson. Pemberton, this is the time you lose. Now out. Fast. No time for the stairs. Out through the wall. And away.
Hey, Mr. Burns, stop. There's a man floating in a life preserver.
It's the captain. It's Captain Anderson.
Get him aboard. Quick. Haul him over the side. It is the captain.
How'd he get out here?
Never mind that. Pull! Pull!
There goes the ship. We'll never get clear. Pull!
Outlined against a sheet of sudden orange flame, the steamer Madison explodes with a crashing roar, fills the sky with screaming shells, scatters flaring embers on the face of the sea. The boats get clear. What of Pemberton and Deneen? And meanwhile, what will Superman do with the precious oilskin package of papers? And what do the papers reveal? Tune in with us next time and follow the exciting transcription, Superman.
Up in the sky. Look!
It's a bird! It's a plane! It's Superman! Superman is a copyrighted feature appearing in Action Comics magazine. Presenting the transcription feature, Superman.
Up in the sky. Look!
It's a bird! It's a plane! It's Superman! When we last saw him, Superman had just rescued Captain Anderson from the steamer Madison and had found the hidden papers in the ship's safe, just as the burning vessel exploded in a sheet of flame and a rain of falling shells. Today our story continues back in the offices of Perry White, city editor of the newspaper on which Superman works as Clark Kent. Captain Anderson has come up from the south after seeing his crew landed safely. Sister, who is now out of the hospital, has joined him and Kent and Editor White for a discussion of further plans. Captain Anderson is talking.
No, sir, I can't tell you a thing about it. The last thing I remember is beating against the hull with that fire getting closer and closer just beyond the door.
But, Captain, how did you escape? Your boat crew picked you up out on the water with a life preserver on.
Yes, Ben. How do you explain?
I don't explain it, June. I tell you, I don't understand it at all. What do you think, Mr. Kent?
Really, Captain Anderson, maybe you were blown out of the ship by the explosion.
My men say the explosion came after.
Well, it's just one of those mysteries of the sea. We'll have to let it go at that. Oh, what do you got there, Kent?
Why, it's a package a friend of mine in the Coast Guard sent me. Take a look, Miss Anderson.
Why, Mr. Kent, it's mine.
Why, that's it. That's the one June gave me.
What? You mean to tell me that's the package of papers that was in the ship's safe?
It certainly is.
Mr. Kent, where did you get it?
I told you. A friend of mine in the Coast Guard found it floating in the water.
Well, that shows you what a high explosive will do. Here's a package locked away in a safe. Bang comes the explosion, and it's found floating around like a...
Like a dead fish?
Yes.
Well, never mind how it got there. The main thing is we have it. Miss Anderson, what's in it?
I'll show you, Mr. First of all, letters from Pemberton to a man named Bailey, their representative out west, practically admitting what they're doing.
Let me see it.
What else?
Well, then here's what they said was a map of the North Star Mine, 3 miles southeast of Canyon City.
Well, what else, June? Why was all this business so all-fired important?
This letter alone's enough to put them behind the bars.
And here's the rest of it. A report from the government assay office saying that the ore from the North Star Mine is absolutely worthless.
Well, what do you think?
They went on selling stock after that?
Yes. That's when I realized they were crooked.
Well, Kent, what about it? Any ideas?
Where did they live, June?
They had a house out in Green Park with a Filipino houseboy. Number 23 Durant Street. Mr. Kent, where are you going?
I don't like the idea of sitting and waiting for things to happen. There may be something out at their house the police haven't found.
Who do you think you are, Kent? Sherlock Holmes?
Well, you never can tell, Mr. White. Mine?
No, of course not. I'm running an information bureau here, not a newspaper. Don't bother about me.
Well, I'll just have a quick look around. 23 Durant Street.
I'll stay here with June and check over these papers.
Good luck, Mr.
Thanks, Miss Anderson. I may need it.
Go ahead, Kent. Go ahead. Take all the time you want. But if you do happen to run into a story, just try and remember who you're working for, will you?
I won't be long, Mr. White. And if I don't find anything, I'll be right back. So long.
Doesn't sound like much, but it pays to look around.
I'll just drop down into Green Park and have a chat with that Filipino houseboy. He may know more than he's told the police. Here we are. There's Durant Street, with not a soul in sight. I'll just change back to Clark Kent, reporter, and see who answers the door. Down. Down.
Well, looks deserted, all right. Try the bell. Hope somebody answers it. I'd hate to spoil this place by kicking in the door, and I do want to look around inside.
What you want, please?
Oh, gee, you surprised me. Can I come in?
No.
No? Look, I'm from a newspaper, Daily Planet.
No.
Wait a minute. Now, listen. How long since you've heard from your boss, Mr. Pemberton?
No.
Well, evidently means no. Too bad, boy. Don't want Clark Kent around.
Let's see how you feel about Superman. Might attract attention if I ruin the door. I'll just jump up on the roof and try the skylight. Here goes. There's the skylight. Or rather, there was the skylight. Now, down the stairs to see what's what. That houseboy sees me, he's certainly going to be surprised. Looks like somebody's room right here. There's a desk, if the police have left anything in it.
Hey, what you do there? How you get in?
Oh, don't know me in my other clothes.
You get out. Get out quick.
Hey, put that gun down.
You no go, I shoot. I count 3.
Make it 10. Make it 100.
1, 2, 3. Oh, what's the matter? You no get hit.
Come closer and try again. Come a lot closer and you'll see how bullets bounce. Hey. All right, that's enough. I haven't any time to waste. Here's what happens to little Filipino boys who play with guns.
Let go. You let go.
Where are your bosses, Pemberton and Deneen? Quick, where are they?
I not know.
Don't tell me that. I can see it on your face as plain as day. Where are they? One more chance. Telephone. Who's calling this house on the telephone? Answer it.
No.
I said answer it. And if it's either of your bosses, just act natural.
Oh, please. No go to phone. They say...
Go on. What did they say?
They say they kill me.
Not over the phone. Get that receiver. And do just as I tell you. Go on.
Hello, please.
Hello. Is that you, Caesar?
Yeah, this is me, boss.
Now listen. Just as I tell you and do it fast.
Okay, boss.
Look in the desk in my room, and back of the second drawer, you'll find another drawer. Get that?
Yeah, I get it.
Now, in that drawer is an envelope with traveler's checks. Get it and put it in the mail.
Where he is, quick.
Boss, where mail to, please?
Address it to John J. Jones, General Delivery, Canyon City, Idaho. Got that?
Yeah. That all, please?
That's all. Anybody been at the house?
Say no.
No, boss.
Okay. If anybody comes and asks for me, say you don't know a thing. So long, Peter.
Traveling under the name of Jones, is he? And he'll touch at Canyon City, Idaho. Much obliged, Sita.
How you hear that?
Never mind. But get this. You saw how those bullets bounced off my chest.
Yeah, I see.
Well, I'm going now. But if you breathe a word about my coming here today, I'll be back.
No, I no tell.
That's good. Because if you do, if you ever tell anybody, I'll come back here and bounce you off the sidewalk the way those bullets bounced off me.
No.
All right. Only be sure you remember it. Now I'm leaving you. Up through that skylight the way I came in. So long, Sita. What luck. Canyon City, Idaho. And I bet I scared that houseboy out of a year's growth. Now back to the paper. You ask me, the North Star mining story is getting hotter every minute.
Heading back toward town, Superman streaks through the sky. And presently, the office of Editor White.
Well, Kent, this is the luckiest break I ever heard of. Canyon City, eh?
Mr. White, according to the map Miss Anderson showed us, Canyon City is near the North Star Mine.
What? You mean they're heading out there to the mine? Why?
Chief, I don't know for sure, but I can guess. They don't know about the papers being found.
What's that got to do with it?
Maybe they figure if they can get out there and ruin the mine, wreck it for keeps, nobody'll ever be able to prove it wasn't all right.
Kent, I'll take a chance. You're free to go where you like. Hire a plane. Get out there.
I want you on the spot when those fellows are caught. I'll notify the local police.
Oh, Mr. White, don't do that.
Why not?
Well, they're probably traveling by car. If we leave now by plane, the Andersons and I, we'll get there first.
What of it?
Don't warn the police. Do you want every paper in the country to get that story?
But what if you run into them out there? You and the girl and Anderson.
Well, if we do, I can handle it all right.
You? Alone? Well, who do you think you are? Superman?
Chief. Gosh, no, Chief. I mean, we'll be all right.
Okay, Kent, okay. Get your money and get going. And good luck. And phone if anything happens.
Well, almost gave myself away that time. Do I think I'm Superman? Well, as a matter of fact, Mr. White, I do. Down to the airport, into a fast plane with Captain Anderson and his sister June, over the Alleghenies, over the great basin of the Mississippi, west and still west to the cold, high stillness of the Rockies, when suddenly unseen disaster comes creeping along the wings, invisible to the passengers in the plane's cabin.
Where are we now, Mr. Kent? Have you any idea?
Your brother's the navigator, Miss Anderson.
Don't ask a sailor to find his way around up in the air. Besides, it's black as ink outside. I can't see the stars.
Oh, we went through a snowstorm a while ago.
Still in it. If you want me to make a guess, Miss Anderson, I'd say we're pretty close to Idaho.
Getting tired, June?
Oh, no. But I'm anxious to see what's going to happen.
So am I.
Say, what's wrong here?
Oh! Oh, what an awful lurch. Threw me right against the wall.
Watch it, we're tipping.
Hey, something is wrong.
Mr. Kent, go ask the pilot. I'm frightened.
Look, he's opened his door.
All right, folks, take it easy.
What's wrong?
Ice on the wings. One of the ailerons is stuck. Can't work it loose.
What? Frozen? How can you fix it?
I can't. Ordinarily, I'd go down to warmer air, but the mountain peaks are too high around here.
Oh! We're going sideways again. Vince, look out!
Hey, how about this? We're slipping down.
Pilot, what do you say?
I don't know. We're in a tough spot.
Kent, where are you going?
Out on the wing. Got to clear that ice off.
Hey, watch what you're doing.
Mr. Kent, come back.
Say, that boy's got nerve. He's out on the wing tip. You can just see it. Kent! Kent!
Where is he, Vince? Well, he was hanging on that wing, and now he's gone. He's gone!
High over the wildest and cruelest peaks of the Continental Divide, while snow whirls about the wings, the ice holds the plane in its deadly grip. What of Clark Kent? What has happened? Did he lose his grip when the wing snapped and go plunging downward through the dark? Tune in with us next time and follow the exciting transcription, Superman.
Up in the sky. Look, it's a bird. It's a plane. It's Superman.
Superman is a copyrighted feature appearing in Action Comics magazine. Presenting the transcription feature, Superman.
Up in the sky. Look, it's a bird. It's a plane. It's Superman.
And now, Superman. When we saw him last, Clark Kent was out on the wing of an airplane, trying to free it of a deadly coating of ice which was sending the ship to certain destruction on the rocky peaks below. The plane was heading westward, carrying Kent and the Andersons toward the North Star mine, where they hoped to make final contact with the two gold mine swindlers, Pemberton and Deneen. Fearfully, the group in the cabin watched Kent crawl out through the dark and the snow. Then a scream from June Anderson. The plane took a sudden, sickening plunge, and Clark Kent vanished. Listen.
He's gone! He's fallen!
June, stop that.
I tell you, he's fallen!
Pilot, do something quick. Hang on. We're going into a tailspin.
We're plunging down!
Goodbye, Clark Kent. For the next few minutes, it's up to Superman. That plane, it's out of control, falling fast. I've got to get under it. What's below us? It's like the worst part of the Rocky Mountains. Not much time. Here goes.
Pilot, shut off that motor. It's just pulling us down fast.
Oh, no, it's our only chance.
How high up are we?
1,000 feet to go. Less than that. 500.
Oh! We hit something! It threw me down!
We're slowing. leveling off. What's happened? I don't know. We're stopping right in midair.
Look, we've stopped. We've stopped moving.
Oh, what is it? I think I'm going mad.
We're on the ground.
It's not possible. I can't believe it.
Hey, was anybody hurt?
Mr.
Kent, we thought you were gone.
Me? Gosh, no, Captain Anderson. I just hung on by an eyelash until... Say, pilot, that was the neatest landing I ever saw. Congratulations.
Why, Kent, I didn't... What do you mean?
Why, you set her down like a feather in the only level spot for miles. Well, so long, folks. Make yourselves comfortable.
Mr. Kent, where are you going?
To get help or borrow a car. I see lights down the valley-way. You ask me, we're mighty close to where we...
Meanwhile, in the light of a flickering oil lamp far down in the cold, damp galleries of the North Star mine, Pemberton and Deneen raised their heads to listen.
Hey, quit that a minute, Bart. I hear something.
Here. Someone's coming. Douse the light.
Look, he's got a light himself. It's Bailey.
Oh, all right. Light up again. This way, Bailey.
Hey, here's the stuff you sent me into town to get. I brought back something else, too.
What is it?
News. The guy just blew in looking for a car. Looking for the North Star mine, too.
What?
Who is it?
Don't know, Chief. He got here in a plane with 2 other guys and a girl.
A plane?
Yeah. Cracked up just out of town. This guy come looking for a car to bring the others back in. Wears glasses and talks like an Easterner.
Where's glasses?
Listen, I'll bet it's that reporter. Clark Kent. Who else? Where is he now?
Well, by this time, he's probably on his way right here. He's had plenty of time.
Bart, what do we do?
Here. Here's what we do. It's our chance to get that Anderson girl for keeps. Bailey, you go back and meet them on the road, just as they get here.
Okay, Chief, then what?
Let me think. Wait. I have it. You tell Kent he's one of the best. That you're the sheriff. And you've been chasing him ever since he left town.
Chase them? What for?
Now get this. You say his editor's been calling him on the phone from back east. Wants to speak to him right away. And you'll take him to town with you.
Bart, what about the others?
Leave them here. Joe, you and I'll handle the girl and whoever else it is. You got that, Bailey?
Listen, what'll I do with this guy?
Can't you guess? Make sure it's quiet and complete.
Okay, I'd better hurry. They'll be here in a minute.
All right, come on, Joe. Run for the elevator. We'll go up on top and wait. Come on, make it fast.
Say, is any one of you folks named Clark Kent?
Why, yes. I'm Clark Kent.
Boy, am I lucky. I'm the sheriff here, Mr. Kent.
Oh?
You're wanted back in town on the telephone. Fellow named White.
Gosh, I wonder what's on his mind.
I think you'd better go, Mr. Kent. It might be important.
Might be. It is, if he telephoned 2,000 miles.
Look, I'll run you back in my car if the other folks want to stay here.
Are we anywhere near the North Star mine, Sheriff?
Just about falling right into it.
Go ahead, Kent. June and I'll be safe enough. In case Pemberton and Deneen show up, I'll handle them.
Oh, come along if you're coming, young fella. That guy on the phone sure was in a powerful sweat. Jump right in here with me.
All right. I won't be long, Miss Anderson. Better stay by the car, Captain.
Now, what do you say we build a fire, June? Light up the scenery a little.
All right, I'll look around for some wood. Wait.
What's the matter?
There in the dark. Thought I saw something move.
No.
No! Let me go!
Hey, what is this cotton? I got him. The sailor's out like a lark.
Neat work, Joe. This is the best thing that could have happened.
You think Kent hurt us, Bart?
No, not a chance. And anyway, Bailey's taking care of him. All right, drag her back to the elevator. When this mine blows up, Joe, in less than 10 minutes, every bit of evidence against us will blow up with it. Come on.
Say, what about this, Sheriff? We've been traveling quite a while.
Don't you worry.
Well, where's the town? Where are we going?
We ain't going. We're stopping right here.
Hey, what's the idea?
Get out, Kent. Go on, move.
But I don't want to get out. Where's the telephone? Say, what's the idea of that gun?
What's the idea of meddling into our affairs?
Your affairs?
Never mind. You sure won't meddle long. I'm going to fix you while Pemberton and Deneen fix them others. Now stand up and take it.
Watch what you're doing.
No use trying to run. I see you, and I never miss. Got him, just like that. That's what you think, Sheriff. See how you like this.
Hey! Hey, what the... Get back away!
I'm somebody who's come to give you a lesson in manners. That'll take care of your car, and this will take care of you.
Leaping high in the air, Superman streaks for the entrance of the mine and drops into the inky blackness of the shaft.
Miss Anderson! Miss Anderson! Where are you? What's that? I hear something. I hear them talking. Pemberton and Deneen. Right through the galleries of the mine. That's where they are. You're going to blow it up. No time to find the entrance. I'll just drive straight to it through the solid rock. Here goes.
The last time you'll interfere with the affairs of the North Star Mining Company.
Better get moving, Bart.
Let me go! Let me go!
Don't waste your voice, Miss
Come on, Bart. Less than 2 minutes to go. We gotta grab that elevator and blow.
Goodbye, Miss Anderson. In 2 minutes, you and the entire North Star mine will vanish, spoken plain, with all the evidence against Joseph Deneen and Bartley Pemberton.
Bart, will you hurry? You want us to get blown up, too?
Au revoir, Miss Anderson. All right, Joe. Quick, run for the elevator.
Stop! Stop! Don't let me here!
I heard them, the devils. Leaving her there to die when the mine blows up. Only seconds to go now. There. Almost in. One more wall to smash through. This'll do it. There.
Let me out of here, quick!
Miss Anderson, don't worry.
Who are you? I heard you. I thought the mine was falling in.
That's just what it will do if we don't get out of here quick.
No!
Here, I'll just pick you up. Don't be frightened.
Hurry!
Now. No time to run. Down the gallery. And up the shaft in one bound.
Quick! I hear it! The explosion!
Up, and we're away!
Sure you're all right, Miss Anderson?
Mr. Kent, I tell you, I saw him. He carried me out of that gallery and up the shaft, right up to where you found me. A tremendous man in a blue costume with a flowing red cape. A Superman.
Oh, now, Miss Anderson. Now, just take it easy. Here comes your brother. Look who he's got with him, Pemberton and Deneen.
Now then, you swabs, that's all I want from you. I've got you, and I got you good. For 2 cents, I'll give you some more. Now stand still, you two.
Look what I found after the explosion, right near where the shaft was.
It's just broken rock. Old rusty bits of rock.
Miss Anderson, that's gold.
Gold?
Yes, it is. Pure gold. Here, look. Look at these nuggets. And I saw the vein, too. The explosion opened it up. Well, what do you think of that, Miss Anderson?
You mean the mine is good, after all?
It is now. And all the people who put their money into it, the poor old women that Pemberton thought he'd swindled, well, they'll get it back, and more.
Let me see that. Stand back, you.
I can't believe it. Where are you going?
There's another prisoner out there somewhere. He called himself a sheriff. I'm going to pick him up, and then I'm going to phone my paper about that Superman you saw. The best story of the month, Miss Anderson. So long.
Looks as if Clark Kent might have a good deal to explain when he gets back east. When people begin checking up on Superman. But there's another mystery brewing. Another incredible adventure which puts everything else to one side. Be sure you tune in the next installment and follow the story. Tune in with us next time and follow the exciting transcription, Superman.
Up in the sky! Look! It's a bird! It's a plane! It's Superman!
Superman is a copyrighted feature appearing in Action Comics magazine.
Cream of wheat is so good to eat, yet we have it every day. We sing this song, it will make us strong, and it makes us shout, hooray! Hey, it's good for growing babies and grown-ups to eat. For all the family's breakfast, you can't beat cream of wheat.
Cream of Wheat, the great American family cereal, presents Let's Pretend. Thank you, audience. And hello! Do you want your story? Well,
That right away means business.
what is today's story, Sybil?
One that's a lot of fun, Uncle Bill. It's The Brave Little Tailor.
Oh, that's a good one. Well, what are we waiting for?
For Miriam-Wolf to say how we'll travel.
Well, how about the good old-fashioned ice cream wagon?
Oh, boy, Miriam, you really got something there. All right, an ice cream wagon it is. Everybody set? Yeah. 1, 2, 3. All right, pretenders, head the wagon for Let's Pretend Land and stop at the cottage of the Brave Little Tailor. And have your favorite ice cream as we go. Come on. Gosh, with all these flavors, you sure get plenty of variety on an ice cream wagon, Uncle Bill.
You bet you do, Gwen. And remember all the swell variety you can get with cream of wheat, too. Try it with brown sugar, jam, jelly, or cinnamon. Cream of wheat with raisins or fruit. Cream of wheat with honey, syrup, or molasses. Every one of these grand combinations is a real taste winner. Yes, eat a better breakfast, feel better all day. Get a better start the cream of wheat way. And be sure to keep listening for our cream of wheat game right after the first act of today's story, The Brave Little Tailor. Once upon a time, in a distant land beyond the mountains of marble, giants stalked the forest, keeping all the people in constant fear of their lives. Among the people lived a good-natured little tailor with his devoted mother. Our story begins in the workroom of their neat and cozy cottage.
Hello there.
Hello, Mother.
Still at that sewing machine, brave little tailor?
Why do you call me that, little mother?
Because you are. You bend over that sewing machine day after day and never go anywhere. And I don't like it, son. I could live on less, and I'd be glad to.
Oh, go on with you.
No, I mean it, Jack. You've been a good and dutiful son, but I want you to have the same chances that other boys have to see the world. Now, think it over.
I will, Mother. And in the meantime, will you fix me a great big slice of bread and smother it with jam, please? Huh?
Indeed, I will. Want the window closed?
No, it's warm out. Leave it open.
All right.
Say, Mother, this is a pretty handsome waistcoat, isn't it?
Oh, indeed it is. And rose satin, my favorite color, too. Here's the bread and jam, Jack. You better eat it right away, though.
Yeah, just a second, Mother. I want to finish this hem first. The basting threads come out. Well, now, hey, get away from that. You'd better get.
To whom are you talking?
2 snoopy flies buzzing around my bread. Hey, they're ganging up on me.
They'll beat you to that jam yet.
Yeah, let them try it. Oh, by gee whiz, golly, that's too much. And don't say I didn't warn you.
What happened?
Well, when 7 of the pesky critters hopped on all at once, it was just plain too much. So I got all 7 with one blow.
7 at a blow. Well, now, you're quite a courageous fighter.
Mother. Hey, that gives me an idea. Here, take your scissors.
My scissors?
Now, do you see the sign?
Yes.
Well, look, cut out the word blow.
Blow?
And then, look, here's the word one.
I see it, Jack. But
No, wait a minute. There, you see the line, on the 7th day?
On the 7th.
Yeah, we'll take the word 7th and cut off the TH.
Well, what on earth for, Jack?
Never mind, cut them out. Oh, here, I'll help you.
Jack, have you lost your mind?
No, I've just found it. Mother, you wanted me to have adventure. All right, I'll try it. But I must go properly heralded. Now, have you got those cut out?
Yes, here they are. What are you going to do?
I'll show you. Give them to me. Now that strip of red ribbon there.
Here it is.
Huh?
Oh, I begin to see.
Well, I thought you would.
7 at 1 blow. Oh, Jack, you idiot. What do you intend to do with it?
Well, Mother, I shall tie this ribbon across my chest. And when I go forth, all the kingdom shall know what a fighter, what a soldier I am. I'll pack my knapsack, Mother, and wish me luck.
Hey, Jack, where are you going?
Tomorrow I shall take your advice and start out to see the world. And so I come to a castle. Wonder what adventures wait for me. A handsome castle, this. I think perhaps if I go inside the garden, I may hear something that will interest me. Well, no sooner said than done, my boy. Now then, with my badge of honor for all to see, I'll pretend to be asleep and bide my time.
I said to him, maybe you think you could do better. Hello, who have we here? Hey, there, read this. 7 at one blow. My word, here is a man. What do we do?
Well, he can't sleep here, but we'd better be careful how we handle this gentleman. One who kills 7 at a time could be difficult.
Well, soldier, what do you do here instead of guarding the entrance to the castle?
Your pardon, Prime Minister, but we just stumbled across this gentleman, and we were at a loss to know what to do.
Why at a loss? What do we generally do with intruders? Throw him in the dungeon and... What does this say? 7 at one blow.
What do we do with him, sire?
We wake him very gently. I beg your pardon.
Good afternoon, Prime Minister.
Oh, good afternoon, Princess Germaine.
My goodness, you look disturbed. Anything wrong?
Pardon me, Your Highness, but it is a man asleep.
Oh, let me see him. 7 at one blow. My goodness, he must be very dangerous as well as good-looking. That is to say, isn't he? Let's wake him up, Prime Minister.
Perhaps you could do it more gently than we. But be careful, Princess. 7 at one blow would be unfortunate.
How do you do, sir?
Oh, I beg your pardon, miss. Oh, my goodness. I seem to have fallen asleep. I hope I didn't inconvenience anyone.
Oh, not at all, sir, not at all.
Prime Minister Germaine, are you holding a conference?
Oh, Your Majesty, I didn't see you coming.
Hello, Father.
Pardon me, did I hear you say Your Majesty? Where in the world am I?
I was about to say, sir, His Majesty the King. What is your name, if I may inquire?
My name is Jack. Jack, Tailor, Your Majesty.
Her Royal Highness, the Princess Germaine.
Mademoiselle.
7 at one blow. Well, Mr. Tailor, I'm profoundly impressed. You must be quite a fighter.
Oh, well, I can take care of myself, I guess.
Prime Minister,
yes, sire.
Here is a man our court needs.
I was thinking that too, sire. Mr. Tailor,
sir?
Are you free, sir, to serve under the banner of His Majesty the King?
I do hope you are. If you were here, I should feel so secure from our enemies.
Oh, Princess, you have no enemies?
Nicely said, Mr. Tailor. But we have. Say you will remain here and be a soldier of the King.
I could refuse you nothing. Your Majesty, I shall be most happy. From this moment, sire, at your service.
Know what, Uncle Bill?
What?
I think our studio audience is in the mood for a sound effects game today. How about it, cream of wheaters?
Well, Grimm, I guess that makes it unanimous. Okay, I tell the story, audience, and when I give the signal, you help out with the sound effects. Now, here goes. This is the story of Lazy Louie, the slowest, shufflingest, laziest boy in the neighborhood. He'd lie in bed on nice summer mornings and listen to his friends outside calling him out to play, like this. But rather than get up, he'd just stay in bed and sleep like this. But one day, Lazy Louie found a mighty good reason for getting up. He got dressed and rushed downstairs like this. And he found a big bowl of smooth, delicious cream of wheat waiting for him at the table. Well, sir, Louie took one taste of that super tempting cream of wheat, and he gave 3 cheers like this. And then Louie began stoking up for action with that enriched 5-minute cream of wheat. He got lots of food energy to help him get up and go. He took on iron, calcium, phosphorus, vitamin B1. All that wonderful nourishment together with an out-of-this-world flavor that found him fairly whistling with joy, like this. And now the moral of our little story is this. If you want a lot of live wire, up-and-atom food energy and a flavor that really hits the spot like this, just put in your bid for cream of wheat. The big family-sized package of either enriched 5-minute or regular gives you 40 generous servings at a cost of less than a penny a bowl. You bet, pretenders. It's way up in flavor. It's way down in cost. It's plenty smooth. Thanks a lot, audience. And now back to our story of the brave little tailor. We find Jack, the brave little tailor, firmly established in the court of the king. His mysterious badge, 7 at 1 blow, continues to make everyone stand in awe of his power. Everyone, that is, but the lovely Princess Germaine. Our scene opens in the throne room of the king, where His Majesty and the princess are listening to the knights talking.
Peace, noble knights. Be still. You'll drive me mad with your incessant talking.
But your majesty...
Silence! We'll take you one at a time. Now, Sir Falmouth, what's your grievance?
This Jack Tailor, your majesty.
I knew it. That man arrived at this court 6 months ago, and I haven't had one day's quiet since. All right, what's he done to you, Falmouth?
What hasn't he done, your majesty?
Well, the first thing on the list, then. Out with it.
He bullies us, your majesty.
Now, why do you let him?
Well, because of his badge, sire. That 7 at 1 blow, sire. The other knights don't dare to call their souls their own.
Oh, I've never seen him when he wasn't in the best of good humor. Well, now, Prime Minister, what's your trouble? Did you confer with the treasurer regarding the costs of the new stables?
Well, sire, yes, I did.
Good.
But I didn't ask audience to discuss that. Sire, what I especially wanted to discuss was another matter. Sire, this Mr. Tailor...
Oh, heavens above, will this Mr. Tailor business never cease? Well, what's he done to you?
Sire, he twits me, sire.
He whats you?
He teases me, sire. He mimics me. Yesterday I heard him imitating my very voice and the way I spoke at the round table conference. Right before the captain of the guard, too. It was most humiliating.
Why don't you handle this yourself? You outranked both the captain and Mr. Tailor.
But, sire, 7 at 1 blow. It would be suicide. And then, sire, the princess, who used to be my daily companion in walks and at tea.
I realize that I haven't asked you to tea, Prime Minister. But the fact is, I'm simply too busy these days with my daily lessons.
Lessons? What are you studying, Germaine?
How to kill 7 at 1 blow.
What? Merciful heavens. Is he turning the princess into a bloodthirsty pirate? Prime Minister, I'll tend to your grievance later. Just now, excuse me, please.
But, sir...
all of you. I must speak to the princess alone.
Oh, certainly. My goodness, imagine 7 at 1 blow. This thing is terrible.
Now then, what in the world did you mean?
Father, I'm very much in love with Jack. I've told you so before.
A common tailor.
He isn't common. Besides, tailoring is an honest trade. And no matter what he is, he's a fine man. I love him. And we want to be married.
Married? Married to a man who killed 7 men at one blow and who's now teaching you wholesale slaughter?
Father, it's not as bad as it sounds.
I don't know how it could be worse.
Oh, good morning, Your Highness. Hello, my dearest. Have you told your father about me?
She told her father about you. The whole world has told her father about you. Well, I'll be fair. But you must prove your worth.
Gladly, sire. For the hand of my princess, anything. Well, what would you have me do?
Our kingdom has been terrorized by the copper giant and his brother Hans long enough.
Mm-hmm.
If you're bent on killing 7 at one blow, suppose you tackle those 2. If you do away with them and rid our country of their evil deeds, then I shall consent to your marriage with my daughter.
But, Father, that means terrible danger. Jack against those 2 huge giants?
Copper giant and his brother Hans, eh?
Do you know them?
Well, I know of the many wicked things they've done. Yes, I'll be very glad to settle the score with them.
They should be done away with. But for Jack to risk his life...
Oh, dearest, think no more about it. After all, didn't I kill 7 at one blow? What's a couple of giants to me?
Very well, my high cockalorum. Tomorrow we shall see just how much of a man you are.
Oh, certainly, sire. Germaine, will you go with me?
I'd be delighted
Indeed you won't, Germaine. I'll not have you risking your life like this.
Will I be in danger, Jack?
Oh, with me by your side? Oh, never.
You see, Father, how simple it is.
Well, something simple, but I'm not sure what it is.
Germaine, do you think your father and his courtiers will wait on the other side of the hill as we asked them to?
I think so. Are these the grounds of the giants, Jack?
Shh. I hear something.
So do I.
Please get off your horse quietly and follow me.
Can you see them?
Yes. Yeah, they're under that tree.
Oh.
Germaine, can you climb a tree?
My favorite pastime. Why?
Good. That's what we're going to do. Be as quiet as you can and let me help you. Here, this is the one.
All right.
Oh, wait a minute. Do you mind putting these stones in your riding cape?
Not at all.
Good. All right. Now then, up you go.
Oh. You coming up too?
Yes. As soon as I get some of these larger stones for myself.
Hand them up. I'll put them in the branches while you're climbing.
All right. Here I come. All right. Are you all right there? You won't fall.
Oh, no, this is fine. What do we do now?
Well, how's your aim?
Excellent. What'll I do?
Drop that stone down on the head of one of the giants. And see what happens.
All right.
Hey, quit that, will you? What's the matter? You hit me. You're crazy. I am not. I'm mad. Now, don't do it again.
Throw one on the other giant now.
Hey! What's the matter with you? Oh, be quiet, will you? Quiet! Either quit smacking me on the head or go someplace else to sleep. Oh, go run around the block.
Now for a bigger and better rock. I'll get a good hold on the tree, and then I'll let him have it.
Well, now, by all the cross-eyed cats of Christendom, that's enough! Oh! How do you like that, fatso? I'll show you how I like it, blubber push! Oh! Big shoe! When will I wrap this tree around your neck? Oh! How do you like that? Oh! And that! Oh! And have some of that! And you can use this one for an earring! Yeah,
Well, they've rolled over the cliff and dropped on those stones below.
Jack, the giants have killed each other. They're both dead as doornails.
Isn't that too bad? Now then to call your father.
Father!
Your Highness!
Father! Oh, wait till he sees this.
Here, let me help you down out of the tree. That's better.
Yes, sir. I'm hurry now. Coming, Mermaid! Hurry, Prime Minister. Yes, sir, I'm hurrying.
Here, Father.
Germaine. Germaine, are you all right? Where are the giants?
In the chasm below us, sire.
In the... Well, by my sword, they're both dead.
Quite, sire. Quite.
You killed them, Jack?
Well, you see them, sire.
Who would have believed it?
Why, I would. Now will you consent to our marriage, Father?
Oh, your majesty, do. I'll do my best to be worthy of her. I swear it.
Well, you're a very brave man, Jack. But if you marry my daughter, you'll have to mend your brutal ways. You mustn't ever kill 7 men at one blow again.
But, sire, I never did.
Your crest says 7 at one blow.
Ah, but, sire, they weren't men.
Not men. Then what were they?
Flies.
Flies?
Flies?
Flies.
But you said they annoyed you.
Well, believe me, they did, Minister. They pounced on my bread and jam. Oh, it was most annoying.
And that's all you ever killed? And you had everybody in the kingdom terrified of you?
Well, sire, that's the way things happen sometimes.
That's the best joke I ever heard. My daughter is safe with you, Jack. I gladly give my consent.
Princess, at your service.
Bless you, my children. Prime Minister.
Yes, sire.
7 at one blow.
Flies, Your Majesty. Flies.
And now, before we tell you about next week's exciting story, tell me, pretenders, how many of you have a baby brother or sister at home? Well, and what's the famous family cereal that doctors recommend as baby's best first solid food? Right, cream of wheat. Good for babies, completely digestible, and with that just right flavor the little ones really go for. And remember, enriched 5-minute cream of wheat cooks to full digestibility, yes, even for the tiniest babies, in just 5 minutes of boiling. Get cream of wheat, enriched 5-minute or regular, today for sure.
For all the family's breakfast, you can't beat cream of wheat.
The pretenders for today were
Gwen Davies.
the brave little Tailor,
Jack Grimes,
his mother,
Miriam Wolfe.
the King,
Albert Allen.
Princess Germaine,
Sybil Trent.
First Soldier,
Lamont Johnson.
Second Soldier,
Tommy Hughes.
Prime Minister,
Arthur Anderson.
Sir Falmouth,
Bill Lipton.
the Copper Giant,
Michael O'Day.
the Giant's brother Hans.
Don Hughes.
Original music was composed and conducted by Maurice Brown. Let's Pretend is dramatized by Nyla Mack and directed by Albert Ward. If you live in or near New York and you'd like to see a broadcast of Let's Pretend, drop a postcard to Cream of Wheat, CBS, New York, for your free tickets. Have you ever heard about a little girl whose parents were turned to stone by a witch just so the witch could steal her? Would you like to know how the witch got to the high tower where she kept the girl? What do you think happened to the girl and the prince who came to rescue her when they left from the tower window? Well, listen next week at the same time to the story of the witch, the prince, and the girl in Rapunzel. Saying, remember to eat cream of wheat, the great American family cereal. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The challenge of the Yukon.
I'm king, and you husky!
King, the swiftest, strongest of Eskimo lead dogs, blazes the trail through storm and snow for Sergeant Preston as he meets the challenge of the Yukon. Sergeant Preston was typical of the small band of Northwest Mounted Police who preserved law and order in the Yukon during the gold rush of '98. That was the year that brought over 50,000 men swarming into the Klondike region, and the greed for gold led to frequent violence and bloodshed. But in spite of the odds against them, the force preserved a splendid record in maintaining the right. The challenge of the North was answered, and justice ruled triumphant. Driving, ceaseless snow made the vast Yukon a blurred mass of whiteness. But even the fury of the storm could not obscure the natural protection of a group of huge rocks that shut out the merciless winds. It was there that two men crouched, guns within easy reach, while they rubbed their hands together for warmth.
You picked a fine day to do this job, Manny. I ain't seen weather like this since I come to the Yukon.
Listen, Tom, you know the reason we're here. I can't help it if Jim Glynn always drives into Melville City on Wednesdays, can I? Rain, snow, or shine don't make no difference to him.
It'll have to be a plenty rich haul to be worth freezing to death.
Glynn's carrying the finest lot of furs this side of the Great Divide. I know that for a fact.
Well, he's done his last bit of trapping. You see him coming yet, Manny?
I can't see far beyond these rocks. He ought to be along. You know, Tom, I don't like the idea of doing away with Glynn.
Ain't no other way to get our hands on them furs, is there?
No.
Well, then.
Murder's the one thing we ain't done, Tom.
Only because we get what we wanted without it. The other robberies were easy.
Yeah.
Ain't he coming yet?
Yeah. I think that's a sled along there, but it's too far away to be sure.
Yeah, wait a minute. Let me see. Ever since you had that touch of snow blindness, you can't tell a man from a grizzly at 30 feet. I think he's coming, Manny.
Yeah.
We'll wait till he's alongside of these rocks, then...
And we'll open up on him, huh?
That's the idea. Got your gun ready?
Yeah.
Well, we just wait now and surprise Mr. Glynn. He's making right good time.
Yeah. He's got a good set of dogs. What are you grinning at?
Jim Glynn racing like that to the bullet...
This ain't no time for jokes, Tom. Sometimes
Take it easy, kid. Here he comes now. Get ready.
Mush, you Alamo! Mush!
That did it.
Come on, Tom. Let's get those furs and get out of here.
Watch out for that lead dog there, Manny. He's loose.
All right. But I want to get these furs on the wire sled.
Look out, Manny. He's going to jump.
Oh! Get down, you mutt. Oh, let go of my hand. Oh!
Nice shot, Manny.
Nice shot. That mutt tore my hand.
Say, he sure got you. Here, let me help you.
I'll have to put a bandage of some kind on till we get to town.
It'll be a while before you'll be able to do much with this hand, Manny.
I'll take care of it when we get back to town. Come on, Tom.
The snow covered tracks almost as soon as they were made, so Sergeant Preston, heading for Melville City, had no way of knowing that he was trailing a murdered man. But as they neared the rocks, the great dog King sensed death in the air.
What is it, King, huh? All right, fella, you lead the way. Oh, you huskies, ho, boys. Why, King, there's nothing but snow. Nuzzling around this snow won't get... King, there's a body here. So this is why you... It's Jim Glynn. He must have been... But why? Shot through the heart. And his dog. So they killed the dog, too. And no wonder you were excited, boy. He's following tracks over to those rocks. Oh, now I begin to see. Tracks here haven't been covered by the snow. Sheltered by rocks. Those two men were standing here. They waited here till Jim Glynn was practically in front of them before they fired. Jim didn't have a chance. If they waited here, then they must have... Well, it's hard to tell which way they went. Well, King, what have you found now? Oh, more tracks, huh? Yeah, here's a bandana. CN. CN. Now, who could... Newton. Cy Newton. He pulled in here about the same time the two other fellows were here. The tracks don't differ. They're about the same depth. King, we're going to Melville City to call on Cy at the Silver Lantern Cafe.
Cy Newton sat at the table in a back room of the Silver Lantern Cafe, resting his head on his hands. In spite of the fact that it was early afternoon, the sun had already gone down. The glimmer of the dingy light thrown from the sputtering oil lamp showed where Cy's Mackinaw lay in a corner of the room, wet with melted snow.
Oh, Cy. I didn't know you were here.
Hello, Manny.
What's the matter? You look like you got something on your mind.
I have.
Well, what is it? Business is good, ain't it?
What happened to your hand?
Oh, one of them stray mutts bit me. I've got to fix the dressing.
He sure tore into you.
Yeah, I guess he belongs to one of the trappers out front.
Ain't no use lying to me, Manny.
Lying, do you?
Yeah, I know how you got that dog bite.
I don't savvy what you're driving at. Come on, we'll have a few drinks. You're just down the dumps.
Oh, Manny, I ain't just down in the dumps. I know how you got that dog bite, and I know where you got it.
What do you mean?
I mean we're through, Manny. I've been keeping quiet for a long time now, but there's a limit to everything. What I saw today was...
All right, Cy, let's have it. Come on.
Well, I knew when you was taking cash from the safe, Manny. But I figured if you needed it, that was your business, so I didn't say anything. Then you started bringing them low-down friends of yours in here.
You better be careful what you say, Cy.
I'm getting this off my chest, and then you're getting out of here. Even when them mangy-looking crooks was fleecing everyone who'd play a game of poker with them. Because they was your friends, it was all right.
And as long as I got half interest in this cafe, they can still come here.
If you're smart, you'll get out of the Yukon, Manny. When them fur robberies started, I didn't connect anything at first. That is, I didn't till you began flashing around so much extra money.
I won that money at poker.
You ain't never held a winning poker hand in your life, and you know it. But I got all I can take this morning. I was at Split Rocks, Manny, and I saw what happened to Jim Glynn.
Why, you...
Don't worry, I'll keep quiet. You're clearing out of this cafe. You and all your friends, Manny. You and me are through, do you hear? I don't care if I ever see you again.
Not gonna be that...
Manny and Cy didn't realize that as they talked, their voices took on the loud, argumentative ring that carried to the ears of Manny's friends, playing poker in the back of the cafe.
Well...
It's us, Manny.
The door opened, and led by Tom Bryant, 6 men filed into the room, their hands resting on their guns. Cy's appraisal of their worth left no margin for improvement. The dregs of the Yukon stood in that room, and Cy, as he glanced over the lot of them, shivered.
Well,
we thought you
this is a private argument. You boys can clear out.
They can clear right out of the cafe while they're at it. Are you going to tell them, Manny, or will I?
You'll regret this, Cy.
I ain't regretting nothing. Only thing I'm sorry for is the day we went into business together.
I think we better stick around, boys.
Now get out, all of you.
You can't prove a thing, Cy.
I can prove everything I said. That hand of yours
I told you you'd better get him out of the way. If you won't drop him, I will. What the? My arm! Let go of my arm!
I'm going to finish you off right now.
Drop that gun, Manny. Why, you yellow skunk.
You ain't hit Manny?
Manny. Manny.
No, you don't. You've done what you set out to.
Here, let me see that man.
You better take care of Newton, Monty. You still got life in him. Come on, Rube. After you two help me carry him out.
Just a minute.
All right, boys, come on.
Yes, King, I know. We shouldn't have let them get away. There's something mighty strange here. But I think this might be the best way to get to the bottom of it.
Oh, my head.
It'll be all right, Cy. Got a nasty bump there.
You saw it all, Sergeant Preston.
No, Si, I didn't see it all. I saw Manny draw his gun. Next thing I knew, you'd fired, and Bryant rushed up to Manny before he fell.
Oh, I did it all right. I killed him, Sergeant.
Now, listen, Si. I want you to tell me exactly what happened. From the beginning.
Then when I tried to go up to him, Bryant...
Yes, I know. Bryant's pretty free with his fists.
I didn't aim to do no shooting. I didn't even think I hit him when he dropped.
You couldn't hit the front of a house at 10 feet, Si.
What are you looking for, Sergeant?
Manny drew first. I saw him.
Yeah, but what's that got to do with it? He could have easy killed me and... Oh, well. I guess it's up to you now, Sergeant. I'll just come along with you.
Wait a minute.
Well, I'm under arrest, ain't I?
Well, I can't arrest you till Manny's proven dead. Now, let's see. You were standing right here.
I can't see what you're driving at. It seems to me...
You stand here, Si.
Here?
Yes. Now... I thought so.
What?
I've got a murderer to catch, Si, and I need your help. A rumor spread through Melville City like wildfire. As one man told another, the story gained importance. Soon, even the most incredulous of the miners were repeating the news. Sergeant Preston brought Jim Glynn into Melville City on his sled. Jim, badly wounded, was being cared for in a room at the Silver Lantern, and Si was held in jail.
Will he be able to name the men who robbed him, Sergeant?
If Jim Glynn is able to speak, he'll undoubtedly name the men who tried to murder him. The miners and trappers who frequented the Silver Lantern speculated. Was Si responsible for the robbery as well as for the murder of Manny?
Si confessed yet, Sergeant?
Si refuses to talk.
Did you hear the news, Manny?
Yeah.
Preston's waiting for Jim Glynn to talk.
Wonder if Glynn saw us.
We can't take no chances. He might have had a good long look at us while we was low in our sled.
What do you aim to do?
We'll make sure he don't talk.
Late the next night, two men approached the back entrance to the Silver Lantern Cafe.
Lucky you had that key, Manny.
Yeah. Si ain't been around to change a lock.
You can't change much when you're in jail.
Come on, let's get this over with. I don't know why you're so dead set in making sure you get him this time.
You ain't got a thing to worry about. As far as everybody knows, you're dead. But if Glynn talks, I'll be the one to be jailed for that shooting.
That Mountie hadn't picked him up.
Come on. He ought to be in this room. He's sleeping. He'll never know what hit him.
Go on. Let him have it before he wakes up.
You're covered. Drop that gun, Bryant.
Preston.
Reckon I can get up now, eh, Sergeant?
Yes, Si. You can help tie your ghost friend here. So you're very much alive, Manny.
I thought...
You believe that story about Jim Glynn being still alive, didn't you?
You brought him in on your sled.
We brought Jim's body to Melville City. Then Si told the barkeep would use the back room here for Jim till he recovered.
We've been tricked.
You ain't been tricked any worse than you tried to trick me, you low-down skunks. I'd have hung for killing you, Manny.
You're under arrest, both of you.
You'll have to get me first, Mountie.
I'll shoot, Manny.
Let go! All right, now shoot, Mountie. If you do, you'll hit Si. Go on, Sergeant. Shoot! Yeah, shoot. I'm getting out of here, see? I'm using Si for a shield.
Had him, King. Get him, boy.
Oh, my hand! Let go of my hand!
Here, Si, you keep this gun on Bryant. All right, King.
Oh.
That's the second dog to catch your left hand, isn't it, Manny? You're under arrest. Yes, King, the case is closed. Challenge of the Yukon, a copyrighted feature of the Challenge of the Yukon Incorporated, brought to you every Saturday at this time, originated in the transcription studios of WXYZ Detroit. The characters and events in tonight's drama were fictitious. Bill Morgan speaking. This is the Michigan Radio Network.
Quiz Kids, presented by the makers of Alka-Seltzer. We're on the air with the School Kids Questionnaire. Ladies and gentlemen, before we open the classroom door for the Quiz Kids, I'd just like to remind you that Alka-Seltzer offers quick, pleasant relief for acid indigestion and upset stomach, and is also good for muscular fatigue. May I suggest the next time you suffer from one of these unpleasant ailments that you ask your druggist for Alka-Seltzer. And now for another exciting half hour with 5 swell youngsters, the Quiz Kids. The questions we are about to ask were sent in by you listeners and selected for the program by Sidney L. James of the editorial staff of Time and Life magazines. We will award a fine Zenith portable radio with patented detachable built-in wave magnet for each question used. And now here's the chief quizzer himself, Joe Kelly.
Thank you, Marvin Miller, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Before we proceed, I want to introduce our special guest observer for this evening, E. Hugh Matheson, head of the Modern Languages Department of famous Lake Forest Academy. Mr. Matheson. Well, kids, win or lose tonight, you each get a $100 denomination United States savings bond to apply on your future education. And the 3 with the highest scores will be invited back for next week's program. Of course, we said that last week, and 4 of you promptly made yourselves eligible to come back tonight by turning in 2 sets of tie scores. So, our 4 winners from last week, Geraldine.
I'm Geraldine Harold. I'm 14 years old, and I go to the Evanston Township High School.
And Jackie.
I'm Jack Lucal. I'm 13 years old, and I go to Oak Park High School.
Who tied for first, incidentally, friends. And Cynthia.
I'm Cynthia Klein. I'm 14 years old, and I go to Francis Parker School.
And Jack.
I'm Jack Beckman, 13. I attend St. Philip's High School.
Who tied for second, incidentally. Now, the difference between the tie scores for first and the tie scores for second was only 10 points. So, with these 4 back again, we should have a battle royal tonight. And just to make it even tougher, we have a very capable newcomer, Paul.
I'm Paul Kirk. I'm 13, and I go to Leo High School.
All right, open the throttle on those bright young brains, because here's the first question. Carrie M. Kish of Chicago, Illinois, who writes poetry when she isn't teaching school, wants you quiz kids to write a 4-line poem using Tim-Buc-Tu as the last word in 1 line, and words that rhyme with Tim-Buc-Tu as the last word in the other 3 lines. The best poem will be graded on the basis of a 4-part question. Now, do you want me to read that over again, or is that clear to you, boys and girls? Is it clear?
Yes, Mr. Kelly.
All right, fine. Now raise your hands when you have finished your poems. In the meantime, let's get along to the next question. Miss Belle Iverson of Ames, Iowa, sends this one in. She wants you to tell us how the following fairy tale characters met their deaths. Now listen carefully. The wolf in Little Red Riding Hood, Jack Beckman.
A woodcutter chopped his head off.
That's right. Incidentally, could you tell me who the woodcutter was, Jack?
Red Riding Hood's father?
That's right. All right, here's the next one. Cock Robin in Who Killed Cock Robin? Paul?
He was shot by Sperling.
Was shot by what?
He was shot by a sparrow with his little bow and arrow.
Well, it's poetry, isn't it? That's right, though. Now, the third one here, Humphrey and Rosie in Babes in the Woods. How did they meet their deaths? Humphrey and Rosie in Babes in the Woods. Jackie?
Was it by a wolf?
No. Cynthia?
Did they freeze to death?
Yes. And what else prompted their death? Jack Beckman.
Did they die of hunger?
That's right, yes. Cold and hunger. So that takes care of that question. Now then, Hestane Weaver of Oak Park Illinois, wants you to name the present Speaker of the House of Representatives, and listen carefully because this is tricky, who will be the next presiding officer of the Senate. Jack Beckman.
Isn't it Representative Martin?
No?
Well, the next one will be the vice president, the next vice president.
That's right. Can you tell me who the present Speaker is now, Jackie?
Well, Speaker Bankhead, do they want that answer, or was the question
No.
sent in since he died?
This has been received since he passed away.
Well, isn't that Senator or Representative Samuel Rayburn from Texas?
That's right. That's correct. I was a little bit dubious about that, but the kids got the question all right. Now then, Mrs. Gilda Conweiser of Newark, New Jersey, who is a musician herself, wants you kids to identify the Soldiers' Chorus, the Pilgrims' Chorus, and the Bridal Chorus. All right, Cynthia?
Well, the soldiers' chorus is in the opera Tannhäuser
By whom?
by Wagner.
That's correct, all right. Oh, no, wait just a moment. Correction. The Soldiers' Chorus, no, that was an incorrect answer you gave me, Cynthia. Would you like to try that again?
I know the song.
Well, wait a minute. Did you say the Pilgrims' Chorus or the Soldiers' Chorus?
Well, now I remember the Pilgrim's chorus is in Tannhäuser. Or is...
That's correct. All right, the Soldiers' Chorus, Jackie?
The Soldiers' Chorus is from Faust by Gounod, I believe.
That's correct. Let's see. The next one is the Bridal Chorus. Geraldine?
The bridal chorus is from Lohengrin by Wagner, and it goes, da 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 da. And do you want to know the other two choruses? How it goes?
Well, I'll tell you, Geraldine, you sort of stole a march on me here, Steve, but go ahead, we'll let it go.
Well, the soldier's chorus goes, da 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 da. I know it goes.
No, wait a minute. Let's give Cynthia a chance.
It goes, glory and love to the men of war.
That's it. That's it. All right, how about the Pilgrim's Chorus?
It goes, da 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 da.
That's it. That's fine. Well, Jack Beckman has his hand up. What is it, Jack?
Mr. Kelly, I finished my poem.
Oh, you have, huh? Well, swell. I'll tell you what you do now. You just hang on to it, and we'll wait until the rest of the quiz kids finish their poems, see? And then we'll have them in order. In the meantime, back to the questions. Nellie Smith of Chicago, Illinois, wants you to tell us in what 3 books or plays do the plots depend very largely on the following articles of wearing apparel.
A slipper, a coat, and a handkerchief. Jackie.
The slipper is Cinderella.
The slipper is Cinderella. Well, now, can you be a little more
The slipper
explicit?
is from the story Cinderella.
That's right. All right. And we have the other 2 items, a coat and a handkerchief. A coat and a handkerchief. Jack Beckman.
Is that from, the nursery rhyme? The black sheep has some wool, and he won't give it to one fella, and he won't give it to another, so he gives it to his master to make himself a coat?
No, no, that isn't the answer that we want, Jack. How about the rest of you kids? Paul?
Jacob's coat of many colors.
Whose?
Jacob's.
No, now just a moment. Would you like to try that again, Paul, before we call on somebody else?
No, I can't think of that name right now.
All right, Jackie.
That was Joseph's coat of many colors.
That's right, sir. And how about the handkerchief? The handkerchief played a very important part in a certain, I'm not going to tell you. That is, unless I am obliged to. The handkerchief. From Shakespeare's Othello. When Othello saw Cassio handling Desdemona's hanky, which he had found innocently, Othello made up his mind that Desdemona had been unfaithful and decided to kill her. So that's that. Now, Mr. A. Frederick Drahim of Detroit, Michigan, is capitalizing on his knowledge of geography to get his portable radio set. He wants you to name the 3 state capitals that lie on the banks of the Missouri River. 2 out of 3. 3 state capitals. Geraldine?
The capital of Missouri.
The 3 state capitals that lie on the banks of the Missouri River. I can't give you the states, you know. Paul?
Would it be Jackson City, Missouri?
That's one of them. Well, will you tell me that again? I didn't...
Jackson City.
Oh, I misunderstood you. No, that's incorrect. I'm sorry. Would you like to try it again, Paul?
Jefferson City?
Jefferson City. All right, let's continue. Jackie?
Does Bismarck, North Dakota, is that on the Missouri River?
That's right. Of course, I'm asking the questions, and, you know. And, of course, you kids forget that sometimes. Well, that's all right, though. Now we got 2 out of 3, and there's another one. I can tell you this one, Pierre, South Dakota. Well, that's a good beginning, kids, and now then you can relax a moment because it's recess time.
While our youngsters are enjoying their relaxation, I'd like to ask you this question. How well do you relax? I mean, at the end of a long, hard day, how easy can you just sit back and relax? If you have been doing more physical work than you used to and your muscles are sore and aching, it's sometimes even hard to rest. Or your restlessness may be caused by an annoying headache or an upset stomach. Well, right then is the time for Alka-Seltzer. Believe me, that's where Alka-Seltzer shines. Yes, Alka-Seltzer is just the thing for the dull, aching feeling of muscular fatigue and for headaches, acid indigestion, upset stomach, and heartburn. Let Alka-Seltzer help you in its quick, pleasant way to relax and enjoy a pleasant evening at home or with your friends. Drink a glass of sparkling, refreshing Alka-Seltzer right now if you need it. If your supply is running low, see your druggist right away. Remember, Alka-Seltzer is accepted and commended by the Consumer Service Bureau of Parents Magazine. Ladies and gentlemen, you are listening to the Quiz Kids, presented by the makers of Alka-Seltzer. May I remind you that questions used are sent in by you listeners, and that none of the children ever sees or hears any of the questions before the program. The sender of each question used receives a new Zenith portable radio with patented detachable built-in wave magnet, which enables you to get perfect reception under conditions ordinarily impossible. The set has its own self-contained battery or will operate on your direct or alternating electric light current. If you wish to try for one of these fine radios, send your original questions to the Quiz Kids, National Broadcasting Company, Chicago. Or if you're too busy to write, just step to the telephone and dictate your message to Postal Telegraph, which now has available special Quiz Kids telegraph blanks at low night telegram rates. We reserve the right to reword questions, and if like questions are submitted, the first received will be used. All questions become the property of Quiz Kids.
Well, kids, we're ready for the second period. So far, you've missed only one question, and your individual scores at the halfway mark are Geraldine 30 points, Cynthia 25 points, Paul 20 points, Jack Beckman 25 points, and Jackie Lukel 50 points. So let's get along now with the rest of the questions, many as we can answer. On the next question, you take your cue from Paul Coase of Chicago, Illinois. He wants you to substitute a word beginning with the letter Q for each of the following: fruit, traitor, coin, and bird. 3 out of 4 on this one. Jackie?
Quince, is that a fruit?
That's right. Cynthia?
The quarter is the coin.
That's good. Paul?
Would the bird be a quail?
It certainly would. And I guess that takes care of 3 out of 4. The fruit, the coin, and the bird. That's fine. Because you were so apt on the date question last week, Jessie MacArthur of Wilton Junction, Iowa, wants you to tell her with what historical events you associate the following dates. 1620. Cynthia?
Well, that's when the Pilgrims landed at Plymouth Rock.
That's good. 1781. 1781. Jackie?
Some people say that that's when the Constitution was signed. Some other people say that it was signed in 1783.
Well, I'll tell you what, let's do. We let them argue about that, see? Some people. And 1781, we must have a correct answer to this one. Jack Beckman.
The end of the Revolutionary War?
That's right. Correct. 1849. 1849. Jack Beckman.
The end of the Mexican War?
That's right. That certainly is. Mrs. S.J. Davies of Oshkosh, Wisconsin, found the following strange assortment of characters all in one book. She wants you to name the book and the author. Now, I want you to withhold your hands until I give you the question completely. A caterpillar who smokes, a rabbit who carries a fan and wears gloves, a lobster who dances. Cynthia?
Alice in Wonderland.
That's right. Lillian Mayer of Milwaukee, Wisconsin wants you to identify a widow's peak, a widow's weeds, and a widow's mite. 2 out of 3. Geraldine?
A widow's peak is some people's hair comes to a little point in the middle of their forehead.
Well, don't look at me now. My goodness sake.
And a widow's weeds are the clothes that she wears when she's in mourning.
That's correct.
What was the other one?
Widow's mite.
I don't know that.
Cynthia?
I don't
Jackie?
either.
Paul?
No.
Jack?
No.
Well, a widow's mite is a small contribution of money from a widow. It's spelled M-I-T-E, widow's mite. E.B. Leadholt, Jr. of Glendale, California, says that a friend of his came back last year from a tour abroad with a pound, a franc, a peseta, a lira, a Reichsmark, and a krona in his pocket. Now, wait a minute now, kids. Can you name at least 5 countries he visited? Cynthia?
Well, he went through England and Germany.
Well, why would you say England?
Well, a pound.
Oh, I see. All right.
And the mark is used in Germany.
That's correct. Would you like to continue?
What were the others?
Well, let's see. The franc, peseta, lira, and krona. All right?
Well, the franc is in France.
That's good. And what else? Geraldine?
A peseta's from Spain, isn't it?
That's correct. Jackie?
Isn't a lira, or what was that again?
Lira?
That's Italy.
That's correct.
And Corona? Hungary?
Beg pardon?
Hungary? Corona?
No. Krona. K-R-O-N-A. Jack Beckman.
Norway?
That's right. How are you coming along with your poems now, kids? Geraldine, I see you're busy with your pencil and paper. All right, I'll tell you what we'll do. We'll start off with them. We'll start with Jack Beckman.
A man once visited Tim-Buc-Tu. Don't you wish you were there, too? Although there isn't much to do, you could say you were there, couldn't you?
Paul?
It's mighty hot in Tim-Buc-Tu. There's humid days and insects, too. I've never been there, nor wish to do, but adventure there may well lure you.
All right, swell. Jackie?
I've never been to Tim-Buc-Tu. I hear it's really like a zoo. It's where they get the funny new, the lions and the tiger, too.
Fine, Jackie. All right, Cynthia.
I haven't gone to Tim-Buc-Tu, nor have I been to Waterloo. But maybe before my life is through, I'll go to both. Shoo!
Well, Cynthia, how about you, Geraldine?
I've never been to Tim-Buc-Tu, but as far are the seas of sapphire blue, which many a ship with a pirate crew has sailed with a cargo of gold and silver, too.
Fine. A lot of folks haven't been to Tim-Buc-Tu. I think we'll have to get some special excursion rates there. All right, let's get along now. Margaret Lenderink of Belding, Michigan, wants you to imagine that you are operating an employment agency. Now, what sort of a job might the following operatic characters ask you to find for them? Listen carefully. Figaro. Geraldine?
He was a barber
That's right. Where was he a barber?
in Seville.
Very good. All right. The next one, Coco. Jackie?
He was the Lord High, something in the Mikado.
Well, now you just put your thinking cap over on the other side.
The Lord High Executioner.
That's right, Jackie. All right, and Patience. Patience. And then we have the last item here, Lieutenant Pinkerton. Geraldine?
Well, he was the admiral of ships in Madame Butterfly. Lieutenant.
Well, he wasn't an admiral.
I mean,
he
was a
couldn't have been
lieutenant.
one. Huh?
He was on a U.S. Destroyer.
All right, swell. Well, Patience, we are getting a little impatient here, maybe, with time going along. Patience?
I'd get her a job singing.
Oh, you would, Jack. Well, Patience was in the opera by the same name, Patience, by Gilbert and Sullivan. She was a very beautiful but dumb milkmaid. So she'd be looking for Bossy, I guess. Now, the following lines are taken from a well-known English poem, and they are spoken in a well-known American story. Miss Dorothy Crust of Chicago, Illinois, wants you to identify the poem, identify the novel, and tell by whom each was written. Now, do you recognize these lines? Breathes there a man with soul so dead, who never to himself hath said, "This is my own, my native land."
Joe, I hate to interrupt, but as long as we haven't answered any portion of this question, suppose we save it, eh? Because our time is nearly up.
All right, Marvin, go right ahead.
Well, that was the last question, and I know we're very proud of the way all of you came through tonight. We'll have the scores as soon as the judges finish checking them. Have you noticed how prevalent colds have been lately? Changeable weather, rain, muggy days, chilly nights. Now is the time to beware of colds. If you're troubled with one now, if your throat feels scratchy and raw, take care of it. Get more rest than usual. Stay out of crowded, poorly ventilated rooms. Avoid overexertion. Eat light, easily digested food. Then, for that miserable, achy feeling, the headache and sore throat, do this. Dissolve 2 Alka-Seltzer tablets in a glass of warm water and drink it. Then continue to take Alka-Seltzer according to the directions in each package. It's the quick, pleasant way to relief from the misery of colds. See how much better it can make you feel. When you have a sore throat with your cold, try Alka-Seltzer as a gargle. Dissolve 2 tablets in a quarter glass of warm water and gargle freely. Take care of that cold. Take Alka-Seltzer. Get Alka-Seltzer from your druggist and start taking it right away.
before we read the scores, we should be pleased to hear from our special guest observer this evening, E. Hugh Matheson, head of the Modern Languages Department of Lake Forest Academy. Mr. Matheson.
This evening, I've had the privilege of meeting these amazing children personally, chatting and generally visiting with them. One is struck at once by their delightful spontaneity, eagerness, and gaiety. Moreover, it is quite obvious that the program is entirely unrehearsed. These youngsters look upon the whole thing as an exciting game, and all the fun will be taken from the game with the questions known and answers prepared. Another happy surprise is the personality of the group. They are not myopic, narrow-chested, precocious little bookworms. Far from it. These are healthy, wholesome, natural American kids, keen, alert, with a multiplicity of interests, and possessing that which the old Greeks called the divine curiosity. As I sat there entranced, I hope that among you listeners are all those old sourpusses who constantly belittle the oncoming generation and bewail the destiny that awaits this country when the children of today are the men and women of America. These pessimists have as their slogan, "Now when I was a kid," implying that in those golden days children were far superior to the trash of today. Now, I was never famous for my modesty, yet I am free to confess that when I was a kid I didn't know half as much as these children, nor have anything like as much charm. Another group whose ears should be glued to this program every Wednesday night is composed of the long-faced gentry whose cry is, "What are schools coming to?" All they do is to amuse the children. Now, when I was at school, we'd really learn something. The weekly performance of the Quiz Kids is, to me at least, sufficient evidence that there's nothing wrong with the younger generation, nor with the American educational system, which has helped to produce the 5 young people who have entertained and instructed us this evening. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Matheson. And now for the final report cards. We asked 12 questions tonight, which means that 12 of you listeners will receive new Zenith portable radios with patented detachable built-in wave magnets within a day or two. The Quiz Kids missed only one question. The individual scores placed Geraldine first, Cynthia second, and Jackie Lucal third. I'll see you 3 back next week. And Jack Beckman and Paul Kirk, you boys did very well tonight. I'm really proud of you. And maybe you should be glad you lost, for next week, the 3 who won tonight will have to face 2 formidable Quiz Kids veterans brought back to our schoolroom by popular request, Gerard Darrow, 8 years old of Chicago, and Van Dyke Tears, 13 of Dolton, Illinois. And now, in behalf of the makers of Alka-Seltzer, I present each of you with a $100 denomination United States savings bond to help you in continuing your education. Friends, this is Joe Kelly dismissing the Quiz Kids class until next Wednesday at this same time. Good night, kids.
Good night, Mr. Kelly.
The makers of Alka-Seltzer present 3 programs each week, all of them on NBC networks. On Friday night, Alec Templeton Time. On Saturday night, the famous Alka-Seltzer National Barn Dance. And next Wednesday night, listen again to the Quiz Kids. For interesting variety entertainment, listen to the Alka-Seltzer shows. Marvin Miller speaking.
The National Broadcasting Company.
We're on the air with the School Kids Questionnaire, presented by the makers of Alka-Seltzer and One-A-Day brand vitamin tablets. And here they are in New York City, the Quiz Kids and their special guest, Fred Allen. Kids bring their portable classroom back to New York Radio City for a special broadcast with Fred Allen as our guest. The children have no advanced knowledge of the questions which are sent in by you listeners. The makers of Alka-Seltzer give you a Zenith portable radio if your question is used on the broadcast. Just address your questions to Quiz Kids, Chicago. We may reword them, and we must be sole judges in case of similarity. And now, coming into the fistful of questions and a face full of grin, is our chief quizzer himself, Joe Kelly.
Thank you, Howard Petrie, and good evening, everybody. Well, our modern Gullivers, the Quiz Kids, are still far from home and enjoying their travels. We're going to get right down to business tonight, Quiz Kids. It's roll call. Harvey?
I'm Harvey Bennett Fishman. I'm 12 years old and in the 8th grade at the Bradwell School in Chicago.
Joel?
I am Joel Kupperman. I am 6 years old in 2A at Volta School.
Smeela?
I'm Smeela Bryn. I'm 15 years old, and I'm a sophomore in Hunter College High School.
You know,
Hello,
folks,
Father.
Smeela was on our Quiz Kids board once in Chicago and walked right out with the highest score. So we're very happy to see her again in New York. Richard?
I'm Richard Williams. I'm 13 years old and in the 8th grade at Roosevelt School, East Chicago, Indiana.
Gerard?
I'm Gerard Darrow. I'm 10 years old and I'm in 6A at Bradwell School in Chicago.
And Frederick?
I'm Fred Allen. In 2 more years, I'll be getting Social Security. I couldn't make the grade at Boston subnormal. Say, Joe, before we start, tell me, what am I supposed to do? Am I here to frighten the children if they miss a question? Or did you invite me over to expose the Quiz Kids to ignorance for 30 minutes? What am I here for?
No, Fred, you're here tonight as our official judge.
Really?
You just decide whether the answers are right or wrong.
Mm-hmm.
You settle any disputes, calculate the points.
Now, wait a minute, Joe, with that calculating point. I've been operating a ration book all week. I'm point happy. You know, I used up my whole 48 points the first day. I got 2 cans of porcupine meat. And you know how many points you need for porcupine. Put me out of business the first day.
Well, Fred, if you've used up all your points, how have you been eating?
Well, fortunately, my grocer is nearsighted, Joe. I've been getting a little food with postage stamps. He can't see what I've got in the food. But if you don't mind, I won't use points to total the score.
Well, all right. Do the best you can, Fred. When the bell rings, you figure out your results for the report card.
Well, it looks to me as though the judge is on trial here, Joseph.
Oh, it's nothing, Fred. You'll enjoy it.
Well, I'm enjoying it up to now, Joe, but something tells me before this half hour is over, I am going to have an awful headache.
Well, you're on the right program then, Fred. How about that, Howard?
I walked right into a commercial. Something tells me
Yes, indeed. When anyone mentions headache, I always come right back and say, well, remember Alka-Seltzer. I'll have some ready for you, too, Fred. But seriously, folks, when you or any member of your family is bothered by a headache, please remember Alka-Seltzer can bring you soothing, comforting relief. Just try Alka-Seltzer and see how soon you'll feel better. Now, Chief Quizzer, shall we get on to the questions?
Why, certainly. That is, if His Honor Judge Allen is ready.
Yes, I'm ready, Mr. Kelly. If you'll get the Quiz Kids started, I'll pull up an acoustic and learn something.
All right. Well, here we go, kids. Here are some names that have been in the news from time to time from Helen P. Murphy of New York. However, I'll give you only the first name of each. You supply the last name and identify the person. The first name is Ovita. Harvey.
Well, that's Avita Kopabi, and she's the colonel and the commander of the WAC.
That's very good. Good for you, my boy.
I heard they have a new women's organization now, Joe. It's for women who take the place of men in lighthouses. They're called WICs. It's a new thing.
Well, that's very, very good.
Timely,
Judge, pardon me. But you must hold up your hand if you want to talk. Just watch the children there.
I'll learn something.
Yes.
All right, now.
Read the question a little bit now. The next first name is Risto. Richard.
Well, that's Risto. I guess it's Freezy. He's the president of Finland.
That's right. Good for you, Richard. All right, the next one is Jurgen. Richard?
That's von Arnim. He's the, I don't know exactly what he is, but he's a German general or field marshal in command of the northern Tunisian Axis Army.
That's very good. Good for you, Richard. right, next question. Joseph H. Babrika of Berwyn, Illinois, gets a Zenith portable radio for this question. Can you think of 3 prominent persons, past or present, who have 2 first names and no last name? In other words, 3 men whose last names could be used as first names. For example, Henry James. You get the idea? All right, now let's have 3 men. All right, Harvey?
Well, there's Frankie Albert, football player.
Uh-huh. All right, that's one.
And I think Eddie Allen, test pilot who was killed recently.
Uh-huh, that's 2.
And Jesse James.
Jesse James, 3. Well, we're going along fine. Let's see if we can get some more. Smeela?
Red Allen.
All right, Allen. All right, fine. Joel?
Benjamin Franklin.
Benjamin Franklin. Very good. Can we have any more? Harvey?
Frank Buck.
Frank Buck. All right, yes, sirree. And Gerard?
Well, there's our good old friend Jack Benny.
That's right,
It might be interesting to know why neither Jack Benny or I have last names, Joe.
Well, we would like to know.
Well, it's never been divulged until tonight. You see, years ago, when Jack was born, the family wouldn't let him use the last name because they knew he'd grow up to play the violin and disgrace them. So they stopped him at the beginning. They just gave him the 2 names to go through life with. And the reason I haven't any last name is because when I was being christened, there was a fire. Just when they started to christen me, there was a fire, and they used the water to put out the fire and didn't have enough water left to finish christening me, so that's why I have to wander through life.
Well, that's very, very enlightening, Judge Allen. All right, more questions. Now, Mr. B. Simpson of New Orleans, Louisiana, wants to know when and where the most violent earthquake ever recorded in North America took place. Gerard?
I believe in San Francisco.
Oh, the most violent earthquake. The most violent. Well, perhaps I'd better tell you. No hands up.
Wasn't that earthquake up in New England some years ago, was it?
No.
That shook the potatoes out of the ground for 4 miles up there?
No.
The next day the sun came out and baked them?
No.
Wasn't that?
Wait a minute, Judge. Now, you're getting off the track here. Joel?
What I don't understand is what violent means.
Judge, would you like to explain to Joel what violent means?
Yes, well, violent is something they're using in a new machine, Violent Ray. You've passed
it. Well, Joel, violent means terrific.
Oh.
Every morning.
Harvey?
Well, do you mean in the modern times? Because I imagine that there were several tremendous earthquakes near Niagara Falls in the prehistoric days.
Well, I'll tell you, Harvey. Smeela?
Well, there was one in Mexico very recently.
Yeah, that's true. But I was thinking of the one that happened around New Madrid, Missouri, back in 1811. It was the most violent in the history of America. Well, we can't get them all. That's perfectly all right. Now, James A. Howe of Des Moines, Iowa, thinks all school children should be familiar with our own great American poet. I'll give you the first line of a poem. You supply the second. All right, now the first one is, tell me not in mournful numbers. Harvey?
Life is but an empty dream.
That's right, and the name of the poem?
Oh, I know the lines. Oh, A Psalm of Life by Henry Wadsworth Longfellow.
That's right, Harvey. Attaboy. All right. Now, here's the next one. It is very nice to think. Joel?
The world is full of mean and green, with little children stand great, in every kind of Christian place. And that's a thought by Robert Louis Stevenson.
That's just what it is. Now, the next first line is from a poem written by a contemporary American poet. Listen carefully. My little niece is saving grease. Da-da-da-da-da-da. Harvey?
Well, I think that's Falstaff, is it? On Mr. Allen's program?
Yes, that's right. Falstaff Openshaw.
That's right.
My little niece the poem goes, my little niece is saving grease to help defeat the Japs. To help defeat the Nazis, she's collecting bacon scraps. And then there are a couple more verses. And the last verse is, when the Axis time at last is come and the world's restored to peace, the day that Hitler's goose is cooked, my little niece will save the grease.
Very good. Now, friends, a lot of you will be interested to know that Fred Allen himself writes the poems given each week by Falstaff on his own program. And now, before I read this next question, Howard Petrie is going to bring all you mothers a very important message.
Well, it's especially important, Joe, in view of the new meat rationing that begins tomorrow. You mothers have a serious responsibility to see that your family gets the proper foods that help maintain energy, healthy nerves, and normal digestion. Now, the food you can get these days may possibly be short on certain vitamins of the B complex. For instance, you'll probably be serving less meat, an important source of some of the B complex vitamins. So why don't you do this? Bolster up the meals you serve your family by giving each child and each grown-up just a single one-a-day brand vitamin B complex tablet each day. You see, each one-a-day brand vitamin B complex tablet is so vitamin-rich, it gives the full minimum daily requirements of vitamins B1 and B2, plus generous amounts of other B complex factors. And the big thing to remember is that a single tablet every day is all you take. That naturally keeps the cost way down. It makes them much less expensive to use than the kind you have to take 2 or 3 times a day. So, to save money and bolster up your ration foods, tell your druggist you want one-a-day brand vitamin B complex tablets made by Miles Laboratories. Look for the big 1 on the package.
Thank you, Howard. And now, Judge Allen, get your pencil poised. Here comes the next question session. Yes, sir. And by the way, Judge, you should feel completely at ease with this question from Helen M. Scott of Boston. It's about comedy, and the idea is to see whether you can get the point of these classic old jokes. All right, now, here is the first one.
Pourquoi la poule traverse-t-elle la rue pour arriver de l'autre côté?
Mila?
Why does a chicken cross the rod to get to the other side?
That's right. That's very good.
Well, chicken, I think it's a waste of time. With the meat shortage, a chicken wouldn't be safe any place today. It would be silly. I think that
That's right,
joke
Judge.
has seen its best day.
Yes, that's true. Quite true. What has 8 legs and sings?
I don't understand the question, but I know the answer.
With a script in front
All
of
right,
you.
Judge, what is the answer?
Well, it's an old joke. What has 8 legs and sings? It's 2 quartets.
I think you'll find it's only 1 quartet.
Oh, I was thinking of what has 8 legs and sings. 2 jukeboxes have 8 legs. I didn't know the question, so it's just...
Well, that's all right, and Smila was getting very, very warm on that. All right, now, you know, we've had so much fun with these jokes in French that now we'll play a joke on you and switch languages. Here's the next.
Was macht man, wenn man nicht will, dass ein Hund am Sonntagmorgen bellt? Man schießt ihn am Sonnabendabend tot.
Smila?
What do you do when you don't want your dog to bark on Sunday morning? You shoot it Saturday evening.
That's right. Okay.
Unless it's a hot dog, of course.
Yeah, that's right, Judge. Now, this next question is from Joel Kupperman, Judge Allen.
Oh.
And he wanted me to find out whether you were any better than Jack Benny is at numbers.
Uh-huh. Well, I think I am, Joel. I think everybody's better than Mr. Benny at numbers, don't you?
Well, I don't...
You don't know everybody.
I don't think so. A baby wouldn't.
Oh, baby wouldn't know more than Mr. I think you're overrating Mr. Benny. I think a baby would know more than...
Well, you know, Judge, when Benny was our guest, we asked a math problem, and Jack couldn't understand Joel's explanation of it.
Uh-huh.
So, you see, Joel wanted me to try the same problem on you.
Well, I hate to disappoint you, Joel, but the truth is I heard that problem on your program. Wasn't that the one where you asked how much farther a man's head would travel than his feet if he walked around the Earth at the equator?
Yeah, that's the one. The man you remember was 5.5 feet tall.
Well, I'm glad this subject came up, Joel, because there was one point in your explanation I wasn't quite sure of. You see, when you've got to find the circumference of the circle made by the man's head and subtract the circumference of the circle made by his feet, you weren't even given the circumference of the Earth. So how could you possibly get an answer?
Well, you see, mine was a shortcut. No matter how big or small the circle is, it will always be 5.5 feet tall. So if you whirl him around, the radius would be 5.5.
Well, what is the circumference of the Earth? You'd have to know that, wouldn't you?
I'm sorry, but the answer's no.
The answer... all you have to know is that the man was 5.5 feet tall, huh? Well, how much farther did his head walk?
And that he traveled around the world. Remember that, or it wouldn't be a problem.
Oh, if the man was only 5.5 feet tall and stood still, you have
5.5.
5.5 feet. Yeah. It wouldn't be a problem, but when he walks around the world, that makes a problem, doesn't it? Well, how much farther did his head walk than his feet? His head was 5.5 feet away from his foot circumference. Much farther did his head go?
Well, I told you the radius was 5.5. The diameter would be 11, and the circumference would be 34 4/7 feet.
But what's the answer? 34?
Yeah, 34 4/7.
34 4/7. Well, he's correct, Mr. Well, I'll tell you why. I'm very happy that you're correct, Joel. And I know that's the right answer, Joe, because years ago, Joel, the same problem came up in school when I was a little boy.
Oh.
Yeah, yes, it did. You weren't there, but there was another little boy there who wasn't satisfied with the answer. And when he grew to be 5.5 feet tall, he started to walk around the world himself to prove it. And I forgot all about this fellow, never having seen him again. And 40 years later, I was sitting in a Greyhound bus in Toledo, and an old man with a long white beard and his feet all out of his shoes came up and tapped me on the shoulder and said, "It's 34 4/7. So I know.
Did you want to say something, Smeela?
Well, is that fair? Mr. Benny's in the hospital now.
No, he was thrown out for not paying the doctor. You'll be glad to know he's out now.
No, I'm sure he's coming along fine now. Everybody's
he's in Phoenix.
Yes, that's right. He's recuperating very nicely out there, so I'm told. All right, next question.
Chamber of Commerce propaganda.
All right,
They starched his legs so he could walk out of Chicago.
All right, Miss Lorraine Sims of Atlantic Beach, Florida, outdoes the Reader's Digest in the art of condensing stories. She reviews a whole book or play in one sentence. What books or plays does she refer to? Now, the first one, a woman has 4 daughters, 1 dies, and 3 get married. Now, that's the whole story. What book is it? Smeela?
Little Women.
By whom?
Louisa May Alcott.
That's right. Very good. Now, here's the second review. A doctor decides to doctor another doctor, but takes the whole play to make up his mind. What play? A doctor decides to doctor another doctor, but takes the whole play to make up his mind. Well, no fair whispering, Judge.
I just noticed.
Yeah, well, I just called him on that, Joel. We don't allow that on the Quiz Kids program. Gerard?
Could that be Doctor's Dilemma?
That's just what it is. Good for you. Now, Miss Sims outdid herself on this last one. She reviewed 5 books in one sentence. Here it is. Bumpo bumps off Indians rescuing pretty maidens. What's 5 books? Bumpo bumps off Indians rescuing pretty maidens.
Not Dick Tracy.
No, Judge. Gerard?
Could that be one of the books by L. Frank Baum?
No, I'm sorry. No, it's the, do you give up? Oh, it's the Leather Stocking Tales by James Fenimore Cooper. The Deerslayer, The Last of the Mohicans, The Pathfinder, The Pioneers, and The Prairie. Well, now, Howard, let's give Judge Allen a few seconds to catch up on his numbers. Will you take over, please?
Fine. You know, folks, so much has been said about the children's health and the A&D vitamins, or as you probably know them better, the cod liver oil vitamins, that sometimes we grown-ups forget that these vitamins are absolutely necessary for our well-being, too, especially now when colds are so frequent. Naturally, I don't expect you, Mother, to make the rounds of the breakfast table with a sticky spoon every morning and force Dad, high school Johnny, Sister Susie, and the baby to open wide for a teaspoon and a half of cod liver oil. But here is the easy way. Just put a single little one-a-day brand vitamin A and D tablet beside each plate at the breakfast table. A tablet a day is enough. That'll give everybody even more than the normal daily supply of A and D vitamins without any fishy, oily taste or any aftertaste. One-a-day brand vitamin A and D tablets give you the A and D vitamins the pleasant, modern way. And they're so economical. Buy the large family-sized package from your druggist, and they'll cost hardly more than a penny a day. Remember, one-a-day brand vitamin A and D tablets made by Miles Laboratories.
Well, we're in the finals now, quiz kids. Your next question. This question on classical music comes from Mrs. Clara M. Graham of Brooklyn, New York. See whether you can give the operas or operettas from which these numbers are taken. Unfortunately, our singer didn't show up this evening, so I'll have to call on our guest judge, Fred Allen, to do the vocals.
Well, oh, no.
Hold on, son. Now, Fred, come on now. Just do the best that you can. Now, here's the first one. Now, listen, children.
I hate to start singing, Joe, because people will know that the best tunes of all don't come from here if I start singing. Well, the first one... The first one seems to be an opera here, Joe. It goes... How little I sing and they get it right away. Harvey?
That's Pagliacci.
That's right.
By Leon Cabela.
Well, I don't know. What I was singing, Vesta La Juba with 2 pairs of trousers. I don't know what...
Oh, Harvey was right.
Well, this other one here, I don't know whether you're familiar with this song, where it comes from, its origin. I'm called Little Buttercup, dear Little Buttercup, though I could never tell why, but still I'm called Buttercup. Oh, Little Buttercup, sweet Little Buttercup,
You sound much better than the Lord.
Better than FPA. I'm better than FPA.
All right,
Not
Gerard.
much.
Well, that's from Gilbert and Sullivan's famous opera, HMS Pinafore.
That's right, Gerard. You bet. Now,
this a ribbon seller on the boat, and she married the captain.
That's right, yeah. Very, very good. Now, this last one, we've left entirely to Judge Allen.
I heard that that's been all changed. The woman is only called Cup now. They've taken the butter out of the name when it plays here.
Well, I wouldn't know. By the way, Judge, would you like to sing your own favorite?
Well, my favorite is an old gay 90s song, Joe, and it's really a duet. It's called By the Light of the Silvery Moon. I'll sing it. I mean, if you insist, if one of the children... Do any of the children know By the Light of the Silvery Moon? Would you like to sing, make it a quartet? Richard and Harvey and Gerard, you know the words of the chorus? You know the key? You take it in my key?
All right.
By the light... Ready? By the light of the silvery moon, I want to spoon to my honey I'll croon. Love's true honeymoon, keep a shining in June. Your silvery beams will bring love's dreams.
We'll be cuddling soon.
By the silvery... Oh, that was fine.
Well, the bell says it's all over, quiz kids. Take it easy while His Honor Judge Allen goes into a tussle with the scorers to see which quiz kids come back next week. Have you arrived at a verdict, Judge Allen?
No, frankly, no, Mr. Kelly. I'm just about to compute the winner the hard way, algebraically, if you'll bear with me. Let me see now. Let X equal Jor-El, multiplied by Smeela, which comes out 6 times Gerard over Harvey. Subtracting the square root of Richard. The winner is the little boy Sam, who isn't even with the quiz kid. Hey, I'm afraid I'll have to work this out again, Joe. I missed up here. Some 5.5 feet or something. I'm out here.
Fred, I just happened to remember.
What, Joseph?
Fred, I'm terribly sorry, but we didn't need a scorekeeper tonight. We didn't need a judge.
This is a swell time to...
Pound shows. Now, next week, we'll be back home in Chicago, and naturally, scores are no scores. We go back to the winning quiz kids from 3 weeks ago.
You mean that I did all that computing for nothing, Joe?
Well,
why, in the time I wasted, I could have figured out something to replace the Rummel plan here. It's all it is. I've been slipping little Joel Tupperman bubble gum all week to teach me calculus, just to be ready to compute this thing. And
well, I'm terribly sorry that you went to all that trouble.
Well, you should be sorry, Joe.
I am.
Well, I know.
I said I was.
Well, Joe. Oh, but I was only kidding, Joe. I always get a kick out of working with the quiz kids. They're really amazing youngsters. And this might be a good time to answer a question I've been asked many times, Joe. Do the quiz kids know what questions will be asked on the broadcast? And the answer is no. The kids never hear or see the questions you folks send in until they're confronted with them on the program. Now, I've been with the quiz kids a lot, and believe me, they answer many more difficult questions away from the microphone. They're swell kids, just as natural and as unspoiled as any children you may know in your own neighborhood. And their parents and teachers can really be proud of their work, Joe.
Well, thank you. That's the way we feel about the kids, too, Fred. You were swell tonight, and thanks a lot for being on our show. And by the way, Fred, we'll all be listening to your own show later on tonight.
Thank
you.
Next
week, our Quiz Kids class will be back home, and at their desks will be our 3 weeks ago winners, Richard, Joel, and Ruth, plus a newcomer, Paul Huber, 13 years of old age, from Hammond, Indiana, and Gerard Darrow, 10, of Chicago. And our Quiz Kids, the makers of Alka-Seltzer, give each of you a $100 denomination war bond for your work tonight.
What about me, Joe? What do I get out of this? I promised you at the beginning of the program that I'd have an awful headache, and believe me, I've made good. I have the worst headache I've ever had in my life, Joe.
Well, we'll make good, too, Fred. You asked for it, and here it is. A glass of good old Alka-Seltzer. Listen to it fizz. It really does the biz.
We wish to thank the sponsors of the Texaco Star Theater for the privilege of having Fred Allen on our Quiz Kids program.
This is ChestertonRadio.com.
The Columbia Broadcasting System presents Nyla Max, Let's Pretender. Once again, to the familiar music of fairy tales, the Columbia Broadcasting System invites you to join us in another trip to that magical land of enchantment. And don't look now, but I think your chaperone is right behind me.
You're quite right, Mr. Conover.
Then the stage is yours.
Well, thank you. Well, Gwen, what does the next letter in turn have to say? Well, let's give a look. Dear Let's Pretenders, I beseech you, I implore you, I ask on bended knees, please play my story. I have listened for the last 5 years, and I didn't hear it. So here I am trying once more. Thank you, and I'll be glued to the radio to hear it. Thank you.
If I'm not too curious, is there any hint as to what the story is?
Oh, wait a minute. P.S. Oh, I nearly forgot. The name of it is The Little Mermaid.
Oh.
Well, that postscript just got there in time. I thought so, too. After such solemn words as beseech and implore, I'm sort of glad the name of the story arrives in the same mail.
Oh, The Little Mermaid's a very sweet story. And I think it's a grand time to play it.
Well, does it suit the rest of you?
Yeah,
my favorite. All right, the story settled. Now then, Daisy Alden, suppose you say how we'll travel today.
Well, how about everyone having his own horse? And then we'll gallop all the way.
Well, if the horses can take it, so can we. All right, horses for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. For 9. Come on in, magic wand. 1, 2, 3. Straight up Fifth Avenue, through the park to Let's Pretend. Stop at the shore by the Little Mermaid. Let's go!
Mermaid, with your curiosity for the mortal world and its people.
But, Grandmother, when you were 15, I'm sure that you were just as anxious to make your first trip to the mortal world as any of us.
Of course she was.
Undine, tell us what else you saw at the top of the sea. I mean, besides the trees that grow tall and the feathered fish that live in them and sing.
Not feathered fish, Naida. Mortals call them birds.
I can't imagine what they could look like. What else, Undine? Tell me, what else did you see?
Oh, Naida. Well, I think the most interesting thing of all in the mortal world is that all those people have stumps they walk around on. You say they call them legs, Grandmother?
That's right, Undine.
Legs? But where are their fins?
Well, that's the strange part of it, sister. Mortals don't have any.
Oh, listen to that child. Naida, don't you know that mortals don't live in the water? They can only stay under a very short time, and then they would die. They walk everywhere they go. That's the greatest difference between the mortals and we mer people.
Oh, it's so exciting. I can hardly wait for the time when I'm 15 and can put on my pearl crown and swim to the top of the sea.
Well, it will be a little time yet, my pet. And until you do, I think you'd better content yourself in your garden. Your little ebony statue can be your company.
Oh, I love my beautiful ebony statue. I talk to him by the hour.
How do you suppose that statue ever came down to the bottom of the sea, Grandmother?
Oh, probably a ship was wrecked and sank, and then the heavy statue sank way down through the moss and settled in her garden. I think it was made for some mortal prince, most likely.
A mortal prince, Grandmother? Oh, will I see them when I'm 15 and can go to the top of the sea?
Naida, you ask questions all day long. You'd better run and play in your coral garden.
Look out, daughters. The whales and the sharks are fighting again.
Look at the solid black shadow the whales make, Grandmother.
Yes, they're out in full force. Better go inside the castle until their conflict is over. Come along, Naida.
Will you tell me about how the princes live in their castles that reach to the sky, and what they do and what they eat?
Oh, what a questioner. Yes, I'll tell you. Only come along now. Come, girls. Now, my dear Naida, here is your birthday gift, your crown of pearls.
Oh, it's lovely, Grandmother, just lovely.
And so our baby is 15 today. And isn't she pretty, sister?
Oh,
she's
yes,
beautiful.
And now, Grandmother, is it time for us to swim to the top of the sea?
Yes, Naida. Undine, are you ready to go with her?
Yes, Grandmother.
Oh, wait, Naida. You must have 8 oysters clinging to your train.
But they'll hurt me.
Nonsense. One must endure a little pain for looks. You must wear them. Every princess mermaid does. Why, I have worn 16 of them day and night ever since I became queen.
You're going to have your hands full today, Undine.
I know it, Lolita. Watch her, Undine. Don't let her swim out of your sight.
I won't, Grandmother. Oh, be back in time for the goldfish pageant in your honor, Naida.
I will, Lolita.
Goodbye, my princesses. Up you go to the mortal world.
Goodbye. Come, Undine. Here we go.
Where?
Over there. Wait until this big wave goes over. There. See it?
Oh, that's the ship like Grandmother was telling you about. Listen, you can hear mortal sounds coming from it.
Oh, how thrilling. I'll see my first mortal. Let's swim over to it and look into the windows, Undine.
Well, if you promise not to go too close. You know, no mortal must look upon a mermaid.
Why?
Because it could only lead to disaster.
I don't see just why.
Because, well, just suppose you fell in love with a mortal. You could not live on the earth. They cannot live in the water. Don't you see what would happen?
Yes, I guess I do. But let's go over to the ship anyhow. Come on.
Do you hear what they're saying?
Listen.
Long live the prince! Long live the prince!
Dear friends, this is indeed a royal birthday party.
That's the prince talking, Undine. And it's his birthday, too. Oh, how lovely. That makes us acquainted, doesn't it?
Of course not. Listen.
You've taken me quite by surprise, and it makes the birthday party all the nicer. And I'm more than happy to welcome you on board. Do make yourselves comfortable. My entire staff is at your command. Come, bring in the dancing girls. Let's have music and gaiety. Come.
Oh, it's a real party on the ship, Undine. Oh, lift me up on your shoulder so I can see better. Please do.
No, Naida. Time to swim on. Remember, we're to see but not be seen by mortals.
Oh, please, let me watch the handsome prince a moment more. Undine, look.
What is it? Why are you so excited?
Undine, don't you see the resemblance?
To whom? What are you talking about?
The prince in there and the little ebony statue in my garden.
You're right, Naida. It must be a statue of this very prince.
Then that makes us acquainted, doesn't it? I'll go right in and tell him about it.
Naida, you can't go in there. Don't you see how different they are from you?
I only see that the prince is the handsomest being in all the world. And I shall love him and no other as long as I live.
Naida, what are you saying?
It's true. I knew that someday my statue would come to life. And there he is. I love him with all my heart, Undine.
Stop that foolish talk instantly and let's go home. Come.
You may go if you want to. But I shall stay here and watch my love.
Naida, I forbid you to let your childish fancy wander like this. Now come. Besides, there's a storm coming. The sky is black. Come along.
If there's a storm coming, perhaps my prince will be in danger. I shall stay here. He's mortal. He can't live under the water. You said so yourself.
Foolish child. I'm going. The storm is breaking. You will be sorry for this. Mark my words. Goodbye.
All hands on deck. Another man to the wheel. Cut those lines. Aye, aye, sir. Hold to the rail, friends. Hold fast. Try not to be frightened.
They're coming over there.
The typhoon, Your Highness. Look out, quickly. Look out. The prince.
Look out. The waves swept him off. Help, find him.
Those waves have drawn him under. No power can save him. We're doomed. The ship is sinking. Jump! Jump for your life!
There, my prince. There. You're safe now. See? I have you on the shore. Oh, open your eyes. Your lips are so blue and cold. Oh, what do these mortals do to help each other? His heart is beating. But oh, so faintly. Oh, my beloved. Oh, he's alive. Open your eyes, my prince.
Hello! Hello!
Oh, thank heaven. Some mortal is coming to your aid, my dearest. They mustn't see me. Why can't you speak to me? If only I could take you to my castle under the sea. But Grandmother says mortals can't live there. Farewell. I leave my heart with you. Goodbye, beloved. Goodbye.
Undine, the time has come when I must know fully just what happened to our baby sister. You were with her.
Naida, why don't you unburden your heart to Grandmother? Please do. I hate to be the one to speak of what really concerns you.
I saw the one man in all the world for me, Grandmother. I have fallen in love with a mortal. That's all.
Oh, my precious one. Who is he?
A prince. He's a living image of my little ebony statue. And I love him.
Since she's told you that much, Grandmother, perhaps it'll be easier if I tell you the rest. We saw a royal ship on the water. We swam near it, and through the window, Naida saw the prince. I begged her to go away. I scolded her, knowing it'd only bring sorrow, but she didn't even hear my voice.
I see. Then, Naida, what happened?
The storm broke. The ship went down. The prince was swept overboard. He was just about to sink forever when I reached him. I carried him to the beach. I heard voices coming. So I kissed him goodbye and came home.
And since then you haven't eaten or slept. Oh, darling, what will become of you?
I shall live out my 300 years and then become foam upon the water. And I wish it could be today.
Oh, there, my dear. Oh, my poor little Naida.
Grandmother, if mortals do not drown, then do they live forever?
No, but you see, mortals have souls. And even after the body is no more, their souls rise up through the clear air to the shining stars and the silver moon.
Where is that?
A beautiful region beyond the sky.
But have mermaids no souls, Grandmother? Is there no way I can gain a soul?
One way only. If a man should love you so dearly that he forsook family, friends, everyone for you, if he took your hand in his and before the holy man promised to be true to you forever, then his soul would divide itself and part would become you, which he would cherish and guard all his life as a part of him. And then you would have a soul.
Could I make my prince love me like that?
No, Naida. It cannot be. He is of the mortal world, and you are a mermaid. Your life is below the sea. Try to forget him, my dear. I'm truly sorry, dearest, but that is best.
Thank you for your understanding, Grandmother. If you'll excuse me now, I'd like to be alone in my garden. I have a plan. I want to think about it. Please let me go. Alone.
Witch doctor! Witch doctor! Oh, let me in quickly, please!
What's the hurry? What's the matter?
Your octopus slave is holding me. Oh, he's bothering me. Please.
Stop it. Dad, it's all right. Let her go. Dad, let her go, I say. Now, come in. Come in. You don't like the octopus, I gather.
What a horrible beast he is.
Yeah, but a faithful guard. You knew he was there when you came to me?
Yes, but I'd hoped to avoid him.
No more than you can avoid the rest of the trouble you're seeking.
And you know why I've come to you, witch doctor.
Of course, foolish mermaid. How else could I be a witch doctor?
Well, if you know why I've come, will you help me?
You want to lose your mermaid's body and have two awkward stumps to walk around on like mortals. That's your first wish, isn't it?
Yes. Can you help me?
Certainly. Want to know the price of that?
I don't care what it is. I'll pay.
This is what will happen. I will brew you a magic drink. You will drink it. Then slowly you will change into a mortal. But it will hurt you. And ever after, every step you take will be like walking on sharp knives that will pierce and cut your flesh. Want to hear more of what you're bringing on yourself?
Yes. What else?
You will be the loveliest dancer in all the kingdom. Yours will be a grace unequaled. But the pain will continue, and blood will drip from the wounds. Do you want more?
Yes. Go on.
All right. Here is the most important of all. Once you lose your mermaid's body, once you become a mortal, you can never return to the form of a mermaid. And if you fail to win the prince's love and he marries another, On his wedding day, your heart will break, and you will become coral foam upon the water. You're as white as death now. You still want to win the prince?
I'm ready to try. I want to so. I want my prince to love me as I love him. Or I care not what happens to me.
Yes. Very well, then. I charge for this, too. Know my price?
No. What is it?
You have the loveliest voice in all the Sea Kingdom. I want that. You must leave that here with me.
But how can I hope to win the love of my prince without a voice to tell him how I adore him?
You have eyes, haven't you? You have arms. You will dance. You can make him understand through these, can't you?
I don't know. I can try.
It's your only chance. For that's my price.
Very well, then. I'll pay it.
All right. This flask contains the magic brew. Swim to the castle of your prince. Then drink it. Be prepared for constant pain when you walk or dance. And now, another magic potion. Drink this one now, for it takes your voice from your throat and gives it to me. Come, my price, pay it.
Oh, angels in heaven, help me. Farewell, my voice. Give me the magic potion. And now, with my last words, I drink to you, my beloved, the prince of my heart.
And so I have your voice. Now then, mortal woman, on your way, and good luck.
May I come in, Your Highness?
Oh, yes. What is it, Lord Worth?
Most unusual discovery, sire. This lovely little maiden. Oh, look.
What a beautiful little creature she is. What exquisite coloring. Wherever did you find her?
On the shore, sire. Just by the marble steps leading down into the water.
Come here, little lady. Who are you? Oh, now, don't be afraid. Tell me.
We could get nothing from her, Your Highness. She won't speak.
What a pity. However, her eyes say a great deal. And until we find out more about her, we must look after her. Well, little lady, would you like to live here at the castle? You would? Oh, you're a very dear little person. I shall call you my fawn with the sea blue eyes. Would you like that? All right. Lord Worth, give orders to clothe this little lady in the finest robes. See that she has every comfort. Perhaps when she feels less shy, she will tell us who she is and where she comes from.
Yes, sire.
May I join you?
Oh, Princess Helen, come in. See the new addition to our castle.
What a perfectly lovely creature, Prince. Who is she? Where does she come from?
Lord Worth found her on the shore. We don't know who she is.
Oh, she is lovely. Welcome, my dear. What beautiful eyes. And yet, how sad. It almost makes me weep to see them. What is your name, dear?
She won't speak, Princess Helen.
Oh, but she can smile, can't you? Oh, of course she can. Look, perhaps she can dance. You can? Excellent. Music. Come, little lady, dance for us.
How exquisite. I've never seen such dancing.
Nor I. Well, she is the most graceful thing I've ever seen. Look how she whirls and bends. And the motion of her arms. It's like the sea moss floating on the waves. What are you looking at, Lord Worth?
Pardon, Your Highness. I thought I saw flecks of blood on the marble floor, but I guess not. She's indeed lovely, sire.
The most beautiful dancer I've ever seen. Come, little fawn, don't tire yourself. We'll ask you to dance again tonight, will you? Oh, that's fine.
She is a real discovery, Prince. Dancing like hers will soothe the cares of the Empire. Oh, her feet. They're bleeding. Lord Worth, that was blood you saw. Little lady, come with me. Let me see that you're taken care of. Come, little lady.
Her feet bleeding, and on her face the sweetest smile I ever saw. What? worth it. It's almost as if she were of another world.
Another world, Your Highness? I think she surely is.
To you.
Oh, certainly, Helen. Please be seated. Now, what's troubling you?
You know that I am not jealous, nor do I feel anything but love for our strange little dancing lady. But I feel also that you should talk very frankly with her.
Oh, well, why, Helen?
Surely you've noticed her adoration for you.
Oh, yes, of course. But it is only as a devoted dancing slave. Oh, she couldn't dream of anything else.
Her eyes tell a different story, my prince. And I am convinced that it is time you talked with her. Only to save her pain, believe me, that is all.
Perhaps you're right, Helen. I hadn't noticed. I simply wanted to take care of her. But I'll talk to her. Thank you for understanding.
She's coming now. I'll leave you together.
Come in, little lady. I'm glad you came. I want to talk to you. It's a little difficult because you can't speak to me. But you can hear, and I hope you'll understand. You see, being a prince and owing my life to my people, my father, the king, has decreed that my marriage to the Princess Helen must take place immediately. Are you surprised? I thought you knew, of course. It has long been arranged. Our marriage takes place a week from today, just at sunrise. But that in no way affects your life here. The princess loves you devotedly, as do all of us. Will you be my sweet little dancing lady and dance your prettiest for me that day? Thank you. Oh, come, no tears. And a week from today, dance your prettiest for a prince who's very fond of you, my dear.
Lolita, there's Naida.
Where, Undine?
Up on the balcony. Naida, look. Down in the water, dearest sister. Your sisters. Here we are. Oh, Naida, we know. Grandmother went to the witch doctor. He looked into his magic pearl and saw your heart breaking. And he told us he'd taken your voice. Can't you say one word, darling sister?
He told us of the wedding that takes place at dawn today. He said you'd failed to win the prince, and at sunrise you will die. Is it true? Oh, Naida, this is the saddest day of our lives. Farewell, dear sister.
Farewell, Naida. Farewell.
Little dancing lady, where are you? Oh, here you are on the balcony. Watching the sunrise over the water? We've been looking for you. Come into the ballroom. The wedding is over, and now you must dance as you promised. Music for the loveliest dancing girl in the world.
She's dancing more beautifully today than ever before.
What is it? Little dancing lady. Worth, come here quickly. What is it? Help me lift her to the couch.
All right, sire.
Oh, has she fainted? Her eyes. Worth. Is she?
Prince, ladies and gentlemen, our sweet little dancing lady is dead.
Oh, poor little lady.
God rest her gentle soul.
Naida. Come, Naida. Open your eyes, little one.
Arise, Naida.
Where am I? Once more I can speak. And there's no pain. No pain at all. To whom have I come?
To the land beyond the sky and the stars, Naida. Welcome.
Who are you?
We are known as the daughters of the air. Through good deeds we gain our souls. Your happiness is yet to be.
How, daughter of the air?
Unseen, we of this land beyond the sky are permitted to enter the houses of mortal men. When we do good deeds, the guiding spirit shortens our time of trial.
Then, someday, I too will gain a soul.
Even so, Naida.
And you say we may glide unseen into the homes of mortals?
It is true.
Oh, then I wish...
You wish what, little one?
Oh, may I? May I just once glide unseen into his home, kiss him and his lovely bride, and give them my blessing?
Naida, through this unselfish wish, your term has been shortened 200 years. And behold, your soul is born.
Another episode in Let's Pretend, and the story of the Little Mermaid has come true. Was it your favorite story? If not, write us and we'll try to make it come true. Would you like to see the broadcast? Then write for passes. Address all mail to Let's Pretend, Columbia Broadcasting System, New York City. The cast for today included Naida, the Little Mermaid,
Patricia Ryan,
Undine, her sister,
Sybil Trent,
Lolita,
Gwen Davies,
the Sea Grandmother,
Daisy Alden,
the Prince,
Albert Alley,
the Witch Doctor,
Arthur Anderson,
Lord Worth,
Jack Grimes,
Princess Helen,
Adelaide Bishop,
the Daughter of the Air,
Miriam Wolfe,
and studio technician for Let's Pretend, Fred Hendrickson. These stories are dramatized and produced under the direction of Nyla Mack. Have your Let's Pretend radio parties ready for next Saturday at 11:30 Eastern War Time. Until then, this is Hugh Conover saying goodbye.
Your home for podcasts of works by G.K. Chesterton, plus drama, comedy, mystery, science fiction, big bands, and much more. The soundtrack to your Chesterton day at chestertonradio.com.
Presenting the transcription feature, Superman.
Look, it's a bird.
It's a plane. It's Superman.
And now, Superman, strange visitor from the planet Krypton, who has come to Earth with physical powers far beyond those of mortal men. Superman, who can leap tall buildings at a single bound, bend steel in his bare hands, race a speeding bullet to its target, and who wages a never-ending battle against crime and oppression, disguised as Clark Kent, mild-mannered reporter for a great metropolitan newspaper. When we last saw him, Kent, as Superman, had captured the Yellow Mask and turned the master criminal over to the police. Returning to the Daily Planet, he was informed by Lois Lane that editor Perry White wanted to see both of them in a hurry. As our story opens today, Kent and Lois are outside editor White's office, waiting to be announced. Listen.
Yes? Clark Kent and Lois Lane? Have them come right in, please. Now, as I was saying, Mr. Remsen, this city has never had a crooked DA in all its history. So the Daily Planet will more than welcome the chance to put all its power and prestige behind a movement to get rid of District Attorney Parker. If ever a man was guilty of using his high office for crooked, unprincipled... Oh, come in, Lord. Hello, Clark.
Oh, Mr. White. Got your orders for us to prepare before you pronto.
So we came running.
Clark, Lois, I want you to meet Mr. Remsen. Ralph Remsen.
Oh.
How do you do?
Remsen. I recall that name. Weren't you District Attorney Parker's assistant at one time?
That's right.
Oh, of course, I remember now. You resigned because you claimed the rotten politics going on in Parker's office was too much for you to take.
Yes, I resigned, all right. That was about 2 months ago. Sit down, Lois. Clark, we've something to talk over. Mr. Remsen has come to me with a rather astounding offer. If he means what he says...
Don't worry about that. I meant every word of what I said.
Well, if that's really the case, we're about to start one of the biggest anti-crook campaigns this paper's ever had the privilege of sponsoring. Mr. Remsen, I wish you'd tell these two exactly what you told me.
Gladly. You see, it was 2 months ago that I resigned as District Attorney Parker's assistant. Under his regime, I saw things going on that were pretty crooked, pretty hard to stomach. I don't think I have to remind you of the almost numberless criminals, gangsters, triggermen, slot machine vendors, crooks of all sorts, in fact, who slipped between the fingers of the law because of the help they got from Parker.
No, I don't think you do. There's certainly a lot of them. Sophie Sonderman, Lucky Larry Lorimer, Sneezy Furness, and a lot more.
Exactly. It's because of Parker and his crooked management of the District Attorney's office that the men you just mentioned, and many more like them who are menaces to law-abiding citizens, are still at large in this city. Now, for 2 months, I've wanted to do something. I wanted to start a campaign, do something to get Parker out of office.
You're right, Mr. Remsen.
With Mayor Healy in office, a campaign against Parker ought to be easy. You know Mayor Healy's reputation.
Sure, the cleanup mayor. Dedicated himself to having the cleanest city in the world.
Right. Now, I've talked with Mayor Healy. He's as anxious to get Parker out of office as any other.
Huh?
But there's one hitch.
Oh, what's that?
The people themselves. You see, it's only those of us who are on the inside who know what Parker really is. The general public thinks of him as a philanthropist, a generous charity worker. He's built up that reputation, of course, merely as a blind. Before Mayor Healy can do anything, we've got to expose Parker to the people for what he really is.
And how do you propose to do that, Mr. Remsen?
Simple. I worked in Parker's office as Parker's assistant for a long, long time. I kept my eyes and ears open. I'm in a position now not only to make definite charges against District Attorney Parker, but I can back up those charges with substantial proof.
Well,
I've got everything that could possibly be needed. Signed letters, photostatic copies of checks given to Parker by well-known criminals, a photostated copy of his account book up to 2 months ago, and a lot more proof if we need it.
You see, Clark, Lois, Remsen's idea is for the Daily Planet to start an anti-Parker campaign. You two will write the story for the information Remsen gives you.
Huh?
It's the greatest chance we've ever had to do the public a real service, and I'm all for it.
Say nothing of the boost in circulation, eh, Chief?
Well, that does enter into it, of course. A newspaper's lifeblood, so to speak, is its circulation.
Oh, Mr. White.
Now, wait a minute. I didn't mean that as a pun, young woman. You both know as well as I do that the better our circulation, the more advertising we get. And we depend on that advertising to keep us going. However, the important thing is not only to get Parker out of office, but if possible, to put him behind bars as well. If ever a man deserved prison for what he's done...
You're quite right, of course. Well, when do we get to work?
The sooner the better. What's the matter with right now?
Okay with me.
Me too.
Fine. You can get all the dope you need for your first article from Remsen and have it ready for the early edition. We'll print the story tonight and have it on the streets in the morning.
Oh, hold on. Not so fast, Mr. White. I'm afraid you'll have to give me a little time to get my stuff prepared.
It won't take you long to get enough material together for one article, will it?
Don't forget, I have a lot of other things to do as well. However, I believe I can have enough material for the first article against Parker ready by about, shall we say 4 this afternoon?
Suits me. Lois and I have a date for dinner and the theater afterwards. But we can whip out an article between 4 and 7 without half time. Okay with you, Lois?
Sure thing.
Good. Then let's all meet in my office here at 4 o'clock this afternoon.
All right.
Mr. Remsen, I can't tell you how indebted I am to you for the chance you're giving us. A chance to do a really great service for the people of this city. All right, then, 4 o'clock this afternoon here in my office.
42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 7...
Brownie, will you, for heaven's sake, stop playing with that yo-yo?
Oh, D.A., look what you went and made me do. I bet I could have gotten up to 100 on my yo-yo if you hadn't interrupted.
I don't pay you to play with a yo-yo. Now put it away.
What's eating you, D.A.? Well, I remember the time I could sit here in your private office and play with the yo-yo all day long.
All right,
You remember the day I almost broke 100? I got up to 85 and then a string broke. I bet I could have broken...
If you don't stop talking.
Gee, I'm sorry, D.A. You are upset, ain't you?
Upset is hardly the word for it. I'm in a spot, and for once in my life, I don't know what to do about it.
Who's bothering you, D.A.? Just give me his name and address.
No. This is one thing that can't be handled by strong-arm methods. Brownie, the doc was in to see me this morning.
Yeah, that's one of the guys that's sort of keeping near to the ground for you, ain't it?
Yes. He told me something that set me to thinking. The Daily Planet is starting a campaign to get me out of office and put me behind bars.
The Daily Planet, eh? It's simple. I just mosey up, pay the editor a little visit.
Haven't I just told you it's not as simple as all that? We're not dealing with one person now, Brownie. We're dealing with a newspaper, a great corporation. It
wouldn't be unduly worried about it. I've been through this sort of thing before. Except...
Yeah, except what?
Brownie, the man who's supplying the material for these articles is none other than Ralph Remsen. Remember him?
Oh, I say, there was a guy. He was the straightest guy I ever met. Say, you remember the arguments you used to have and how he finally quit?
Yes, I remember.
I
remember only too well. If it were anyone but Remsen, we might be able to buy him off.
Well, what's wrong with bumping him off?
Can't do that. He's probably turned over all the material he's got to the newspaper. No, Brownie, this seems to be one problem that has no answer to it. One riddle that seems to have no solution.
Well, my opinion...
Wait a minute. Come in. I said come in. See who it is, will you, Brownie?
Okay. It ain't nobody. There ain't nobody here.
On the contrary, Brownie, there is someone here. Quite definitely here.
What was that?
Brownie, did you hear it, too?
Why, of course he heard it. You both did. I'm here in this room with you, but you can't see me. You might ask me to sit down, Parker.
Yes. Yes, by all means. Sit down, please.
I hope my coming hasn't been too much of a shock to you. You see...
Wait a minute. What's going on here? Who are you? Where are you?
As to who I am, Parker, that need not concern you. As to where I am, I'm sitting in this chair across from you. You cannot see me because I am invisible.
I'm getting out of here. Where's me yo-yo?
Stay where you are, Brownie. You're not going to be hurt. As a matter of fact, I've come here, Parker, to offer my services to you.
Your services?
In this matter of the newspaper campaign that's getting underway.
Oh, that.
You need my help, Parker. You're powerless to prevent the Daily Planet from printing that story alone. But I can prevent them from printing it.
How?
Leave that to me. The question is, are you willing to pay for whatever help I can give you?
Certainly I'm willing to pay. But see here, what's this gag about being invisible? How could anybody, possibly by the greatest stretch of the imagination...
I will only say, Parker, that there is nothing supernatural about it. I make myself invisible by means of a trick. What that trick is shall, of course, remain a secret with me. Now let's get down to business. A campaign directed against you has been started. If it is not stopped, it will surely wreck your career and ruin you forever. Only I can stop it. How much are you willing to pay?
How much do you want?
$100,000.
100,000? Oh, that's ridiculous. It's downright criminal.
How well you know the meaning of the word. Parker, I want $100,000. Not a penny
Now you're sure, you two, that Remsen has given you enough material for the first article against District Attorney Parker?
I think so, Chief. It's all about the Lucky Larry Lorimer case. The photographer's working on the photostats of certain checks and things now. Lois and I'll finish the article at just about the time the pictures are ready. Now, don't worry. The story will break tomorrow morning without fail.
Don't forget to get in that bit about the fixed juryman.
Oh, I've got to know that right here, Miss Remsen.
Good.
Lois, you mustn't forget we had a dinner and theater date together. The quicker we get started on this article, the better.
That's so. And when you finish it, you can tear it up.
What under the sun? Who said that? Didn't somebody say...
Well, either I heard a strange voice in this room or I'm going crazy.
No. You did hear a strange voice. Who said that?
I did, Mr. Kent.
Who are you? Where are you?
I'm standing behind Editor White's chair.
Great Scott!
As to who I am, gentlemen, Miss Lane, prepare to do business with the Invisible Man.
What strange mystery surrounds the Invisible Man? By what trick does he make himself invisible? And how does he intend to stop our friends from publishing their articles about District Attorney Parker? Be sure to hear the next thrilling and mystifying episode of this story with Superman.
And remember, tune in the next thrilling installment of the transcription feature, Superman. Up in the sky, look! It's a plane! It's a plane! It's Superman! Superman is a copyrighted feature appearing in Action Comics magazine. Presenting the transcription feature, Superman!
the plane! It's Superman!
And now, Superman, strange visitor from the planet Krypton, who came to Earth with physical powers far beyond those of mortal men, and who fights a never-ending battle against crime and oppression, disguised as Clark Kent, mild-mannered reporter for a great metropolitan newspaper. As you remember, Clark Kent had been assigned to write a series of articles in collaboration with Lois Lane to expose the crooked District Attorney Parker. Ralph Remsen, former assistant to the DA, who had resigned in protest against Parker's methods, had volunteered to supply the facts for the Daily Planet campaign to oust Parker from office. As our story opens today, Kent, Lois, editor Perry White, and Ralph Remsen are discussing their campaign in the editor's office. Listen.
Don't forget about that bit about the fixed juryman, Mr. Kent.
Okay, Mr. Remsen. Lois, we mustn't forget we've got a dinner and tea today tonight. The quicker we get started in this article, the better.
Quite so.
What?
And when you finish writing it, Miss Lane, Mr. Kent, take a suggestion from me and tear it up.
Well, what under the sun? Who said that? Didn't somebody say...
Peter, I heard a strange voice in this room where I'm quietly going crazy.
No, you did hear a strange voice. Who said that?
I did, Mr. Kent.
Well, who are you? Where are you?
I'm standing behind Editor White's chair.
Great Scott!
As to who I am, gentlemen, Miss Lane, prepare to do business with the Invisible Man.
It's a dream. That's what it is. Now, listen, you people. We're dreaming, aren't we? Hardly a dream, Mr. White, but
If you ask me, I think it's just a trick.
Commendably clever, Mr. Kent. It is a trick. But I doubt whether you can tell how it is done.
Well, it's positively mystifying.
I imagine that's what it's intended to be. Well, all right, whoever you are, you're playing a trick on us. Now, you might unburden yourself and tell us why you're playing the trick.
I like you for that, Mr. Kent. You've come to the point quickly. Very well, I will tell you why. Gentlemen, Miss Lane, you are about to inaugurate a campaign against District Attorney Parker. Am I right?
Well?
I have come to say, don't do it.
Oh? And exactly why shouldn't we do it?
Because if you do, I shall take steps to see that you regret it.
Clark, what on earth?
Just a minute, Lois. Let's get to the bottom of this. Are you working for Parker? Has he hired you to come here and try to intimidate us?
That's beside the point, Mr. Kent. What really matters is this. I have warned you not to publish even one article against District Attorney Parker. If you are a man of sense, you will heed that warning.
Now, listen. Never mind all this. Here's a man who can make himself invisible. There's a story for you. Invisible Man invades editor's office. Weird, supernatural occurrence.
Wait a minute, Chief. There's nothing weird or supernatural about this. It's a trick. A trick and nothing more.
Kent is right. It is a trick. An attempt to get our minds off Parker for a while.
Gentlemen, please, you underestimate me. I merely make myself invisible to hide my identity, nothing more. Because, you see, I really have the power to back up any warning, any threat I make. Yes, Mr. Kent, I am working for District Attorney Parker. I have guaranteed that these stories of yours will not appear in print. I intend to see that guarantee is kept.
And how do you propose to do that?
I don't make a practice, Mr. Kent, of exposing my hand before I say it. You must merely accept my word for it that should you publish even this first story, should you try to print that story tonight, you will regret it more than you have ever regretted anything in your life. That's all I have to say.
Kent, it sounds as if he means it.
He certainly does. Clark, what do you think?
All I can say is, threats or no threats, Invisible Man or not, we ought to go ahead with that story. What do you say, Chief?
I agree with you 100%, Kent.
I knew you would. Well, did you hear that, Mr. Invisible? I say, did you hear our answer to your warning?
He doesn't answer.
Why, he's gone. He went just as silently and mysteriously as he came. Oh, this will make a whale of a story. Now, look here, Kent. Let Lois write the story on District Attorney Parker. You sit down and beat out a column or two on this Invisible Man yarn.
I wouldn't do that, Chief.
Well, why not?
Because I think if you give this thing time, if you let it develop by itself, you'll really have a story. You'll have a story that'll make this town stand on its ear. A story that'll have everybody talking for weeks to come.
What do you mean? What are you getting at?
Well, don't ask me to explain, Chief. Just wait and see. Well, Lois, we'd better get started in that article. We've got a dinner date together at Victorio's at 7 o'clock.
Oh, goodness, Clark, I'd almost forgotten. Because of this Invisible Man business and everything. Well, shall we work in your office or mine?
Oh, mine will do. Come on, let's go.
But Kent, wait a minute.
What?
This Invisible Man. If I only knew the answer to how he does it. When we learn that, then we will have something.
Oh, waiter.
Yes, Mr. King.
Waiter, I ordered dinner here tonight for two. He set places for three.
Well, those were the orders I received from the captain, sir. Mr. Kent's table said 3 places.
That's funny. Clark, are you sure you didn't make a mistake?
Of course not, Lois.
Oh, but this is rather awkward, sir. I have 3 servings here on this tray, and...
It's quite all right, waiter. You may serve the 3 others.
Oh, what is... Oh, I'm terribly sorry, Mr. Kent. I thought I heard...
I know what you've heard. Never mind clearing that up now. I'll let you know when I want dinner served.
Oh, yes, sir. Yes, sir.
It's all right.
Really, the most amazing thing.
So you even intrude at the dinner table, do you?
Oh, so sorry, really, Kent, and of course, Miss Lane. Please do forgive me. But you see, I have your welfare so at heart. I'm so anxious that no harm should come
Clark,
to...
let's get out of here.
Take it easy, Lois. Don't let our invisible friend get on your nerves. Now, look here. This has gone far enough.
So?
Under ordinary circumstances, I'd be amused by this trick of yours, whatever it may be. But right now, it happens that Miss Lane and I would like to eat our dinner in peace. So if you don't mind...
No, but I do. Believe me, I regret the intrusion as much as you. But it's really most important that you listen to me.
I'm not interested.
I gave you warning this afternoon. You didn't pay any attention to it. You went right ahead and wrote that article exposing District Attorney Parker as a crook, as a man who's used his office criminally. Now, honestly, I have a certain regard for you two. I don't want to see anything happen to you.
Indebted, I'm sure.
But something will happen if you persist in taking this thing lightly. Now, please, reconsider. Won't you call Editor White and convince him that the best thing to do is to forget this entire campaign against Parker?
If you think I'd do that, especially after insisting that White go ahead with the campaign, you're crazy.
But you don't realize what you're letting yourself in for. Listen to me, Kent. I meant every word I said this afternoon. I warned you that if you insisted on carrying through this campaign against Parker, that you'd regret it. You will regret it, Kent. Believe me, you will.
You can't frighten us.
Right. I'm afraid neither Miss Lane nor myself is impressed. What exactly do you think you can do to us? Did you hear me?
Yes. He seems to have left us again. Clark, I can't help it. This sort of thing gets me down.
No, it's nothing but a trick. Once we find the solution to it, there's no doubt it'll turn out to be pretty simple.
Yes, but to make himself invisible.
No, not another word about it. We're supposed to forget business tonight and enjoy ourselves. And that's exactly what we're going to do.
I don't think he was quite in character during the last part of that.
This is one of the most exciting plays I've seen in years. The way she's so...
Get a fresh fruit drink here.
Oh, it's a wonderful play, Clark. I'm so glad we came, aren't you?
Glad you're enjoying it, Lois.
How do you think it'll end? You know, I'm sort of anxious to see the third act.
I don't know. I'm inclined to think that...
Mr. Clark Kent.
I'm being paid.
Mr.
Over here, boy.
Kent. Oh, Mr. Kent?
Yes?
A message for you, sir. A call from a Mr. White at the office of the Daily Planet.
Yes? What's the message?
Mr. White said to tell you to get back to the office as quickly as you can. It's very urgent.
Oh,
thank you. Here you are.
Thank you, sir.
what are you thinking of happening?
I don't know, Lois. Whatever it is, we'll soon find out.
I don't know, Remsen. We'll see what Kent has to say when he gets here, if he ever does.
But you can't kill that story now, Mr. White. You owe something to the public, to the people who have bought your paper year in and year out. You can't let anything stand in the way of exposing Parker for what he is.
Well, you saw the note the invisible man sent me, Remsen. I can't afford to take chances.
Well, all I can say... Oh, here come Kent and Lois Lane now.
Oh, Chief. Well, what's the trouble?
Well, whatever it is, it better be important. We missed the third act of the play to come here.
You will find it important, all right. Here, have a look at this, Kent.
Huh? Oh, a note, eh?
Yeah, from the invisible man.
Oh, what's it say, Clark?
Let's see. My last warning. Start your presses tonight and you won't print another story for weeks to come. Huh. I wonder what he means by that.
I don't know exactly what he means, Kent, but I do know this. I'm worried. If he can make good this threat of his, if he can actually prevent us from putting another edition on the streets for weeks, well, then I'm scared and scared plenty. If we miss one edition, just one edition, Kent, well, you know what it means to us financially. We can't afford to take chances.
I know what it means, all right. Start your presses tonight and you won't print another edition for weeks to come, eh? I have half a mind to find out exactly what the Invisible Man can do. Just how important his threats and warnings are.
What do you mean, Kent?
I mean, I wouldn't let him bulldoze me, Chief. We've started this campaign against District Attorney Parker and his crooked regime. Well, let's go through with it. I say whatever happens, start printing that story for the morning edition. I say get those presses started.
He's right, Mr. White. If we miss this chance to put Parker where he belongs, we'll never get another one. Clark's definitely right. Let's start those presses.
But the warning.
Never mind the warning, sir. Let's start the presses and see what happens.
All right. We'll do it. Well, Joe.
Yes, sir.
Start your presses for the morning edition.
Right, sir. Start the presses. Start the presses.
Will the Invisible Man make good his threat? And what will happen? And what trick does the Invisible Man use to make himself invisible? Do you know? Well, be sure to listen to the next exciting and baffling episode of this story with Superman.
And remember, tune in the next thrilling installment of the transcription feature, Superman. Up in the sky, look! It's a bird! It's a plane! It's Superman! Superman is a copyrighted feature appearing in Action Comics magazine. Presenting the transcription feature, Superman! Guys, look! It's a plane! It's a plane! It's Superman!
And now, Superman, strange visitor from the planet Krypton, who came to Earth with physical powers far beyond those of mortal men, and who fights a never-ending battle against crime and oppression, disguised as Clark Kent, mild-mannered reporter for a great metropolitan newspaper. As you remember, Kent and Lois Lane had been assigned by editor Perry White to write a series of articles for the Daily Planet's campaign to oust the crooked District Attorney Parker from office. The facts for this expose were to be supplied by Ralph Remsen, former assistant DA, who had resigned in protest against Parker's methods. When we last saw them, they were surprised by a baffling obstacle, an invisible man, who, although he could not be seen, talked with them and warned them against publishing the expose. As our story opens today, Kent has just returned to the city room of the Daily Planet, where he finds Editor White and Remsen greatly excited. Listen.
Here, read this note, Kent. It arrived from the Invisible Man only a short while ago.
Let's see. My last warning. Start your presses tonight and you won't print another story for weeks to come. Huh. You know, Chief, I've half a mind to find out exactly what the Invisible Man can do. Just how important his threats and warnings are.
But the warning. What do you think, Mr. Remsen? I'm not sure, Mr. White.
Never mind the warning. Let's start the presses and see what happens.
All right. We'll do it.
Joe? Yes, sir?
Start your presses for the morning edition.
Okay, Mr. White. Start the presses. Start the presses.
Nothing seems to have happened.
Yes, but I have a feeling that something may happen at almost any minute.
How right you are, Mr. White.
What? Why, it's the Invisible Man again. That voice sounded as if he were standing right here among us. It can't be.
But it is. I'm standing right here beside you, Mr. White. Why? Why didn't you heed my warning? Now you have forced me into something that I find most unpleasant, most distasteful.
And just exactly what is that?
Mr. Kent, you're so serene about the whole matter, so confident that you all can win out against me. Gentlemen, listen to me. When you started those presses, you also started a time bomb concealed in one of them.
A time bomb? Joe, hold the presses. Stop them immediately.
Bet your life it will.
Wait a minute. That won't do any good, I'm afraid. Stopping the presses won't stop the bomb.
It won't?
I decided, Mr. White, that if you were foolhardy enough to disregard my advice, I'd teach you a lesson. You've started the bomb. You cannot stop it. Your presses will be blown into wreckage. As I said in my note, it will be weeks before you publish another edition of your paper.
Oh, Kent, this is terrible. What can we do? Think of what it means to the paper. If those presses are blown up, if we're unable to get another edition on the streets in weeks, we're ruined, man. Utterly ruined. Well, I for one, don't see what you can do about it, Mr. No, we've got to do something. Those presses are worth hundreds of thousands of dollars. If we're forced out of business for even a few days, we'll... Kent, can't you think of something?
Yes, Kent. think of something. You got Mr. White into this? Figure some way to get him out.
He's right. You did get me into this, Kent. It was you who said to go ahead and start those presses. Kent, you simply got to
Just a minute, please. We're all standing here wasting time talking about the value of those presses. We haven't even begun to think about the lives that may be lost in this thing. How much time have we?
By my watch, you have exactly 2 minutes.
2 minutes?
You have one chance, Kent. If you can find the bomb and destroy it within 2 minutes, you'll be all right.
Yeah.
If you fail to find it within 2 minutes, remember, I'm afraid you'll have to suffer the consequences. You now have exactly 1 minute and 45 seconds. Good luck, gentlemen, and good night.
Of course, we've simply got to find that bomb. It's our only chance.
Looks like it, Lois. You men.
Yeah?
You men here in the press room. You've got 1 minute and 30 seconds to find that bomb. Better start looking for it right now.
Yeah. Somebody better keep a good watch on the time. All right.
Remsen, try that press over there.
Okay, Kent.
Mr. White, you take that one over there.
Right.
Come on, Lois. We'll have a look at the one near the window.
Okay.
Anybody see it yet?
How much time have we, Clark?
No, we have 1 minute.
We better get out of here.
Keep looking, men. I'll watch the time. I'll get you out of here before it goes off. Don't worry.
Suppose there's some mistake in the timing. Suppose the invisible man deliberately gave us the wrong timing.
Gotta take our chances on that. Oh, hang it all. Where can it be?
No, it's nowhere to be found in that press, Kent.
Well, try another one. Keep looking.
Keep looking. It's too late, Kent. Too late. If we don't leave this...
Wait.
What?
Look.
What is it, Lois?
There it is. Concealed behind that bale of papers.
Yes, that's it, all right. Get it out of there, for heaven's sake.
There's no time. Less than 30 seconds left. You men, everybody, get out of this room as quickly as you can. Hurry. Come on, you guys. Go on, get going, Chief. There's no time to lose.
Oh, those presses. Hundreds of thousands of
Oh, never
dollars.
mind the money. Think of your life. Come on, let's get out of here.
All right, folks. Everybody's out of there now.
Are you sure of that,
Yes.
Robinson?
Closing both these doors. Come on. Give me a hand. Come on.
Wait. Where's Clark? I don't see Clark.
Why, he's among the men somewhere. I saw him come out. I'm sure of it.
But I don't see him. Clark! Clark! Kent! Where are you? Clark! Clark!
15 seconds and that bomb will go off. No time to fly out the window with it. And I can't get rid of it any other way. Well, only one thing to do. I'll have to cover it with my body. As Superman, it can't harm me. Well, here goes. Now, there we are. Only a second to go. Could I have missed time? Oh. Well, that's that. Thank heavens everything's all right. No one's been harmed and the presses are still running. Sounded like the bomb to me. Why, it couldn't have been anything else. It was kind of muffled. There hasn't been any other explosions.
Yeah, it was muffled. Maybe something went wrong with it. Do you think we can go in now?
Yes, I think we can chance it.
Oh, Clark, there you are. I've been looking all over for you.
I put a call through for the fire department. I thought we might be needing them.
All right, I guess we can go in and see what damage has been done. All right, Joe.
Yeah?
You can open the doors now.
Yes, sir, Mr. White.
Why, look. There's a hole blown in the floor. That seems to be about all the damage that was done. I can't understand it. It was no small bomb that blew that hole in the floor. Why didn't the explosion blow those presses into smithereens?
That is odd, isn't it?
Well, whether it's odd or not, the important thing is no harm was done. The presses are still running, Chief. And it looks as if we'll make the morning edition. At least the first expose of District Attorney Parker will reach the public in time.
The mayor will see you in a very short while. Thank you. Yes, sir. Well, it begins to look as if we're making a little headway. We've published 2 stories about District Attorney Parker, and the third is in the presses now. With Mayor Healy's help, we can't fail to get Parker indicted and put where he belongs. There's just one thing that worries me, Remsen. Yes, what's that, Wayne? I had a call from Parker this morning, threatening to sue the paper for libel. Are you sure you can prove the statements that we've been making? You're sure the documents you've shown me are authentic? Absolutely.
There's no doubt of it, Chief. If Remsen here will excuse my saying so, I've taken the trouble to check on some of them. I didn't think it would do any harm.
Not at all, Tim. Well, the thing that gets me is that invisible man. Now, you people can talk all you want about being a trick, but that voice gives me the willies. I keep listening for it, expecting it to speak almost any moment. Why, I never know when I'm alone anymore or when I'm not.
Now, don't let it get you down, Chief. This whole thing will be cleaned up before very long.
You've been saying that for days, Kent. I wish you'd talk less and act more.
Well, I'm doing my best, Chief. You can't ask more than that.
The mayor will see you now. This way.
Thanks.
Well, gentlemen, Lane, I believe. Sit down, won't you? Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I believe you know why we've come.
I certainly do, Mr. White. I've been reading those articles about District Attorney Parker in your newspaper, sir. And I must say you're to be commended on the wonderful service you're rendering the public.
Thank you, sir. I know you're busy, so I'll come right to the point. Your Honor, can we count on your support?
I'm with you all the way. Now, what would be your suggestion, Mr. White? A grand jury investigation?
I think so, Your Honor. You name the men you want, and Mr. Remsen here will give them all the proof they need.
Good. I'll take care of that this very afternoon. And now, gentlemen, Miss Lane, you know I'm a very busy man, and I...
Certainly, sir. We won't take up any more of your time.
Oh, I'm afraid you'll have to.
What was that? Did someone say something?
It's the invisible man again.
The what?
The invisible man, Mr. Mayor. No time to explain now. Mr. White can do that later.
What is
Your
this
Honor,
nonsense?
I have only one thing to say to you. Don't form a grand jury. Don't support this investigation.
In the name of... Who is this person? What is...
I said I had no time to go into that. However, believe me when I say that if you support this campaign against District Attorney Parker, you'll be doing yourself a great injury, an injury, Your Honor, from which you will never recover.
Whoever you are, sir, I'm not to be intimidated. I've been through this sort of thing before. It's been my experience that most threats have no foundation.
You'll find this one has.
I'm no coward, sir, whoever you are. I have a duty to the people of this city which I intend to fulfill. You can't frighten me.
Your phone will ring in a moment or two. We'll wait until you receive the message I know is coming. And then we'll see what your answer is. I might even go so far as... I dare say that's the call now. Pick up the phone, Mr. Mayor. Your phone is ringing, Mr. Mayor.
Hello? Yes, this is the mayor speaking. What's that? Yes? Yes? Thank you. Yes, goodbye. Mr. White, I'm afraid you'll have to carry on your investigation without my help. There is nothing I can do for you.
What message did the mayor receive by telephone? What made him change his mind? And by the way, have you solved the riddle of the invisible man? Be sure to listen to the next thrilling and mystifying episode of this story with Superman.
And remember, tune in the next thrilling installment of the transcription feature, Superman.
Up in the sky! Look! It's a plane! It's a plane! It's Superman!
Superman is a copyrighted feature appearing in Action Comics magazine. Presenting the transcription feature, Superman!
It's a plane! It's a plane! It's Superman!
And now, Superman, strange visitor from the planet Krypton, who came to Earth with physical powers far beyond those of mortal men, and who fights a never-ending battle for truth and justice, disguised as Clark Kent, mild-mannered reporter for a great metropolitan newspaper. As you remember, Editor White, Kent, and Lois Lane were engaged in a campaign to oust District Attorney Parker from office, with information provided by Ralph Remsen, former assistant to Parker, who had resigned in protest against the DA's crooked policies. A baffling obstacle confronts them now, an invisible man who, though he cannot be seen, warns them against going through with their campaign. The invisible man has already attempted to blow up the Daily Planet, in which, however, he was thwarted by Superman. When we last saw them, Editor White, Kent, Lois, and Remsen were in the office of the mayor, who had just pledged his support, when the voice of the invisible man warned him to have no part in it. Listen.
Don't be misled, Mr. Mayor, into thinking that because I'm invisible, I can do you no harm.
This is preposterous. Look here, you people. Is this some sort of stupid trick you're playing on me? Some joke?
I wish it were only a joke, Your Honor. That voice you hear is the voice of the invisible man.
Ridiculous, Mr. White. There can't be such a thing as an invisible man.
It does sound ridiculous, doesn't it?
Of course, Mr. Remsen.
But we know there is an invisible man.
I'm afraid Mr. Remsen is right, Your Honor. You see, we've heard that voice before. The first time was in Editor White's office.
Yes, and then Mr. Kent and I heard it while we were having dinner in a restaurant. The invisible man actually sat down at the table with us.
And now, Mr. Mayor, you hear my voice here in your own office.
Incredible. It's some trick. It must be.
Trick or no trick, Your Honor, be warned in time. Give your assistance to this campaign against my friend, District Attorney Parker, and you'll regret it.
I refuse to be intimidated. I shall certainly give my support to any campaign...
Wait, please. In a moment, Mr. Mayor, your telephone will ring. After you have answered the telephone,
You will change your mind.
Ridiculous, utterly ridiculous. I certainly don't... Mr. Kent, what are you doing at that closet? What right have you, sir, to open that closet and examine the inside?
Yes, Clark. What's the idea?
Well, nothing, Chief. I was just sort of looking around.
Looking for what, sir?
Why, I don't know, a dictaphone or a...
The telephone.
Yes, Your Honor, your phone is ringing. Pick it up and answer it. Or perhaps you are afraid.
Afraid? Why should I be afraid? Hello? Yes, this is the mayor speaking. Oh, yes, my dear. What's that? Yes? Yes? I see. Gentlemen, Miss Lane, I'm afraid I must withdraw my support. There is nothing I can do for you.
But, Mr. Mayor...
Phone call, Mr. Mayor. What was it about?
Let me answer that. That was the mayor's wife. She called to tell him that she and her young daughter had just been in an automobile accident.
No, she knew all the time.
An accident, Mr. Mayor, from which they barely escaped with their lives. A truck crashed into their car. Wasn't that it?
Yes. That was it. Gentlemen, Miss Lane, I hope you understand. I'm no coward. But my wife, my little daughter, well, they mean more to me, far more than any political career.
We can't blame you, sir. It's the human thing to do.
What's that blasted invisible man? Kent.
Yes, sir.
A little while ago, you mentioned a dictaphone.
Yes?
You said there might be one concealed in this office.
Well, I just had an idea that maybe...
Your idea must be right. Mr. Mayor, I suggest we search this office and search it thoroughly. If we don't find a dictaphone or some such thing concealed around here, I'll be very much surprised.
Mr. White, I think you've got something. Let's start looking for that dictaphone. Kent, suppose you search the next office very carefully.
Right, sir.
Mr. Remsen, you take that little office in there.
All right, Mr. Mayor.
Miss Lane and Mr. White will help me search this office. It's larger than the others and will take more time. Now, don't spare a thing. Search the closet, pull up the rugs. But be sure you leave nothing untouched.
Oh, this is very amusing. No, Mr. White, not in that closet. Why not try the other?
If I could get my hands on you...
Exasperating, isn't it? Perhaps I'm in the mold.
Shut up with you, shut up!
Oh, this is nerve-wracking.
Oh, Mr. Benson, there's a couch in that office you're in. Look behind that.
Don't worry, I will.
Your Honor, Mr. White,
Yes, Lois?
I know where the invisible man is.
No.
I just saw the shadow of someone out there on the fire escape. I barely saw it, but there's someone on that fire escape outside the window.
Lois, if you're right...
Come on, White. Unless I miss my guess, this solves the mystery of the invisible man. Oh, wait. I have a gun in my desk. Yeah, there. Now then, White, you throw open the window, and I'll cover whoever's out there with this automatic.
Right. All set?
Yes.
Then here goes.
Don't move, you're on fire. Do you hear me?
Clark!
It's Kent. Oh, what on earth you...
Sorry if I've upset you. I was just doing a little investigating out here, and I thought...
Never mind what you thought. How did you get out on this fire escape? You were in the other office. This fire escape doesn't reach to the window of that office. Why, it would take a Superman to leap across the space between.
Well, you see, I came up from below. I went through your office.
We didn't see you.
No, you were too busy searching the room to notice me. I went below to the office under this one, got out on the fire escape, and came up.
And we thought you were the invisible man.
And no doubt. You see how stupid you all were.
That voice.
The invisible man again.
Will somebody give me a hand through this window, please?
Okay, come on. You and your fire escapes.
And his dictaphone, too. Friends, I hope you realize now that I can and do call the turn without the need of mechanical contrivances. I'm sure all of you can see the wisdom of giving up this campaign against District Attorney Parker.
I don't know what to do.
Well, I do.
Yes, Benson? I haven't waited months for this chance to put Parker behind bars to throw it away now. I say, let's go ahead with this campaign.
That's right.
Bravo, Mr. Remsen. Most courageous. Also most foolhardy.
I agree with Mr. Remsen. Let's go ahead with the campaign.
I don't know about that.
What's that, Kent?
I say let's drop the whole business.
Why, what do you mean, Kent? Kent, you certainly don't mean you'd be willing to give up this campaign to break a crook like District Attorney Parker?
Why not, Chief? I'm a reporter, not a crusader. My job is to expose the news, not expose crooks. Now, you'll forgive my saying this, Your Honor, but if you yourself are afraid to support this campaign against Parker, well, why should we risk our necks?
But the mayor's thinking of his family, his wife and daughters, not himself.
Well, that's so, but... Well, where are we without the mayor's support?
I'll tell you where we are, Kent. If the mayor can't help us, then the governor can. Lois, you and I'll drive upstate tonight and see the governor first thing in the morning. I'll get action on this campaign if it's the last thing I do.
Hello? Yes, this is District Attorney Parker. Who? Oh, hello, Lucky. Yeah? Now, wait a minute, Lucky. Yes, I know all about the story in the Daily Planet. Well, what can I do about it? What? Now, wait a minute, Lucky. Don't get tough with me. What? All right. All right, goodbye. Oh, as if I could do anything to stop Remsen and frighten them. Come in. Oh, who the devil?
Close the door, Parker.
Oh, the invisible man again.
Glad to see me, Parker?
You've got a nerve not showing your face around here.
Relax, Parker. You've got nothing to worry about.
Yeah, that's what you said last time. And between then and now, 2 stories have been published in the Daily Planet.
I know, but...
There are no buts. Now get this. I promised you $100,000 to do this job. Fail me and you don't get a cent. Not 1 red cent.
Listen to me, Parker. I've come to let you know that the campaign against you is as good as finished.
I'll believe that when I read it in the papers. Or rather, when I don't read it.
I mean what I say. The one man who's really bent on seeing you run out of office is Editor Perry White of the Daily Planet. The one way to stop this campaign is to get rid of Editor White.
So what? What are you getting at?
Tonight, White and Lois Lane are driving up to see the governor at the executive mansion. From the city to the governor's mansion is a trip of about 140 miles. I have so arranged it that something will happen to their car at exactly the 100th mile.
100th mile? What have you done? Placed a bomb in the car?
No, Parker. Nothing as crude as that.
Oh, I get it. You're going to have a truck crash into them or something, huh?
No, that might not succeed. The plan I have thought out cannot fail. When White and Miss Lane reach the 100th mile of their trip, it will be the end of them and their campaign against you.
Yes, but what have you done to the car?
You'll have to wait and see, Parker. What time is it?
It's close to 10 o'clock. Why?
10 o'clock. White and Lois Lane left about 2 hours ago. They should be nearing the 100-mile mark of their trip right now.
Any for your thoughts, Lois?
What? Oh, I was just thinking.
About Kent?
Yes.
Funny, his acting the way he did, wanting to give up this campaign against Parker.
Oh, he'd never been very courageous, but... Well, I never thought he was that cowardly.
Well, best forget it. Tired?
A little. Say, you're certainly pushing his car along. Must be doing 70.
Yeah, there's not much traffic on the highway this time of night.
How far do we still have to go before we reach the executive mansion?
About 40 miles, I'd say. Let's see. Yeah, the 100-mile mark is just coming up. Another 1.25 miles, and we'll have covered exactly 100 miles.
Another 1.25 miles, and our friends will reach the 100-mile mark. What will happen? What has the Invisible Man done to Editor White's car? And will Superman be able to help Lois and White? Be sure to hear the next exciting episode of our story with Superman.
And remember, tune in the next thrilling installment of the transcription feature, Superman.
Up in the sky! Look! It's a plane! It's a plane! It's Superman!
Superman is a copyrighted feature appearing in Action Comics magazine. Presenting the transcription feature, Superman.
Look! It's a plane! It's a plane! It's Superman!
And now, Superman, strange visitor from the planet Krypton, who came to Earth with physical powers far beyond those of mortal men, and who fights a never-ending battle against crime and injustice, disguised as Clark Kent, mild-mannered reporter for a great metropolitan newspaper. As you remember, Editor White, Kent, Lois Lane, and Ralph Remsen had gone to the mayor to enlist his aid in the campaign against District Attorney Parker, whose crooked practices, they believed, made him unfit for office. The mayor had pledged his support when the Invisible Man, strange and baffling ally of the crooked DA, warned him against it by involving the mayor's wife and daughter in a near-fatal accident. Then Kent surprised everybody by refusing to have anything more to do with the campaign himself. As our story opens today, we join White and Lois, who are driving alone to see the governor and the state capital 140 miles away. Listen.
Ready for your thoughts, Lois?
What? Oh, I was just thinking.
About Kent?
Yes.
Funny his acting the way he did, wanting to give up this campaign against Parker.
Oh, he's never been very courageous, but... Well, I never thought he was that cowardly.
Yeah, best forget it. Tired?
A little. Say, you're certainly pushing this car along. Must be doing 70.
Yeah, there's not much traffic on the highway this time of night.
How far do we still have to go before we reach the governor's mansion?
About 40 miles, I'd say. Let's see. Yes, the 100-mile mark is just coming up. Another mile and a quarter, and we will have covered exactly 100 miles.
On with the car roars at 70 miles an hour, headlight boring into the black night, onward to certain destruction. Meanwhile, at the offices of the Daily Planet, Clark Kent talks to Ralph Remsen, the man responsible for the campaign against Parker, unaware that his friends are in danger. Listen.
Exactly what makes you so anxious, Remsen, to get District Attorney Parker out of office?
I don't like crooks, Kent. And I don't like to see the people of this city cheated and hoodwinked. I don't like cowards either, Kent.
Meaning what, Remsen?
You know, Kent, there's something peculiar about you.
What do you mean?
Well, take what happened in the mayor's office this afternoon. All of us are searching for a dictaphone, thinking that maybe the invisible man works his trick voice that way.
Yes?
You go into another room, another office, and start searching that.
Well?
The next thing we know, you're out on the fire escape. And to get to that fire escape from the other room, you'd have to leap 20 feet through space.
I explained that, Remsen. I merely walked through the mayor's office, went downstairs to the office just below the mayor's, and came up again by way of the fire escape.
Yes. Well, for one thing, I didn't see you come through the mayor's office.
I've already said that all of you were too busy searching the place to see me.
Maybe so. But if you wanted to examine that fire escape, why didn't you do it through the mayor's office? Why did you have to go downstairs and come up on the fire escape?
Well, I thought...
Yes, you thought what?
Well, you see,
Hello, everybody.
Oh, hello, Jimmy. You know Mr. Remsen, don't you?
Oh, I sure do. You're the man who's giving Mr. Kent and Miss Lane all the dope and Parker, aren't you?
That's right, Jimmy.
I've been looking for Miss Lane. Anybody know where she is?
Didn't you know, Jimmy?
What?
Lois and Editor White are on their way to the governor's mansion. They want to get the governor's help in his campaign against Parker.
They left about 2 hours ago. Ought to have covered the best part of the trip by this time, 100 miles at least.
Why didn't you go with them, Mr. Kent? You and Miss Lane are working this case together, aren't you?
Yes, that's right.
Mr. Kent doesn't want to say so, Jimmy. But at the moment, he and your friends aren't getting along so well.
You mean Lois and Mr. White are mad at you, Mr. Kent?
Oh, in a way, yes.
Well, why? What happened?
Well,
Mr. Kent wanted to give up the campaign to get rid of District Attorney Parker. It seems the invisible man is sort of getting on his nerves.
Get this. That isn't true, is it, Mr. Kent?
Jimmy, I just don't see how we can do anything against an adversary you can't even see.
Or to put it bluntly, Mr. Kent doesn't see why he should risk his neck.
Now, that isn't true. Mr. Kent is the bravest man in the world. Now, when we were...
Those are Mr. Kent's own words, Jimmy.
Now, wait a minute, Remsen. I was just trying to look at things sensibly. You're trying to make me out a coward in front of Jimmy here.
Well?
Because you're a coward, Mr. Kent. You're not going to let him get away with it, are you?
So long as I know it isn't true, Jimmy.
You can't let a man call you a coward and not do something about it.
Yes. Why don't you do something about it, Kent? I've been itching to take a shot at you ever since you tried to get everybody to give up this campaign against Parker. If there's anything I detest, it's a coward.
Fighting won't get us anywhere.
Maybe you'd change your mind if I took a poke at you. See how you like this. Oh, my hand.
Mr. Kent, you must have a jaw like
I've
steel.
broken my hand.
It hit you right in the butt, and it didn't seem to hurt you at all, but look at him.
It must have been the way he hit me. He must have hit a nerve in his hand.
It was like hitting a stone wall.
Mr. Kent, this doesn't settle that business about you being a... Oh, you know what I mean.
Jimmy, I hope I'm not a coward. I'm not giving up this campaign against Parker because I'm afraid.
Then why are you giving it up?
The answer to that, my friend, is very simple.
What was that? Who said that?
That's the voice of the invisible man, Jimmy.
Huh?
I'm sort of getting used to it now, but you
Invisible
haven't.
man.
Jimmy, you haven't met me before. And so naturally, you're a little excited. How do you do, Jimmy?
Hello. Oh, Margaret.
Kent, this question of whether you're a coward or not seems to be a difficult one. Frankly, I'm of the opinion that you are a coward.
Maybe we ought to take a vote on it.
I have little respect, Kent, for a man who will forsake his friends as you have done the minute danger begins to threaten.
I don't see... What are you getting at? What do you mean when danger begins to threaten?
Why, yes, Invisible. Exactly what did you mean by that?
You're suffering from a case of nerves, gentlemen. I meant nothing special by what I said. Nothing could possibly happen to Miss Lane or Mr. White, could it? Certainly not with me here, and they, shall we say, at least 100 miles away?
No. No, I suppose not. Jimmy, what time is it?
Just a little after 10.
I've got to see the press room foreman right away. Jimmy, you and Remsen can keep the Invisible Man entertained until I get back.
Oh, all right, Mr. Kent. Mr. Remsen, this Invisible Man actually exists, or am I dreaming?
I'll answer that, Remsen. No, Jimmy, you're not dreaming. I am really in this room with you, but you cannot see me. You see, by means of a trick Houdini himself couldn't solve.
I may be wrong, but I'm afraid there was some implication in what the Invisible Man said about Lois and White being in danger. Just to be sure nothing happens to them, I'd better see if I can pick up their car. Now, there's the post road below me, like a silver snake in the moonlight. I don't see a car anywhere. Maybe the Invisible Man didn't mean anything at all by what... Wait. There are the headlights of a car. Far in the distance. Maybe White and Lois. I'd better pile on speed. Got a feeling that seconds may mean the difference between life and death.
Yes, there's no doubt, Lois, that the governor will help us.
Well, it's this Invisible Man business that bothers me, Mr. White.
That is a riddle. You know,
I said you better slow down, Mr. White. There's a pretty steep curve ahead.
Practically a hairpin turn. Yes, I'd better slow... What the...
Mr. White, what's happened to the car?
Oh, the steering wheel. It's broken.
Mr. White, we're heading for that cliff.
Oh, what the... Lois, the brakes don't work either. Oh, gosh, if there's something I can do, Lois. Nothing.
The handbrake. Try to work the handbrake, Mr. White.
Oh, that doesn't work either. Oh, we can't stop.
There's the edge of the cliff. We're going over it.
We're out in space. We're falling, Lois. Falling.
No, we're not falling.
What?
We're flying.
Good heavens.
Something's holding us up, swinging us around toward the road again.
You're right.
Happy admits we're being lifted back onto the road. We're safe. Quick, let's get out and see.
Come on. There's no one here. Nothing.
There is. Look, against the moon, the figure of Superman. Mr. White, don't you think you ought to give Clark Kent another chance? Yes, Mr. White. Maybe there's some reason for his trying to...
The only reason he's got is fear.
Mr. Remsen, you're beginning to give me a pain in the neck. Jimmy, no way to talk to people older than yourself. I'm sorry, Miss Lane, but forget it.
White, I say fire, Kent. If we're going to win against Parker, we need men, not mollycoddles. Yes, you're right. There's nothing to do but fire, Kent. And I might as well...
Hello, everybody. You wanted to see me, Chief?
Yes, Kent. I guess the quicker I get this over with, the better. Kent, you're fired.
I see.
Gee, Mr. Kent.
I'm sorry, Kent. You've proven by your actions that you're not the man we need in a job like this.
Oh, sure. Sure, I understand.
Oh, Clark, aren't you going to say something in your own defense? Are you going to stand there and take this the way you take everything else without doing something about it? Mr. Kent, aren't you going to say something? Do something.
What can I do?
Oh, if you only had a tenth of the courage Superman has in his little finger.
I'm afraid you can't compare me to Superman. No, there's nothing I can say except, well, I'll have to take my story to another paper.
What's that? What story?
A story about the Invisible Man.
Kent, you break that story in another paper, and I'll break you.
I don't see why I shouldn't break it. I solved it, didn't I?
I don't care whether you... What'd you say?
I say I solved it. I know now how the Invisible Man makes himself invisible.
Oh, I've had enough of this nonsense from you, Kent. Get out.
Wait a minute. Clark, did you mean that? Do you really know how the Invisible Man makes himself invisible?
Well, I can do it myself.
I don't believe it. Yes, and neither do I.
Well, I'll have to break the story in another paper, I guess.
Now, wait a minute, Kent. If you can show us how it's done, if you can really make yourself invisible, you can have your job back.
Oh, I don't know.
Oh, please, Mr. Kent, please show them.
And I'll raise your salary.
Well, that is an inducement. All right, it's a bet.
Ridiculous.
Tell you what I'll do. I'll step outside and close the door. When I knock at the door, Jimmy, you open it and see what happens.
Okay.
Don't forget to open the door when I knock.
Don't worry, I won't.
Good. I'll close the door.
I don't see how I can possibly
He
do
won't,
anything.
Miss Lane. You can bet on that. Listen. Jimmy, quickly, open that door. Well, open it.
Oh, okay, Mr. White. But he's not here.
Oh, of course he's not there. Just another trick. He knocked at the door and then skipped off down the corridor.
You're wrong, Chief. I'm right here in this room with you.
What's that?
You can't see me. Because, well, you see, I'm invisible.
I don't understand this. Oh, I don't.
Well, it looks as if Clark Kent has solved the mystery of the Invisible Man. Do you know how he did it? Well, then, be sure to listen in for the solution when we present our next episode with Superman. And remember, tune in the next thrilling installment of the transcription feature, Superman. Up in the sky. Look! It's a plane! It's a plane! It's Superman! Superman is a copyrighted feature appearing in Action Comics magazine. Presenting the transcription feature, Superman! Guys, look! It's a plane! It's a plane! It's Superman!
And now, Superman, strange visitor from the planet Krypton, who came to Earth with physical powers far beyond those of mortal men, and who fights a never-ending battle against crime and injustice, disguised as mild-mannered Clark Kent, reporter for a great metropolitan newspaper. As you remember, Editor White, Kent, and Lois Lane, aided by Ralph Remsen, have been conducting a campaign against District Attorney Parker in an attempt to oust him from office because of his crooked practices. They were repeatedly warned against continuing their campaign by an invisible man, strange and baffling ally of the crooked DA, who was successful in frightening the mayor into withholding his support, and, but for the miraculous intervention of Superman, would have sent White and Lois crashing to their death while driving to see the governor in the state capitol. As our story opens today, we find them in Editor White's office, where Kent makes an astounding announcement. Listen.
I say I've solved the mystery. I know how the invisible man makes himself invisible.
I've had enough of this nonsense from you, Kent. Get out. You're fired.
Wait a minute, Mr. White.
Yes, Lois?
Clark, did you mean what you said? Do you really know how the invisible man makes himself invisible?
Well, I can do it myself.
I don't believe it. You've got something there, Remsen. I don't believe it either. Kent, you'd have to be a Superman to solve a mystery like this one.
Well, you fired me, Mr. White, so I guess I'll have to break this story in another paper.
Oh, no, Mr. Kent, please don't go. Show them you can do it. I believe you.
Oh, thank you, Jimmy.
Now, wait a minute, Kent. If you can show us how it's done, if you can really make yourself invisible, you can have your job back.
Oh, gee, Mr. Kent, did you hear that? Oh, you'll be able to stay with us. You simply gotta do it now.
Oh, I don't know, Jimmy.
Kent, I'll do better than that. I'll raise your salary.
Well, that is an inducement. All right, it's a bet.
Ridiculous. You'll never do it.
You think not, Remsen? Well, I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll step outside and close the door. Now, when I knock at the door, Jimmy, you open it. And then see what happens.
All right, Mr. Kent.
Now, don't forget to open the door when I knock.
Don't worry, I won't.
Good. Now, I'll close the door.
I don't see how I can possibly do
Don't
anything.
worry, Miss Lane. He won't. Listen. Jimmy, for heaven's sake, open that door. Well, open it, open it.
Okay, Mr. White. He's not here.
Oh, of course he's not there. Just another trick. He knocked at the door and then skipped off down the corridor.
You're wrong, Chief.
What?
I'm right here in the room with you.
Why?
But you can't see me because, well, you see, I'm invisible.
Say, what is it? I don't believe it. Superman himself couldn't do a thing like this. Kent, was that your voice I heard? Are you really in this room?
I am, Chief. I'm sitting in the chair in front of your desk.
But we can't see you, Clark. Well, it's uncanny.
No, Lois. It's not uncanny. It's just a trick. A trick even I can do. It doesn't take a Superman.
Oh, but gosh, Mr. Kent, how could you make yourself invisible?
Well, Jimmy, to tell the truth, I haven't made myself invisible.
We can't see you.
Well, of course you can't see me. I'm not here.
Kent, before I go crazy, will you make sense? You are here. I can hear you talking to me from the chair in front of my desk.
But merely because I've centered your attention on that chair. The fact is that although I am invisible, I'm not invisible.
Creeper.
Oh, I am going out of my mind. He's invisible, but he isn't invisible. He's here, but he isn't here. Kent, will you, in the name of heaven, explain what this is all about?
Why, gladly, Chief. It's all very simple. So simple, in fact, that I caught on to the trick from the very first.
You mean you've known all along how the invisible man made himself invisible?
I have, but no credit to me. I've known only because some time ago I did a series of articles on oddities in the world. You remember, Chief?
Why, of course I remember. That series you ever did. But what in the world has that to do with...
Excuse me.
Yes, Remsen?
I've got to go. I'm late for an appointment. Very important.
Oh, don't go, Mr. Remsen. This will only take a few minutes.
Yes, sit down, Remsen.
Well, Chief, as I was saying, you may recall that during that series of articles I did one on the magnificent ventrilo. Remember the celebrated ventriloquist?
Sure, I remember that. Didn't he give you some lessons in ventriloquism, Mr. Kent?
Yes, Jimmy. He did.
What? You mean that the Invisible Man
Exactly, Lois. The Invisible Man is nothing more than a darn good ventriloquist. I'm not so good myself. I wouldn't be able to fool you very long. But the Invisible Man is an expert, a master at it.
Oh, where are you now, Kent?
Now stop throwing my voice and you'll soon see. Now, can you locate me?
His voice seems to be coming from the window now.
That's where it's coming from, all right. Because you see, I'm out here on the fire escape.
Holy mackerel. All the time it sounded like he was right here in the room with us.
Hey, give me a hand in through the window, Jimmy.
Okay.
There. Thanks.
Okay.
All I did, Chief, was to knock on the door, get onto the fire escape through the window that leads off the corridor, and then throw my voice, by means of ventriloquism, into this room.
Well, Kent, I've got to hand it to you.
But who is the Invisible Man? Do you know the answer to that?
Yes, Lois. I believe I do.
Who?
There must be someone who at all times was able to be near us. You realize, of course, he couldn't be forever ducking onto fire escapes and all the rest of it.
He couldn't have done it that way in the mayor's office. We found you out on the fire escape.
Well, how you got there is really still a mystery.
Well, I've already explained that. Then, Lois, there's the night the Invisible Man had dinner with us. Actually, he was sitting at another table in disguise and throwing his voice toward our table.
Oh, I see that now.
Why, sure. And the night the presses were almost bombed, he must have been standing near us all the time. In fact, by George, as I see it, he practically always has been with us.
Exactly. So only one person can be the Invisible Man. It's certainly not you, Chief, or Lois, or me, or Jimmy. So it must be Ralph Remsen.
Why, preposterous, utterly ridiculous.
Better give up quietly, Remsen. If we can't make you talk, the police can. You weren't interested in helping the public. Your game was to squeeze money out of District Attorney Parker.
What?
You made a deal with Parker to protect him against the campaign you yourself had started.
You figured it out very well, Kent. Superman, better be careful or you'll be running him a close second. But all your brain work will do you no good.
What do you mean?
This, Kent, he's got a gun.
Don't point that gun at me. I'm deathly afraid of firearms.
Are you? That's too bad.
Put that gun down, or I'll faint.
Look out, Kent's fainting. Keep falling.
What the devil? He's fallen with his arms around my leg. Look here, you. Stand where you are, you others. Oh. Look out, you fool. You're tripping me.
Look, Mr. White, Remsen's falling.
Right, Jimmy. Oh. Well, that's that.
Nice work, Mr. White. They clipped him on the jaw just as he was falling.
Yes, and I've got his gun now, too. It's a good thing you fainted, Kent. If you really did.
Did I faint? But why did
It's all right, Kent. It's all right. Now, you three wait here till I get back. Come on, Remsen. I'm turning you over to the police right now. Go on. Get moving.
Well, we had some excitement there for a while, didn't we? My Lord. Why are you looking at me so funny?
I sometimes wonder about you, Clark Kent. Yes, I really do.
Hi there, Lois.
Clark!
Thought I'd never find you in this crowd. Mr. White told me to meet you down here at the Central Railroad Station. What's it all about?
Oh, it's nothing much, Lois. Metropolis National Bank is moving a cargo of $5 million in gold from their vaults upstate to the bank here in the city.
Oh, just another story, eh?
Yeah, it's nothing exciting, I'm afraid. It's bringing the gold down in a specially constructed armored freight car. Burglar-proof and all that.
Oh, I see. Well, $5 million is a lot of money. They're not taking any chances. Chief said something about there being a special guard of 5 men locked inside the car.
Yes, after the guard got into the train, they sealed the doors. Oh, as I say, it's nothing important. White just wanted us to be on hand to cover the story, that's all. The train's due in a few minutes.
Guess Mr. White wanted to put us on something quiet after all the excitement we've had.
Excitement is right. What with the Invisible Man and you and White nearly getting killed in that car ride at Dead Man's Curve?
Yeah, we certainly did. How did you know that?
Oh, everybody knows about the accident you nearly had.
Yeah, but I never said it happened at Dead Man's Curve. What? I didn't even know that was the name of the place.
Oh, well, White mentioned it. That's how I knew.
Oh. Well, I'm certainly glad the case of the Invisible Man's finished with.
Yeah.
I think both Remsen and Parker deserved what they got.
Yep, 5 to 10 years for Remsen, 20 years for Parker. The grand jury didn't waste any time about it.
Grand juries never do.
Say, the police are out in force today.
Yes, they're not taking any chances with that freight car and the $5 million it's carrying.
Several armored trucks drawn up the platform. Gee, there must be at least a dozen armed guards standing by.
Hello, Kent. Lois.
Oh,
Covering
hi.
the story?
Yeah, you covering for the Globe, Joe?
Yeah, it's quite a thing. $5 million in gold. The precautions they've taken. A special armored car designed particularly for bringing the gold here.
Yeah, very exciting, I suppose.
Hey, look. Here comes the train now.
Yeah.
Look at that line of freight cars.
Yeah. Car carrying the gold is near the end of the line, I think. Fourth or fifth in the caboose.
Well, we better move down to the other end then.
Yeah, you're right. See, those armed guards are starting to go down toward that end themselves.
Hey, something seems to be wrong. Look, they're starting to run.
What on earth
Don't ask questions. Come on. I smell trouble and a story. Hey, excuse me, buddy. What's wrong? What's happened?
Who are you?
Reporter from the Daily Planet. Here's my press card. What's up?
It's that freight car. One carrying a $5 million in gold and a crew of 5 guards.
Yeah, what about it?
Yeah, what happened?
It's disappeared. That's what's happened.
What? Disappeared?
Vanished into thin air.
That isn't possible. It was heavily guarded. It was sandwiched in among these other freight cars. How could it possibly have disappeared?
If I knew that, buddy.
Oh, but you can't just pick up a freight car and walk off with it.
No? Well, it looks like somebody did, lady. Car's disappeared, and so is the crew of armed guards. You
What?
could take it or leave it.
Clark,
Yes, Lois?
I did a little checking before, just to get some details for our story. And that freight car was still sandwiched in among those other cars when this train pulled out from Bolton.
Yeah?
Bolton's only 20 miles away, and this train never stops between there and here. This thing can't have happened, Clark. No one could have stolen that freight car. It's absolutely impossible.
It looks as if someone has found a way to make it possible, Lois. It also begins to look as if we've got another mystery to solve. Yes, one of the most baffling mysteries we've ever come across.
What is the answer to this seemingly impossible mystery? How could the special armored freight car with a crew of 5 armed men disappear into thin air? See if you can figure it out for yourself. And be sure to listen to the next episode of our mystifying news story with Superman.
And remember, tune in the next thrilling installment of the transcription feature,
We're on the air with the School Kids Questionnaire, brought to you by the makers of Alka-Seltzer and One-A-Day brand vitamin tablets. And here they are, the Quiz Kids. All right, we're going to play school now, and here are the rules. You listeners send in the questions, and 5 Quiz Kids answer them. Incidentally, the children never hear or see the questions before the broadcast. We give a Zenith portable radio for every question we use on the show. We may reword them, and if we get similar questions, we're the sole judges. Now, you mail your questions to Quiz Kids, Chicago, that's all. Now, the classroom's in charge of our chief quizzer himself, Joe Kelly.
Thank you, Fort Pearson, and good evening, everybody. Well, Quiz Kids, at the end of our school session tonight, we will hear from a special guest listener in New York who will talk to us by special wire. She is a woman whose name will go down in history with such names as Florence Nightingale and Madame Curie. She's the Australian nurse whose work has meant new hope for victims of infantile paralysis all over the world, Sister Elizabeth Kenny. And now, just like in regular school, we start out with roll call. Harvey?
I'm Harvey Bennett Fishman. I'm 12 years old, and I'm in 7A at the Bradwell School in Chicago.
Gerard?
I'm Gerard Darrow. I'm 10 years old, and I'm in 6A at Bradwell School in Chicago.
Margaret?
I'm Margaret Mary. I'm 14 years old. I live in Western Springs, and I'm a sophomore at Lyons Township High School.
And our kindergarten department, Joel?
I am Joel Kupperman. I am 6 years old in 2B at Fulton School.
And a new quiz kid who's currently playing in that famous stage hit, The Watch on the Rhine, Smela.
I'm Smela Brind. I'm 14 years old, and I'm in second year high school in Professional Children's School in New York.
Smela, where have you attended school before you went on the stage?
I went to kindergarten in Vienna, and then we went to Paris, and I went to school there for 4 years. And after that, we went back to Vienna several times and to visit grandmother, and Once it was 5 days before Hitler came over, and that was the last time I saw her.
Well, Smealy, we're certainly glad you're with us tonight instead of your old schoolroom in Vienna or Paris. Our first question is a race against time. You pick a subject, and you have just 30 seconds to talk about it. You'll get 5 points for every fact you can squeeze into 30 seconds. Ready for it?
Okay, Joe. My subject is Alka-Seltzer. Alka-Seltzer can be a great comfort when you have a cold. Alka-Seltzer helps ease up the headache and that ache all over feeling a cold brings. Now, if your cold makes your throat feel raw and raspy, try this soothing gargle. An Alka-Seltzer tablet dissolved in a quarter glass of warm water. Alka-Seltzer can be most helpful, too, when you're bothered with a little stomach upset, simple neuralgia, or sore, aching muscles. Alka-Seltzer is sold at all druggists in 2 sizes, 30 cents and...
That's all, Fort. That's all. Time's up. Let's see. Now, you brought out 13 points, which gives you a high score of 65 points. Well, that was all right, Fort. Nice going. And now then, our next question is all for the quiz kids. Your first question tonight comes from Arthur A. Gladstone of Arlington, Virginia. Would you be pleased or displeased if varicella paid you a visit? Margaret?
Well, I wouldn't be pleased because it's some kind of a disease.
You say you wouldn't be pleased?
I wouldn't be pleased.
You wouldn't. Well, that's all right. Let's see if we can find out just what that stands for, what it means. What disease? Smeela?
Chicken pox?
Chicken pox is right. That a girl. Yeah. You know, Joel, I thought you might have some definite opinions about that. I understood you had a little experience with chicken pox lately.
But I never heard of the other name.
You never heard of the other name? Well, okay, now here's our next question. I beg pardon, Joel?
They usually call it chicken pox, not the other name.
Yeah, well, that's the best to say chicken pox. Then you really know what you've got. Mrs. Ida Glenn of San Francisco, California, submits this current events question. Why were each of these men in the news of the last year? The only joker in this question is that Mrs. Glenn makes it really hard by giving you first names only. Now, here's the first one. Fulgencio. Margaret.
That's Fulgencio Batista, the president of Cuba, who visited the United States and President Roosevelt recently.
That's right. All right, now here is the next name. Jawaharlal. Harvey?
Well, that is the first name. Well, his real name is Nehru, his last name, and he is the second leader in India, next to Gandhi.
Very good, Harvey, very good. And here's the next name. Chester. Smeela?
Nimitz. He's the ambassador.
No.
That's as far as I know.
No, you gave me the right last name. Joel?
I think he's the leader of the ships of the fleet in the Pacific.
Good! Very good, Joel. Very good. Yes, sir. Joel, your finger is working all right tonight. Admiral Chester William Nimitz, Commander-in-Chief of the U.S. Pacific Fleet. I'm getting to talk like Joel here. Well, it sounds cute anyway, doesn't it? 2 out of 3 on this one. Since we are now fighting a global war, Mr. A.F. Humphreys of Washington, D.C., thinks you children should have a comprehensive idea of the world as a whole. Compared with North and South America, how far north or south is each of these cities? In other words, what points in the Western Hemisphere have approximately the same latitude as these cities in the Eastern Hemisphere? The first is Rome. What large city in this hemisphere has approximately the same latitude as Rome? Joel?
Chicago.
Chicago. That is very good. Now the next is Port Darwin, Australia. Port Darwin, Australia. Margaret?
Well, I'll take a town named Punta Arenas, in Argentina.
No, I can't accept that. I'm sorry. I was thinking of Lima, Peru. All right, we still have one more chance here. How about Stalingrad? Joel?
The northern boundary line between United States and Canada above the state of Washington on the map.
That's just right, Joel, my boy. Just right. Joel, you're going to have to get the chicken pox again sometime. All right. By the way, I received a novel wire this week from Columbia Pictures Corporation in Hollywood. They've been looking for a cute little 2-year-old girl smart enough to handle dialogue. They want her for their next Blondie picture, Blondie Buys a Horse. I guess they figured we had a corner on the bright youngsters department. Of course, 2 years old is a little young even for quiz kids, but that didn't stop us. We just sent them pictures of Margaret Merrick's little sister, Susie. Margaret, think Susie would be all right?
Well, I suppose so, but if I know that little youngster, I think she'll make her own dialogue.
She will. I'll bet you would, too. Well, maybe some of our listeners know of a cute little 2-year-old girl who can speak lines. Well, we better get back to the radio business. All of us know the old counting out rhyme, eeny, meeny, miny, mo, but James N. Rasmussen of Tacoma, Washington, thinks other rhymes are now used on schoolyards to count players out of games. Do you know any others that are used to see who gets first turn? Well, we'll start out with Harvey.
Well, this isn't exactly a rhyme, but we always do odds and evens, and that is we throw our fingers out, then we count around, and the one who has the last number usually drops out or is picked to do something.
Uh-huh. Well, that's all right, Harvey. It doesn't exactly have to rhyme. Margaret?
Well, we hold out our fists. At least I used to. Say 1 potato, 2 potato, and on the 7th one, you put one fist behind you, and you go around till one person is out.
Uh-huh.
And that way we
That's
figure.
a good way, too, yeah. Smeela?
Well, that rhymes. It's 1 potato, 2 potato, 3 potato, or 4 potato, 5 potato, 6 potato more.
Well, good for you, Smeela. Joel?
And there's one that's called 1, 2, 3, 4. Mary at the college store. 5, 6, 7, 8. Eating cookies off the plate. and there's another one that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I caught a fish alive. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I let him go again. And there's still another that's eeny, meeny, miny, no.
Well, look, Joel, we've... now, wait just a minute. You can't use that.
Trouble starts when nations grow. Someone has to stop it, so eeny, meeny, miny, mo.
Well, that...
Makes you it.
Oh, me it? All right, I'm it. Margaret?
Well, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. All good children go to heaven. And
Uh-huh.
you say that, and the person that's on heaven is out.
Uh-huh. Yeah, that's right. Very, very good. That was a lot of fun. That sort of takes me back through the years. Oh, dear. I can't tell you how many. Well, all right, next question now. Miss Elizabeth Pignatelli of Providence, Rhode Island, wants you to count legs a while. How many legs has a laughing jackass? Margaret?
I think it's 2, or rather 4. It's a hyena.
Well, let's see what Gerard has to say.
Oh, the laughing jackass is a bird from Australia, and that has 2.
That is right. That's right. Uh-huh. All right, how about a spider? Harvey?
I think it has about 8. 8 legs.
What were you going to say, Margaret?
That's what I was going to say.
Well, 8 is correct. Uh-huh. All right, how about a centipede? Margaret?
Well, he has anywhere from 26 to 109 legs. And he doesn't always have to have 100.
No, that is right. However, let's see if we can get some more on this. Gerard?
Well, I have a specimen at home called a millipede, and that has 19 legs.
19 legs. Uh-huh. Harvey?
Well, I had one that somebody sent me. I think it had 39 or 40. Yes, it had 40, and, 20 on each side.
Mm-hmm. Well, you kids were all right. There's 2 sources on authority. One of them is from 30 to 170 legs, and the other from 38 to 400 legs. Well, kids, That's just about all the time for the questions right now. Friends, with a shortage of doctors in many communities due to the war, and with the possible scarcity of certain foods, here are some questions that every mother should be prepared to answer.
What can I do to safeguard the health of my family? What facts should I study about food to make sure my family is getting a healthful, nourishing diet in spite of possible food shortages?
Well, Mrs. America, vitamins are going to play an important part in answering those questions. And here's one suggestion that we would like to make. Why don't you supplement your meals with one-a-day brand vitamin tablets? The Miles Laboratories make two kinds of one-a-day tablets, one to supply the A&D, or as they are also called, the cod liver oil vitamins, and the other to give you those very important vitamins of the B-complex.
Just think. One-a-day brand vitamin A and D tablets contain the same A and D vitamins that you get in butter, cream, milk, cheese, and the fish liver oil. Yet there is absolutely no fishy, oily taste to them, and no aftertaste.
And just a single tablet contains a normal day's supply of these A&D vitamins. So even if those foods aren't as plentiful as they used to be, you're still guaranteeing your children that safeguarding supply of A&D vitamins.
And not only that, Fort, but you're doing it at a cost of just 1 1/5 pennies a day.
Let's not limit this to children, Charlie. Grown-ups as well as children need those A&D vitamins, especially with the cold season in full swing. We should all do everything we can to build up resistance.
So ask your druggist today for one-a-day brand vitamin A and D tablets made by Miles.
And, Mr. Kelly, the quiz kids wait with bated breath for the next question.
All right, Fort. This literature question is from Mr. Jerry M. Holmes of New Orleans, Louisiana. What literary character would you be if you found yourself face to face with these distressing situations? You are facing a wild bison who has a beautiful girl tied to his horn. Mila?
Well, that's, I think, in Quo Vadis, the monster. I mean, the giant, the Legion giant that, I know the princess on it. Her name was Legia. And, Ursus, maybe.
Ursus, that's right. Good for you, Mila. All right? Now, listen. You are facing what appears to be a large army, but when you attack, the soldiers turn out to be peaceful sheep. What literary character would you be? You are facing what appears to be a large army, but when you attack, the soldiers turn out to be peaceful sheep. Well, that would be Don Quixote from The Adventures of Don Quixote by Cervantes. Now, here's the next one. You don't care especially for children, and now, unexpectedly, 6 of them are dependent on you. Harvey?
Well, that's in the Pied Piper, and, in the screen version, Marty Woolley is burdened with 6 children whom he has to take back to England to safety.
That's right. Harvey, can you give us the Pied Piper's name?
I think it's Mr. No, I don't know.
I don't know what's wrong with Joel tonight. Every time he raises his hand, he squeaks. Well, wait just a minute. We want to give Harvey a chance on this.
Well, I don't believe I remember it.
Well, that's really beside the point, Harvey. I thought maybe we could get his name. Let's see. Joel has his hand up.
Mr. Howard.
Mr. Howard, that's right. John Howard. I guess it was as cold in Ithaca, New York last week as it was here in Chicago because Chester L. Marks, who lives there, wants you to sing out some song titles that might have warmed us up a little. Can you think of any titles that might alleviate winter weather? All right, Margaret?
There's one that goes, I don't want to set the world on fire.
Mm-hmm.
And it's been so long ago that I think I can do it, but I'm not sure.
Well, just the title is all you have to give us.
I don't want to... No. Well, I've forgotten that, but maybe somebody else could sing it, but there's one that Keep the Home Fires Burning.
Keep the Home Fires Burning?
And I think it's I don't want to set the world on fire.
That's it. That's right, Margaret. All right, let's have some more, kid. Gerard?
Well, there'll be a hot time in the old town tonight.
Yeah, we mustn't forget that one. Mila?
Something hot but fluty or... No, I got my titles mixed.
Harvey?
Well, I I think she means flatfoot Fuji with the Floyd.
I think so, too, Harvey. Did you have one for us, Harvey?
Well, I was thinking of two of the ones that already have been named.
Oh, I see. Joel, did you have a song in mind, a song title?
Yeah, but it was said.
Oh. Yes, sir. Well, I'll tell you, there's nothing like protecting oneself, is there? Well, I think we'd better move along here. Pauline Saltzman of Grand Rapids, Michigan, wants us to imagine that these two military men of the past are broadcasting messages home to their wives. Now, listen carefully to the first one, and you're to tell us who he is.
Hello, Mary. How are you and the 7 kids? As you've probably heard by now, we didn't do so badly at Manassas. We gave that man Pope a run for his money.
Harvey?
Well, that would be General Robert E. Lee. His wife was Mary Park Custis, and he did have 7 children. And the Battle of Manassas, I believe, was better known as Bull Run, Manassas Junction.
Good for you, Harvey. All right, now, kids, listen carefully to this next one.
Allô, Joe. Comment vas-tu, Égypte? Et tout va très bien. Fais mes compliments à Hortense et Eugène.
Mila?
Well, that was Napoleon to Josephine, and Hortense was her daughter, and I didn't hear.
Well, that's right, but, Smila, what was he saying?
Hello, Josephine. I think it was give my regards to Hortense, and I'm speaking from Egypt, and I don't remember what he said.
Well, that's very, very close, Mila, very close. All right, now, who might this be broadcasting a message to his people?
Deutsche Volksgenossen, die Lage in Russland ist schrecklich. Die Lage in Afrika ist schrecklich. Die Lage ist schrecklich überall. Ach, 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 ach.
All right, Smila?
Well, it's Hitler, but I doubt whether he'd say that to his people. He says the situation in Russia is terrible. The situation is terrible all over. I don't think he'd say that. They cover up pretty well.
All right, kids. Franklin Shaw of Battle Creek, Michigan, wants you to put on your thinking caps, not your nightcaps, and think of 3 kinds of beds that you wouldn't ordinarily sleep in. 3 kinds of beds. Gerard?
Well, there's a trundle bed. Most kids nowadays don't sleep in that. That was very right, old-fashioned. Right. And then the Eskimos are usually, they have beds on blocks of ice. And then the natives in Africa, they usually sleep on straw or grass.
Very good. Gerard, Margaret?
Well, there's a bed that an old giant had in which he put all the travelers that stopped by his wayside inn. And if they were too short for the bed, he stretched them on a rack. And if they were too long, he lopped off their heads or their feet. And I wouldn't want to sleep on that one.
Oh, no.
I like to live.
That bed is definitely out. Harvey?
Well, there's a bed of roses. Well, you might want to sleep in a bed of roses. There's these beds that the Egyptian men sleep on. They're full of nails. And also a bed of hornets.
Mm-hmm. Yes. All right, Harvey. Thank you. Joel?
Well, a big boy wouldn't put on a sleep in a cradle.
No. We certainly wouldn't. And now we'll let you catch your breath a minute before this next question, quiz kids. Fort Pearson, would you like to continue your vitamin lesson?
Yes, thank you, Joe. We covered the A and D vitamins the last time, so now I'd like to mention the B vitamins, the ones you get in one-a-day brand vitamin B complex tablets. These B vitamins are found in meats, whole grains, various fruits, and vegetables. They're extremely important where energy, digestion, and nerves are concerned. So if you're feeling sort of all tired out and nervous, it could be you're not getting enough of those B vitamins. And just so you won't have to bother with them 3 or 4 times each busy day, the Miles Laboratories developed this single one-a-day brand B-complex tablet to give you the full minimum daily supply of all the B vitamins for which requirements have been established. Yes, all in one little pleasant-tasting tablet. And what's more, they're pleasantly low priced, too. A whole month's supply for just 90 cents. Now, that's a name to remember when you're buying vitamins. One-a-day brand vitamin B-complex tablets. One a day is the registered trademark of the Miles Laboratories, who also make Alka-Seltzer. Now, on with the brain battle, teacher.
All right, Fort. Mrs. L.M. Friel of Rochester, New York, sends this question. She wants you to tell how the following military men fooled the enemy through subterfuges. What subterfuge did Richard the Lionhearted use against the Saracens at the citadel of Acer? Can you answer that one? Well, let's go on to the next one. What subterfuge did Ulysses avoid by stuffing his men's ears with wax and tying them to the ship's mast? The men, not the ears. Smila?
Well, the siren, they were going between Cirrus and Charybdis, and well, the siren would bewitch the men, and so he stuffed their ears with wax so they wouldn't hear it and wouldn't stay there. And Charybdis was a whirlpool, and they were going through that, so I guess that's why he tied them. They wouldn't want to be taken in the water.
Well, that's all right, Smila. Now let's see if we can get some more, Margaret.
Well, the sirens I guess they must have had beautiful voices because nobody could withstand their power. It must have been something like a lodestone or a magnet. And so he stuffed their ears with wax so they couldn't hear him.
That's right.
And I think he tied them to the mast because they might have heard a little anyway. But he tied himself to the mast, too, I know, because somebody had to steer the ship, and then he couldn't.
That's
he
right.
Couldn't go away.
All right, thank you. Now, on this next one, how did General Zhukov fool the Germans not so long ago when his heavy artillery crossed the river near Rizet on an invisible bridge? Margaret?
Well, he had his men build a bridge backwards underneath the river, starting from the German bank, so it was higher, so that tanks could go over and get the Germans.
That is absolutely right. Good for you. Well, that's all there is. There is no more, kids, except those report cards, which let us know which 3 of the 5 children win a chance to come back next week.
Joe, how about those important rewards?
Oh, yes. Quiz kids, there's a $100 war bond for each of you, winners and losers alike, from the makers of Alka-Seltzer.
You know, Joe, with a little girl like Smila on the program tonight, it brings home to us the real purpose of those war bonds. The reason why every father and mother should buy them. For every youngster like Smila who escaped the Nazi bullets and starvation, there are thousands who didn't escape. So that it may never happen to our children, buy war bonds. Now, I see you have the report cards, Joel.
Yes, they're ready for it, and here's what they say. Quiz kids, as a class tonight, you missed one question, and Smila was first, Margaret second, and Harvey third. And Smila, it's a shame about you. Here you are one of the winners who should come back next week, but you can't because your show is moving out of town. That gives a break to the next one in line, who is Joel. Also in class with you winners next week, we'll have Richard Porter, age 9 of Chicago, and Claude Brenner, age 14 of Lake Forest. And say, folks, those youngsters next week are going to need a lot of good questions, so send them in, won't you, please? Remember, we give a dandy Zenith portable radio for each question we use. That's the Zenith model with the famous wave magnet, and it's a real prize these days, believe me. Just mail your questions to Quiz Kids, Chicago. All right, and now then, we turn things over to Margaret Merrick. All right, Margaret.
Well, I'm supposed to introduce Sister Kenny. And her name has been very saintly to me for so long. I never thought I'd have an honor like this. Well, our story goes this way. 32 years ago, Sister Kenny was a bush nurse in the wild country of Australia. And she was 100 miles from the nearest doctor or the hospital. An epidemic of infantile paralysis broke out, and she didn't know how doctors treated this disease, so she just did the best she could. And she discovered a treatment which gives normal life back to 80% of the victims. And before her treatment, only 17% recovered. I met Sister Kenny last Friday. I'm sorry I didn't meet her a year and a half ago, when infantile left me with a crippled leg. So you see why I speak her name with reverence. Sister Elizabeth Kenny.
I'm sorry, Margaret. My treatment was not available in Chicago the morning you woke to find both your legs paralyzed. It still isn't available in many parts of the country. But thanks in a large measure to the National Foundation for Infantile Paralysis, the March of Dimes, 40 states now have special clinics. It takes time, Margaret, and money. I've been in this country less than 3 years. If the Kenny treatment were limited to the patients I could treat with my own hands, I could do little. The United States has many, many cases of infantile paralysis. We must train many doctors and nurses so that they can carry on this work in their own communities. We're making progress, Margaret. We still have a long way to go. We'll get there, mile by mile, dime by dime, as people give those miles of dimes in this campaign which ends next Saturday with President Roosevelt's birthday. This fund trains nurses and doctors in the Kenny treatment. It pays for research to find the cause of the disease. And then we hope a preventative or infallible cure. Most important, it assures every victim of infantile paralysis, regardless of race, creed, or financial circumstances, the very best of care. Surely everyone listening in can spare a dime or a dollar to save the children from the curse of twisted, shrunken limbs. Please send your contributions to agencies in your own communities or directly to the President in the White House. And remember, you may be helping yourself, because next year, from 8 to 10,000 of you will have infantile paralysis. And, Margaret, don't give up hope about improving that leg of yours. I'll be back in Chicago soon, and we'll talk it over.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kenny. It was a great honor to have you speak on our program. And now, this is Joe Kelly dismissing the Quiz Kids until next Sunday at this same time. Good night, kids.
Good night, Mr. Kelly.
Listen to the Quiz Kids every Sunday at the same time. And on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday, listen to your old friends Lum and Abner on most of these same stations. This is Fort Pearson speaking.
This program came to you from Chicago. This is the Blue Network.
WENR Chicago.
The challenge of the Yukon. King, the swiftest, strongest of Eskimo lead dogs, blazes the trail through storm and snow for Sergeant Preston as he meets the challenge of the Yukon. Sergeant Preston was typical of the small band of Northwest Mounted Police who preserved law and order in the Yukon during the gold rush of '98. That was the year that brought over 50,000 men swarming into the Klondike region, and the greed for gold led to frequent violence and bloodshed. But in spite of the odds against them, the force preserved a splendid record in maintaining the right. The challenge of the North was answered, and justice ruled triumphant. As Sergeant Preston pulled into Cass City, a sharp wind cut alongside the frame building that sheltered the group of men standing in its protection. So deep were they in conversation that curious passers-by joined them, and in turn were caught up in a heated discussion.
I tell you, all I had to see was them prints.
Ain't nobody in the Yukon with feet that big.
But why'd Ben Barton want to kill Matt Lawson? Don't make much sense to me.
I heard Ben tell Lawson he'd get him when they had that fight in the cafe yesterday afternoon.
He sure didn't waste much time.
Hey, here comes Sergeant Preston. Sergeant Preston! Hey, Sergeant Preston!
Oh, King. Oh, you husky.
It's a good thing he's here.
Hello, boys. What's the meeting about?
Oh, ain't you heard?
Matt Lawson was murdered.
Murdered?
Yep, out on Wishbone Creek.
You might just as well get ready for another shock, Sergeant.
I can't believe it. Who'd murder Matt Lawson?
Matt had his enemies, all right.
But your friend Big Ben Barton is the man that done it.
Why, Will, Ben wouldn't.
Sergeant, we know Ben's your friend. But that ain't gonna save him now.
Now, wait a minute, Will. If Ben's guilty, he'll be punished. The law doesn't recognize friendship when a crime's been committed. But what evidence have you? You can't make a statement like that, you know, without proof.
We got proof, all right.
You're darn tootin'.
No one else in the Yukon wears shoes the size of Ben's. Now, do they, Sergeant?
Well, no, I guess they don't. Ben's about the biggest man in the Yukon.
Well, the prints that was found in the snow are Ben's.
No.
Yep. It might have saved your life, but he took Matt Lawson's sure as there's a sun in the sky. Them prints are as plain as day.
No, sir. That noose is as good as around his neck right now.
Not so fast. Noose isn't around anyone's neck. Yet. What time was Matt killed? Any of you know that?
Oh, we know this much. He was killed after 10 o'clock last night.
After 10, huh?
Yep. The snow stopped falling about 10, you see. So it'd have to be after that, else the prints wouldn't be there so plain.
Mm-hmm. Well, men, that should take the finger of suspicion from Ben.
Well, how do you figure, Sergeant?
Because Ben was with me last night from 9:30 till about 8 this morning. Well, what's wrong with you men?
Well, I hate to say it. I never thought...
Neither did I, Will.
Will? Sam?
You might be the law up here, but by golly, Sergeant, if you aim to let Barton off...
We'll take the law in our own hands. That's what we'll do.
You can see how we feel about it.
If you men do that, you'll be guilty of murder yourselves. I promise you this. If you're right, there won't be any need to take the law in your hands. But first, we've got to make sure an innocent man isn't punished for a crime he didn't commit.
Well...
You've got to give Ben a chance. I'll stay in Cass City till we find who murdered Matt Lawson.
You'll have to find some way to explain them prints.
We'll have to find an explanation for a lot of things. Come on, King. We've got work to do. Get the dogs up. I'll see you men later.
All right.
Goodbye.
Bye.
On King! On you Huskies! When Sergeant Preston left the small group of men, he headed his team for Big Ben Barton's cabin, further north toward the edge of Cass City.
I hope he's there. I've got to talk to him. Ho, King. Ho, you Huskies. All right, King. Come on, fella. We'll see if Ben's inside.
Sergeant Preston, am I glad to see you?
Hello, Ben. I'm anxious to see you, too.
Well, come on inside. Hi there, King. Well, I guess you heard.
Yes, that's why I hurried to see you.
I don't know what to do.
Now, Ben, listen. I know you didn't kill Matt Lawson.
Ain't a soul in Cass City will believe me.
I just saw Will Stringer and some of the men.
I can guess pretty much what they told you.
Yes.
Well, I'm your prisoner. But I tell you, I didn't do it.
Ben, it's a frame-up.
If only I hadn't had that fight with Matt.
What fight?
Well, yesterday afternoon in the cafe. You know how them things start. I made a bet with Matt about 2 weeks ago.
Well, Matt never was one to pay off his bets.
That was why I jumped him. But he was in a mean humor. Seems he was having some trouble with the boundary on his claim or something. He cussed me out right proper. I didn't want to get in any gunplay with him, so I left the cafe. Only when I was leaving, I told him he'd pay me or else. Well, that was bad.
Under ordinary circumstances, it wouldn't be, but...
With the way things are now. I meant I'd collect that money. Shucks, you can't collect any money from a dead man. Well, money ain't much good to me now.
Who heard that fight?
Well, let's see. Will Stringer was in the cafe, and Snyder, Harkins was there. You know, the same bunch. Yep, with my luck, they was all there, and every one of them heard us arguing.
So they're basing their opinion on that argument as much as the footprints, huh?
Yep. The footprints is the thing. But how could I be at Wishbone Creek and with you at the same time?
Well, they won't believe me, Ben. Because we're friends, they think
Why, the dirty, low-down bunch of varmints, they ought to know you're straight as a come out.
Still the same old Ben, aren't you? With more trouble of your own to think of than ever, and you'll still fight for a friend.
Well, Sergeant, you know how it is. Why, we've been friends for a long time. I'd rather admit I'd done this thing than have anyone think he was trying to protect me. But gosh darn it, you ain't trying to protect me. It's the truth.
Who could have been wearing your shoes?
Huh?
Who could have been wearing your shoes? They were your footprints, were they?
Well, they were the prints of my shoes, if that's what you mean, Sergeant. I wasn't in them.
Most men in the Yukon have only one pair of boots, but you...
With me, it's hard for me to get shoes to fit that when I sees an extra pair, I buy 'em up quick.
Let me see your shoes. I want to see every pair you have.
My shoes? Sure. Mind if I ask what you want them for?
Well, I don't know exactly, except that I want to see if they've been worn lately.
Here they are. Drop one. That's a lot of them. Don't own another pair except what I got on.
Which shoes were you wearing last night?
Why, the ones I got on.
You're sure?
Sure, I'm sure. Took 'em off last night beside my bed and put 'em on there this morning.
Well, it wouldn't be hard for someone to sneak up here and borrow a pair and then put them back, would it?
I reckon not. I'm in and out of my cabin a lot, and the mud around here's been walked on too much to show any new footprints.
Let's see now. No, not these.
What do you see there?
Yeah, these shoes are wet. These are the shoes the murderer wore last night. And he stepped in one of the mud holes. They're wet inside as well as out.
Well, I'll be...
Wet and muddy. Ben, these shoes may prove your innocence.
How can they do that?
I'll get my knife out. You mind losing a pair of shoes?
Not if they'll save my neck, I don't.
We'll soon know whether they will or not. Yeah, these shoes are well put together. Almost ashamed to cut them apart. Yeah, now we'll soon know it. Just as I thought. Hey, look here.
What?
Here. Here's the footprint of the man who wore these shoes when he killed Matt Lawson.
Say, then that proves...
This proves that we're looking for a man much smaller than you are.
Well, that foot's sure a lot shorter than mine.
Oh, he'd be, let's see, about 6 feet tall. I'd say about 180 pounds.
Well, might be almost any one of a dozen.
Yes, that's true. Now, what we want to do is line up the men who might have wanted to kill Matt. Then fit the print of their foot to the print in his shoe.
Yeah, but...
But who'd be likely to kill him?
Well...
Who'd have the chance to pin the crime on you? Someone was in the cafe yesterday and heard that argument.
Yeah, but there was a crowd there. You can't...
We want Matt out of the way. Come on, Ben, think.
Well, there's Sam Snyder. Owed Matt a heap of money.
He was in the cafe?
Yep. And Harry Knight. But him and Matt ain't been friendly for years. He wouldn't all of a sudden just
Who
up
else?
and... Well, Will Stringer. Will's claims on the same hill match was, but then they was always friendly.
Any more?
No. Listen, it'd be the barkeep, and you know Johnny didn't have nothing against Matt. One thing Matt always paid for was his drinks.
Well, that's 3 men. And I have a hunch that in that 3 we'll find the man who's trying to frame you, Ben. Early the next day, 3 men gathered in Ben Barton's cabin at the far edge of Cass City. Will Stringer, Harry Knight, and Sam Snyder, any one of whom might have murdered Matt Lawson.
As soon as I got the message, I came.
Yeah, me too. Wonder what that bounty's got up his sleeve.
Oh, hard to say.
Well, I'll say this much. Barton still ain't under arrest, is he?
Wait a minute, Will. Here comes the Mountie now.
Sorry to keep you men waiting here.
It ain't the waiting we mind, Sergeant, but what's this all about? Why'd you send for us?
Yeah. Something happened?
I want all you men to step into this mud and walk across the floor on your bare feet.
What?
That's why I sent for you, Will.
It's all right with me. I'll try anything. Mind if I go first? I'd like to get this over with.
Fine. You fellas take your shoes off, too. Over here, Harry. Right in this mud here.
Like this?
Yes. Now walk across the bare floor. You ready, Sam?
I guess so. First time I ever did this. Can't say I'm mine long as you got a reason for it.
Will?
Oh, I'd like to know what it's all about.
Oh? We'll go into that in a few minutes. Over here first, Will.
Oh, yeah.
All right. Well, that's the lot of you. Now we'll soon know what we want.
What do you want to know?
I'll just compare these now. Nope.
Well, what's that?
Looks like part of a shoe.
Yes, it is part of a shoe. Part of the shoe the murderer wore when he killed Matt Lawson Tuesday night.
You mean Ben didn't wear them shoes?
You can't expect us to believe that. Ain't nobody here with feet that big.
It isn't unheard of for one man to wear someone else's shoes, is it?
Nobody could wear Ben's shoes.
Well, for that matter, the shoes wouldn't necessarily have to fit the man wearing them. The man who killed Matt wore these shoes. When he wore them, he forgot one thing. You see, he stepped into several of the deep mud holes around here. The water and mud went down into the shoes. So that when he stepped out of them, the print of his foot was left in them.
Say now.
One of the footprints on the floor matches the print in the shoe. Comparing them will tell who murdered Matt and who tried to frame Ben.
Well, what are you waiting for? By golly, let's get this thing cleared up.
Not so fast. You ain't comparing anything, Preston.
Will. Put that gun down, Will.
I'm giving the orders around here now.
Will, I never...
shut up.
So that's it, Will. I should have known when Ben told me your claim's in the same hill as Matt's that you'd have a reason for wanting him out of the way.
Now that you know, it ain't going to do you any good.
You're under arrest.
Oh, you can't talk to a man holding a gun like that, Sergeant. If I have to kill all of you, I'm going to make... Well, glad you got here, Ben. You're just in time. Shut that door. Now go on. Line up over there with the rest of them.
All right, King, attaboy.
Get the gun, sir. Get the gun. I've got Will, and you get the gun.
Good work, Harry. Good work.
Swear nothing after that dog of yours knocked him over.
Will, this is the end for you.
Oh, that was pretty smart, Sergeant. No, don't mind telling you. I'm already sorry about the
That's
way...
all right, Sam. Will's conscience gave him away.
What do you mean, his conscience? It was them footprints that done it.
No, not entirely. You see, the prints on the shoe weren't plain enough to tell which of you three men wore them.
Well, now, be.
Yes, King, you deserve some credit, too. The case is closed. Challenge of the Yukon, a copyrighted feature of the Challenge of the Yukon Incorporated, brought to you every Saturday at this time, originated in the transcription studios of WXYZ Detroit. The characters and events in tonight's drama were fictitious. Bill Morgan speaking. This is the Michigan Radio Network.
Fiery horse with the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo silver, the Lone Ranger. The hearty cry of hi-yo silver has echoed through the years from the wild and untamed west of yesterday. It has acted as a symbol of courage to the oppressed, a challenge to the lawless. Let us return to the west of old and thrill to another of the Lone Ranger stories, featuring the most picturesque and colorful character ever to ride the plains and prairies. As our drama begins, we see the masked rider of justice urging his great horse Silver down the trail leading to the town of Osage. Listen to those flying silver-shod hoofs. The Lone Ranger rides again.
Come on, Silver, old boy. Only a short distance left to cover. Son was waiting for us at the end of the trail. Hurry, old Silver!
Many stories had reached the people of Osage about the Bruggen brothers, two of the worst outlaws in the West. But little did they suspect that the notorious killers were seated in one corner of the room in the cafe, where a number of men lined the long bar talking about them. Let us move to that corner table and meet Dan and Paul Bruggen as they discuss their plans for the evening.
It'll be a cinch to get away with the cash in the Osage Bank, Paul. There ain't but one man there, and he's too slow to beat anyone with a draw.
I'm with you, Dan. Only I still say there ain't no use taking chances.
Still hanker to shoot the banker, eh?
Why not?
Well, he ain't never hurt us none.
He ain't never had the chance to hurt us. Let him get a look at our faces, and we're done for.
Maybe.
The reason we're still free is because we never let ourselves be seen.
You're the boss, Paul, and what you say goes.
I say we're fools to take chances on being recognized.
All right. Shoot the banker, then.
If ever we do get caught, we'll swing anyhow. What's one more murder added to all we got behind us?
What about this hiding place you mentioned?
It's a humdinger.
How far?
2 hours ride.
Good. How's the ground between here and there?
No grass or nothing to show a trail.
Then we can get to the hiding place without being followed.
Easy.
How long can we stay there?
As long as we want. We'll stay there till we feel it's safe to move on somewhere else.
Good.
Now toss off that drink and let's get started. We've got some banking business it needs tending to.
Missouri, it rankles me to be so flat broke.
Don't rankle you no more than it does me, Sleepy. Here's the two of us stove in old critters that ain't worth a dime to no man.
Oh, when I think of all the cash we uns had a while back, and now...
Hey there, you two old mavericks.
Meaning us, bartender?
Meaning you, Missouri. You and Sleepy step up here and let me have your order. What'll it be, Sleepy?
Oh, I reckon I ain't drinking no more.
Come on.
We both ain't drinking, bartender.
Oh, I savvy. Busted, eh?
Flat broke.
Well, you were warned when you heard that silver mine that your luck mightn't hold out forever.
I ain't complaining. We had plenty of fun while our claim was good.
Now it's petered out and we're broke.
You ain't complaining, but you ain't drinking either. Now, come on, gents. It's on the house. Well, maybe you'd sooner have some chug.
Doggone, some grub would taste right good.
Then step right back into the kitchen and tell the chink to fix you up.
Now, look here. We ain't accepting no charity.
Who says it's charity, Missouri? Why, you blamed old fool, you could be giving the whole town of Osage. And it wouldn't be charity. Not after all you two of you done for folks around here.
Oh, we ain't done so much.
Not unless you call giving away every dime you got from your silver mine something. Why, dad rather the two of you made things easier for every poor family in the county.
Oh.
Now get yourself back to the kitchen and fill up.
After the sourdough we've been living on, some real food might spile us.
Go on, eat.
Now, wait a minute, barkeep. Does that invite include a friend of ours?
Eh?
This Injun looks hard up and down on his luck.
Come on, Injun. You look like you could pack away some hot grub.
Me not hungry.
Oh, he ain't?
Me got plenty food.
Reckon he means it, Missouri. Come on, let's put on the feed bag. I'm gosh awful hungry.
Yeah, darned old fools. That's what they are.
Who, them?
Missouri and Sleepy. That's what they're called. They just can't bear to see anyone in hard luck.
Oh.
They thought you was up agin it and was willing to share a meal with you. They've been the same with every pilgrim and stray hound dog they ever seen.
Them good feller.
It's a darn shame the silver mine run out. They deserve to have things easy, more than any men I ever knowed about.
Where? They're mine.
Off north'ard somewheres. By thunder, them two will eat free of charge as long as I got grub and a place to cook it. It's their pride that makes it so hard to do things for them.
Come on, boys. It's the bank. It's being robbed.
Hey, who robbed it? When did it happen? What was the shooting? Anybody hurt?
Let's go. I bet it's the Bruggens.
How many of them was there?
2 men done it. They shot the banker.
Where'd they go? Anybody see him?
Anybody else hurt besides the banker?
Wait there, boys. Let me through.
Sheriff, old man Liffner's been shot down.
Anybody see it? Who done it? Did they get away with money?
They cleaned out the bank. I seen the 2 of them riding away like all kid out.
Which way'd they head?
Over yonder, that way.
Missouri, the bank's been robbed. Our old pal's been shot down.
Doggone it. Why in blazes has there got to be outlaws like them Bruggen?
What was that you said, Missouri?
I said it's the Bruggen, Sheriff.
How'd you know?
It's their style of job.
Missouri's right. The Bruggen's done it. Nobody else be honor enough to drill a man just out of pure cussedness.
There wasn't no reason to shoot the banker. He couldn't have hurt him.
To get men and horses.
Call in the deputies. We got to start a posse. We're going to run them Brugans down if it's the last thing we ever do.
You're sure it's the Brugan Sheriff?
I'm willing to bet on it. If it ain't, we'll find out who it is.
I've been expecting them Brugans to show up here most any time now.
Remember, boys, there's plenty of reward money for those who get them. Come on now, get going.
Sheriff, we aimed right along with you.
Not you, Sleepy.
Who says we can't?
Missouri, you and Sleepy are old men.
Oh, Dad Rattit, that ain't no way to talk to able-bodied men like us.
Men that go out after the Brugans got to be hard-riding, fast-shooting mavericks.
And you mean to say we can't ride after them ornery coyotes?
The banker's a friend of ours. We want to help in running these killers down.
I'm taking the men I feel are best suited for the job. You two have done enough for this community. Come on, boys. Let's get started.
Too old, Sleepy. By thunder, we weren't too old to help the sheriff's wife when she needed cash while the sheriff was out manhunting.
What matter?
Oh, it's the Injun.
Me name Tonto.
Dad Rattit, I wish you could be riding with them men, Injun.
There ain't nobody but an Injun or a bloodhound could follow the trail of them Brugans. They just don't leave a trail.
Broken feller, killin' man, huh?
Tain't only that, Injun. The man that was shot was our friend.
Yeah, and the sheriff won't let us go gunning for the rats that done it.
Maybe me helping you.
Oh, how can you help us, Injun? Say, maybe the three of us could go out trailing, eh?
No. You stay here.
Blast it, we don't want to stay here. We want to get them Brugans.
What's more, we can use that reward money. There's over $2,000 in rewards for the capture of them coyotes. And every man in town has a chance to get a crack at that reward but us.
Sleepy, no matter what the sheriff says, me and you are going manhunting.
Maybe Tonto helpin'. Here, white feller.
Hey, Injun, is that your horse?
Gosh, old fish hooks. What a critter that is.
Tonto ride 'em plenty fast. You wait. Maybe me come back soon.
Hold on, Tonto. Ain't you taking us along with you?
Get him up, white feller.
For 2 weeks, the sheriff's men scoured the country without finding any trail of the two Brugans. Old Sleepy in Missouri also did some manhunting, wondering meanwhile where Tonto the Indian had gone. We find the tired old men in their humble shack, discouraged at their futile efforts to capture the desperate outlaws.
No, it ain't no use trying to think otherwise, Missouri. We just ain't good for nothing no more.
Can't even run down a couple outlaw killers like the Brugans. Dad Rattit, Sleepy, we are getting old.
And hungry. Doggone it, Missouri. I'd give a lot for a good man-sized meal again.
We might sort of drift over to the cafe.
Yeah, and get a free handout. No, thanks. I'd sooner starve than take charity.
If we was 30 years or so younger, we might have a chance of running down them Brugans. But now...
Come on in.
I'm looking for two men known as Sleepy in Missouri.
Well, you got the right man, stranger. What's on your mind?
You own a silver mine, don't you?
Yeah, but all there is to it now is a big tunnel. It petered out.
What makes you think it petered out?
Count if it ain't no good no more, that's why. You're from the East, ain't you?
I know something about mines.
A mining expert, eh? Well, you don't know much about ours. He wouldn't take the trouble of calling on us.
Did you tell an Indian about your mine?
Indian?
Yeah, we did, stranger. Remember, Missouri? That redskin called himself Tonto.
Yeah, that's so.
The Indian knows about your mine, and I heard him making certain plans concerning it.
What sort of plan?
I was led to believe that a new vein had been found in that tunnel of yours.
Yeah?
Doggone it. No fooling?
You reckon that Indian's gone there and found a new vein of silver?
It might be well for you two to hurry over there and investigate it.
By thunderation. If anyone's tried to jump our claim,
As long
I'll...
as it remains abandoned, you can't expect people to stay away from there.
What's your interest in it, stranger? Are you from one of the big companies aiming to buy up our silver mine?
I wouldn't buy it unless it proved worthwhile.
Wouldn't do no harm to drift over that way, Sleepy.
Why not? We can starve there just as well as we can here.
Do you have any mining supplies left?
Yeah, some. We got digging tools, some might have blasting powder.
Then I'd advise you to investigate that mine as quickly as you can. It might be worth your while.
Sleepy and Missouri headed toward their old abandoned mine. As they trudged along the rocky trail, it was easy to see that Sleepy was still very skeptical over the prospect of finding silver ore.
I don't know about this, Missouri. Just don't seem to make sense.
What don't?
Taking time to go up here and look at that no-good mine of ours. We made sure there weren't no more veins there.
Maybe we didn't look careful enough.
It's getting toward dark now anyway. We can't go inside till morning.
Well, we can wait around outside. There's plenty of places to camp right around here.
I know.
We'd be blame fools to turn back now, Sleepy. There's a tunnel inside already.
Yeah. But I ain't counting on ever seeing silver in that old tunnel again. Take a look at it there. Don't it look downright ugly?
Time was when we thought it looked pretty fine.
Yeah. Say, Missouri, let's...
What the...
That sounded like a gunshot.
Thunderation. Who'd be popping at us here?
Hi!
Oh, that hit the dirt right near us.
Where did it come from?
Blame if I know. Hit the ground.
Dad, bet it. Get flat on your stomach.
Right. Play dead for a second.
Yeah. Edge over this way. We can get us some protection behind that rock.
Yeah. Ain't no use shooting back. We can't see nothing to shoot at.
I'll get back here.
That second shot come close. Too close for comfort.
Missouri, them shots come from the direction of the tunnel.
Reckon so. But the direction don't matter none if they hit you.
Well, the pint is it proves one thing.
Yeah?
Someone aims to keep us from that silver mine. And if someone wants to keep us from it, then doggone it, that's a sure sign there's something worthwhile there.
Darned if there ain't.
Well, we might find something if we don't get shot first. Come on, let's take a chance.
The curtain falls on the first act of our Lone Ranger drama. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments. Now to continue our drama. You will recall the two old prospectors, Sleepy and Missouri, were on their way to an abandoned silver mine. When they were a short distance away from it, several shots were fired at them. Immediately they became certain the mine was worth investigating. The next morning, the Lone Ranger and his faithful Indian companion, Tonto, were looking over the grounds not far from the entrance of the mine. The masked man is the first to speak.
So, Sleepy and Missouri spent the night in hiding?
That's right.
You heard them say that they were determined to investigate the mine?
Them think you feller from east.
I know they do, Tonto. When I called on them, I went disguised as an Easterner.
That's plenty good.
They thought I was a mining expert, willing perhaps to buy their claim if they would prove that it was worthwhile.
You show old feller that?
I think they'll find it worth the trouble of investigating, Tonto. Remember, I'm counting on you.
Tonto got plenty hole drill in mine.
Have you filled the holes with powder?
That's right.
And the fuses are all ready to be lighted? We want to make sure that when the two old prospectors do what I'm going to suggest, an explosion does just what we want it to do. I'm going to see them, Tonto. And in about an hour, you'll be able to light the fuses and set off the charge.
Tonto, keep close watch.
Missouri and Sleepy might need some help.
Them get plenty help.
Here, Silver! It's pretty early in the morning, but the sooner those two get started, the better. By night, I hope they'll find themselves rich men again.
Them good feller.
That's the reason I want to help them if it's possible.
Yep. I'll head for their camp now. Come on, Silver.
By ginger.
Me too. Get yourself up and move around a little, Missouri. Then you'll be all right.
You been up for long?
Yeah, just a couple of minutes. We got a lot of work to do today.
We sure enough have. We're going to get our mine back and see if there ain't some silver to be found in there.
Hey, ain't that a horse coming this way?
Sounds like. Maybe that's the critter that's holding possession of our mine.
Oh, there, Silver. Oh.
Hey, he's masked.
Well, what the Sam Hill?
Stick up your hands, mister. We aim to talk to you.
Put your guns down, men. I'm here as a friend of yours.
But you're masked, Dad Rabbit. What's the big idea of that?
You men are heading for certain death if you think you can walk into that mine and take possession of it.
Oh, so you come from there to give us a warning, eh?
Well, we're a couple of old galoots. But by ginger, what's ours is ours. And we're going to fight for it.
You won't have a chance fighting.
Who says we won't? Just you and your pards over yonder try and stop us, mister.
I'm not with the men over yonder. I came to tell you one way you could outwit them.
Yeah? What's your interest in a couple of old critters like us, mister?
The men inside that tunnel will be hidden from you, but you'll make easy targets for them.
We'll take our chances.
You have some blasting powder here, haven't you?
Yeah, what of it?
Fix some of it in a bundle and attach a piece of fuse.
Yeah?
Then get as close to the mouth of the tunnel as you can. Light the fuse and throw the bundle into the tunnel.
What's that for?
The blast might fill the mouth and seal the men inside it. The only way they could escape would be by the air shaft at the rear. If you were at the outside of that shaft, you could make them surrender to you.
No, that wouldn't work, mister.
Why?
That air shaft's just straight holes, like a chimbley. Goes straight up. Man couldn't climb out of that.
My pard's right, mister.
You can let a rope down and haul them out. That would be the best way to capture them and make them stand trial for stealing your silver.
Dad Rabbit, you talk like there was silver in there.
Didn't you come here to get it?
But we, Look here. Who in tarnation are you, anyhow?
I came here as a friend to help you get the men who have taken possession of your silver mine. Perhaps they're enemies of mine as well as yours.
I begin to savvy. They done you out of your share of some deal, eh?
You can think what you please.
You figured to get even with them by having us taken prisoners, ain't that it?
Perhaps it is. Take the plan or leave it, whichever you like. I've given it to you for what it's worth.
Why didn't you try that plan yourself? You're so dead set on seeing whoever's inside our tunnel captured.
You think I could take them to trial? They haven't taken possession of my mine.
By thunder, that's right, Missouri. It's our property they've taken, ain't it? We're the ones that have to take them to the judge.
Furthermore, you have blasting powder. I don't have.
Yeah, that's so. I'm for trying this stranger's idea, Sleepy. Maybe you are an outlaw, mister, with that mask on your face. But I like the style of your talk.
If you're for it, Pard, then I'm for it, too. We'll probably get our heads blowed off, but then that'll keep us from getting hungry again. Come on.
Missouri and his partner went about the task of attaching the fuse. The Lone Ranger slipped quietly away, permitting the two old prospectors to believe that he was an outlaw. When they had the powder and fuse ready, the men crept to a spot a few yards away from the tunnel entrance.
Got that fuse fixed right, Missouri? Yeah, it's powerful short, but I reckon it'll do.
Which one of us better do the throw-in, Missouri?
No. We've got to do it from here, though, or we'll be seen.
Got a light?
Yeah?
Careful with it.
I know how to do this.
You better throw it, Missouri. We got to make her land in the side of the hill, just above the tunnel entrance.
Leave it to me. Here goes the match.
Now for it.
Hold her steady while I light that blasted fuse.
Yeah?
There. She's catching. Throw it, quick. There she goes. Fall flat down on the ground. I'm down. Now hold your ears. Did it hit right?
I don't think so.
Yeah, it did. Look, the entrance is closed.
We got him trapped.
Hit it right square.
You done just swell, Missouri. We sure blocked the tunnel that time.
All right, Sleepy. We're heading for the air shaft atop the hill.
And when we get there, we'll sit and wait till them coyotes get good and tired of worrying about getting out.
Sleepy and Missouri scrambled up the side of the hill to the air shaft and waited there for quite some time. They didn't know that while they were watching the opening, Tonto was racing toward the town to bring the sheriff and his men. Finally, Sleepy said,
I reckon we can try and help them coyotes now, Missouri.
Yep. I'll try and talk to them. Hey, down there! We got you covered. And if you want to come out alive, you better surrender.
I wonder if they can hear you.
Hey, you! You can't get out there unless we haul you out with a rope. So you better surrender or we'll leave you to starve.
Gosh, I hope we ain't killed them with that blast.
Nah, they're down there all right. I heard them moving around a couple of times. You fellas coming up? Are you going to make us drop some blasting powder down this hole?
By Ginger, Missouri, we catch them all right. Now we can take them in to stand trial, then come back and see what they've been stealing from our silver mines.
Hand me that rope, Sleepy.
Yeah.
I'll take my own time to get you thieving coyotes out of there. I'll drop down a rope and you tie your guns to it first. When we get your gun, here's a rope coming down. Tie your guns on it and be quick. Ain't no use taking chances with him, Sleepy, no.
All right. All right. Here, I'll give you a hand.
Yeah, come on, man. There we are. Untie the gun, Sleepy. She's a-coming. But remember, we'll drill you critters if you try any tricks on us. Grab a hold now and we'll haul you up.
Wait till I get a hold, Missouri. There now.
Oh,
Don't let her slip now.
My pard's still down there.
Well, we'll get him out pronto. Now you stand by and don't try nothing.
You ain't gonna drill me?
Not if you behave. All we want is for you to take us back into the silver mine and tell us where the new vein's at.
Vein?
Hey, you hold the gun on him, Sleepy. Stand still there till we get your part out. Grab a hold there and come on out.
How many of you is there?
Just the two of us.
Yeah. Give us a hand in hauling your part out.
Yeah.
These holes, take it easy. I thought we found silver in there, and all I want is a mine. Huh? They don't know us. Gosh. We're downright sorry we was in your mines, Gents, and we'll... Now, you blame old fool, stick 'em up.
That's it. He's got another gun.
Oh, you didn't know us, huh?
It's about time you met the Bruggen brothers.
Holy mackerel, the Bruggen.
The Bruggans is right. We ain't letting you go back and tell the sheriff you found us.
It'd be a downright disgrace to be catched by a couple Stovian old fools like you two.
Well, let's drill 'em and toss 'em down in there.
Now, look here, Bruggen, you ornery killing skunk. We ain't done nothing to you.
We didn't figure you was a Bruggen. We figured you was just a couple hombres that found silver in our mines.
Silver? All that hole's good for is hiding. And I reckon it'll hide you two from now till doomsday.
I doubt that,
What?
Bruggen.
Why, the masked man.
Oh, drill him!
Look out!
Oh, my hand!
If you force me to fire again, I'll do more than shoot your guns away.
Stranger, these are the Bruggans. There's a reward out for them.
I know that.
And you got them.
No, you two men got them. You see, Tonto managed to trail them to the tunnel, but he wanted you to make the capture, and he didn't want you killed while doing it. Keep them covered now. The sheriff and his posse are coming to help you.
But how'd the sheriff know?
I'll kill you for this, mister, if it takes
Your
some
killing days are over, Bruggen.
If you raise a hand against the masked man, then I won't wait for the sheriff to come. I'll deal with you right here and now.
I happened to find out how much good you did with the money from your silver mine. You helped a lot of people, and it's about time someone helped you.
You saved our lives. That's what you done, mister.
I told you there might be silver in your mine. There is, but not as you thought. The rewards that are standing for the capture of these two men will amount to quite a sum.
Here. Law. Hey, boys. This is Missouri. And they got the Bruggen.
It ain't us, Sheriff. It's that masked man. He told us there was men here, and he told us how to trap them.
You as the boys holding the guns on them coyotes. Rope them in, and let's get them into town. At last we got the Bruggen.
And the laugh's on you, Sheriff. You said old Sleepy in Missouri wasn't fit to travel with a posse.
Well, I'm doggone glad they didn't. The posse didn't get no place. But Missouri and Sleepy sure enough did. Get them critters herded and back to town now, boys. Make it fast.
But the reward. There's the man that's entitled to them, Sheriff.
Well, looks like he wasn't interested in no reward, Missouri.
Rather, there's things I don't savvy about this, Sheriff.
Me too. I wonder if it ain't that masked man fired the shot that made us figure someone was inside that tunnel.
And the same with that there blasting powder. It landed a long ways from where it was supposed to land, and yet when it went off, the explosion was right above the tunnel where it do the most good. There's lots that needs explaining.
Yeah.
Sleepy, that mine warn't no good, and the masked man knowed it. All he wanted was for us to capture the two Brugans so we'd get that reward money.
And thanks to him, we don't never have to worry about food and sich again.
The story you have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger Incorporated.
Broadcasting System presents Nyla Max, Let's Pretenders. The music is playing fairy tales. The audience is saying, let's go. And here is that famous juvenile group of radio, the Let's Pretenders. Take it away.
Why, thank you for that nice introduction, Mr. Conover.
Something to live up to, I'd say.
It most certainly is. Better start with the next letter in turn and see what stories are in demand.
All right, here it is. And it comes from away out west in Utah.
Well, let's hear it.
Dear Magic Children, we have to get up awfully early out here to hear your stories, but the whole family thinks it's worth it. I wonder if you could do my favorite story, The Water of Life. Mommy says it isn't awfully exciting, but Daddy says it will be when Nyla Mac gets through with it. Do you think she could? You know, put in some funny voices or things that talk when you don't expect them to. We would just love to hear it if she can. Thank you.
Seems as if our director is on the spot.
Not that one. Here's the story all ready for us to play. Now then, how shall we travel to Let's Pretend? Jack Ayres, we haven't heard from you in quite a while. Got any ideas?
You bet I have. Let's go on a speedboat and get cooled off by the sea breezes.
Well, very good suggestion. All right. The story is The Water of Life, and we travel by speedboat. Everybody set?
Yeah.
1, 2, 3. First port, Let's Pretend. We go ashore at the Water of Life. Let's go.
It just doesn't seem possible. Our beloved father is dying. Oh, Franz, don't be such a baby. Father is an old man.
Why, yes, Franz. After all, everyone has to die at some time or other.
Oh, but we've been such real companions. I just can't seem to imagine my life without him to advise and guide me. Oh, you'll soon get used to it. Time heals all wounds, you know. Enoch, how can you be so cold and matter-of-fact? Shh, it's Mother.
Oh, my son.
Yes, what is it, Mother? Have you news, Mother? Is Father dead?
No, but oh, so weak and white.
What does the doctor say?
He says that he himself can do no more for the king.
He himself can do nothing? Is there someone else, then, who can help him?
Well, he says the only chance to save him is to procure some of the magic water of life.
Water of life? Well, where is it? Yes, how does one get it? Tell us, Mother. If there's a way under heaven, we'll find it.
It flows in an underground fountain hundreds of miles from here, my sons. And the way is dangerous, through enchanted forests where huge beasts lie in wait to devour one.
Oh, the danger doesn't matter, Mother.
Oh, but it does, Franz. Your father has refused to permit any of you to go for it. He says he would rather die than expose his sons to the dangers of the journey.
Nonsense, Mother. We shall find this magic water of life and restore Father's health. Don't tell him, because it would only worry him. But one of us shall go on this journey immediately.
Heaven bless you. You're all sons to be proud of. I'll go back to your father now. Thank you for the comfort you give me.
Now then, which one shall go? Well, naturally, whoever brings back the magic water to heal our father, he'll stand in greater favor than the other two. Knowing our father, he's quite likely to reward him and let the other two brothers wait. That's perfectly true, Enoch. Oh, but what does it matter if he's well again? Very pretty, friends. But you're so eager to be heroic. I think you have an eye on the throne yourself. Oh, nonsense. I don't want to be heroic. I don't want the responsibility of the throne. I only want to save my father's life. Just the same, I think I shall undertake the journey myself. The throne is rightfully mine. But if I succeed in bringing back the water, why, then I'm that much more sure of it. Very well, it's settled. I shall go. Well, how about me? I guess I have some rights here, too. Oh, Albert, stop quibbling over rights. And Enoch, since you've decided to go, hurry. Even now, Father may be breathing his last. Very well, I shall leave within the hour. You, Albert, see that I have the fastest horse in the stable. All right. Franz, help me fix a knapsack that'll carry me through the journey. Yes, Enoch. And in half an hour, I'll be ready to start. Very well. I'll order the horse. Come, we haven't a moment to lose. My friend, stop and talk a while. Whoa, fella. Old man, I've no time to visit with your kind. Out of my way and be quick about it. Where do you travel to so fast, my friend? Wouldn't you like to know? Tell me, where do you go? Perhaps I could direct you. I'll find my own way to my destination. It's none of your affair, old Snoopy. And I'll get out of my way. You should be courteous to the aged, my friend. Oh, yes? Well, then my whip will give you a sample of my courtesy. There. That's for your interference, old idiot. So, that is Enoch, eldest son of the king. And he struck me across the face with his whip. None of my affair, eh? I'll show you, young upstart, whose affair this is and what happens to cruel people like you. Echo! I'm calling. Echo!
Echo! Calling, echo, calling.
Call to the roadway through the forest. Command it to lead Prince Enoch through the mountain gorge. Turn his horse toward the narrowing road until it closes in on him and holds him there a prisoner. Then perhaps he'll learn to be civil to an old man. Do you hear me, Echo?
I hear.
Echo, what is it?
I hear the sound of galloping horses. Albert the king's second son is on his way past your house.
I thought it was about time for the second son to search for the water of life. Yes, I hear the galloping hoofs myself now. Thank you, Echo. Shall we see what his manners are?
Yes, old man, we shall see.
A word with you, please, sir.
Get out of the road, you. I nearly ran you down. If you don't move on, I will.
But, stranger, won't you pause a moment? I need your help.
I've no time to help you or anybody else.
But suppose I was lost and ill, too.
Well, that would be too bad, old Gabby. I'm in a hurry. Now get out of my way before I drive my horse over you.
Bad manners, too, old man. Very bad.
Selfish, cruel, heartless. So be it. He shall be punished like his brother. Echo, attend. Direct the roadway through the forest to lead this haughty young fellow into the mountain gorge. Turn his horse ever toward the narrow roadway until he can go no farther, nor can he turn around. So let him be held fast until he too shall learn manners. Is the roadway through the forest heard me?
We have heard.
It is well.
It is well.
Echoes, I hear you. What is it?
The king's youngest son rides this way.
And even sooner than I expected. Very well, Echo. Little does he know what has happened or what his future shall be.
He comes, old man. He comes.
Good morning to you, young fellow. Where do you go at such a fast gallop?
Oh, good morning, Father. I'm in a hurry, but what is it you want? Can I help you?
Well, now, that's a kindly thing to ask. No, son, I've no need of help. Have you?
Oh, yes, good Father, I have.
Well, then perhaps I can help you. What is the trouble?
Sir, my father is dying, and I seek the magic water of life. Do you happen to know where it can be found?
Yes, I can help you. But tell me, why haven't your elder brothers sought it?
I don't know how you know I have other brothers, friend. But to tell you truthfully, they have. First Enoch, then Albert left the castle and have not returned. So, of course, I must try to find them, as well as the magic cure. Have you by any chance seen or spoken to them?
Well, that I can't answer yet. But I can tell you where the water of life is and how to get there.
Oh, tell me. I want to help my father. Where is it, please?
It flows from a fountain in an enchanted castle. But you could never enter the grounds if I didn't give you these.
Oh, what are they?
A magic sword and a loaf of bread that is magic, too.
Oh, very odd. What am I to do with these?
With the sword, strike the castle gate 3 times. It will open. Then watch carefully, for 2 huge lions are on guard there. Their jaws will be wide open, ready to spring. But throw each of them some of the bread. Be generous with it, for whatever you break off will instantly be replaced.
And the sword, is it magic, too?
Aye, lad. That is the sword of right, and can never be conquered.
I'm indeed grateful to you. Oh, but you haven't told me where the enchanted castle is yet.
Nor do I need to. You have spoken kindly to me. By this time you know I have enchantment, and I can cause the roadway to turn and twist and follow my wishes.
You mean that you can make the road turn and bend in the direction of the castle?
Straight as an arrow the road will be, and lead you right to the iron gates. Once inside, your own good sense will tell you what to do, step by step.
Thank you 1,000 times, old man. The king will reward you.
I seek no reward. Start your journey, and my blessing goes with it.
Farewell. forest, things have happened just as you said they would. The road has led me straight to these iron gates. I wish you were here so I could thank you. Now, here's the magic loaf ready for the lions. Now to strike the gate with the magic sword. Oh, a terrible-looking beast. Here's bread for you. And here's your loaf, old fella. There. Phew. I'd be sorry to meet them without the magic bread. Now. A strange-looking castle. No sign of life anywhere around. I'll go in and see what sort of people live here. Well, upon my word. Soldiers, butlers, everybody asleep. Hey there. Hey, wake up. No use. Obviously, there's enchantment here, too. I wonder where this door leads to. Oh, I beg your pardon, Princess. I had no idea that... Sound asleep, too. Oh, lovely Princess, you're too beautiful to waste your time in sleep. Please waken. Princess. Still she sleeps. Oh, now, really, I must find a way to wake these people. After all, I'm sure there is a way. Oh, an idea. This magic sword has opened gates and doors. Perhaps it will open the eyes of this lovely princess for me. I shall touch them so very gently, for I wouldn't hurt you, little sleeping lady, for all the world. Just one touch like this and...
Oh, what a long, long sleep Oh.
How do you do, lovely lady?
Oh, you're come. The prince of my dreams. At last you're here.
Well, I don't understand.
You didn't know I was here? All but for years I've been enchanted.
Why, no. The old man in the forest told me nothing of you.
Oh, that's like him. He wanted to enjoy your surprise when you discovered me.
But tell me, you say I'm the prince of your dreams. Or did I just want to hear you say it so badly that I imagined you did?
No, I said just that. You are Prince Franz, aren't you?
This is my name. Tell me how it is that you do.
Well, then, first, the old man in the forest is a sorcerer with great magic powers. A long time ago, Father's kingdom was destroyed, and I was threatened with a marriage I didn't like. The old man, who's my godfather, spirited me away and enchanted me here to protect me from all harm.
I begin to see. But how could he select me? Why am I the fortunate one to wake you?
The old man isn't blind, Franz. He searched for someone whom he considered worthy of my heart and hand.
But can I hope that you'll accept this judgment? Princess, lovely one, do you?
Yes, Franz. It seems that I've always known that you would come to me, and my happiness would be secure with you.
Oh, my sweet. What is your name, besides beautiful lady?
I'm called Elaine.
And you'll be my princess. You'll marry me?
In a year, you may return and claim me.
A year? I must wait a whole year, my dearest.
Have you forgotten the water of life that you came for?
Oh, upon my soul, I had. How could I? And how could you know that?
The voice of Echo, who's my godfather's messenger, called to me in my sleep and told me.
This is all too wonderful.
Now listen to me, Franz. You have much to do. First, I see you already have the sword and the loaf of bread.
What? Oh, I'd even forgotten them. Your face has made me forget everything else in the world.
Oh, thank you, Franz. But again, listen. The sword is magic. With it, you can slay whole armies if need be. And the loaf, as you know, never comes to an end. Guard them well. You'll need them. Now then, the magic water of life flows from the fountain in the courtyard. Here's a crystal vase that will hold enough to heal your father. Take it and go quickly.
And in 1 year's time, I may return to claim you?
In a year. And my whole kingdom will be yours. And you'll be my king.
Oh, bless you, Elaine. And heaven guard you until I return. Farewell.
Yes, Echo?
Attend me.
I listen.
The time has come.
Yes, Echo.
Start now to build the road of gold.
The road of gold?
From your castle gate straight to the edge of the enchanted forest.
But, Echo, why?
You are in danger.
And the road of gold will protect me?
You will see.
Very well, Echo. It shall be done.
Welcome, Franz. Welcome.
Old man, little did I dream that this mission would bring me the greatest happiness in my life. I shall devote my life to being worthy of the honor you bestowed upon me by giving me the lovely Elaine.
Franz, you are a modest gentleman. You will make a great ruler when it is time for you to ascend the throne. You have merited this happiness. But you'd best hasten to your father with the vase of magic water. He is in need of it.
Of course. But first, won't you tell me where my brothers are? I'm sure you know.
They are being punished for their cruel selfishness, my friend. They have much to learn, those two.
But haven't you punished them enough? Please tell me where they are.
They are held fast in a narrow gorge up in the mountains, where they will have plenty of time to think over their past deeds.
Oh, but, sir, I beg you to release them. My father will grieve if I do not find them.
Very well. But listen to me carefully. Beware of them. They have bad hearts, envious natures. They will go far to gain their own selfish ends.
Oh, I think you misjudge them, my friend.
We shall see. And mark you this, Franz. Guard well the sword and loaf you carry. You will soon have use for them. And now, begin your journey homeward.
And my brothers?
I shall release them. And as you enter the country of Verdeberg, you will meet them on the road. Farewell.
Farewell, my friend. I shall see you a year from today. Bless you, sir, and my eternal gratitude. Farewell.
An old man told you we would meet, Franz?
Yes. What did you do to him, Enoch? And you, Albert, that made him so angry with you?
Nothing, except to refuse to stop and visit.
Nothing else, Enoch?
Oh, I did cut him across the face with my whip. And it served him right, too.
I well remember him, the pig. Oh, what torture that imprisonment was.
Lucky for us that you got in his good graces. Otherwise, we'd still be there starving to death. Now, tell us about the magic water of life and where you found it.
Well, there's so much to tell, I hardly know where to start. Besides, I feel we should be galloping every minute.
We can't. Our horses couldn't last. We'll just jog along at an easy pace until they have rested a bit. And in the meantime, you can tell us.
Well, this crystal vase contains the magic water of life.
And where did you say you found it?
In an enchanted castle. And, brothers, not only did I find the water of life, but life itself.
What can you mean by that?
I found the most beautiful princess in all the world, who'll be mine 1 year from today.
Why, Franz, congratulations.
Splendid. And where is this castle?
Past the hut of the old man of the forest, and then by winding roads up the mountain to the caves of the agate rocks.
Hello, what have we here? An army in flight, I should say.
Yes, it is. King Demetrius at its head. King Demetrius! Hold! Hold! Hold!
Flee for your lives, my friends. Hurry, the enemy is upon us.
Your Highness, you have not recognized us. We're sons of your neighbor, His Majesty King Manuel.
Oh, yes, I remember you now. But come, we haven't a moment. The enemy outnumbers us, and they're close behind us. Hurry.
A moment, Your Highness.
Oh, we'll be quick then. What is it?
I can help you conquer your enemy.
You? Oh, I tell you, we're outnumbered 20 to 1. There's nothing to do but retreat.
Listen to me. That's not true. I have here a magic sword. I alone can slay the whole army. Turn your men and we'll fight them.
Oh, even so, they can't help you. My soldiers are starving. They're too weak to fight. We have been for days without food.
I have here a loaf of bread that will feed every man. Take heart, my king. Feed them, and then let us stand our ground to conquer the foe.
Oh, my friend, words fail me. Men, hear me. We have food. Yes, wait. And what is more, we have the sword of justice to conquer our foe. Turn your horses. Help comes to us when we need it. Our prayers are answered. We cannot fail now. Turn and fight.
Brothers, there's no need for all of us to go into battle. Huh? Look, suppose you take this crystal vase with you. Guard it with your lives, for it has the water of life in it. I'll join King Demetrius. Meet me at the sea where we'll charter a boat to carry us home fast.
Oh, good idea. Excellent. When will you be there?
If this sword does what I've been told it would, I shall be there soon after you arrive. Make the arrangements for the ship and wait for me. Farewell. Demetrius, I come.
So, our young brother suddenly becomes the most important member of our family.
I don't like it. Once he restores Father's health, he will become the favorite and the next king.
That must not be, Albert. I am the eldest. The throne belongs to me.
What shall we do, Enoch?
Oh, listen, Albert, I have a plan. Let's fill this vase with salt water from the sea. We'll give it to Father, and of course it won't heal him. Then we shall give him the true water of life and say that Franz tried to poison him.
Excellent. Father will believe us, and that will be the end of Franz.
Yes. And one thing more. I noted where Franz said the enchanted castle was. I see no reason why he should have this beautiful princess for his bride. I shall take the first opportunity to hasten back and steal her away.
A splendid plan if she'll marry you.
Oh, she'll have no choice. I'll see to that.
What a trusting fool our brother is. I'd like to see myself telling my good fortune to others, no matter who they were.
Yes, and I. Oh, well, he won't be with us much longer. Come, let's first replace the magic water of life with seawater.
Right. Come on.
Is coming up the road.
In the center of it. Boy, quickly tell me.
Yes, Your Highness, right in the center.
Oh, then it's my prince, my Franz. Open the gates quickly. It's my beloved.
Yes,
Elaine,
ma'am.
Elaine, my love, at last I see you again.
Oh, Franz, dearest. Oh, it's been a long, long year. Let me look at you.
Oh, you're more beautiful than ever.
I'm so glad you find me so. Page.
Yes, Your Highness?
Take His Majesty's horse to the stable.
Yes, ma'am.
And now, my dearest, sit here in the rose arbor and tell me what's happened.
Oh, so much. First of all, my two brothers plotted against me and stole the water of life which you had given me.
Your brothers did that deliberately. How could they?
Then, not knowing it, I gave the crystal vase to my father. They'd filled it with something else, probably seawater. It made him more ill than before. Then they offered him the real water of life, and it restored his health. But he believed my brothers when they said I had tried to poison him.
He believed them and not you?
Yes, my father banished me. Since then, I've wandered all over the world until the year would be up.
Oh, my poor Franz. Your brothers are indeed wicked men. They've tried to steal me away, too.
Steal you away from me? Elaine, this is difficult to believe.
But it's true. Without the help of Echo, my godfather's messenger, they would have taken me away.
How did you protect yourself from them?
Echo warned me, so I was prepared. I ordered a road of solid gold to be built, with instructions to the guards to tell me how any strange horseman approaching would observe it. The first one saw the shining stretch of gold and said to the outer guard it was so lovely he wouldn't walk his horse over it, and he turned to the left. The second one remarked that it was a pity to scratch its surface, so he walked his horse in the dust to the right.
Oh, but I was thinking only of you, your golden hair, your lovely eyes, and that soon you'd be mine. I didn't even notice there was a road there.
Echo knew that's what would happen. So when the guard said that the third stranger was riding straight down the center of the golden road, I ordered the special gates opened, for I knew it was you.
Oh, bless the old man of the forest and the echoes that warned you.
Oh, another visitor?
Oh, it would seem so.
Now that you're here, no more do I need to fear strangers.
No more, my love. Well, stranger, what is your business?
I seek His Highness, Prince Franz.
I am he.
I come from your father, Your Highness.
So? Well, then?
Through King Demetrius, he has discovered the treachery used against you by your brothers.
Your father, the king, begs that you will return and forgive him for the misery he has caused you.
And my 2 worthy brothers.
The king has banished them forever.
Good. Then return and tell my father I forgive him freely. Tell him that without my 2 brothers, his rule will continue happily for years, for the water of life healed him. He doesn't need me.
And when will you return, Your Highness?
Not until you, my beloved Elaine, grow tired of me.
Then perhaps, messenger, perhaps you'd better not wait.
And so ends another adventure of Let's Pretend. And the story of the water of life has come true. Was it your favorite? If not, write to Let's Pretend in care of this station, and we'll try to make your favorite come true. And if you'd like to see a broadcast, write for passes. Visitors from out of town, please give us plenty of advance notice so that you'll not be disappointed. Address all mail to Let's Pretend, the Columbia Broadcasting System, New York City. The cast for today included Enoch,
Jack Grimes,
Albert, Bill Lipton, Franz,
Albert Alley,
the Queen Mother,
Daisy Alden,
Old Man of the Forest,
Kingsley Colton,
Echo,
Miriam Wolfe,
Second Echo,
Gwen Davies,
Princess Elaine,
Patricia Ryan,
King Demetrius,
Bob Court,
Guard to the Princess Elaine,
Paul Porter Jr.,
and the King's Servant,
Jackie Ayers.
These stories are dramatized and directed by Nyla Mack.
The Challenge of the Yukon.
On King! On, you husky!
The Wonder Dog King, swiftest and strongest of Eskimo lead dogs, blazes the trail through storm and snow for Sergeant Preston as he meets the Challenge of the Yukon. Sergeant Preston was typical of the small band of Northwest Mounted Police who preserved law and order in the new Northwest country where the greed for wealth and power led to frequent violence and bloodshed. But in spite of the odds against them, Sergeant Preston and his Wonder Dog King met that challenge, and justice ruled triumphant. It was mid-December in the town of Selkirk. As young Ned Seeley walked on the main street with some pelts thrown over his shoulder, he heard the loud crack of a whip and the yelp of dogs as Pete Harvey, a boy about his own age, stood beside his dog team, beating them mercilessly. Ned hurried to him.
Hey, Pete, quit whipping those dogs. Don't you see your runners are frozen to the trail?
You get back and mind your own business. These are my dogs.
Quit hitting those dogs, I said.
You're coming in here and I'll give you a slash with it.
Hey, give me that whip.
Let go of that whip. Get away from
Give me that. Oh, hit me, will you?
You dirty little ragamuffin.
What's going on? Stop it. Get back, Ned. Let that whip speak.
He's not going to butt in my business. I'll whip my dogs if I want.
You raise that whip again, I'll give you another black eye.
You better be careful. I'll tell my dad not to buy any more of your old furs.
Why were you whipping your dogs, Pete?
None of your business.
Well, the runners of his sled are frozen to the trail. He was trying to make the dogs pull him loose.
You should know better than that, Pete.
What does he know about dogs? He doesn't even own one.
Hey, what's wrong?
Oh, Dad, I'm glad you came out. Ned's been fighting with me, trying to tell me how to run my dog team.
Ned was just trying to keep him from beating them.
They're Pete's dogs. I guess he can do what he pleases with them without any advice.
I'll help you rock that sled loose. It's frozen, and you'll have to help the dogs.
I'm sorry, Mr. Harvey, but I don't like to see dogs beaten. I guess I lost my temper.
Not much sense in interfering with people like that.
I was just going into your trading post. I got some pelts.
Come on. I looked them over.
Come on, Pete. Help me rock this sled.
These furs got a little messed up. I dropped them.
Well, bring them inside.
All right.
Give them to me. I'll look them over.
Here. They're pretty nice ones this time.
Jules and I did well this trip.
You're too young to be much of a trapper.
Oh, but Jules knows all about it. He's teaching me.
Yeah. How's your father's leg?
Pretty bad. He says he might have to have an operation.
That was just plumb carelessness, getting it frozen like that. I can't give you as much as usual for these furs. They're in bad condition. I'll apply it to your bill.
I'm afraid we're going to have to ask you for more credit, Mr. Harvey. Some of my traps were missing. I'll have to get more.
Your dad owes me almost $500. I can't give you any more.
Oh, but golly, Mr. Harvey, you know we'll pay it back as soon as Dad's better.
I know you've had a lot of trouble, but I ain't made of money. Well, Sergeant, did you get the sled loose?
Yes. I'd like some flour, Ben, and some beans.
I'll get 'em for you. Be back in a minute.
Oh, hello there, King. I'm so busy outside I didn't even see you.
You certainly like dogs, don't you, Ned?
Oh, gosh, I sure do. I wish we could afford one.
I'd have taken your side out there with Pete, but I didn't for your sake. I knew you were going to bring those furs to his father.
I'm glad you didn't. You know how he is about Pete. He won't listen to reason about it.
Yes, I know.
Gee, if I just had one dog, I'd be the happiest kid in the Yukon. And he's got 4.
Well, after all, his father raises them.
Pete sure is lucky. Dogs are so expensive up in this country. I don't suppose I'll ever own one.
How's your dad, Ned?
He's pretty bad, Sergeant. It's going to be a lean Christmas for us this year. Jules and I have done quite a bit of trapping, but we have to split it 50-50.
I think you're doing fine for a boy, Ned.
Here's your flour, Sergeant.
Well, thanks. By the way, Ben, has Lady had her pups yet?
Not yet. They should arrive in a few days.
Oh, is Lady going to have pups? Gee, I bet they'll be beauties.
They should be. The father of them is the finest Malamute in this part of the country. I expect to get about 200 apiece for them.
Oh, Lady's a beautiful dog.
She's as mean as sin, though. Keep trying to get out of her pen all the time.
Well, she's half wolf, Ben. She'd probably like to have her pups out in the wilderness.
She hates my son. Tried to bite him a couple of times. He can't even take food to her unless he throws it over the top of her pen.
Well, I guess I better get back to Dad. You going to be in town until Christmas, Sergeant Preston?
Well, I have to leave town for about a week, Ned, but I think I'll get back in time for the holidays.
Well, come and see Dad if you get a chance.
I'll do that, Ned. Bye.
Goodbye.
Oh, poor kid. Feel sorry for him. Hope you weren't too hard on him, Ben, because he fought with Pete.
Well, I certainly think he has his nerve. His father owes me a lot of money. Least you could do is show some respect.
I saw the fight start, Ben, and I'm afraid it was Pete who started it.
Pete's a little quick-tempered, but you can't blame him for wanting to treat his dogs the way he wants to.
Oh, there he is now.
Did you feed the dogs, Pete?
I'm just getting some food for him now.
Better hurry. It's getting dark. Take some out to Lady, too.
Pete walked slowly toward the pen of the big husky called Lady. He carried a whip in his hand, and as he neared her, she glared at him fiercely through the wire netting. Her eyes were the eyes of a wolf, and her small ears lay back against her head as a low growl rumbled in her throat.
So, you're giving me the usual greeting, you dirty she-wolf. Well, you're going to get another taste of this whip, and this time I'm going to cure you. I'm going to show you who's boss. I'm going to open this pen and take a real swing at you. Don't think you're scaring me. Get back! Get back, I say! Lady! Come back! Come back! She ran away. Lady! Oh, Dad'll get me alive if he finds out I let her go. God.
Pete, get up. Get out of bed right now.
What's wrong, Dad?
Lady's gone. Her pen door was open.
Gone?
She was all right when you saw her last night, wasn't she?
Why, sure she was all right.
Either someone stole her or she was let out on purpose.
Aren't there any traps?
It snowed last night. It started when you went out to feed the dogs, don't you remember?
That's right, it was snowing.
I don't see how anyone could have stolen her. She'd have raised a rumpus. I'd have hurt her.
Do you think someone could have let her out on purpose?
That's what I was thinking. Ned Seeley heard us talking about her after he had that fight with you.
I'll bet he did it. He was mad because I hit him a slash with my whip.
He's the only one I can think of. Trouble is, there's no way we can prove it.
With all the tracks covered, I guess you couldn't.
Lady is worth a fortune.
Those pups would have brought pretty near $1,000.
Maybe she'll come back.
Oh, she has too much wolf in her. But I'll get even. When Ed comes back from his trap line next time, he'll do no trading at this post.
It was a week later. Ned Seeley and Jules, a French-Canadian trapper, were nearing the farthest point of their trap line. As they neared one of the traps, Ned's voice almost broke with anger.
Oh, this one too, Jules. This box is completely destroyed. It's been torn to ribbons.
Sacre-bleu. You see, there are tracks.
Tracks of a wolverine. It's ruined 3 of our catches.
That is worst animal in forest. He kills only for love of killing. In that beast is the devil.
We'll have to hunt it down.
Oui, that we must do. It has not snowed since he was here. Maybe we can find him. Come.
Tracks lead toward the river.
You must watch out. Wolverine, she is dangerous. Everything in woods fears that animal.
If we don't kill, we'll never trap anything again on this trap line.
And never would we trap Wolverine. He is too smart for trap.
Jules, listen.
Something fight. Keep your gun ready. Come, hurry.
It's right over the bank of the river.
It sounds like wolves. Careful now. Look over the bank.
It's a wolverine. He's fighting a wolf.
That is female wolf. See? There are cubs in that cave behind us.
Jules, that's Lady. It's Harvey's dog. I'll get that dirty wolverine.
That is the best shot you have ever made. You killed him.
But poor Lady. She's almost dead, too. Hello, Lady, old girl.
Her neck is torn, but that devil, he did not get her jugular vein.
Oh, look at him, Jules. 6 of the cutest pups in the world. Now lie still, Lady. We won't hurt your babies. Do you think she'll live, Jules?
She has lost much blood. I don't know.
Oh, we gotta save her, Jules. Go back to town for help. I'm going to stay here with her.
You cannot do this. It will take 2 days to get back. We have not enough
I'm
food.
not going back, I tell you. If we leave Lady now, she'll die with no one to feed her. And another wolverine or a wolf will come and eat the pups. She can't protect them now. I won't go, I tell you.
But, Ned, for a dog, you cannot risk your life.
Now, you hurry. I'll be all right. Here, you help me start a fire. I'll have my rifle. If I do have to go hungry for a day or so, it won't matter. I'm staying here with Lady and her pups.
A night and a day had passed. Ned kept the fire going in front of the small cave. He had shared the last of his food with the lady, and darkness was falling as he sat beside the dog, stroking her head.
Never mind, old girl. Jules will bring someone soon. What's wrong, Lady? Oh, no. You can't get up. Lie still. There's someone coming. That's what you heard. Yeah, 2 men. Hello?
Hello, Ned. Are you all right?
Yeah. Lie still, lady. They've come after us. We're going to get you home.
Okay.
Oh, Sergeant Preston. How did you get here?
Jules met me on the trail. It's about halfway to town.
So that's how you got back so soon. Oh, gee, I'm sure glad to see you. I'm all out of food.
How is Lady?
Oh, she's still pretty sick, but she isn't going to die. And the pups are fine.
It was nice of you to do this, Ned. Especially when Ben Harvey blamed you for letting Lady go.
Blame me? Well, what do you mean?
He thought you deliberately let her out of her pen because of the price he gave you for those furs.
Well, how could he
I told him he was being ridiculous.
Lady's got some whip marks across her face.
Oh?
They're healed, but you can still see them.
Yes. And I have a good idea who put them there. We'll get her back to town at once. You can see the marks of the whip, Ben. I think your son Pete can tell you how she got them.
He's lying, Dad. I never
You
did.
went out to feed the dogs that night. I thought you acted kind of funny when you came in. Where's that whip of yours?
Don't whip me, Father, please. I'll tell you. She tried to bite me. Honest, she did.
So it was you. You let Ned here take the blame. Well, I'm going to take that
But,
whip.
Mr. Harvey, why don't you just throw it in the fire?
I think that's a good idea of Ned's, Ben.
Ned, I got to apologize to you. Saving Lady the way you did, I just don't know how to thank you.
Well, that big gray pup of Lady's is certainly a beauty, isn't he? Just look at him.
Huh? Why, of course. He'd make a fine Christmas present, wouldn't he, Ned?
What? You mean...
I mean he's yours. You can have him as soon as he can leave his mother.
Gee, Mr. Javier. You really mean it?
I've been all wrong about you, Ned. You tell your dad not to worry either. His credit's good just as long as he needs it. And tell him, as a little Christmas present to him, I'm canceling half his debt.
Oh, gosh, Mr. Javier. Gee, thanks.
You know, Ben, that's mighty nice of you. Well, Ned, guess we better go and tell your father the good news.
Well, just wait a second till I hold my pup. Oh, gee, you're wonderful. And you're going to be mine. Oh, gosh, this is going to be the best Christmas I ever had.
Come along, Ned. Merry Christmas, Ben.
These copyrighted dramas originate in the studios of WXYZ Detroit, and all characters, names, places, and incidents used are fictitious. They are sent to you each week at this same time. This is Larry McCann speaking. This is the Michigan Radio Network.
And here's the cinnamon bell.
This is the story of the Cinnamon Bear and his very marvelous adventures with Judy and Jimmy Barton. But we can't very well meet the Cinnamon Bear until we meet Judy and Jimmy. They are twins, and they live in a big, old-fashioned house. At this very minute, they're in the upstairs sitting room. And from all I can hear, Judy and Jimmy are busily engaged in that very pleasant task of writing letters to Santa Claus. Let's listen.
How are you getting along with your letter, Jimmy?
Oh, pretty well. I guess I've got about everything down here.
Now, don't go asking for everything the way you did last year.
Oh, you girls are all alike. I bet you if we counted the things in your letter and the things in mine, you'd have the most.
I bet you I wouldn't either.
You would.
Well, I won't argue about it. But I bet you my letter's more dignified than yours. Now, stop bothering me so I can finish it. Let me see. P.S. And Santa, there's just one thing more I'd like. A nice red V.L. No, that's not right. Jimmy, how do you spell velocipede?
Velocipede. V.A. Oh, you're too old for a velocipede anyway.
I guess maybe you're right.
Judy? Jimmy?
Yes, Mother?
Right here, Mother.
Have you finished those letters to Santa Claus yet?
Yes.
That's good, because we've something very important to do.
What's that, Mother?
What do you suppose I have in these cardboard boxes here?
I know. Our Christmas tree ornaments.
Yes, and you promised us we could help you go through them to see if any of them were broken.
That's right.
Oh, let's hurry, Mother. I can't wait.
Just a minute. I'll put them right here on the table.
Oh, boy.
I hope that little pink Santa Claus didn't get broken.
We'll see. Oh, let's
look now. Aren't they beautiful?
I'll say. I like those big gold ones especially.
Everything seems to be pretty much in order. All the tinsel is here, the lights. Everything seems to be here except...
Except what, Mother?
Well, I can't see the silver star anywhere.
You mean the big one we always put way up on top of the tree?
Yes, but I don't see it in any of the boxes.
Oh, gee, Mom. I'd feel most awful if anything happened to that old silver star.
Me too. Well, we've had it on top of our tree for years and years. Christmas wouldn't be Christmas without the silver star.
Now, don't cry, Judy. It's probably just misplaced. I remember Uncle Jed took some things up to the attic last year after Christmas. Perhaps he put it away up there.
Could we go up and look for it, Mother?
I don't like to have you running around in that old attic. You might get hurt. Besides, it's too cold.
But, Mother, please, we've just got to find the silver star, and we have our sweaters on.
All right. But you've got to promise to be careful and not stay too long.
We won't, Mother. Honest, we won't. Where should we look first?
If Uncle Jed put it away, it's probably in that big trunk in the corner by the window. Be careful you don't hurt your fingers when you open it.
We'll be careful. Come on, Jimmy.
Okay, here we go up the stairs.
Now, don't run, children. You might fall and get hurt.
All right, Mother dear. Last one up's a fraidy cat.
Gee willikers. They sure are steep stairs.
Yeah. They're a lot steeper than Mary Louise has in her house.
I bet these are the steepest stairs in the world.
Sure they are.
Whew. Here we are. I beat and you're a fraidy cat.
You didn't either, Beat. I got here at the same time, and I'm not a fraidy cat.
All right, then we both beat.
Okay. But if we both beat, who is a fraidy cat?
Oh, Charlie Simpson's a fraidy cat.
Yeah. Gee, there sure is a lot of stuff up in this attic.
Yeah, just look at all those suitcases and boxes and things.
Yeah. And there's that old spinning wheel and the music box. And...
Oh, Judy, there's the old trunk Mother told us to look in.
Must be awful full of things. The top is enclosed all the way down.
Well, you get on one side, Judy, and I'll get on the other. And then we can both lift at the same time.
All right, Jimmy. Gee, that was kind of heavy. Oh, look, Jimmy. There's one of those old crazy quilts right on top. Take it off and we'll see what's underneath.
Okay. There. Smells like mothballs, doesn't it?
Uh-huh. Do you see the silver star anyplace?
Just a lot of old clothes and stuff. Let's lift this top thing out. Come on, Judy, help me.
All right.
Now, let's see. Say, here's a small box of ornaments.
But they're all broken, Jimmy. And the silver star isn't there.
Gee, here's one that's not broken. It's a pretty little airplane. It's made out of gold glass or something.
We'd better take that downstairs with us. Why don't you put it someplace where it won't get broken?
I'd better, I guess. I'll just set it on top of this old dresser here. Find anything else, Judy?
You bet. Look at this, Jimmy. A little teddy bear with a green ribbon around his neck. Gee, he isn't any more than 4 inches high. I wonder where he came from.
I don't know. Look what I found, Judy. A real honest-to-goodness telescope. Isn't it a dandy?
It's scrumptious. I bet that belonged to Uncle Jed when he was a sailor.
I bet so, too. It sure is a wonderful telescope. When I look through it, everything seems a million times bigger. Boy, I bet if I was out on the roof, I could see clear over to England.
Farther than that, maybe. You know what, Jimmy?
What?
This teddy bear is the teeniest one I've ever seen.
Sure is. Say, Judy, I bet if we looked at him through this telescope, he'd be a lot bigger.
Let's see, shall we? I'll lean him against the back of the trunk and you look.
All right. Now, just wait till I get it fixed. Jiminy crickets!
What do you see, Jimmy?
Willikers! He looks bigger than anything. Take a look, Judy.
Let me see. Goodness! He is big, isn't he? Why, he looks almost as big as we are, only he really isn't.
If you'd move over a little, Judy, we could both look at the same time. There. That's it. Can you see him?
Plain as day.
Judy, he moved. The bear moved. Didn't you see him moving?
I thought I did, but...
Sure he moved. Gosh.
Garage.
Judy, listen. He made a noise.
Maybe it was just a creaky board.
No, it wasn't any creaky board. It was that bear, and I'm going to talk back to him.
Oh, Jimmy, maybe you better hadn't.
Oh, don't get scared. He can't hurt you. He's really only 4 inches high. Hey, you teddy bear.
Garoo. Oh.
Did you hear him, Judy? Did you hear him? He growled at me.
Oh, he did, didn't he? Say, Jimmy, ask him if he's a really, truly live real bear.
All right. Hey, Teddy Bear, tell us, who are you?
I'm the cinnamon bear with the shoe-button eyes, and I'm looking for someone to take by surprise. I go prowling and prowling each night after dark, but the folks say my growl's just a cinnamon bark. Though I growl, garra, and I growl, garoo, my victims only say, oh, who's afraid of you? I'm the cinnamon bear with the shoe-button eyes, and I'm huffy and fluffy and tough for my size. I devour lots of honey and cinnamon buns, just to make me ferocious, but nobody runs. Now I'll growl, garra, and I'll growl, garoo. And if you'll act afraid, I'm much obliged to you.
Oh, that was wonderful, Cinnamon Bear.
Garra!
Jimmy, let's pretend we're really afraid, huh? It'll make them feel good.
Oh, all right.
Oh, don't give us a scare like that again, Mr. Bear.
Garra! Oh, Judy, I'm scared. Garoo!
Oh, Jimmy, hold my hand tight.
Sure, and did I really frighten you?
Terribly.
You just about scared the daylights out of us.
Well, I promise not to frighten you any more. That is, not until me ferocious nature gets the better of me again. Now, would you be kind enough to tell me your names? I always keep a record of the people I scare.
I'm Jimmy.
And I'm his sister, Judy.
I'm much obliged to meet you, I'm sure. My name's Paddy O'Sullivan.
That sounds Irish.
Sure, I'm slightly Irish. That's why I wear this green ribbon around me neck. But tell me, what are you two doing up here?
Well, we lost the silver star that goes on top of the Christmas tree.
Have you ever seen it, Cinnamon Bear?
A silver star? Did it have 5 points?
I think so.
Sure, I've seen it lots of times.
Oh, show us where the silver star is, Cinnamon Bear.
Oh, it's not here now. It's gone.
Gone?
Oh, dear. What shall we ever do now?
Well, who took it?
Why, the crazy quilt dragon, to be sure.
Who is he?
Oh, just a dragon. Not a very good one at that. He's terribly fond of shiny, bright things. Every day for the past month he's been running into the trunk to admire the silver star. And this afternoon it got the best of him, I guess. He just upped and ran off with it.
Oh, now we'll never see the silver star again.
Here, now, don't carry on like that. You can get the silver star back. Well, maybe.
How?
By going after the crazy quilt dragon. Chase him. I'll help you.
Will you really?
Oh, sure I will. Crazy Quilt's no great friend of mine. And besides, you were both very obliging and got perfectly terrified when I growled at you.
Oh, you're the most wonderful cinnamon bear in the whole wide world.
It's very nice of you to say it.
Well, if we're going to catch up with the crazy quilt dragon, we better get going.
Where do you think he went, Patty?
Well, if I know Crazy Quilt, he probably headed for the Lollipop Mountains.
The Lollipop Mountains? Well, how do we get there?
You see that little hole in the wall by the music box?
Yes.
Well, we just pop right through there.
Oh, but Patty, Judy and I can't get through that little hole.
Oh, yes, you can. It's very simple, really. All you and Judy have to do is degrow.
What do you mean, degrow?
Oh, just degrow. Get smaller and smaller and smaller until you're only 4 inches high, like me.
Gosh, we can't do that. Why, it's impossible.
Nothing's impossible. I can show you how to do it in a jiffy.
Phew, that sounds most magical.
Willikers, show us how, Patty. Quick.
All right. Now listen very carefully, and I'll tell you how to degrow.
Well, if the Cinnamon Bear can show Judy and Jimmy how to degrow until they're only 4 inches high, then as Judy says, it really will be most magical. And maybe they'll be able to catch the Crazy Quilt Dragon and recapture their precious silver star after all. Anyway, be sure to listen next time and find out just how the Cinnamon Bear manages to make Judy and Jimmy only 4 inches high.
CBS Radio presents the CBS Radio Workshop, dedicated to man's imagination, the theater of the mind. Tonight's presentation, The Little Prince, by the late Antoine de Saint-Exupéry.
Years ago, I had an accident with my airplane in the desert of Sahara. Something was broken in my engine. Being alone, I set myself to attempt the difficult repairs. It was a question of life or death. I had only enough drinking water to last about a week. The first night, I went to sleep on the sand 1,000 miles from any human habitation. You can imagine my amazement when at sunrise I was awakened by an odd little voice.
Please, draw me a sheep.
What?
Draw me a sheep.
I jumped to my feet, completely thunderstruck. I saw a most extraordinary small person who stood examining me with great seriousness. He seemed neither to be fainting from fatigue or hunger, or thirst or fear. When I was able to speak, I said, "What are you doing here?"
If you please, draw me a sheep.
I don't know how to draw.
That doesn't matter. Draw me a sheep.
When I was only 6, I had drawn a picture of a boa constrictor from the outside, digesting an elephant. The grown-ups couldn't understand it. They told me it looked like a hat. They advised me to lay aside my drawing and devote myself to geography, history, arithmetic, and grammar. I did because it's tiresome for children to be always and forever explaining things to them.
Would you please draw me a sheep?
The little fellow was so insistent, I took out my pen and some paper. Since I had never drawn a sheep, I drew for him my picture of the boa constrictor that looked like a hat.
No. I do not want an elephant inside a boa constrictor. A boa constrictor is very dangerous, and an elephant is cumbersome. Where I live, everything is very small. What I need is a sheep. Please draw me one.
I made several attempts. Then, being in a hurry to start working on my engine, I tossed off a drawing of a box that had some air holes in it and explained that the sheep was inside.
That is exactly the way I wanted it. Do you think this sheep will require a great deal of grass?
Oh, there will surely be enough. It's a very small sheep I've given you.
Not so small. Look through the air hole. My sheep has gone to sleep.
It took me a long time to learn where he came from. It was only from words dropped by chance that little by little everything was revealed to me. I learned, for example, that the little prince came from another planet, and that his planet was scarcely any larger than a house. I should remind the grown-ups that in addition to the great planets, there are hundreds of others, some too small to be seen through telescopes, called asteroids, which are designated by numbers. The planet the little prince came from is asteroid B612. As each day passed, I would learn more about the little prince's planet. On the third day, I heard about the catastrophe of the baobabs.
Isn't it true that sheep eat little bushes?
Yes, that's true.
Then it follows they also eat baobabs.
Baobabs? But it would take a herd of elephants to eat anything as gigantic as a baobab.
Before they grow so big, don't baobabs start out by being little?
Entirely correct. But why do you want the sheep to eat the little baobabs?
I knew a planet inhabited by a lazy man. He neglected 3 little bushes.
What happened?
Catastrophe. The baobabs spread over the entire planet, bored clear through it with their roots, split it in pieces.
So you must be careful.
It is a question of discipline. I must attend to my planet each morning, as I do myself. It's tedious. I need the sheep.
On the 5th day, thanks to the sheep, the secret of the little prince's life was revealed to me.
If a sheep eats little bushes, does it eat flowers,
A
too?
sheep eats anything it finds in its reach.
Even flowers that have thorns?
Yes, even flowers that have thorns.
The thorns. What use are they?
Don't you ever let go of a question once you've asked it. Can't you see I'm busy fixing my plane? There's so little drinking water left, I must finish the repairs.
But you haven't answered my question.
All right. The thorns are of no use at all. Flowers have thorns just for spite.
Oh, I don't believe you. Flowers are weak creatures. They are naive. They reassure themselves as best they can. They believe that their thorns are terrible weapons. And you actually believe that the flowers...
No, I don't believe anything. I answered you the first thing that came into my head. Now, don't you see I'm very busy with matters of consequence?
Matters of consequence? You talk just like the grown-ups. The flowers have been growing thorns for millions of years. For millions of years, the sheep have been eating them just the same. It is not a matter of consequence to try to understand why the flowers go to so much trouble to grow thorns which are never of any use to them.
Now, just a moment.
If I knew one flower which is unique in the universe, which grows nowhere but on my planet, which one little sheep can destroy in a single bite some morning without even noticing what he is doing, you think that is not important?
I'm sorry. I didn't realize. Now, the flower you love is not in danger. I'll draw you a muzzle for your sheep. I'll draw you a railing to put around your flower. I didn't know what else to say to him. Night had fallen. I had let my tools drop from my hand. Of what moment now was my hammer, or thirst, or death? There was a little prince to be comforted. I felt awkward and blundering. I didn't know how I could reach you. It's such a secret place, the land of tears. So that's why you left your tiny home on asteroid B612. It was love. Love for a flower. A flower unique in all the universe.
At first, I was captivated by her beauty. Very quickly, she began to torment me with her vanity. And soon I came to doubt her.
Was she the only flower on your planet?
Oh, no. But the others are very simple. They take up no room. Cause not one bit of trouble.
Your flower was different.
Very. She came from a seed blown to my planet from who knows where. From the moment she first showed herself, she became demanding. She commanded all of my time. Even that time I had always devoted to the baobabs in my volcanoes.
Volcanoes?
I have 2 active volcanoes. Very convenient for heating my breakfast. I carefully clean them out every morning. If they are well cleaned out, volcanoes burn slowly and steadily, without eruptions.
I see.
I also have one volcano that is extinct. I clean it out, too. One never knows.
No, one never knows. You were telling me about your flower.
I ought never to have run away from her. I ought to have judged her by deeds and not by words. I ought to have guessed that behind her poor little stratagems lay real affection for me. But I was too young to know how to love her. The fact is that I did not know how to understand anything.
And so it was that the little prince fled from the proud flower he loved but could not understand. To escape from his planet, the little prince took advantage of the migration of a flock of wild birds. He found himself in the neighborhood of asteroids number 325, 326, 27, 28, and 329. He began to visit them in order to add to his knowledge. The first asteroid was inhabited by a king clad in a royal purple and ermine who was seated upon a magic throne. The king was elated when he saw the little prince coming.
Ah, a subject. Approach so that I may see you better.
The king felt consumingly proud of being at last king over somebody. The little prince looked everywhere for a place to sit down, but the entire planet was crammed and obstructed by the king's magnificent robe. So he remained standing. Since he was tired, he yawned.
It is contrary to etiquette to yawn in the presence of a king. I forbid you to do so.
I can't help it. I have come on a long journey and have had no sleep.
Ah, then I order you to yawn. Come now, yawn again. That's an order.
That frightens me. I cannot anymore.
Well, then I order you sometimes to yawn and sometimes not to. Look here, I insist that my authority be respected. I tolerate no disobedience. I am an absolute monarch. However, I always make my orders reasonable.
That is very wise.
Oh, of course. If I offered a general to change himself into a seabird and he did not, it would be my fault, not his.
May I sit down?
Yeah, I order you to do so. Here, I shall move my robe.
Sire, I beg that you will excuse my asking a question.
I order you to ask me a question.
Sire, you are alone here. This planet is tiny. Over what do you rule?
Over everything.
Over everything? You mean the other planets and all the stars?
Oh, over all that.
Oh, that's marvelous. You can see a sunset whenever you wish. Oh, sire, I should like to see a sunset. Do me that kindness. Order the sun to set.
If I ordered a general to fly from one flower to another like a butterfly, or write a tragic drama, or change himself into a seabird, and if he did not, which of us would be wrong?
You.
Exactly. One must require from each one only the duty he can perform. I have the right to require obedience because my orders are reasonable.
But my sunset?
You shall have it. I shall command it.
When, sire?
Well, I shall consult my almanac. Here we are. That will be this evening about 20 minutes to 8. And when I give the order, you see how well I'm obeyed.
I see. Oh, I have nothing more to do here, so I shall set out on my way again.
Oh, do not go. Do not go. I'll make you a minister.
Minister of what?
Minister of Justice. Yeah, that's it, Minister of Justice.
But there is nobody here to judge.
Well, then you shall judge yourself. It's far more difficult to judge oneself than to judge others.
I can judge myself anywhere.
I have good reason to believe that somewhere on my planet there is an old rat. You can judge this old rat. And from time to time you will condemn him to death. You will have to pardon him on each occasion. He must be treated thriftily. He's the only one we have.
I wouldn't like that. I think I will go on my way.
Oh, no.
I am ready to depart. If your majesty wishes to be promptly obeyed, he should be able to give me a reasonable order.
Very well. I order you to be gone by the end of 1 minute. The conditions seem favorable. And here it is. I make you my ambassador.
The grown-ups are very strange.
The second planet was inhabited by a conceited man who thought the little prince had come to admire him.
I am about to receive a visit from an admirer.
Good morning. That is a queer hat you are wearing.
It is a hat for salutes. I raise it in salute when people acclaim me. Oh, unfortunately, nobody at all ever passes this way.
Oh?
Clap your hands one against the other.
All right.
See? I now raise my hat in salute.
Do it again.
Thank you. Thank you. Wouldn't you like to applaud me again?
Well, no.
But You really do admire me.
What do you mean?
Well, you regard me as the handsomest, the best dressed, the richest, and most intelligent man on this planet.
But you're the only man on your planet.
Well, do me this kindness. Admire me just the same.
Very well. I admire you.
Ah, thank you. Thank you, and goodbye.
Now, what is there in that to interest him so much? The grown-ups are certainly very odd.
The third planet belonged to a businessman. This man was so much occupied that he did not even raise his head at the little prince's arrival.
3 and 2 make 5. 5 and
Good
7.
morning.
Good morning. 15
Your cigarette has gone out.
22. I haven't had time to light it again. That makes 501,622,731.
500 million what?
I can't stop. I've got too much to do. I'm concerned with matters of consequence.
500 million what?
During the 54 years I've inhabited this planet, I've been disturbed only twice by inconsequential balderdash. This is the third time. I was saying 501 million...
Millions of what?
Those little objects one sometimes sees in the sky.
Flies?
No, little glittering objects. The ones that set lazy men to idle dreaming.
You mean the stars?
That's right.
And what do you do with the stars?
Nothing. I own them.
But I have already seen a king who told me...
Kings do not own. They reign over. It's very different. And it makes me very rich.
What good does it do you to be rich?
Well, it makes it possible for me to buy more stars, if any are discovered.
How is it possible for one to own the stars?
To whom do they belong?
To nobody.
Then they belong to me, because I was the first to think of it.
I suppose that is true, but what do you do with them?
I administer them, count them, recount them. It's difficult, but I am a man who is interested in matters of consequence.
You cannot pluck the stars from heaven.
No, but I can put them into the bank.
Whatever does that mean?
I write the number of my stars on a paper. I put the paper into a drawer and lock it with a key.
Is that all?
That is enough.
That is rather poetic, but of no great consequence.
Your ideas about matters of consequence are quite different from those of grown-ups.
Quite. I myself own a flower which I water every day. I own 3 volcanoes which I clean out every day. It is of some use to my volcanoes and my flowers that I own them. You are of no use to the stars.
Balderdash! Now, let's see, where was I? 342, 77 plus 89.
The grown-ups are altogether extraordinary.
Tell me, how did you come to visit this planet, the Earth?
It was recommended by a geographer on the 5th planet I visited.
You like it? Do you intend to stay?
It has been almost a year since I left my home, my flower, my volcanoes. I'm worried.
Baobabs?
I left them under control.
Your flower, then?
On my journey, I learned many things. I learned that flowers are in danger of speedy disappearance. Soon I must return.
It had been 8 days since my accident in the desert. The last drop of my water supply was gone. The little prince seemed not to guess the danger. A little sunshine was all he seemed to need. He was recounting some of his experiences after coming to our planet.
I met a friend. He was a fox.
My dear little man, this is no longer a matter that could have anything to do with a fox.
Why not?
I am about to die of thirst.
I'll tell you about it as we go, then. Come, let us look for a well.
It's absurd to look for a well at random in the immensity of the desert.
When arrived on the earth, I was surprised not to see any people. It was explained to me that I had landed on the desert.
Your friend the fox told you this?
No, it was a little gold-colored snake. A funny little animal. No thicker than a finger.
A little yellow snake, but they're deadly.
Not deadly, but more powerful than the finger of a king.
He could have struck you fatally.
He told me he could help me someday. If I grew too homesick for my planet. He told me all I need do is come back to the place where I descended. He would meet me there.
Are you so homesick then?
It is very close to the anniversary of my arrival. At that time, my planet will be right overhead.
I shall be unhappy if you go.
That is what the fox said. It was his fault. He wanted me to tame him.
Tame him?
It was when I wandered into a garden filled with flowers. There were thousands of them, precisely alike. They called themselves roses. I was broken-hearted.
Because of the roses?
They were all exactly like my flower. A flower I thought to be unique in all the universe.
Oh.
The fox made me understand, to have hope again. He wanted me to tame him because it would establish ties and make him different from all the other foxes.
I'm beginning to understand.
I looked again at the roses. They were beautiful, but one would not die for them. My rose is more important than all the others because it is she that I have watered. It is she I have put under a glass globe, sheltered from the wind behind a screen. Listened to when she grumbled or boasted. She is my rose.
And your friend the fox?
When I met him, he was as yet nothing. Just a fox like thousands of other foxes. But I have made him my friend. And now he is unique in all the world.
You have learned a secret. A sinful secret. It's only with the heart that one can see rightly.
What is essential is invisible to the eye.
Men have forgotten that you become responsible forever for what you have tamed.
I am responsible for my rose.
When we had trudged along for several hours in silence, the darkness fell and the stars came out. The little prince dropped off to sleep. I took him in my arms and set out walking once more. I felt the need of protecting him as if he himself were a flame that might be extinguished by a little puff of wind. I walked on, and I found the well at daybreak.
Now, you must keep your promise, you know. The muzzle for my sheep.
I remember. I'm afraid it's not very good.
This will be all right.
You have plans I don't know about.
Tomorrow will be the anniversary of my descent to the earth.
And your star will be just above?
You must return to your work on the engine now. I will be waiting here. Come back tomorrow evening.
I'm a little frightened.
Remember the fox. One runs the risk of weeping a little if one lets himself be tamed.
I was not reassured. I did not want to lose my little friend. I pretended to go, but returned and hid behind a rock. I could not see to whom the little prince was speaking.
This is the exact spot. The right time. You have good poison. You are sure you will not make me suffer too long.
My heart jumped to my throat. I looked around the rock. Before me, facing the little prince, was one of those yellow snakes that take just 30 seconds to end your life. I dug into my pocket for my gun and started to run. The snake let himself flow across the sand like the dying spray of a fountain and disappeared among the stones. What does this mean? Why are you talking with snakes?
You will find out what is wrong with your engine today, and you can go back home. I, too, am going home today. It is much farther, much more difficult.
I want you to stay a while longer.
I have your sheep and the sheep's box, and I have the muzzle.
Little man, I want to hear you laugh again. Tell me it's only a bad dream, this affair of the snake, the meeting place, the star.
At night you will look up at the stars. My star will be just one of the stars for you. You will love to watch all of the stars in the heavens. They will be your friends. I am making you a present.
Little prince, dear little prince. I love to hear that laughter.
That is my present. Just that.
What are you trying to say?
For most people, the stars are silent. You alone will have the stars as no one else has them.
I don't understand.
In one of the stars, I shall be living. In one of them, I shall be laughing. It will be as if all the stars were laughing when you look at the night sky. Only you will have the stars that can laugh. I, too, shall look at the stars. They will all be wells with a rusty pulley. You will have 500 million little bells, and I shall have 500 million springs of fresh water. Now, let me go by myself.
You're afraid, little friend?
I am responsible for my flower. She is so weak, so naive. She has 4 thorns of no use at all.
Don't go. Please. Don't go. I seemed unable to move. The little prince hesitated, took one step. There was nothing there but a flash of yellow close to his ankle. He remained motionless for an instant. He did not cry out. He fell gently as a tree falls. There wasn't even any sound because of the sand. Now, years and years have gone by. Until now, I've never told this story. My sorrow is comforted a little. Not entirely, but I know he did go back to his planet. His body was not there at daybreak. At night, I love to listen to the stars. It's like 500 million little bells. But there is one extraordinary thing. When I drew the muzzle for the little prince, I forgot to add the leather strap to it. He will never have been able to fasten it on his sheep. So now I keep wondering what's happening on his planet. Perhaps the sheep has eaten the flour and the little bells are changed to tears. Here, then, is a great mystery. Nothing in the universe can be the same if somewhere a sheep that we have never seen has, yes or no, eaten a rose. And no grown-up will ever understand that this is a matter of so much importance.
The CBS Radio Workshop has presented The Little Prince by Antoine de Saint-Exupéry, produced and directed by Anthony Ellis. The script was adapted for radio by Frank Tausig. Richard Beals was heard as the Little Prince, with Raymond Burr as our narrator. Featured in the cast were Ben Wright, Joseph Kearns, and Hans Conried. Music for tonight's workshop was composed by Rene Garrigank and conducted by Wilbur Hatch. This is Hugh Douglas inviting you to join us again next week when, from New York, we present H.L. Mencken, The Story of a Journalist. That's next week on the CBS Radio Workshop. Stay tuned for 5 minutes of CBS News, to be followed on most of these same stations by My Son Jeep. America listens most to the CBS Radio Network.
And it came to pass in those days that there went out a decree from Caesar Augustus that all the world should be taxed. And all went to be taxed, every one into his own city. And Joseph also went up from Galilee, out of the city of Nazareth into Judea, unto the city of David, which is called Bethlehem, to be taxed with Mary, his espoused wife, being great with child. And so it was, that while they were there, the days were accomplished that she should be delivered. And she brought forth her firstborn son, and wrapped him in swaddling clothes, and laid him in a manger, because there was no room for them in the inn. And there were in the same country shepherds abiding in the field, keeping watch over their flock by night. And lo, the angel of the Lord came upon them, and the glory of the Lord shone round about them, and they were sore afraid. And the angel said unto them, Fear not, for behold, I bring you good tidings of great joy, which shall be to all people. For unto you is born this day in the city of David a Savior, which is Christ the Lord. And this shall be a sign unto you. Ye shall find the babe wrapped in swaddling clothes, lying in a manger. And suddenly there was with the angel a multitude of the heavenly host, praising God and saying, Glory to God in the highest, and on earth peace, goodwill toward men. I just read you the story of the Nativity as told by St. Luke in the Bible, according to King James. Good evening, everybody, and Merry Christmas. This is Orson Welles bringing you another radio show for Lady Esther, a Christmas show.
Remember Christ our Savior was born on Christmas Day.
Christmas is the time for warm spirits and high feelings. The season to hang a holly wreath on your door and set up a fir tree near your heart. The season when everyone's heart beats a little faster, including the postman. And at this time of year, for 10 cents worth of mistletoe, you can kiss anybody you want to. It's the only time of the year a lot of people ever sing a song.
Good King Master of the South, on the feast of Stephen, when the snow lay on their
Above all, it's the time for good things, for plum puddings and Santa Claus and Dunder and Blitzen and Tom and Jerry. Here in America, our way of celebrating Christmas, like our very population, comes to us from many lands. From the old Scandinavian Druids, we've taken the mistletoe and the happiness it stands for. From the French, we've learned to sing a glad Noel. From England, we've adopted holly and the Yule log. From the old legends of Middle Europe, we've taken the Christmas tree and the first chimneys Santa Claus ever climbed down were in Holland. We've made certain changes. American children know, for instance, that wooden shoes won't stretch while stockings will. But the changes aren't the important thing. What doesn't change is what's important about Christmas. And on this Christmas 1941, that's a good thing to remember. God rest you merry, ladies and gentlemen. Let nothing you dismay. We send you with this program the warmest greetings of Christmastide. Goodwill toward all men of goodwill throughout the world. Our story tonight is an apostrophe to the spirit of giving. It's one of the first things my mother ever read to me. Your mother probably read it to you. It's called The Happy Prince. We'll do it for you in just a minute. Right. Now here's the story of The Happy Prince. High above the city, on a tall column, stood the statue of the Happy Prince. He was gilded all over with thin leaves of fine gold. For eyes, he had 2 bright sapphires, and a large ruby glowed on his sword hilt. He was very much admired indeed. One night there flew over the city a little swallow on his way south to the pyramids in Egypt. He stopped when he saw the statue on the tall column.
I will put up here for the night. It is a fine position with plenty of fresh air. I have a golden bedroom.
Just as the swallow prepared to go to sleep, a large drop of water fell on him.
What a curious thing. There's not a single cloud in the sky. And yet it's raining. The climate here in the north is really dreadful.
Then another drop fell.
What's the use of a statue if it cannot keep the rain off? I must look for a good chimney pot.
But before he'd opened his wings, a third drop fell. And he looked up and saw... what did he see? The eyes of the Happy Prince were filled with tears, and tears were running down his golden cheeks.
Who are you?
I am the Happy Prince.
Why are you weeping then?
When I was alive and had a human heart, I did not know what tears were. My courtiers called me the Happy Prince, and happy indeed I was, if pleasure be happiness. Now that I am dead, I am up here so high, I can see all the ugliness and all the misery of my city. And though my heart is made of lead, yet I cannot choose but weep.
What? Isn't that solid gold?
The swallow said this to himself. He was too polite to make any personal remarks out loud.
Far away in a little street, there is a poor house. One of the windows is open, and through it I can see a woman seated at a table. Her face is thin and worn, and she has coarse red hands, all pricked by the needle, for she is a seamstress. She is embroidering passion flowers on a satin gown for the loveliest of the Queen's maids of honor to wear at the next court ball. In a bed, in the corner of the room, her little boy is lying ill. He has a fever and is asking for oranges. His mother has nothing to give him but river water. So he is crying. Swallow, little swallow, will you not bring her the ruby out of my sword hilt? My feet are fastened to this pedestal, and I cannot move.
I am waited for in Egypt. My friends are flying up and down the Nile and talking to the large lotus flowers.
Swallow, little swallow, will you not stay with me for one night and be my messenger? The boy is so thirsty, and the mother is so sad.
It's very cold here, but I will stay with you for one night and be your messenger.
Thank you, little swallow.
So the swallow picked out the great ruby from the prince's sword and flew away with it in his beak over the roofs of the town. He passed by the palace and heard the sound of dancing. A beautiful girl came out on the balcony with her lover.
How wonderful the stars are, and how wonderful is the power of love.
I hope my dress will be ready in time for the state ball. I have ordered passion flowers to be embroidered on it, but the seamstresses are so lazy.
He passed over the river and saw the lanterns hanging to the masts of the ships. At last he came to the poor house and looked in. The boy was tossing feverishly on his bed, and the mother had fallen asleep. She was so tired. In he hopped and laid the great ruby on the table beside the woman's thimble. Then the swallow flew back to the happy prince and told him what he had done.
It is curious, but I feel quite warm now, although it's so cold.
That is because you have done a good action.
And the little swallow began to think, and then he fell asleep. Thinking always made him sleepy. When day broke, he flew down to the river and had a bath.
Tonight, I go to Egypt.
The swallow was in high spirits at the prospect. When the moon rose, he flew back to the happy prince.
Have you any commissions for Egypt? I am just starting.
Swallow, will you not stay with me one night longer?
I am waited for in Egypt. Tomorrow my friends will fly up to the second cataract. The river horse couches there among the bulrushes, and on a great granite throne sits the god Mammon.
Swallow, swallow, little swallow. Far away across the city, I see a young man in a garret. He is leaning over a desk covered with papers. He is trying to finish a play for the director of the theater, but he is too cold to write anymore. There is no fire in the grate, and hunger has made him faint.
I will wait with you one night longer. Shall I take him another ruby?
Alas, I have no ruby now. My eyes are all that I have left. They are made of rare sapphires, which were brought out of India 1,000 years ago. Pluck out one of them and take it to him. He will sell it to the jeweler and buy firewood and finish his play.
Dear Prince, I cannot do that.
Swallow, swallow, little swallow, do as I command you.
So the swallow plucked out the prince's eye and flew away to the student's garret. It was easy enough to get in as there was a hole in the roof. Through this he darted and came into the room. The young man had his head buried in his hands, so he did not hear the flutter of the bird's wings. And when he looked up, he found the beautiful sapphire.
I'm beginning to be appreciated. This is from some great admirer. Now I can finish my play.
The next night, the swallow flew back to the happy prince.
I am come to bid you goodbye.
Swallow, swallow, little swallow, will you not stay with me one night longer?
It is winter, and the chill snow will soon be here. In Egypt, the sun is warm on the green palm trees, and the crocodiles lie in the mud and look lazily about them. My companions are building a nest in the temple of Baalbek. Dear Prince, I must leave you. But next spring I will bring you back 2 beautiful jewels in place of those you have given away. The ruby shall be redder than a red rose, and the sapphire shall be as blue as the great sea.
In the square below, there stands a little match girl. She has let her matches fall in the gutter, and they are all spoiled. Her father will beat her if she does not bring home some money, and she is crying. She has no shoes or stockings, and her little head is bare. Pluck out my other eye and give it to her, so her father will not beat her.
I will stay with you one night longer, but I cannot pluck out your eye. You would be quite blind then.
Swallow, swallow, little swallow. Do as I command you.
So he plucked out the prince's other eye and darted down with it. He swooped past the match girl and slipped the jewel into the palm of her hand. Then the swallow came back to the prince.
You are blind now, so I will stay with you always.
No, little swallow. You must go away to Egypt.
I will stay with you always.
And he slept at the prince's feet. All the next day he sat on the prince's shoulder and told him stories of what he had seen in strange lands. He told him of the red ibises who stand in long rows on the banks of the Nile and catch goldfish in their beaks. Of the Sphinx, who is as old as the world itself and lives in the desert and knows everything. Of the king of the mountains of the moon, who worships a large crystal. Of the great green snake that sleeps in a palm tree and has 20 priests to feed it with honey cakes. And of the pygmies who sail over a big lake on large, flat leaves and are always at war with the butterflies.
Dear little swallow, you tell me of marvelous things, but more marvelous than anything is the suffering of men and women. There is no mystery so great as misery. Fly over my city, little swallow, and tell me what you see there.
So the swallow flew over the great city and saw the rich making merry in their beautiful houses, while the beggars were sitting at the gates. He flew into dark lanes and saw the white faces of starving children looking out listlessly at the black streets. Then he flew back and told the prince what he had seen.
I am covered with fine gold. You must take it off, leaf by leaf, and give it to my poor.
Leaf after leaf of the fine gold the swallow picked off, till the happy prince looked quite dull and gray. Leaf after leaf of the fine gold he brought to the poor, and the children's faces grew rosier, and they laughed and played games in the street. Then the snow came, and after the snow came the frost. The streets looked as if they were made of silver. They were so bright and glistening. Long icicles like crystal daggers hung down from the eaves of the houses. Everybody went about in furs, and the little boys wore scarlet caps and skated on the ice. The poor little swallow grew colder and colder. He would not leave the prince. He loved him too well. He picked up crumbs outside the baker's door when the baker was not looking. Tried to keep himself warm by flapping his wings. But at last he knew that he was going to die. He had just enough strength to fly up to the prince's shoulder once more.
Goodbye, dear prince. Will you let me kiss your hand?
I am glad that you are going to Egypt at last, little swallow. You have stayed too long here.
It is not to Egypt that I am going. I am going to the house of death. Death is the brother of sleep. Is he not?
And he kissed the happy prince on the lips and fell down dead at his feet. At that moment, a curious crack sounded inside the statue, as if something had broken. The fact is that the leaden heart had snapped right in two. Certainly it was a dreadfully hard frost. Early the next morning, the mayor was walking in the square below in company with the town councilors. As they passed the column, he looked up at the statue.
Dear me, how shabby the happy prince looks. And here is actually a dead bird at his feet. We must really issue a proclamation that birds are not to be allowed to die here.
And the town clerk made a note of the suggestion. So they pulled down the statue of the Happy Prince. And then they melted the statue in a furnace. And the mayor held a meeting of the corporation to decide what was to be done with the metal.
We must have another statue, of course. There shall be a statue of myself.
Of myself?
Of myself. Of myself.
Said each of the town councilors, and they quarreled. When I last heard of them, they were quarreling still.
What a strange thing.
Said the overseer of the workmen at the foundry.
This broken lead heart will not melt in the furnace. We must throw it away.
So they threw it on a dust heap, where the dead swallow was also lying. Bring me the two most precious things in the city, said God to one of his angels. And the angel brought him the leaden heart and the dead bird. You have rightly chosen, said God. For in my garden of paradise, this little bird shall sing forevermore. And in my city of gold, the happy prince shall praise me. That was Wilde's The Happy Prince. The music was by Bernard Herrmann. There's more to our Christmas show, but right here I'd like to tell you the good news about next week's program. Our story is a new one, and it's the best thing of its kind that's come our way this year. And our guest is Miss Rita Hayworth. Now about tonight. I'm going to do something of G.K. Chesterton's. I stumbled on it the other day. It isn't new, but it isn't very well known either. It might have been written especially for tonight. Especially for this Christmas, 1941. Our whole program tonight is intended to be a sort of radio Christmas card from Lady Esther and from all of us in the Mercury to you. From Bernard Herrmann, who composes all our music and conducts it. From Harry Esman, who makes the sound effects. From our engineer, Gary Harris. From Claire Olmsted and Jack Moss. From lots of people whose names we never mention on the radio, but without whom we wouldn't have a show. And also from those we do mention. From Ray Collins.
Merry Christmas!
From Agnes Moorehead.
Merry Christmas!
From Joseph Cotton.
Merry Christmas!
From Edgar Berrier, Erskine Sanford, Gus Schilling, and Tim Holt.
Merry Christmas!
And way out there in New York, from Paul Stewart, Alice Frost, Betty Gard, Everett Sloan, Chubby Sherman, Eustace Wyatt, and George Coulouris.
Merry Christmas!
And from all the Mercury people in Chicago, and from the Robert Mitchell Boy Choir. And from the orchestra, and from everybody.
Merry Christmas!
And of course, really, no proper Christmas card is complete without a few gay rhymes.
And of course, Joe's right. We want our greetings to be as hospitable as any host. Inviting you in on Christmas morning.
Come, bring with a noise, me merry, merry boys, the Christmas lawn to the firing. For my good dame, she bid you all be free, and drink to your heart's desire.
We want our greeting to be as generous as the beggars.
Christmas is coming, the geese are getting fat. Please to put a penny in the old man's hat. If you haven't got a penny, a halfpenny will do. If you haven't got a halfpenny, God bless you.
We want our greeting to be as logical as the farmers.
At Christmas, play and make good cheer. For Christmas comes but once a year.
You know, those rhymes are really, honest-to-goodness, old English and American poesy. And now, because we want our greeting to be timely and very beautiful, too, here's the Chesterton poem I promised you. Passionate peace is in the sky, and in the snow is silver sealed. The beasts are perfect in the field, and men seem men so suddenly. But take 10 swords, and 10 times 10, and blow the bugle in praising men,
For we are for all men under the sun, and they are against us, every one. And misers haggle, and madmen clutch, and there is peril in praising much, and we have the terrible tongues uncurled that praise the world to the sons of the world. The idle, humble hill and wood are bowed about the sacred birth. And for one little hour, the earth is lazy with the love of good. But ready are you, and ready am I, if the battle blow and the guns go by. For we are for all men under the sun, and they are against us, every one. And the men that hate herd all together to pride and gold and the great white feather. And the thing is graven in star and stone, that the men who love are all alone. Hunger is hard, and time is tough. But bless the beggars and kiss the kings, for hope has broken the heart of things, and nothing was ever praised enough. But hold the shield for a sudden swing, and point the sword when you praise a thing, for we are for all men under the sun, and they are against us, every one, and meme and merchant, thane and thrall, hate us because we love them all. Only till Christmas tide go by, passionate peace is in the sky. Good night now. Lady Esther and we of the Mercury wish you everything that's good for your Christmas. We remain, as always, obediently yours. And again, God rest you merry, ladies and gentlemen. Let nothing you dismay.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.